Chapter 1, System Attack. It was May. The hot summer sun was scorching the earth, and it was only just noon when the temperature in Kunin City had already reached 34 degrees. Due to the hot weather, those who had the means to do so basically didn't want to go out to eat, instead choosing to order takeout directly. Thus, even though the weather was almost suffocatingly hot, there were still quite a few takeout boys traveling back and forth on the roads. Su Haoming was one of them. Due to the fact that it was midday, the road to his destination had a traffic jam caused by the large number of vehicles. But fortunately, Su Haoming was lucky and finally arrived at his destination, the Haoxing neighborhood, in the last 10 minutes. After parking his little donkey, Su Haoming wiped the sweat from his face, lifted the takeaway and found the customer's address. Looking at the last 2 minutes of the delivery time on the order, Su Haoming heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily he wasn't late, or else he would have to deduct money. Knock knock knock. Lightly knocking on the door of the room, not letting Su Haoming wait long, a voice came from the room. Who is it? Hello, your takeout has arrived. Su Haoming hurriedly agreed. At the same time his heart thumped violently. This voice he had déjà vu before. Not a moment later, the door of the room was opened, and after seeing the person who opened the door, Su Haoming's body trembled slightly. As expected, the person who opened the door to the room was actually his girlfriend. Zhao Shi, didn't you tell me that you went on a business trip? How come you're here? The professional smile on Su Haoming's face turned cold all of a sudden, because Zhao Shi, who was standing in front of him at this moment, only had a bath towel hanging from her body. It was clearly impossible that she had come here as a guest. Zhao Shi also froze for a moment after seeing Su Haoming, her brows slightly complicated. Just at this time, a naked man wearing only his pants walked out, and said with his mouth while saying, "CC little baby, is it that the takeout I ordered has been delivered?" Hearing these words, Su Haoming's heart was even more chilled. Originally he still held a hint of fluke in his heart, hoping that Zhao Shi would be able to give himself a reasonable explanation. Now it seemed there was no need. Zhao Shi twisted her head to look at the man who walked out from the house, turned her head and rushed at Su Haoming again. "You go first, I'll explain to you later." Explain? A lone man and woman dressed like this. What else is there to explain? Su Haoming laughed out loud. The object of ridicule was himself. Yo, isn't this little Su? Efficiency is still quite high. So fast to send the takeaway. Why is your face so ugly? Won't have a heat stroke. The man who walked out of the house took the initiative to greet Su Haoming after seeing him. Su Haoming also saw the man's appearance at this time, and for a moment, he was even more furious. Who else could it be if it wasn't his boss? The company's deputy general manager Lin Fujin? Last month, Zhao Shi had something to look for himself. Justin Lin Fujin bumped into, and then Lin Fujin brought Zhao Shi to find himself. At that time, Lin Fujin also gave Zhao Shi a business card in front of his face. How could Su Haoming not expect that after only a month, the two had already gotten mixed up? Surnamed Lin, you know that Zhao Shi is my girlfriend. Why did you do this? Su Haoming glared at Lin Fujin and questioned through gritted teeth. Lin Fujin, who had a smile on his face, suddenly saw his smile fade. What's your girlfriend? Didn't CC already break up with you? Broke up? Su Haoming glanced at Zhao Shi in surprise. This woman, clearly, was still sweet-talking herself on the phone yesterday. It turned out that it was all a lie. Seeing that things couldn't be peddled anymore, Zhao Shi suddenly changed her face and said after taking a deep breath, "Forget it, I'll be blunt. Su Haoming, let's just break up." Su Haoming smiled without saying anything, but his heart was sad. Lin Fujin laughed while climbing his hand onto Zhao Shi's waist, looking at Su Haoming with a look full of arrogant complacency. "Sorry Shi, I didn't tell you just now. The takeout I ordered was specifically for him to send over, in order to let him see our relationship." Zhao Shi didn't break free, much less look angry. She just gave Lin Fujin an angry look and said, "Forget it, I don't blame you, it's just a matter of time anyway." Seeing Zhao Shi did not get angry, Lin Fujin smiled even more complacently. "Su Haoming, you also do not be unconvinced. You say you a takeaway delivery guy. Where is worthy of Shi?" Zhao Shi's eyes also looked at Su Haoming. In her eyes was a strange indifference. "Su Haoming, although it is indeed very happy to be with you, but I'm sorry, this is the reality. The future I want you can't give me." Su Haoming's hand clenched tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably due to his anger. Half a year ago, the family suffered a treacherous plan and broke up. In order to avoid the disaster, Su Haoming had no choice but to bring his sister to Cheonan City, where his estranged girlfriend Zhao Shi was located, in the hope that his girlfriend would be able to accompany him through the difficult times. However, he didn't want this woman, who was considered by Su Haoming to be his partner for the rest of his life, to change her heart so quickly. "That's not what you said on the phone yesterday." Su Haoming laughed miserably as he looked at Zhao Shi. The promises of the past now seemed like a joke. Zhao Shi, who spoke from her heart, didn't hesitate with the expression on her face. and looked at Su Haoming with even more disgust. Originally, I wanted to give you some face and find a suitable time to talk about it, but since you're forcing me like this now, I'll show my cards. You Su Haoming used to be the family's young master, but now you're nothing, and with a half-dead sister. I didn't break up with you right away, and accompanied you for a couple of months. I'm considered to be merciful and righteous to you. What a benevolent to the end. In the end it's not because I'm broke now, Su Haoming roared. Seeing Su Haoming's look, Lin Fujin smiled even more triumphantly. So what? Cece is with me now. She can live in the elevator house that I bought with full payment, and has my BMW 5 Series to take her in and out. But what do you have with you? What do you have with you? Your second-hand battery car? A $500 a month rented room in the middle of the city? Or your sister who is already going into the ground? What did you say? Have the guts to say it again. Su Haoming's voice suddenly grew a few points louder. If he were to speak about himself, Su Haoming could still endure it, but these two people brought his sister along, which made Su Haoming's anger almost overshadow his reason. This roar startled Lin Fujin. Most of the people in the company knew that Su Haoming worked so hard to earn medical fees for his sister's life, and he seemed to have touched his scales. Lin Fujin looked at Su Haoming's tightly clenched fists. He instantly wimped out for a few moments, turned his head away and said with feigned impatience, "Forget about being lazy and wasting your breath. Anyway, the situation is like this, you're not worthy of Zhao Shi. Don't contact Zhao Shi again in the future. Bring the takeout over and you can get out. Alright, I'll leave now. By the way, I wish you matchdogs and a long life." Saying this, Su Haoming raised the plastic bag containing the takeout in his hand and directly smashed it towards both Lin Fujin and Zhao Shi. The steaming hot food in the fast food box scattered out, scalding Lin Fujin to jump straight up, and at the same time, he was also on fire, pouncing towards Su Haoming with his teeth and claws open. "You still dare to make a ing move? I'll ing kill you." Su Haoming snorted coldly, having practiced martial arts since childhood in his family. Although he couldn't be said to be an expert of any kind, it was still easy to deal with this kind of person whose body had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Seeing the break, Su Haoming kicked Lin Fujin over on the ground with a single lift of his foot. Su Haoming, even if I'm a tiger fallen from the sun, I'm not something a dog like you can bully. Su Haoming smiled disdainfully, then turned his head to leave. Good, count on you to have guts. If you, Su Haoming, can still stay in our hungry troop company, I'll take your ing name. Lin Fujin growled at Su Haoming's back. Su Haoming paused for a moment, but still didn't even look at the stormy Lin Fujin behind him, and walked straight into the elevator. After going downstairs and sitting on the steps outside the unit building, Su Haoming lit up several cigarettes one after another, and finally couldn't help but roar loudly at the sky. Su Haoming is a very optimistic person, even if the family is broken. Even if he is changed from a rich son to a delivery boy who runs around day and night for a few $1,000s, he still holds hope for the future. Su Haoming firmly believed that as long as he worked hard enough, things would always get better. But now, Su Haoming realizes that he is like a joke. The family was broken, his girlfriend was cheating on him, and even his job was about to be lost. Thinking that after he lost his job, he wouldn't even be able to get the money to renew his sister's life. A feeling of despair arose in Su Haoming's heart for the first time. He was really going to lose everything. Endless indignation began to burn in Su Haoming's heart. Why was this world so unfair? Giving everything to himself and then taking everything away from him. He raged. He hated. He was unwilling. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Su Haoming looked up to the sky and let out another roar. Right at this moment, it was as if something was activated in Su Haoming's mind, and a voice that didn't belong to him suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's conditions are qualified. The invincible takeout system is on. Ding! The system has successfully bound host Su Haoming. The system comes with a newbie gift pack. Ding! The rookie mission has been opened. Completing the mission, the host can obtain a bonus of 10 million yuan and 50 points of evolutionary value. Do you accept the mission? The prompting sounds that came one after another made Su Haoming finally come back to his senses. He got up and looked around, finally determining that the sound came from inside his own head. He had actually activated the system himself, and there was a $10 million bonus for just a novice mission. Su Haoming's heart was beating wildly. If this was true, there was hope for his sister's illness. In order to prove that it wasn't his hallucination, Su Haoming hurriedly mumbled in his mind. What is evolution value? Evolutionary value is the main reward after completing a mission, and its main function is to strengthen the host's body as well as gain skills. The system's voice immediately replied. After receiving that voice's reply, Su Haoming was finally sure that he wasn't dreaming. What strengthens the body and what acquires skills was not important to Su Haoming. That $10 million bonus was what he needed the most right now. With the money, his sister would be saved. Accept the mission immediately. Su Haoming immediately said back without thinking. Ding! Mission accepted successfully. Please deliver the takeout box in the takeout box to Villa 405 in the Marina District within the time limit. Mission time limit 30 minutes. The voice had just ended when Su Haoming suddenly felt that the takeout box he was carrying behind his back seemed to have gotten a bit heavier. Su Haoming hurriedly took off the shoulder strap and opened it, and in the box that should have been empty, there was actually a takeaway lying inside. Seeing this, Su Haoming immediately backed up the takeout box and hurried downstairs without saying a word. Su Haoming is aware of the Marina District, one of the richest villa areas in Qunan City, and the distance from where he is about half an hour away, so he doesn't have time to waste. Time is urgent. Su Haoming didn't want to delay, and immediately ran towards the parking space. Chapter 2, Super Benefits. Having only just sat on his own little electric donkey, the sound of a system prompt rang in Su Haoming's head again. Ding! System prompt. The host still has a newbie gift package unopened. Is it opened? Since money was more important to Su Haoming than anything else at the moment, when he heard that there was a bonus, he forgot about it in his excitement. Although he didn't know what was in the novice gift pack, he thought it couldn't possibly be bad, so Su Haoming still replied, "Open." With a thought, a space in a translucent state immediately appeared in front of Su Haoming's eyes, like a backpack bar in a game, and inside lay a yellow jacket similar to the one he was wearing. With Su Haoming's gaze, the yellow jacket even appeared in the attribute bar, yellow robe battlesuit, fireproof, bulletproof and anti-burglary. It is a necessary artifact for home travel. The owner's charm is increased by 200, and the force value is increased by 200. With the skill Yellow Robe Plus, all the owner's attributes are increased by double within 1 minute after using it, and it can be used once a day. There's actually equipment? The corner of Su Haoming's mouth involuntarily twitched, but without the slightest hesitation, he chose to equip the yellow robe battle dress. Equip the yellow robe battlesuit. Su Haoming recited silently in his heart. Immediately, a faint golden light flashed around Su Haoming, and although it seemed like there wasn't much of a change in appearance, Su Haoming felt that his body was filled with an unprecedented amount of strength. Just as Su Haoming was still immersed in this feeling, the system's beep once again sounded in his mind. Ding! System prompt. There are still 25 minutes left before the time limit for mission completion. Please ask the host to reasonably allocate the time for the mission. It was only then that Su Haoming remembered the main event, and he hastily started the small electric donkey and dashed out with a dab. Thanks to the excellent genes passed down from his family, Su Haoming's appearance was quite handsome and outstanding, and in the past, he was often accosted by some girls on his own initiative, and at this time, with his charisma doubled, even when he was riding a small electric donkey, he was still the most beautiful boy on this entire street. Look, that delivery boy is so handsome. Aha, is he in an idol drama? How can someone riding an electric bike be so handsome? Sprinting along, Su Haoming heard the screams coming from behind him from time to time and couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. The effect of this yellow robe battlesuit was even more impressive than he had imagined. Quickly shoot it down. I want to go online and humanize all of his information. I want to adopt him. An excited shout came from somewhere, causing Su Haoming to almost fall to the ground with a shaky hand. It was a pity that he was in a hurry to deliver the takeout now. Otherwise Su Haoming kind of wanted to turn back and look for the girl who said she wanted to adopt him. Of course, it doesn't matter if Su Haoming is a foster or not. The main thing is that he appreciates this kind of girl who has the courage to yell in the street. So the price of the foster is good to discuss. Luck is not bad. All the way over Su Haoming did not encounter traffic jams. Even the traffic lights are almost all the way green. Therefore, it took less than 20 minutes for Su Haoming to arrive at the coastal neighborhood requested by the system. Because he had delivered a few takeaways here before, Su Haoming still understood the marina neighborhood, and in no time he found the Villa 405 mentioned in the mission. Thinking that he was about to get a $10 million bonus, Su Haoming's hands trembled with excitement. He finally had the money to cure his sister's illness. Standing outside the villa's main door, Su Haoming pressed the doorbell, but in a moment, a somewhat cautious-sounding female voice came out from the doorbell's transmitter. Who is it? Hello, I'm the Hungry Tuan's takeout clerk. Your takeout has arrived. Please come out and take it. Su Haoming hurriedly replied. That's good. Just wait a moment. After saying that, the female voice would hang up the phone. But a moment later, the door of the villa opened, and a man and a woman walked out from the villa. The man was wearing an undershirt, burly figure holding the undershirt up solidly. The girl is quite beautiful. Early 20s appearance. Height of about 1.7 m appearance. Standard model height. In addition to the online those excessive picture of the beauty of the photo. In reality Su Haoming rarely sees such a beautiful woman, so could not help but look at two more eyes. At the same time, Su Haoming also wondered in his heart, took takeout as far as out two people? Su Haoming didn't think too much about it. After the two opened the gate, Su Haoming handed the takeout up. Hello, your takeout. Remember to give a favorable comment. Thank you takeaway boy. The weather is quite hot. Being out in the sun may pose a risk of heatstroke. After receiving the takeout, the girl rushed at Su Haoming and reluctantly smiled, like a hard-squeezed smile. It's fine. I'm used to it. You two are quite in love. Taking a takeaway together. Su Haoming joked. The girl looked at the man beside her and whispered. He said he was afraid that I would run away with someone else's man. To keep a close eye on me. Big brother, I think you're doing the right thing. The wife or have to watch tightly good. My ex-girlfriend just because I am too assured. Let her run away with someone else. Su Haoming laughed bitterly. Just though his mouth said so, Su Haoming's heart detected something strange. This girl's words seemed to imply something to himself. The man didn't answer, but glared at Su Haoming, and said in a low voice, nonsense so much, hurry up and go after the delivery, and then I'll give you a bad review. Su Haoming's heart instantly determined his own idea. To take takeaway or to come out to a company, but also so anxious to drive themselves away. This man must have a problem. Only Su Haoming didn't show it, and pretended to be afraid to put away his smile and said with a panicked look, Big brother, don't ever. I'll leave right away. I wish you two a happy meal. Remember to give a favorable review. After saying that, Su Haoming immediately turned around and mounted a small donkey, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Chu Manya saw that the takeaway boy actually left so dryly, and immediately there was a feeling of coldness in his heart. He had already hinted so obviously, but he didn't even see the clues? Don't look. Hurry back. If you don't get the $3 million together today, this takeaway will be the last meal of your life. The man's dagger that had been pressed against Chu Menya's back was slightly harder, and his mouth also threatened at the same time. Chu Menya had no choice but to grab the plastic bag of takeout with both hands, and walked back towards the villa with great reluctance. At the same time, Su Haoming's small electric donkey didn't drive far, and after a small circle, it turned back and parked at the back door of Villa 405. In the villa, two burly men also wearing undershirts were sitting in the living room playing poker. Seeing the two return, one of the bald men vocalized and asked, Lao-san, what's the situation? It's not a cop, it's indeed a delivery guy. As soon as I said I gave a bad review, he immediately slipped away. The man called Lao-san replied, That's right, this cell phone is still in our hands. How can we call the police? The bald man muttered in a low voice. Chu Manya was desperate in her heart at this time. Her legs were soft and almost sat on the ground. He just got up not long ago. The family did not know where to come out 3 uninvited guests. An opening is to ask yourself to give 3 million in cash. Even if you really have the money, it is not possible to get out so much cash at once. Thinking of here, Chu Manya mouth trembling said, 3 big brother. I really cannot get out of so much money for a moment. Give me some time to let me think of ways to get together some money, can it? The bald head skimmed his mouth and said, Live in such a good place. 3 million are not. Who are you fooling? Give you half an hour. Hurry to get the money. After taking the money we will leave. If not you will finish your meal and be on your way. At those words, Chu Manya's face turned pale, and she couldn't even speak at once. Boss, don't be in a hurry. Such a pretty girl. How unfortunate to kill her without having a good time first. The other inch-headed man said with a smile. Whatever. I only want money now anyway. The bald man covered the poker on the table and said blandly. Okay, grin. Don't worry, little pussy. I'll go pee first and come back to make you feel good again. The inch-headed man licked his lips and looked greedily at Chu Manya, followed by slapping the poker on the table before walking towards the location of the toilet. Chu Manya's heart was terrified and full of despair. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of torture she would be subjected to next. However, the inch-haired man had only just walked into the toilet not long before a miserable scream came from the toilet. Big brother Bald and Old 3 were immediately alerted. Old 3, you watch her and don't let her run away. I'll go over and see what's going on. Saying that, the bald elder brother picked up the dagger on the table and slowly walked towards the toilet wanting to see what was happening. In less than a few seconds of work, another scream came out from the toilet. Realizing that something was wrong, Lao-san immediately pulled over Chu Manya, placed the dagger against her white neck, and rushed to the toilet's location and shouted, Who is it? Get your ass out here right now, or I'll kill this woman. Just as Lao-san's words fell, a man dressed in yellow walked out of the toilet with a faint smile on his face. The moment she saw this man, Chu Moya felt her heart beating furiously. Wasn't this the delivery boy who had just given himself a takeaway? I advise you to hurry up and put the knife down, otherwise the consequences will be serious. The expression on Su Haoming's face was calm and unhurried, but his heart was nervous. Although this was the first time he had encountered this kind of thing, he knew deep down that he mustn't let the other party know that he was nervous, or else he would be the one to lose. Release your mom's release. If you still want this woman to live, crouch down right now with your hands on your head and lean against the corner and don't move. Otherwise I'll kill this woman. Lao-san also recognized Su Haoming and immediately rushed at him to threaten. Of course, Su Haoming knew what the gangster in front of him wanted to do. He glanced at Chu Manya, and countless solutions flashed through his mind. but the final result was that the beautiful girl would most likely perish. Su Haoming's heart couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, this money isn't that good. At this time, Su Haoming suddenly noticed the yellow robe and battle dress on his body. Okay, 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 okay. Don't you hurt her. Su Haoming pretended to answer with his mouth full while holding his head and crouching in a corner position. Seeing this, Lao San immediately pushed Chu Manya away, raised his dagger and charged towards Su Haoming. But what Lao San didn't expect was that in the blink of an eye, Su Haoming had already turned around and grabbed his hand, while smashing his throat with a fist. What kind of speed is this? Is this still a human being? The oldest three didn't have time to be too surprised, but instantly felt his eyes go black, and after a mouthful of blood was sprayed out, he fainted to death. Is there anyone else? Su Haoming asked as he picked up the dagger on the ground and looked around vigilantly. At the same time, Su Haoming's heart also sighed with a sigh of relief. The moment he heard the footsteps, he immediately activated the skill attached to the yellow robe battlesuit, allowing his force value to double once again, equaling 4 times that of a normal person, which completed the desperate counterattack. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the person lying on the ground right now would be himself. No, no more, Chu Manya said in a daze. At the same time, a sense of happiness after the robbery made her vision blur. Without saying anything, she immediately rushed up and hugged Su Haoming and cried out. At the same time, a system beep suddenly sounded in Su Haoming's mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing your novice quest. The reward will be arriving soon, and due to your perfect completion of the task in favor with the client, the task was overcompleted, and the system rewards will also be doubled. Overcompleting the mission could actually get doubled rewards? That is to say that himself would get a bonus of $20 million. This made Su Haoming, who was still worried about his sister's condition a second ago, so excited that he almost vertigoed at this moment. Chapter 3, Double the Reward. After crying for a few minutes, Chu Manya's mood gradually calmed down, and only then did she realize that she was hanging on Su Haoming's body. This was the first time Chu Manya had been so intimate with a man, and at that moment, as if she were a frightened deer, she hastily broke free from Su Haoming's arms. Thank you for coming to save me. I thought you couldn't hear me asking for help. Chu Moya lowered her head and said. At this moment, her small face that was swollen red from excitement was quite adorable. I wouldn't do anything right away even if I heard it. Who knows what the hell is going on? So I could only spare around and sneak in through the back door to spy on the situation. Just don't blame me for trespassing, Su Haoming said with a snicker. Chu Moya shook her head. Of course not. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even know what I would be doing to them right now. So how could I possibly blame you? That's good. I also called the police just now, by the way. The police uncle should be arriving soon. They won't be able to wake up for a while. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Saying that, Su Haoming got up and intended to leave, because at this time, he heard a voice coming from his mind. Ding! The mission rewards have arrived. Please check in time for the host. Seeing this, Chu Manya hastily pulled Su Haoming's hand. Pursing her lips pitifully, she said, Don't go. I'm afraid. Su Haoming's heart trembled. Chu Manya's expression at this time made all men unable to refuse the choo-choo-choo, but he who had just lost his love was touched by the wound, and subconsciously pulled away Chu Manya's hand. I still have to rush to deliver the takeaway, and I'll be fired if I'm delayed. You're a takeaway clerk for Hungry Group, right? Chu Manya, still undeterred, stared at Su Haoming's yellow-robed battlesuit and asked, Yeah, what's the problem? Su Haoming nodded his head and asked rhetorically, Then you'll accompany me, and I'll make sure you won't get fired, Chu Moya said with conviction. Really? Su Haoming was skeptical, only that the current him was no longer indifferent to this delivery job either. Now that Su Haoming had a takeaway system, where else would he need to look at other people's faces to work? Really? I know the general manager of your Hungry Group company. Chu Manya nodded seriously. So stay and accompany me for a while, okay? Looking at Chu Manya's Me Too expression, Su Haoming suddenly remembered his seriously ill sister at home, and his heart eventually softened. Thinking carefully, it was indeed true. Leaving a girl in a house where there were still 3 thugs, even if all 3 thugs were already unconscious, it would still make her scared. Alright then, I'll stay with you for a little while longer. I'll leave when the police uncle comes later. Su Haoming finally nodded his head and agreed. A promise is a promise. My name is Chu Manya. Thank you again for saving me. Chu Manya smiled at Su Haoming with a red face, and unlike the forced smile when they first met, Su Haoming could see that she was really happy at this time. Su Haoming returned a smile, while muttering in his heart as if he had heard this name here before. Chu Manya was the same. Hearing the name Su Haoming, she vaguely felt that she had heard it somewhere, and after slightly recalling it, she couldn't help but ask, Su Haoming? Isn't it the Su family of Chiohai City? Before Chu Moya finished her words, she suddenly heard a siren coming from outside. After Su Haoming heard this sound, he immediately stood up as if he had been electrocuted. The police uncle is here. I'll leave first. By the way, I risked so much to save you, so please remember to give a favorable review, the kind with full stars. Saying that, Su Haoming hurriedly walked out of the villa. Chu Mengya froze for a while before coming back to her senses, and she, who had only just been attracted by Su Haoming, inexplicably became angry in her heart and couldn't help but stomp her feet. How many men want to be alone in a room with themselves have no opportunity? Their own initiative to let him stay he was not even willing. Stinking man, saving yourself is marvelous. However, recalling just Su Haoming a move to control the enemy to save themselves from the hands of criminals, Chu Mengya's heart still has a kind of never-before-seen throbbing. What Chu Monya thinks Su Haoming naturally does not know. He is not unwilling to stay with Chu Monya for a while longer, only that he now cares more about the system rewards. After all, it was about the life and death of his sister, who was his only relative now, and he didn't want to lose anymore. After explaining the situation to the police outside the door and briefly making a statement, Su Haoming flew back to his small donkey parked by the side of the road and took out the cell phone he had tucked away in the storage bin. Tapping the screen, Su Haoming saw a message. Daihatsu Bank, the account received a transfer at 14:31 p.m. on June 13th, amounting to 20 renminbi, 000, with an account balance of 200 renminbi, 01513.85. Seeing this long string of numbers, Su Haoming finally couldn't help but scream out in excitement. He was rich. At this time, the semi-transparent panel also suddenly surfaced in front of Su Haoming, and a message was displayed. System prompt. Host currently has 100 evolutionary value. Is it to be used? What is the role of the evolution value? Su Haoming asked. The evolution value is used to evolve the host's level, evolve the host's equipment, and the lucky draw. The prompt answered in Su Haoming's mind. Leveling up requires 100 points of evolution value. Evolving equipment requires 50 points of evolution value and doubles the amount of evolution value required after each evolution, and every 20 points of evolution value can be converted into 1 point of attribute. Upgrading to the next level required using up all of the evolution value? Then what was the reward after upgrading? Without waiting for Su Haoming to ask, the system gave the answer on its own. After upgrading, the host will receive 5 points of attribute value for the host to freely distribute. It's not much different from transforming into attribute values alone, right? That would be unnecessary. Wouldn't evolving one's yellow robe and battlesuit smell better? It was only that Su Haoming only had one piece of equipment right now, and if the attribute points were doubled, it would take 150 points of evolution value to go up 2 levels, and right now, he didn't have enough evolution value, so the rest could only be used on attribute points. So Su Haoming asked again, then what is the attribute value? The host's current attribute values are, force value of 26, wisdom value of 20, agility value of 20, and charisma value of 24. The system suggests that the average value of human attributes is 10. These attribute values didn't sound too difficult to understand, and Su Haoming also understood that the reason why his attribute value was more than twice as high as the average value was because of the yellow robe battlesuit. Thus this made Su Haoming even more determined to evolve the yellow robe warsuit. Evolve the yellow robe battlesuit once, and the force value and charisma value will each increase by 1 point. In the end, Su Haoming made a decision. There was no need to say more about the force value. It was naturally an essential option. As for charisma, after experiencing an incident where a street full of young girls screamed loudly because of him, Su Haoming felt that this attribute was quite useful, or at least quite comforting in his heart. Ding! Yellow robe battlesuit upgraded successfully. Quality evolved from novice to normal. Then the system automatically gave out the data of the yellow robe battlesuit. Yellow robe battlesuit. Fireproof, bulletproof, and anti-theft. It is a must-have artifact for home travel. The possessor's charisma is increased by 200%, and the force value is increased by 200%. With the skill yellow robe, the owner's attributes will be doubled within a minute after use, and can be used once every 12 hours. That's it? Su Haoming couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. Originally thinking that the percentage of charm and force boost would increase, he didn't expect that it would only increase the number of times the skill could be used, and it wasn't even continuous. Upgrading it to be able to use it for 2 minutes at a time would be good. However, since it had already been upgraded, there was no need for Su Haoming to regret it. It was better than nothing. And anyway, the attributes of the yellow robe battlesuit itself were pretty unbelievable. Attribute point allocation successful. Host's current attribute values are, force value 28, wisdom value 20, agility value 20, charm value 26. Su Haoming froze for a moment, and his heart became excited after he reacted. There were some attributes that only added 1 point on the surface, but behind the scenes they actually added 2 points. The attributes of this yellow-robed battlesuit were inevitably too heaven-defying. Ding! Due to the perfect completion of the novice mission, the system triggered an additional mission, and the mission reward is Su Chaoyang's share heritage worth 100 million yuan, 20 points of evolution value, and 30 points of experience value. Do you accept, Su Chaoyang? Su Haoming was then startled when he heard this name. Wasn't this his uncle's name? Su Haoming also remembered that this uncle of his had been arranged to come to Qunan City a few years ago to develop the market for the family, and after that, he also had a conflict with the family because of this, and finally cut off contact completely. I didn't expect this uncle of his to make a good living in Qunan City. Just hearing the word inheritance, Su Haoming also roughly understood the current situation of his uncle. Accepted, Su Haoming immediately replied. He didn't have a reason to refuse. After all, this was $100 million worth of shares. Ding! Accepted successfully. Mission content, deliver a pancake fruit from Zhangji Gourmet Shop to room E502. Building 5. Century Garden District. Mission time limit 1 hour. Special task requirement. The customer gives a favorable review, otherwise the task fails. Okay, move immediately. Su Haoming didn't dare to be slow after his experience and rushed out with a twist of the throttle. Ding! System prompt. Currently there are 10 points of evolution value remaining. It can evolve the host's food delivery mount. Is it evolved? It's also possible to evolve equipment other than the system delivery, and it only requires 10 points of evolution value? That's a good sentiment. Evolve. Su Haoming replied without bringing hesitation. Ding! Evolution successful. With the sound, Su Haoming suddenly realized that his little electric donkey was flickering with a faint golden light, but in the blink of an eye, Su Haoming's originally worn-out second-hand electric donkey had become brand new. Although it wasn't as heaven-defying a change as Su Haoming had imagined, it was still quite satisfactory for Su Haoming. After all, this was tantamount to getting himself a new car, which saved a lot of money. Thinking this in his heart, Su Haoming twisted the throttle of the small electric donkey as usual, intending to start it up quickly. What Su Haoming didn't expect was that the little e-donkey unexpectedly swished out. This made Su Haoming so scared that he almost overturned the car. Where was the speed of the small broken e-donkey that he had been riding for half a year? It was simply a Ferrari disguised as an electric donkey. On the road, a brand new Civic was traveling. The owner proudly bragged to the student girl on the passenger seat. My car is equipped with the latest technology in the world. Don't look at just a sedan, but the performance is even stronger than a coupe supercar. Really? The student girl on the passenger seat curiously turned her head and asked. Of course, Civic is #1 in the world, the car owner said proudly. In that case, wouldn't that electric car be more powerful than an airplane? The student girl tilted her head and muttered. The Civic owner froze for a moment, and then he saw an electric car overtake his car like a bolt of lightning, and then it disappeared in a puff of smoke. The faith in the Civic owner's heart instantly collapsed. Chapter 4, The Skill to Amaze. After being evolved by the system, the performance of Su Haoming's little electric donkey could simply be described as a monster. Only that there were more speed-restricted sections in the city, so Su Haoming only had to keep a slightly lower profile, controlling the speed of the car to be about the same as a normal electric car. However, Su Haoming still took only half an hour to arrive at the store to pick up the food and deliver it to the destination. Ding dong! With the takeout in his hand, Su Haoming whistled comfortably and rang the doorbell of room 502. At this time, he felt that he was full of energy, and it wasn't bragging. This kind of takeout he could deliver for a year without eating or drinking. Wait, it's coming! A euphonious voice soon came out from the house. It didn't take long for the door of the room to open as well. Hello, your takeout has arrived. Su Haoming smiled as he lifted the bag in his hand and handed it to the person who opened the door. However, after seeing the person who opened the door, Su Haoming froze. It was another very pretty girl, in her early 20s. Her face was only lightly made up, but her skin was fair and flawless, and her features were impeccably perfect, especially that pair of big watery eyes, as if the Milky Way was generally covered in stars, bright and shining. You're Zhao Cece, Su Haoming called out excitedly as he came back to his senses. The pretty girl who opened the door blinked after receiving the takeout and asked curiously back. You know me? Of course I know you. Tiger Shark Platform's super popular anchor. People sell their meat and you sell your art. I especially like you, and I've also brushed you with a $6 gift, Su Haoming said excitedly. The only webcast fan license he has ever run, which is Zhao Cece's, is because she is not only pretty, but she is also a good-looking person. Because Zhao Cece was not only beautiful, but also had numerous talents. She wouldn't show her hidden parts intentionally or unintentionally like other anchors, much less take the initiative to let her fans brush gifts for her. It's simply one of the few clear streams in the live broadcasting world. Hearing that this delivery boy was a fan of hers, The curious Zhao Cece couldn't help but take a couple more looks at him. For some unknown reason, after taking a closer look, Zhao Cece was attracted by the smile on Su Haoming's face, and for a moment, she actually looked dumbfounded. Seeing that Zhao Cece was staring at herself without reacting, Su Haoming immediately realized that his charm value seemed to be too high right now, attracting even such a big star of the internet, so it looked like he should not order any more after that, or else he might have to cause a riot when he went out. Having been stared at by Zhao Cece like this, Su Haoming was also a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and asking in a small voice, "Cece, are you alright? Is there something on my face?" Zhao Cece, who was called back to her senses by Su Haoming's voice, hurriedly shook her head with a red face. Not, just suddenly remembered something, but then again, it's rare to have a fan on your doorstep. It seems a bit of a pity to just leave. How about you perform a talent for me? This isn't quite appropriate, is it? Su Haoming said with difficulty. I'm still the first time to invite a boy into my room. You're not happy yet? No way. You said I'm so grumpy. If you don't show me a talent, I'll give you a bad review. Zhao Cece pretended to be angry and said. Hearing that the other party was going to give himself a bad review, Su Haoming knew that Zhao Cece was deliberately speaking in anger, but still hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, knowing that this was an evaluation worth $100 million, and that he wouldn't dare to be careless. Don't. I'll listen to you, alright? Saying this, Su Haoming happened to see a piano in the room. Growing up receiving higher education from his family, he was not good at anything else, but he still knew how to play the piano. Is it okay to play the piano? Su Haoming asked. Hearing Su Haoming say this, Zhao Cece's beautiful eyes brightened a few more points. You can play the piano? That's great. Come inside and have a piece. With that, Zhao Cece ran into the house first, while Su Haoming followed behind her. Fellow viewers, do you say coincidence? I just ordered a takeaway, and it just so happens that the delivery boy is also a fan of mine, so I'm specially inviting my little brother to come in and perform a piece of talent for you all. Pop-ups, brush up, you're welcome. Zhao Cece rushed to the computer in the living room and said, Are you broadcasting live right now? Su Haoming was a bit flustered when he heard Zhao Cece say this. After all, Zhao Cece was a big netizen with millions of fans. More not to mention that a live broadcast with tens of thousands of people watching was rare, and he himself was now going to play the piano in front of tens of thousands of people, which was a bit less than nice to say. Hurry up, or give a bad review. Zhao Cece turned back and pouted at Su Haoming. His soft underbelly was being pinched by someone, so even if Su Haoming was reluctant, he still walked to the piano chair and sat down, trying to hit the keys a few times. Su Haoming quickly found the feeling and began to close his eyes and play a tune that was not too difficult, but familiar to Alice. The tune had just begun to play. Zhao Cece had already frozen. She boasted that she played the piano very well. Obviously it was the same piano and pressed the same keys, but she felt that she couldn't play with this kind of feeling of Su Haoming's. For a moment she forgot to talk to the live broadcast, but she didn't realize that it was not the same. For a moment she forgot to interact with the live broadcast audience. The whole person is drunk and infatuated, and the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was even more explosive at this time. There's a saying, although it's tempting to spray, but this brother plays really well. Brother Meng, I'm sour. I've also learned the piano. How do I feel that it doesn't play out quite the same? Did I not grow hands? This little brother is so handsome. Ozil, how is this a takeaway boy? This elegant demeanor is clearly a fallen prince. CC, can you help me get contact information from him? I want to marry him now. Su Haoming, who was immersed in his playing at this moment, did not realize that he had unintentionally caused a huge uproar on the internet. Soon, a piano piece came to an end. When Su Haoming opened his eyes, he saw Zhao Cece looking at herself blankly, not speaking for half a day. This made Su Haoming nervous again in his heart. Could it be that he played too hard? Cece? Su Haoming's hand waved in front of Zhao Cece and called out tentatively. Only then did Zhao Cece come back to her senses, and a faint blush surfaced on her originally fair, snow-like face, which was beautiful to look at. I'm sorry, you play the piano so well, I've just been mesmerized by it. Zhao Cece lowered her head and didn't dare to meet Su Haoming's eyes, muttering in a low voice. Hearing Zhao Cece say this, Su Haoming was relieved. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself, so I'll make a fool of myself, but since you think it's not bad, remember to give me a favorable review. Su Haoming said with a smile. A favorable review can certainly be given, but I have a condition. After Zhao Cece settled down, she blinked her big beautiful eyes and said, There's a condition? Su Haoming couldn't help but wail. I want to add your WeChat. Zhao Cece ignored Su Haoming's expression and immediately said. Hearing this condition from Zhao Cece, Su Haoming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He had once seen in Zhao Cece's live broadcasting room that someone had swiped gifts worth more than 100,000 yuan for Zhao Cece, only wanting Zhao Cece's WeChat. But Zhao Cece had simply ignored that person. This internet idol of her own, who didn't care about money, was now actually taking the initiative to add her WeChat. Happiness had come too suddenly. Chapter 5 Huge Inheritance. For a request like Zhao Cici's, but anyone with the ability to think had no reason to refuse. Su Haoming of course begged for it, and very simply took out his cell phone, and after a flurry of operations, successfully added Zhao Cici's WeChat friend. Can you give me a favorable review now? Su Haoming asked with a bitter smile after putting away his cell phone. No problem. Zhao Cici nodded in satisfaction after putting away her cell phone. Right at this moment, the system beep that had grown familiar in Su Haoming's mind rang out. Ding! Congratulations on completing the additional task. The system reward will arrive soon. Please wait patiently. It's done. Su Haoming almost jumped up in excitement. Shares worth $100 million had arrived. Thank you. I have other takeaways to deliver, so I won't bother you anymore. Enjoy your meal. Saying that, Su Haoming didn't wait for Zhao Cici to see her off, so he dashed out of the house himself. Although Su Haoming did like Zhao Cici very much, for him right now, being able to get the system reward was undoubtedly a more important thing. By the time Zhao Cici reacted, Su Haoming had already disappeared. She was angry and ridiculous in her heart. Was the delivery really in such a hurry? Even with their own stay a little longer or not willing to still? How many people want this kind of treatment are not it? Just looking at the cell phone WeChat newly added contacts, Zhao Cici's face appeared a hint of unprecedented little witch-like smile. The contact information is in their hands. See where you then run. Hurriedly descending the stairs, Su Haoming had only just sat on his mount when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. At the same time, the system beep in his mind sounded once again. Ding! The system rewards have arrived. Please check in time for the host. Su Haoming instantly guessed what was going on and hurriedly picked up his cell phone to answer the call. Hello, is this Mr. Su Haoming Su? A nice female voice on the other end of the phone entered Su Haoming's ears. It's me. May I ask if you are? My name is Meng. I'm Mr. Su Chaoyang's secretary, and I'm sorry to inform you that your uncle Su Chaoyang passed away last month due to illness. This result was not out of Su Haoming's expectation. Just hearing that another one of his relatives had passed away, Su Haoming's heart still couldn't help but fall forlorn for a few moments. So parting in life and death is a common human condition. Please express your condolences. Secretary Meng heard Su Haoming's loss and hastened to comfort him. Well, I've experienced a lot during this time, and I've looked away, Su Haoming said with a self-deprecating smile. Secretary Meng, however, didn't understand Su Haoming's meaning, and she didn't look deeper into it because she had other things to look for in Su Haoming. I'm looking for you today. Besides telling you about this matter, there's one more thing I want to tell you, so please don't get too excited when you hear it. It's fine, go ahead. Su Haoming, who already knew the outcome, said dryly, your uncle, Mr. Su Chaoyang, was unmarried during his lifetime, so according to his will, apart from part of his estate being donated to charity, the remainder will be inherited by you. Currently, Mr. Su Chaoyang's assets have been settled, and aside from the portion donated, attributed to your name are 20 million yuan in cash as well as shares of Hungry Group Takeout Group worth 100 million yuan. The cash has already been remitted to your account an hour ago. As for the shares, you need to personally go to the Hungry Group headquarters to sign and complete the transfer of shares. May I ask if you are free now? With these words from Secretary Meng, Su Haoming's heart was startled. Previously, Su Haoming's heart was still vaguely worried about the origin of the $20 million, fearing that when the time came, he would be told that the money's origin was unknown and would be frozen. Now, after hearing Secretary Meng say this, his heart was relieved, and at the same time, he had some doubts in his heart. Whether this system's reward was a coincidence or predestined? Such doubts didn't last long, because the yellow-robed battlesuit Su Haoming was now wearing as well as his just-evolved mount, the little electric donkey, couldn't possibly be explained by coincidence. His current self was the one who possessed a heaven-defying divine takeout system. At the same time, what made Su Haoming find it interesting was that he had gotten shares of the Hungry Tuan Group, and the change in identity from a takeaway clerk to a shareholder of the group all of a sudden made Su Haoming's heart feel a little excited. Of course I'm free. I'll go over right now, Su Haoming immediately promised. Alright, then we'll get in touch when you arrive. Secretary Meng also didn't talk nonsense, and hung up the phone after saying what needed to be said. Hanging up the phone and looking at his sister's picture on his cell phone screensaver, Su Haoming smiled fondly. Now, he finally had the ability to protect his only relative. Not only that, with this divine takeout system, he would definitely be able to take revenge on those who victimized his family one day. In less than an hour's time, Su Haoming arrived at the Hungry Group headquarters. After parking his car, Su Haoming took out his cell phone and dialed Secretary Meng while walking towards the company building. Hello Mr. Su, have you arrived already? Secretary Meng asked herself immediately after she picked up the phone without waiting for Su Haoming to speak. I'm downstairs, please wait a moment, I'll go down to fetch you up. After saying that, Secretary Meng hung up the phone. For such a competent and no-nonsense work attitude, Su Haoming was quite fond of it, only that he didn't know how she looked like. Of course, while thinking about it, Su Haoming didn't have any further thoughts. After all, he had just fallen out of love, and the scars in his heart couldn't be healed so quickly. As soon as he thought of his lost love, Zhao Shi's face unconsciously appeared in Su Haoming's mind. Only at this time, Su Haoming no longer had the slightest attachment to Zhao Shi. Instead, he was eager to see what kind of expression that mercenary gold-digging woman would have after knowing that she had inherited a large sum of inheritance. As the saying goes, a narrow road between wrongdoers. This idea was just born not long ago, when suddenly a voice that made Su Haoming recoil at the sound of it came into his ears. Su Haoming, you still have the ing face to come to our company? Su Haoming looked up, his eyes instantly flashed with a cold aura, the corners of his mouth slowly raising afterward. Walking towards him head-on were none other than Lin Fujin and Zhao Shi, whom he had been chanting about. What do you mean by your company? You think this is run by your family? Su Haoming smiled coldly and choked back. Lin Fujin originally intended to come to the company to deal with Su Haoming, did not expect to just get out of the car and bump into the main man. Remembering the kick Su Haoming just gave himself, Lin Fujin could not help but bite his teeth and laughed. Indeed, it's not my family's company, but I'll fire you with just one sentence. You're no longer a member of our company. Now get out of here right away. Don't give me the ing face to call the security guards. Security guards? Zhao Shi beside Lin Fujin also took the opportunity to embrace Lin Fujin's arm, looking at Su Haoming with cold and unfamiliar eyes. My husband won't bother about what happened just now with you. He's already very kind to you, so be sensible and hurry up and leave. Su Haoming opened his mouth, and before he could wait for him to speak, Lin Fujin continued. I know, you wanted to come to the company to find me to plead for mercy, right? It's fine to let me spare you. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times and I'll consider sparing you. Silly beep. Su Haoming spat out 2 words disdainfully, his gaze turning to the other side, not prepared to bother with these 2 self-conscious fellows. The smile on Lin Fujin's face froze, and then he immediately pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number, and yelled towards it. Immediately call the security team to the entrance of the company's building. There's someone messing around here. Chapter 6, I just asked. Suddenly receiving a phone call from the vice general manager, the security chief, Jiang Zhengyi, didn't dare to be slow, and took the remaining 5 security guards besides the doorman and rushed over towards the entrance of the company. Mr. Lin, what's the situation? As soon as Jiang Zhengyi saw Lin Fujin, a fawning smile immediately appeared on his face, nodding his head while handing Lin Fujin a cigarette. That kid has already been fired by me, still relies here and refuses to leave. You immediately throw that him out. If he dares to resist, break his arms and legs, Lin Fujin said as he took the cigarette and proudly pointed at Su Haoming. Jiang Zhengyi followed Lin Fujin's hand and saw Su Haoming, who was wearing overalls, and then walked towards Su Haoming with a cigarette in his mouth. Brother Kana, you dare to mess with our general manager Lin? You don't know what you're talking about? How do you know I messed with him? Su Haoming asked back with a faint smile. Jiang Zhengyi looked up and down with disdain and said, it's not you who messed with Mr. Lin. You're such a takeaway guy that you deserve to be fired by Mr. Lin himself? First of all, who messed with whom is clear in your own heart. Secondly, I didn't come here to find him. Also, even if I'm a delivery guy, are you qualified to talk to me like this? You a watchdog is no better than me. Su Haoming glanced at Jiang Zhengyi, then said disdainfully. Jiang Zhengyi, who was already a dog with a strong character, was instantly enraged by Su Haoming's insult, pointing at Su Haoming's nose and cursing. Do you have the guts to say that again? Believe it or not, I'll immediately waste you. Although he was currently unable to use the skills of the yellow robe battlesuit, Su Haoming's own force value was already close to 3 times that of a normal person, and to deal with such a few security guards who would come in from the back to mingle with the rest of the world, it was no big deal at all. You can try, Su Haoming said in a cold voice. This is what you said. When the time comes, don't beg for mercy from me like a dog. Brothers, get him. With a wave of Jiang Zhengyi's hand, the 5 security guards that followed surrounded Su Haoming with smiles on their faces and fists. What are you doing? Stop it right now. Right at this moment, a scolding voice came from behind Su Haoming, somewhat familiar, and he turned his head to see a sensible and beautiful woman in an old suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses walking over this way. Lin Fujin saw this woman, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. This is before a shareholder in the company's secretary Meng Ziwei. Only last month that shareholder has passed away. Meng Ziwei then became the president's secretary. Not only did not lose their jobs but also rose high. In short, this was not a character to be messed with. Secretary Meng, this kid came to the company to cause trouble. It's best for you to stay out of this matter. Just have the security guards kick him out, Lin Fujin said. Meng Ziwei glanced at Lin Fujin without replying, walked straight to Su Haoming's front and rushed to Su Haoming. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Su Haoming Su, right? Su Haoming nodded his head and smiled. It's me. I didn't expect Secretary Meng to not only have a good voice, but also a pretty face. For Su Haoming's polite words, Meng Ziwei didn't put it on her mind. She just returned Su Haoming's smile and continued. The contract is ready. Just follow me up to the legal department to sign and stamp it. Upon hearing this, Lin Fujin quickly asked, what contract are you going to sign with him? Secretary Meng? He's already been fired. I've already contacted the personnel department. You fired Mr. Su? Meng Ziwei finally glanced towards Lin Fujin at this time, a somewhat puzzled look in her eyes. Two different things. Don't bull asterisk with him. I don't have that much time to waste on him, Su Haoming said impatiently. He still wanted to sign the contract and rush to the hospital to change his sister's ward. Meng Ziwei retracted her gaze and nodded, resuming her dry look from earlier. Since you said so, let's not waste any more time. Let's go up now. Seeing that the two of them were about to leave, Lin Fujin became anxious and called out immediately without any further ado. Wait, as the deputy general manager of the company, I have the responsibility to stop any and all losses that the company may face. You must tell me exactly what contract you and he are going to sign, or else I am obligated to have the security guards stop him. You don't deserve to know yet, Su Haoming said without looking back. Do you believe me or not that I'll call the police right now and report you as a fraudster trying to come to our company to cheat us out of money? Lin Fujin roared angrily. Meng Ziwei, who had only walked out a few steps, stopped at the words and turned back to look at Lin Fujin coldly and said, Mr. Su Haoming, in accordance with the will of his uncle, Mr. Su Chaoyang, has obtained all of Mr. Su Chaoyang's shares in our company, and all of the contents are witnessed and guaranteed by lawyers, and the inheritance of the estate is in accordance with the laws and regulations. Reporting is complete. Deputy General Manager Lin, what did you say? Lin Fujin's eyes widened, his person instantly dumbfounded. Su Haoming also turned back, looking at Lin Fujin with a smile on his face and said, I'm one of your bosses now. Do you understand me when I say it like this? Saying that, Su Haoming squinted at Meng Ziwei and asked in a casual manner, by the way, Secretary Meng, this 100 million worth of shares under me shouldn't be considered as a minority shareholder in our group, right? You're joking. Our group isn't some big listed group. Your shares are enough to become the third shareholder of our group. Meng Ziwei quickly replied. Then if I want to fire a deputy general manager, do I have the qualifications to do so? Su Haoming glanced at Lin Fujin, his eyes meaningful. Meng Ziwei sensed that there seemed to be some contradiction between Su Haoming and Lin Fujin, but she still answered honestly. In order to fire the deputy general manager, you need to convene a directors meeting, and if you can get the chairman's support, then it should be a sure thing as well. Instantly, Lin Fujin's cold sweat slid down from his forehead. Some words were said that way on the surface, but in reality, the third largest shareholder really wanted to fire himself. He had no chance to struggle. I see, then it should be no problem for me to fire a security chief, right? Su Haoming's eyes turned to Zhang Justice again, and Zhang Justice, who just now had an unbeatable look on his face, was now pale, and even his feet had trembled. This is not a big problem. As the third largest shareholder, you still have this authority. Any other questions? Meng Ziwei nodded without hesitation and said, oh nothing, I'll just casually ask. Let's go. Su Haoming smiled lightly and glanced at Jiang Jingyi and Lin Fujin, before turning around and walking into the company's building with Meng Ziwei. As soon as Su Haoming left, Jiang Jingyi immediately rushed to Lin Fujin's face, trembling as he asked, Lin, what to do about this? I've offended someone's major shareholder because of you. You'll have to protect me if I'm really fired at that time. I'm going to have a hard time protecting myself and I'm still going to protect you? Get lost. Lin Fujin pushed Jiang Jingyi away with a black face and turned towards his parking space. Zhao Shi, on the other hand, stayed in place for a long time without moving, her eyes looking along the direction Su Haoming had left, but her head had already gone blank. Chapter 7, Brother and Sister Ties. Walking into the elevator room, Su Haoming saw that no one was around, so he finally got up the courage to ask Meng Ziwei, Secretary Meng, can I take the liberty of asking you a question? 27 years old, unmarried and single. Meng Ziwei turned her head towards Su Haoming and said with a smile. Su Haoming hastily shook his head and said, I don't mean that. I want to ask you why you know me. Obviously this is the first time we've met. The smile on Meng Ziwei's face gradually faded, and after a few seconds of silence, she sighed and said, actually, Mr. Su Chaoyang found out that you had joined our group a long time ago, but he was hesitant to recognize you because he felt that the Su family had already expelled him from the family in disguise when they didn't provide him with any resources and allowed him to go to a foreign land to fight on his own. So what happened to the Su family had nothing to do with him. Have nothing to do with it. Su Haoming nodded and didn't say anything. He also didn't understand why his grandfather did this in the first place. At the same time, Su Haoming also knew just how much this move had hurt this uncle of his, and it was no surprise that he was unwilling to recognize himself. After all, the Su family did apologize to him. Then, Meng Ziwei added, as for why he left part of his inheritance to you in the end, it's because he knows that you're the last of the Su family's only child, and hopes that you can use this to make the Su family rise again. He's a person who has never been so tongue-tied, saying that he's not a member of the Su family, but in the end, he still hasn't been able to put the Su family down after all. What kind of disease did he have? Uncle? Su Haoming couldn't help but ask. Amivaya syndrome. A very rare disease, but you should understand that this is the same kind of disease as what your sister had. In fact, Mr. Su Chaiyang had once visited your sister privately, but he didn't let your sister tell you about it. As for whether or not this disease is a disease inherited from your family, I don't know, Meng Ziwei said with a look of love. Su Haoming once again fell into silence, and was distraught. These half a year had come and gone, and the Su family had suffered one misfortune after another, and even his uncle who was far away from home had not been spared. There was no way this could be a coincidence. Just who was it that wanted to force his family into such a situation? Su Haoming still had no clue. Could he really find out the real culprit and avenge the entire Su family with the system he had just obtained? Su Haoming's heart had no bottom for a while. The unseen enemy was the most terrifying. In a trance, the ding of the elevator called Su Haoming back to his senses, and Su Haoming had to put these things aside for the time being. Dealing with the matter at hand first was more important. The contract was signed smoothly. According to the usual practice, originally Su Haoming took over his uncle's shares to become the third largest shareholder. The group should hold a board meeting to welcome his arrival, but because the chairman of the board of directors had something to do today, he couldn't come to the company, so he didn't hold a welcome meeting. Su Haoming was happy to be free. He was not good at dealing with these things, and he also wanted to hurry to the hospital to visit his sister. So after signing the contract and listening to Meng Ziwei's announcement of some precautions, he hurriedly left the company and rushed towards the Third People's Hospital where his sister was. Yusin, guess what delicious food my brother brought you today? Su Haoming smiled as he walked into the ward, carrying in his hands his sister Su Yusin's favorite food, roasted goose with rice. In the ward, a girl who was about 16 or 17 years old and whose face was still slightly tender was looking out the window, and after hearing her brother's voice, she immediately turned her head, a happy smile spreading on her pale face. Roasted goose with rice, Su Yusin replied without thinking. You little girl, this even made you guess. Your nose is too smart, isn't it? Seeing Su Yusin's smiling face, Su Haoming laughed along with her. Right now, his only motivation was his own sister, so seeing his sister happy, he couldn't help but follow suit. Once I take a look at my brother's appearance, I don't need to guess to know what my brother has brought me, Su Yusin generally said while receiving the lunchbox handed over by Su Haoming. Little wit, just like the roundworm in your brother's stomach, you know whatever your brother is thinking. Su Haoming nudged his sister's forehead and said dotingly, Hee, brother, you buy such a large portion of roast goose. I can't finish it alone. Why don't we eat it together? Su Yusin blinked her eyes and looked at her brother, saying with both happiness and heartache. She knew how difficult it was for her brother to earn money now. Such a meal was enough for her brother to run a bill for most of the day. If she ate it alone, she couldn't bear it in her heart. It's fine, you eat first, just leave the rest for your brother. Su Haoming waved his hand and said. Su Yusin nodded and didn't force herself, because she knew her brother's nature. When the time came, just leave a few more pieces of meat for him. Looking at Su Yusin wolfing down the rice, Su Haoming could not help but feel guilty in his heart. Originally his sister should be living like a princess, if she was jumping up and down because of a meal of roasted goose. Himself, as a brother, was really a failure. Yusin, will you blame brother? Su Haoming asked in a small but serious voice. Why would brother say that? Su Yusin asked back in disbelief. Brother is too useless. If brother was capable, you wouldn't have to be like this, living in the cheapest ward, and being so happy to even have a roast goose meal. Su Haoming said guiltily. Hearing Su Haoming say this, Su Yusin immediately put the lunchbox to one side, held Su Haoming's hand, and said with a serious look on her face, don't allow your brother to say this about himself. In the beginning, even if something happened at home, my brother could have successfully graduated and gone abroad for further studies, but in order to take care of me, my brother even gave up his studies, and ran around delivering takeaways every day. My brother has paid enough for me, and if this kind of brother is still useless, then no one in the world will be useful. After listening to his sister's words, a smile reappeared on Su Haoming's face. He couldn't help but reach out and touch Su Yusin's head, saying with a smile, Fool, you're my younger sister. it's only right to pay more for you. He. Brother is the best. Su Yusin smiled and hugged Su Haoming. Su Haoming's only motivation nowadays was Su Yusin, and why wouldn't Su Yusin be the same? For the sake of her brother. Even though she suffered from pain every day, Su Yusin had never given up the hope of living on. She believed that her brother would definitely think of a way to cure himself one day, so she could not give up. Just at this time, a sudden violent knock on the door ruined the cozy moment between the two siblings. Before the two could say yes, the door of the ward was pushed open, and an obese woman in a nurse's uniform walked in, and after seeing Su Yusin, she immediately pointed at her and cursed, "You vixen, get out of the hospital right now." Chapter 8, The Evil One. The uninvited guest that suddenly barged in caused Su Haoming to frown, while Su Yusin's face turned a few shades of white when she saw this female nurse. After this female nurse finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a center-parted head and glasses, looking very civilized, followed him into the ward to come and pulled the female nurse by the hand. "Forget it, wife, it's just a small matter, it's all in the past." "What do you mean all in the past? This little, dying is not even honest. Still dare to seduce my husband. If I don't kick her out today, I won't be called Fong Rupeeing." The female nurse pointed at Su Yusin with an angry face and scolded. Slap! A crisp slap echoed in the empty ward. Su Haoming turned around and raised his head in one fell swoop. In less than a blink of an eye, Fong Rupeeing straight away felt a fiery pain on her face. You dare to hit me?" Fong Rupeeing pointed at Su Haoming, her face even more swollen red with anger. "Humiliating my sister in front of me. What makes me not dare to hit you?" Su Haoming asked back in an icy tone. "Ro, you wait for me. I'll immediately let you know what it means to regret." Fong Rupeeing glared fiercely at Su Haoming, turned around and pushed her husband away before walking out of the hospital room. When Fong Rupeeing's husband saw the cold-faced Su Haoming, he didn't say a word and hurriedly followed his wife out of the ward. This sudden drama made the original cozy atmosphere disappear. Su Haoming returned to his sister's bedside and sat down, his head lowered without speaking. Su Yusin was startled by her brother's appearance, and hurriedly pulled her brother's hand, carefully saying, "Brother, don't believe her words. I didn't seduce her husband." "Fool, of course my brother knows what kind of person you are." Su Haoming lifted his head and smiled reluctantly at his sister. "But what happened? Can you not hide it from your brother?" Su Yusin pursed her lips and hesitated slightly before proceeding to tell what happened today. It turned out that the fat nurse Fong Rupeeing was the head nurse here just now, while her husband Gu Changle was the owner of a small company outside. Today at noon, Gu Changle came to find Fong Rupeeing, just when Fong Rupeeing was checking in Su Yusin's hospital room. Gu Changle into the hospital room to see Su Yusin. After taking advantage of the Fong Rupeeing have something to go away, Su Yusin began to language harassment. The company said that it could help Su Yuxin out of the medical expenses to help her get well, but he has a condition, that is, after Su Yuxin is well, to give him to do a small. Su Yuxin naturally will not agree to this inexplicable conditions. The last Gu Changle impatient, want to take advantage of the foreknown, on Su Yuxin hands. The good thing was that Su Yusin was quick on her feet and pressed the call bell, calling the head nurse back, which dodged a bullet. "I originally thought that this matter would just pass. I know that my brother is tired of running around every day, so I don't want to tell my brother about this matter for fear that my brother will be worried. Who would have thought that they would actually say this about me now?" After explaining the matter, Su Yusin deflated her mouth in aggravation, her pretty eyes slightly moist. After hearing what happened, Su Haoming's heart hated to immediately go and waste that Gu Changle. However, seeing his sister's pitiful appearance, he could only hold back for the time being. Reaching out and touching Su Yusin's head, Su Haoming squeezed out a smile and said, "Next time there is something the first time to tell my brother, no matter what my brother is doing, is the first time to put down to rush over. You're my only loved one. I'm not allowed to let you get hurt again. Understand?" Su Yusin wiped the tears in her eyes with her hand, nodded her head vigorously and said, "Got it." Without waiting for Su Haoming to continue with some comforting words, the door of the ward was kicked open, and two big, dark-skinned security guards followed Fong Rupeeing into the ward. "It's these two people. One seduced my husband, the other hit me with his hands. Completely two medical troublemakers. You guys throw them out right now." Fong Rupeeing pointed at the siblings in the hospital room and said loudly at the top of her voice. Su Haoming sniffed and immediately blocked in front of his sister, sneering, "I suggest you settle your eyes first. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open here. As for your husband's Mediterranean Sea that can't even be covered by a center parting, who can look at him with blind eyes like yours?" Of course, Fong Rupeeing knows how much her husband Gu Changle weighs, but she still treats Gu Changle as a treasure. After all, he is a company boss anyway, in case he really runs away with any little girl, just like she is now. Where can she find such a husband again? Therefore, Fong Rupeeing has been very nervous about her husband. Even if the words in his mouth are full of loopholes, Fong Rupeeing still takes it seriously. recognizing that it is Su Yusin who seduced him. Who knows if the sister of yours is dying and wants to taste the flavor of a man, so she's starving. Before Fong Rupiying could finish her words, Su Haoming's slap slapped her in the face again, and the crisp sound of the slap suddenly echoed in the slightly empty ward. Looks like the lesson I just gave you wasn't enough. Su Haoming grinned, his hand raised again once more. Security guard, what are you still waiting for? Catch him. Seeing his wife being beaten, Gu Changel immediately felt that the situation was not good and hurriedly shouted. It was then that the two security guards reacted and tackled Su Haoming with one left and one right. However, what they didn't expect was that Su Haoming broke away from their grappling technique again very easily. Su Haoming didn't bother with the two security guards and turned his head to look at Gu Changel. I advise you to calm down. Medical malpractice is something that will land you in the police station. Gu Changel was so frightened that he took 2 steps back before saying in a trembling voice, you don't even look at what you look like. Are you qualified to say that my sister seduced you? Su Haoming took a step towards Gu Changel. At this point his sanity was almost gone. Just then Fong Rupiying, who had suddenly been slapped twice, calmed down in turn and suddenly remembered something important. She immediately shouted, if you dare to do it again, your sister won't want to be treated in our hospital. Don't forget, your sister's illness is only something that our hospital has had experience in treating. Out of our 3 hospitals, your sister will surely die. Fong Rupiying's words were like a pot of ice water poured on Su Haoming's head, making him calm down. At this time, Su Haoming also remembered that the reason why he had hospitalized his sister here was because the other hospitals were powerless to deal with his sister's illness, and only the city's 3rd hospital had the experience to maintain his sister's life. Seeing that Su Haoming suddenly didn't move, Fong Rupiying's heart rejoiced. She understood that she was catching Su Haoming's soft underbelly. What do you want? Su Haoming asked as he gritted his teeth and turned to look at Fong Rupiying. Originally, Fong Rupiying did want to kick these 2 people out of the hospital, but now she changed her mind. These 2 siblings' soft underbelly had allowed herself to catch them. Wouldn't it be better for her to slowly torture them? Chapter 9. I just happened to be passing by. Everyone had their own soft underbelly weakness, and Su Haoming's soft underbelly was his own sister. Looking at Su Haoming's nervous look, Fong Rupiying's heart could not help but feel pleased, understanding that she had now pinched his soft underbelly. Yo, wasn't he quite arrogant just now? How come you immediately wimped out now? Fong Rupiying narrowed her eyes with a smile at the corners of her mouth as she looked Su Haoming up and down, but her eyes were full of contempt. Don't beat around the bush with me. Don't you just want to blackmail money? How much do you want? Su Haoming held back the anger in his heart and didn't flare up, but his fists quietly rippled with veins. Fong Rupiying smiled disdainfully after hearing this. Blackmail? You 2 siblings? The beggars are too lazy to reach out when they see you. You, Gu Changel, who had no intention of getting involved in this matter, immediately stood out and said, what do you mean by you? Don't you see what you are? How dare you ask us to blackmail you for money? This is not about your sister seducing me. If you want us to let you go, you can beg us on your knees, and if you're good, maybe we can let you go, said Gu Changel. Also did not forget to look over towards the hospital bed. At this time is at a loss for words. Su Yusin, the heart is also secretly pleased. Letting you reject me and report to my wife. You deserve it. Fong Rupiying glanced at her husband angrily and did not make a retort. In her opinion, these 2 siblings would have to apologize to them on their knees. Su Haoming's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He himself was once a young master of the Chiohaisu family. How had he ever been humiliated and threatened like this? However, Su Haoming still held back and did not seize. Even after half a year in the sun and rain, the pride and self-esteem in Su Haoming's heart still hadn't dissipated. If he was alone, Su Haoming naturally had no fear of such threats, but now he still has a sister. Stay in this hospital. Treatment is the only way to sister to survive. In order to their only relatives can live. Su Haoming, even if the heart of 1,000 reluctance, he had to bow his head. Looking back at his sister, Su Yuxin, Su Haoming saw her eyes flashing uncertainty, and vaguely she seems to have to get out of the hospital bed. Su Haoming quickly went forward to hold his sister's hand, smiled gently at her. Yuxin, do not be afraid, as long as the brother is still there, will not let you suffer. Su Yusin nodded in a daze, and before she had time to speak, Su Haoming had already turned to face Mr. and Mrs. Fong Rupiying once again. I'll do as you guys say, but my sister is sick and inconvenient. I'll take her share along with it. When he said these words, Su Haoming's body trembled. He was unwilling and reluctant, but for the sake of his sister, he had to do it. Even sharper edges would eventually be smoothed out by life. It depends on whether you are sincere enough, Fong Rupiying said arrogantly, and at the same time took out her cell phone and aimed it at Su Haoming. What do you mean? Su Haoming guessed Fong Rupiying's intentions as soon as he took a look at her. It was obvious that she wanted to release the video of himself kneeling down and begging for forgiveness to her online. Once this video was uploaded, even if Su Haoming was only a nobody now, he would definitely become the laughingstock of everyone. what do you care what I mean? But don't forget that you're the one begging me right now. Kneel or not, you're on your own. Fong Ruping gritted her teeth and said with a fierce smile. Originally, this was not a big matter. Although she was angry, she just wanted to come over and give that little vixen who seduced her husband a lesson by giving her 2 slaps on the ears. But she didn't want to be slapped twice herself instead. In that case, don't blame yourself for being merciless. Hate and anger spread up Su Haoming's heart. His hands clenched his fists and his veins rippled. Yet his reason was constantly reminding him that once he did it, his sister would be in critical condition. I kneel. Su Haoming's heart struggled several times. His fists finally loosened, his voice low and feeble. His eyes, however, stared at Fong Ruping again. Today's humiliation would certainly be returned 100-fold in the coming day. Then, Su Haoming's knees began to bend, and just at the moment when his body was about to lean forward, suddenly a silhouette walked into the hospital room, with a few moments of anger in his voice. Fong Ruping, what the are you up to? Fong Ruping turned her head at the sound of the voice, and after seeing the visitor clearly, her original arrogant and haughty expression changed in an instant. Deputy Liang, Lian, why are you here? At this time, Su Haoming also saw the visitor clearly, bald with glasses, about 1.7 meters or so tall. The work tag on his chest was clearly printed. Vice President of the 3rd People's Hospital of Qunan City, Liang Qinghua. I've come to disturb you bullying a patient. I'm really sorry Liang Qinghua stared at the flustered Fong Ruping and said with a smile. I'm not. I didn't. Vice Lian, you misunderstood. It's them who made a medical disturbance first. I'm just acting in self-defense. In a panic, Fong Ruping thought of such an explanation. Seeing that Fong Ruping was still saying this, Su Haoming was furious in his heart, and immediately gritted his teeth and sneered. Obviously you first slandered my sister for seducing your husband, and threatened to kick my sister out of the hospital. But now it's become a medical riot for us? Fong Ruping immediately panicked and quickly choked back. You are talking nonsense. Who doesn't know how to make things up out of thin air? You said that I have slandered you, but you have to show me the evidence. These words, however, also really made Su Haoming froze. Indeed, he didn't have any evidence to prove that Fong Ruping had embarrassed his siblings first. Before Fong Ruping could get complacent, suddenly another voice came from outside the ward. I'm really sorry, I just happened to pass by, and my cell phone somehow took a video of itself and recorded what you said. This voice sounded vaguely familiar to Su Haoming. He subconsciously looked towards the door, and then he saw a beautiful young girl dressed in fashion walk into the ward. Taking a closer look, Su Haoming almost let out an exclamation of surprise. Wasn't this the girl called Chu Manya that he had saved at noon? Chu Manya, however, didn't look at Su Haoming. She walked to Vice President Liang's side and handed him the cell phone in her hand. After Liang Qinghua took the cell phone and watched a video playing inside, his face suddenly swelled red with anger. Fong Ruping, you went so far as to force the patient and the patient's family to kneel down to you. Is this something a healthcare worker would do? It's not like that. Deputy Liang, you listen to my explanation. Fong Ruping's face was pale, but she already didn't know how to explain. Where did she think that there would be someone secretly filming outside the ward? The angry Liang Qinghua will give Fong Ruping a chance. Immediately interrupted her words and said, now that the evidence is clear, you still want a sophistry? From now on you're fired. And I'm going to report to the City Health Bureau to cancel your nurse's license. People like you don't deserve to be a healthcare worker. Fong Ruping's mind went blank when she heard this. Chu Manya's gaze moved behind Fong Ruping, her beautiful eyes full of contempt. You're Gu Changle, right? I still have a bit of an impression of you. Your catering company was just on the Hungry Group's red list a few days ago, and was preparing for a cooperative promotion to come. But now it seems it's not necessary. With a boss like you, I'm afraid the quality of your company's products is just like that. Seeing the situation is not good has long been hiding to the back to do shrinking turtle Gu Changle. After listening to Chu Manya, these words anxious jumped out. You, what kind of thing are you? Our company's cooperation with Hungry Group is broken when you say so? Chu Manya first smiled blandly, then immediately turned cold in his face and said, my name is Chu Manya, President and Chairman of Hungry Mission Group. I say break it off. Fong Ruping, who had already been declared expelled on the spot by the Vice President, was feeling stifled in her heart, and after hearing this girl who had pressed them to death claiming that she was going to cut off her husband's company's finances, in an instant her sanity was swallowed up by anger. Where did you little wave hoof come from? How dare you threaten my husband after causing me to lose my job? I'll fight you. With that, Fong Ruping pounced towards Chu Manya like a hungry tiger. Chu Manya was a bit confused. Where did she think that this woman would suddenly start splashing around? Under the surprise, Chu Manya even forgot to dodge. Just when Fong Ruping was about to pounce on Chu Manya, a silhouette blocked in front of Chu Manya, pushing Fong Ruping's 200-plus-pound body to the ground. Are you alright? Su Haoming, who was protecting Chu Manya's body, shook off his hand and asked Chu Menya behind him. It's fine, Chu Menya replied in a daze. This scene had also appeared at noon today. You two security guards together came to watch the show? After determining that Chu Menya was fine, Su Haoming immediately turned his head to look over to the security guards who were looking dumbfounded. Only then did the two security guards react, immediately moving to drag Fong Rupiang out. Chapter 10, next time for sure. You guys let go of me. I'm going to fight with that pair of dogs and men. As the sound of his wife's shouting went farther away, Gu Changle finally reacted from his daze, and at this moment, he was sweating coldly. How could he have thought that things would actually develop to this point? That what? Chu Dong-ah. In fact, this matter is a misunderstanding. You listen to my explanation. Gu Changle hastened to smile towards Chu Menya. His wife's work cannot be guaranteed, but their own business must not lose but did not wait for Gu Changle to finish his sentence. Chu Menya has interrupted his words in a deep voice. Get lost. I feel disgusted when I see you. If I see you again, your company won't be able to operate in Cheonan anymore. Hearing these words, Gu Changle's heart cooled down. Although Chu Menya's Hungry Tuan was a takeaway company, but after all, it was also considered one of the leading catering companies in Cunan. To seal off this catering company of his, it was just a matter of words. Gu Changle gritted his teeth and wanted to do something, but when he saw Su Haoming standing beside Chu Menya, he still wimped out. This guy could even block down his own tank-like wife. Wouldn't he be looking for death if he made trouble in front of him? Gu Changle's heart was unwilling. Originally, if Fong Rupiang didn't look for trouble, this matter would be over. Now it's good that not only did she lose her job, but he also lost his own money. Fong Rupiang, you loser. I'm not done with you today. Thinking of his own hard-earned fortune, let his wife so cut off. Gu Changle red-eyed roar rushed out of the hospital room. Seeing Gu Changle fleeing as if he had left, Liang Qinghua remembered the main event, wiping the sweat from his forehead while walking towards Su Yusen, saying apologetically, this patient is really sorry. On behalf of the hospital, I apologize to you, and assure you that there won't be a next time. Su Yusen stared blankly at Liang Qinghua without answering. The reversal came too suddenly, making her unable to react for a moment. Seeing Su Yusen did not respond, Liang Qinghua thought that his apology was not sincere enough. He glanced at Chu Menya behind him again, and then took a deep breath and said, let's do it this way. As compensation, our hospital unconditionally and free of charge to the patient to replace to the advanced ward. The charge standard is the same as the ordinary ward. So can it? This. Su Haoming only just opened his mouth. Chu Menya interrupted him. It's decided. Su Haoming, you don't have to be reasonable. Uncle Liang trouble you. Hurry up to arrange it. Okay, I'll go and arrange it now. Liang Qinghua immediately agreed with a smile, and fearing that Su Haoming would open a few more conditions, he turned around and ran out of the ward. After Liang Qinghua left, Chu Menya's sight finally looked at Su Haoming, and she found that Su Haoming was also looking at himself with an odd expression. There was no one else under the floor. Chu Menya's just now strong look was gone all of a sudden, and with a smile on her face, she sat down on the next unoccupied hospital bed and looked at Su Haoming and said, I didn't think that we're quite destined to be together. You investigated me? Su Haoming frowned and asked. After all, the timing of Chu Menya's appearance was too ingenious. Investigating a ghost. Didn't I say so? I'm the chairman of Hungry Troop. Come over to see what kind of our third largest shareholder can't? Chu Menya pouted her lips and said unhappily, you're here for real? The corner of Su Haoming's mouth twitched, wanting to laugh but unable to. Originally, he had thought that Chu Menya was just scaring Gu Changle, but she actually knew her identity. So it also meant that she really could be the chairman of the board. What's the problem? Chu Menya said with a wink. Problems? Of course there were, and they were big. Although Hungry Tuan wasn't a big listed company, it was also the leading local takeaway company in Cunan City with a market capitalization of over $1 billion. How could Su Haoming, who was once a bottom-level takeout clerk, possibly think that such a young girl in her early 20s was actually the company's chairman and president? Seeing Su Haoming's disbelieving face, Chu Menya unhappily skimmed her mouth, then said, didn't my house get burglarized today? I was at the police station all afternoon dealing with this without going to the company, and when I went to the company, my assistant, Sister Meng, told me that you went to the company today to take over your uncle's shares. How did you know it was me? Su Haoming asked in disbelief. Chu Menya's mouth pouted again and said, I know what the hell. I saw that your name was on the transfer of shares, so I inquired with Sister Meng about your situation, and Sister Meng told me that you were probably in the hospital taking care of your sister. So I came over to take a look, and I happened to run into the incident just now outside of the ward. So I went along to help you out by calling over Uncle Liang. Hearing Chu Menya say this, Su Haoming had to believe Chu Menya's identity. The only person who could know his exact location, and whose surname was Meng, was the chairman's assistant, Meng Ziwei. It was just that the chairman of the group was such a young and beautiful young girl, which really made Su Haoming unexpected. Su Haoming's reaction didn't make Chu Manya feel surprised. She had already been surprised, and Chu Manya didn't want to continue this topic, so she changed her mind and said, Uncle Liang just now is my father's friend, who watched me grow up since I was a child. As long as he's here, no one will dare to make things difficult for you guys in this hospital in the future. Anyway, thank you for stepping in to relieve us. Su Haoming nodded his head and took a deep breath before smiling at Chu Manya. If it wasn't for Chu Monya's appearance, Su Haoming could hardly imagine what other excessive conditions that shameless couple would put forward. Chu Manya didn't care about this. Look at what you said. If it wasn't for you saving me, how could I be standing here right now? If you have to be concerned with me, we each owe a favor, and it's considered even. That won't do. Let's put one thing against another. You helped me once by helping me out, and again by arranging for my sister to be placed in a high-class ward, so I still owe you a favor. Su Haoming insisted. Seeing Su Haoming being so stubborn, Chu Manya sighed helplessly. Then she suddenly remembered something. Her beautiful eyes curved into two crescent moons. Since that's the case, then you should treat me to a meal, as a way of returning the favor. Is that okay? Such a beautiful woman took the initiative to invite herself for dinner. Who else would find it difficult to refuse? And Su Haoming, who thought he owed Chu Manya a favor, had even less reason to refuse. Just when Su Haoming was about to open his mouth to agree, the system beep that hadn't sounded for a long time suddenly resounded again in his mind. Ding! System prompt. Received a new order mission. Mission reward. As soon as he heard that there was a new mission, Su Haoming didn't even listen to what the mission reward was and immediately shouted decisively in his head. Accept! Su Haoming, who had tasted the sweetness twice in succession, didn't even need to think about it to know that the reward given by the system was extraordinary, coupled with the fact that what had just happened had made Su Haoming realize how weak he was now. In order to be able to have the ability to protect his sister, there was no way he would refuse whatever mission it was. Ding! Mission accepted. Time limit 50 minutes. Destination New Jianan District. Building F. Room 801. Su Haoming's heart jumped violently when he heard the location of New Jianan subdivision. It was the neighborhood where Zhao Shi lived, but the good thing was that the final destination was not Zhao Shi's home. Hey, will you or won't you say something? Chu Manya on the side saw that Su Haoming didn't say anything for half a day. She was a bit unhappy because she could see that Su Haoming didn't seem to be very willing. Next time for sure. I have an order to deliver right now, so please take care of my sister for me for the time being. Count me as owing you another favor. Returning to his senses, Su Haoming said as he ran out of the hospital room. Time was limited. He couldn't afford to delay. Chu Manya was slightly stunned. When she came back to her senses, where was Su Haoming's figure in the ward? Dead Su Haoming. Stinking Su Haoming. How many people want to ask this young lady to have dinner? This young lady didn't agree. I rewarded your face and let you treat your guests you don't want to even if it's okay. You still find this reason. You're a pain in the ass. Ha! Chu Manya's mouth stomped her foot while angrily ranting. Just although the mouth is so said, but Chu Manya's heart for this 2 times in a row to reject their own man. Curiosity and more intense a few points. Chapter 11, Grievance. Ding! Congratulations on completing your mission. The system reward has arrived. Please check in time. As the customer got the takeout and closed the door, the system prompt once again sounded in Su Haoming's mind. This made Su Haoming a bit surprised. The rewards of the previous 2 takeaway tasks were delayed, but this time, they actually arrived immediately? After the accident, Su Haoming remembered. What was the mission reward? At that time, when he heard the mission prompt, Su Haoming immediately accepted the mission without listening clearly under the excitement. But on second thought, the rewards this time around should be quite ordinary. For one thing, it wasn't a novice quest anymore. Secondly, compared to the previous 2 quests, this one was a bit simpler, with neither unexpected situations nor special requirements. It was just as plain as the ordinary takeout orders he received in the past. Having said that, Su Haoming still couldn't help but ask, what's the reward for this mission? Ding! System prompt. The reward for this mission is a global limited edition Bugatti Veyron Aerovid worth 46 million yuan, as well as 20 points of evolution value. Only 20 points of evolutionary value? Su Haoming couldn't help but complain a little, but on second thought it was also true that without the novice bonus, the evolution value shouldn't be that easy to get. At this time, Su Haoming suddenly remembered the previous reward as an afterthought, and walking on the stairs, he almost stumbled and rolled down the stairs. What did you say the reward was? A Bugatti Veyron? Su Haoming shouted in his heart. Ding! System prompt. The vehicle key is located in the host's pocket. The vehicle is suspended in the parking lot of the New Jianan district. The system's voice was still melodious and icy cold, without a single superfluous line of nonsense. A top-of-the-line supercar worth $46 million, touching the vehicle key in his pocket. Su Haoming's heart was beating wildly. Even if he was once the Su family's great young man, He didn't have the chance to own a car of such a level. The seemingly ordinary and simple quest even had such exaggerated rewards. Doing a few more of them would be a big deal. Are there any more missions? I'll take it now. Su Haoming asked excitedly. Ding. System prompt. New task orders are being generated. Please be patient with the host. The system immediately replied. Su Haoming wasn't too disappointed. What would happen if quests with such amazing rewards were available all the time? Knowing that this was only a mere day's time, he already had nearly 200 million yuan of wealth, and he should be satisfied. As the saying goes, when people are happy. After going downstairs, Su Haoming felt that his footsteps were much lighter, and in a happy mood. He hummed a little song and walked towards the parking lot of the district, ready to go and meet his new car. Only not yet walked for a long time. Originally a smile on his face, Su Haoming's suddenly face gloomy. Footsteps also stopped. Yo, isn't this Su Haoming? Why did you come here? Didn't my daughter break up with you already? A snarky voice greeted him. The source of the voice was less than 5 meters away from Su Haoming, among a group of older women in their 50s, by the light of the roadside. Su Haoming immediately recognized the person he was very familiar with, his ex-girlfriend Zhao Shi's mother. He Menglan, long time no see, auntie he. Su Haoming's face hardened into a smile. He, who had been well-cultured since he was a child, still maintained the politeness he should have even when facing this person who disgusted him greatly. He Menglan was different, originally looking at Su Haoming with a sneering smile on her face. Her face then sank after she heard Su Haoming greet himself. Who do you think you are? Am I familiar with you? Are you also worthy of calling me auntie he? Su Haoming frowned although he didn't snap, but he was still inexplicably upset in his heart. When he was in love with Zhao Shi, this woman had more than once sneered at herself in front of Zhao Shi. After all, people are different. Su Haoming is too lazy to have a general understanding with He Menglan. Now he and Zhao Shi have no relationship. A wild dog on the roadside. Why should he care? Thinking like this, Su Haoming simply didn't reply, and continued walking towards the parking lot without a word. Coincidentally, He Menglan was at the parking lot of the district, so when he saw Su Haoming walking towards himself, He Menglan said disdainfully, "You're looking for Cici to beg her to get back together with you, aren't you? Did you knock on the door and no one bothered you, so you came to me? I've made it clear that you want to get back together with Cici? No way. I was not happy with you at the beginning, and now you two have split up. I am more than happy, and you still dream that I will help you? I'll be damned. You're overthinking it. You're what is?" He Menglan interrupted Su Haoming's explanation and teasingly said, "Anyway, you and Cici are also yellow. I'm not afraid to tell you. It's me who persuaded Cici to break up with you as soon as possible. Just like you still want Toad to eat swan meat? Do you're dreaming." The surrounding old sisters of He Menglan didn't know why, and asked suspiciously, "What's going on with Menglan? Isn't this kid quite handsome? Do you still dislike it? What's the point of being handsome? He's just a dead takeaway boy. No house, no car, no future, and he walks the streets every day with a broken electric car, just like a rat. I can't afford to lose face with this kind of person as my son-in-law." He Menglan said with contempt and disgust. "That's not the way to put it. Isn't it enough for the couple to be happy together? Money is something that can be saved up. Maybe if they save up for 2 more years, they will open a small store and become the boss," a sensible woman said. Speaking of this, He Menglan was even more disdainful. "Bah, you don't know. He also has a sister lying in the hospital. He's a waste of a few $1,000s a month. With a drag. I give him 10 lifetimes he can't possibly make a living. He's a man of love and justice," the woman said unconvincingly. "Then would you be willing for me to introduce him to you and make him your son-in-law?" He Menglan asked back unhappily. Hearing He Menglan say this, the middle-aged woman shrunk her head and stopped talking. Su Haoming glanced at the middle-aged woman who had said a few words for him and smiled without saying anything. He had once had that kind of naive thinking, but only today did he realize that no matter how beautiful the fantasy was, it would eventually be shattered by the cruelty of reality. Another thin-eyed woman also spoke up at this time. "I think Menglan is right. This young man is just a little handsome. If you really have the ability to deliver what takeaway that's right, Zhao's daughter is so pretty. It would be a pity if she followed such a delivery boy." Another woman chimed in. Su Haoming smiled but didn't get angry. Before he might have retorted, but now he didn't need to pay attention to these idle words. "I'm just passing by. Don't flatter yourself." Su Haoming passed by He Menglan's side and calmly left behind a sentence. He Menglan instantly blew up, yet before she could snap, another voice suddenly stopped Su Haoming. "Su Haoming, why are you here?" This voice was so familiar that Su Haoming couldn't be more familiar, and he, who didn't intend to stay much longer, subconsciously stopped his footsteps, and when he looked in the direction where the voice came from, he saw Zhao Shi looking at himself with a face of surprise. It was just that beside her, there was still that man standing. Chapter 12, Do Your Words Still Count? although he was already disappointed in Zhao Shi in his heart. But seeing Lin Fujin beside Zhao Shi, Su Haoming was still slightly uncomfortable in his heart. But this feeling quickly disappeared again, because Su Haoming suddenly remembered the cold and contemptuous look Zhao Shi, who was being held by Lin Fujin's arms, gave herself at noon today. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew she was rich, she wouldn't have even looked at herself. This kind of woman wasn't worthy of him. Su Haoming, staying. Therefore, compared to Zhao Shi's delighted look, Su Haoming only smiled faintly, and then continued to walk towards the parking lot. You wait. Zhao Shi hurriedly called out to Su Haoming and ran over. Only when she passed by her mother, Zhao Shi was still pulled back by her mother. You silly girl, why are you still nervous about that takeaway guy? What if you make people Shaolin misunderstand? He Menglan said while nervously looking towards Lin Fujin. She knew that Lin Fujin was a big shot. It was not easy for her daughter to catch such a golden son-in-law. She was not willing to let him get away just like that. So she hurriedly smiled at Lin Fujin and said in a gentle tone, Shaolin, thank you for sending Shishi back. Thank you for your hard work. It should be. Lin Fujin's line of sight also remained on Su Haoming. The words in his mouth were somewhat perfunctory. Menglan, this is the new boyfriend you said your family CC found? Quite handsome too. The car seems to be good too. My son likes to buy car models. This car knows. BMW 5 Series, several 100,000 miles. A middle-aged woman couldn't help but marvel. That's not true. Shaolin is the deputy general manager of Hungry Group. How can that car be ordinary? He Menglan couldn't help but say smugly, with a look of triumph, as if she was bragging about her son. If only my daughter could be as good-looking as your CC, and could find such a powerful son-in-law, I wouldn't have to worry about the rest of my life. He Menglan's old sisters couldn't help but sigh together. Mom, what are you grabbing me for? Quickly let go. Seeing that Su Haoming had no intention of stopping and turning back, Zhao Shi hurriedly pushed her mother's hand away and then ran towards Su Haoming. Su Haoming, you stop, Zhao Shi called out as she ran. When Su Haoming heard this, his footsteps couldn't help but slow down a bit. Only the voice from his mouth was Zhao Shi's unfamiliar icy coldness. What is it? You're here to find me, right? Zhao Shi asked with an expectant face. It was just that Su Haoming didn't turn his head to look at her expression, and still replied coldly, You've misunderstood. I'm just here to deliver the takeout. I'm leaving now, so I won't dirty your eyes. Su Haoming's words caused Zhao Shi's heart to ache. Her mouth opened slightly and she was about to say something when she heard her mother behind her suddenly yell, Zhao Shi, didn't you say at noon today that you had broken up with this takeout guy? Zhao Shi turned her head at the words, and saw her mother windily walking towards her, yanking on her hand and glaring at her with fierce eyes. Zhao Shi pursed her lips and nodded stiffly. Then why are you still hanging on to him? Hurry up and make a clean break with him. What if you make other people's Mr. Lin misunderstand? He Menglan angrily rebuked, tugging on Zhao Shi's hand in a gesture to pull Zhao Shi away. As soon as she turned around, He Menglan saw Lin Fujin walking towards her side. She quickly turned her anger into a smile, and softly said to Lin Fujin again, Mr. Lin, don't get me wrong, the two of them really don't have a relationship anymore. My Cece is now your girlfriend. What He Menglan didn't expect was that Lin Fujin ignored her attentive words and even walked towards Su Haoming without even looking at her. Mr. Su, sorry for not greeting you first. I really didn't expect to run into you this late. It's just too coincidental, Lin Fujin said with a fawning smile. Don't get me wrong, I just came over to deliver the takeout. I don't have any relationship with Zhao Shi right now. Su Haoming glanced at Lin Fujin, who had a smile piled on his face, his voice flat as if he was looking at a stranger. I know. It's just that you don't need to work so hard right now, coming out to deliver takeaways so late. Take care of your health. Although Lin Fujin sensed Su Haoming's coldness, he himself remained enthusiastic with unabated pleasantries. Which rule says you can't deliver takeaways at night? Su Haoming asked rhetorically. No. It's just that I don't think it's necessary with your status. I'm happy to. What do you care you? Or are you preparing to use this as an excuse to fire me? Su Haoming finally looked squarely at Lin Fujin. Only the expression on his face seemed like a smile. Lin Fujin knew that Su Haoming couldn't just forget about what happened today, but now Su Haoming was on top of his head, so no matter how cynical he was, he had to put up with it. Of course not. But not waiting for Lin Fujin to finish his words, He Menglan pulled Zhao Shi over, and yelled loudly, Mr. Lin is really a good leader. He even personally sympathized with his subordinates. My Cece really didn't look at the wrong person. He Menglan's meaning was clear to Su Haoming, showing off to her old sisters and demonstrating to himself at the same time. Only the more He Menglan was like this, the more she looked like a clown in Su Haoming's eyes. Without even needing Su Haoming himself to open his mouth, Lin Fujin himself immediately stepped forward to explain. Auntie, you may have misunderstood. This Mr. Su is not my subordinate. He is the third largest shareholder of our Hungry Group. That is, my third boss. People delivering takeout is just experiencing life. This word, originally a face of complacency, he Menglan suddenly timed like a lightning strike, stayed for a while before reacting. Only her voice but appeared to be very trembling. What did you say? Say it again? Mr. Su is the third boss of our group, not my subordinate. Although Lin Fu-jin was also unwilling to admit it in his heart, he still had to say so on his mouth. Impossible, Xiao Lin. Are you mistaken? He's just a delivery man. How could he be the boss of your company? He Menglan excitedly pointed at Su Haoming and said, yeah, I'm just a takeaway guy. Mr. Lin is too polite. Su Haoming laughed while taking out the car key he had just gotten in his pocket, and pressed the switch of the vehicle alarm, followed by the sound of a car not far away, and without any intention to stay longer, Su Haoming walked towards the car, drilled into it and quickly took off. That car doesn't look simple. It seems to be more powerful than a BMW. Someone among the several middle-aged women watching outside the parking lot exclaimed, I recognize that car. Bugatti Veyron L. What comes? My son just bought a model of this car some time ago, when I also scolded him for buying a toy that cost more than $4,000. He told me that this real car more than 40 million. The middle-aged woman who had just recognized Lin Fu-jin's car stood out again and explained, more than 4,000. Mont Blanc, didn't you just say that you would introduce that little handsome man to my family as a son-in-law? Are your words still valid? The middle-aged woman who had helped Su Haoming with her 2 words earlier immediately shouted excitedly at He Menglan. How could He Menglan still have the strength to answer? When she heard that Su Haoming drove a car worth more than $40 million to deliver takeaways, she immediately rolled her eyes and fainted. Chapter 13. Do you believe in miracles? Qunan City was a city that had only slowly developed in recent years in non-coastal areas, and although there were more and more rich people, there were still only a handful of people who could afford to drive a $10 million level luxury car. Therefore, when Su Haoming drove his Bugatti Veyron on the road, he attracted the attention of countless people. Look at that car. It's so handsome. Why isn't it a red light? Stop for a while and let me take a few pictures to show off to my friends. Look at you. Can't you have some bold ideas? If you stop at the red light for a while, go up and talk to the owner of the car, and if it works out, you might be a young lady. Bah! Why don't you look at us in the mirror? With our looks, can people look at us? That's you. What if they are blind and find my voice nice and fall in love with me? Are you kidding? How can a blind man drive? Such conversations were endless along the road. Su Haoming naturally didn't know, and he wasn't interested in knowing. Only driving the car, his mood was not affected by the episode that just happened. Originally thought he would be very sad. Su Haoming, after seeing Zhao Shi again, realized that the original heart dead and then go to look at the person who broke his heart. It is really numb without feeling, and there is a point that makes Su Haoming very puzzled. Why the destination of this mission is in the new Jianan district, and he happened to run into those people? Was it really just a coincidence? Su Haoming couldn't be sure. In between his thoughts, the car had already driven into the city's third hospital. Su Haoming quickly found the nurse on duty and asked about the ward his sister was transferred to. Pushing open the door, Su Haoming saw his sister looking out the window as usual. Unlike the previous ward, no one was willing to live in the previous ward because the bathroom stopped running from time to time, and the fan broke down at times, and he had no choice but to let his sister live there because he really didn't have the money. The current advanced ward was different. Not only was it a standard single room, but the temperature of the space was also quite suitable, and he even let his sister cover herself with a quilt. Isn't the air conditioning temperature a bit low? Do you want brother to adjust it higher? Hearing her brother's voice coming from behind her, Su Yusin happily turned her head and smiled sweetly at her brother and shook her head. No need. It's only comfortable to be covered with a quilt and blowing the air conditioner. You're a quirky little girl. You know how to enjoy yourself. Su Haoming laughed and scolded as he sat on the side of his sister's hospital bed. He. Brother had dinner yet? Roasted goose rice still has leftovers. Oh, I've been covering it, should not be cold. Su Yusin said as she fished out the roasted goose rice that was still left in most of the box from the comforter and handed it to Su Haoming. It dawned on Su Haoming at this point that his sister had actually covered the quilt to keep the rice from getting cold. Silly girl, if you fall over in bed you'll be causing trouble for others. Su Haoming chided softly on his lips. While he was touched in his heart, he still picked up the leftover rice and ate it in a big bite. I'll cover it with both hands. It's fine. Su Yusin still smiled sweetly, only her face was very pale, making even people love and feel heartbroken. Su Haoming couldn't help but reach out his hand to caress his sister's somewhat cold face, and said softly with his mouth, "There's no need to be like this. Just now that sister should have told you. In fact, my brother inherited my uncle's legacy today. We're rich now. Well, Sister Mengya told me all about it. She also told me to tell brother that he's going to a board meeting the day after tomorrow, but I think that brother actually doesn't need to waste it on me. After all, I can't be cured of this disease." Toward the end, Su Yusin's smile also faded. Su Haoming also followed in silence. Previously, he didn't have any money, so he had been deceiving his sister, waiting for himself to earn enough money to cure her of her illness. However, in reality, Su Haoming understood that those words of comforting his sister were actually deceiving himself as well. How could his sister not know what was going on with her? She was merely going along with her own lies. Now that he was rich, he had instead come to the point where his lies were torn to shreds. This was a fact that Su Haoming had never dared or wanted to face. Amivaya syndrome. This was not a disease that could be cured by money alone. It was a disease that was rare in all of China, and even in the entire world. The patient's body functions will rapidly degenerate in a short period of time until it becomes like a baby. And by that time, the patient's body organs will not be able to support the normal activities of the body. And not only will they not be able to eat, but even breathing will become extremely difficult. Therefore, as long as the patient has this disease, he or she will definitely die. Su Haoming had made many inquiries, and there were very few hospitals in the whole of China that had experience in treating this kind of disease, and the third hospital of Qunan City was one of them. However, what Xiaonan City Hospital can do is only to delay the effect of the disease. With her sister's current body, even if she was even richer now, at most, she would only be able to support her sister from half a year to a year more. Yusin, do you believe in miracles? Su Haoming, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth and asked with a straight face. Su Yusin was slightly stunned, wanting to nod her head but stopping without moving. Then are you willing to believe in your brother? Su Haoming asked again. This time, Su Yusin pursed her lips and nodded. Su Haoming took a deep breath and smiled at Su Yusin. Then don't give up on yourself. Believe that brother will be able to cure you, okay? But, although Su Yusin was unwilling to strike her brother down, she had accepted the reality long ago, and she understood that what she was suffering from was not a minor problem that could be easily solved. Your illness brother can definitely find a way to cure it. Trust brother, okay? As long as you are willing to believe, miracles will happen. Su Haoming smiled slightly. This coaxing words to a child, but he said it very seriously. Looking at Su Haoming's resolute eyes, Su Yusin's heart gently trembled. Then she finally took a deep breath and nodded her head in agreement. Aha! I believe brother. Say yes. Pull the hook. Seeing a smile reappear on his sister's face, Su Haoming's heart also soothed quite a bit. Su Yusin took the initiative to reach out her little finger and said with a smile, pull the hook and hang yourself for 100 years without changing. Cheating is a puppy. After watching his sister sleep, Su Haoming quietly left the ward. Leaning outside the ward silently lit a cigarette. There was still a glimmer of hope, a faint glimmer of hope, for his sister's illness. Once he saw in a patient exchange group, a netizen said that his family suffered from this disease. Searching for famous doctors all over the country is still fruitless. Originally, the family had already given up treatment, but did not expect the patient was a passing barefoot doctor with unknown medical skills cured. However, this barefoot doctor has no contact information and travels around the world all year round, so the netizen had no way to help Su Haoming. At one time, Su Haoming thought this was like a distant dream. He knew that searching for an erratic person in the vast China was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but now with the existence of the takeaway system, one had unlimited possibilities. For the sake of his sister, he must become stronger himself. As long as one had enough wealth and power, why worry about finding this person? Miracles don't just happen with words. They have to be created with one's own hands. For the sake of his sister, Su Haoming secretly vowed in his heart that he would definitely create this miracle. Chapter 14, Mysterious Skill. After a night's rest, Su Haoming woke up early and left the house as usual. During the morning commute, vehicles were coming and going on the road, and many people couldn't help but glance at Su Haoming's car parked by the side of the road or take out their cell phones to take a picture with the car. This made Su Haoming's head spin. Of course it's great to have a good car, but it's not a good idea to be looked at like this every day. Just as Su Haoming got into his car to consider what to do with it, the system's beep in his head suddenly sounded. Ding! System prompt. A new task order has been generated. The task rewards a mysterious skill. Whether to accept the task? Mysterious skill? Su Haoming chanted in his heart, and then accepted the task without thinking. Anyway, the rewards given by the system were bound to be not very bad, so it was right to accept it brainlessly. Accept. By the way, I'd like to ask, can you give me a discount on this car? It's too flashy. I'm embarrassed to have people staring at me all the time. Su Haoming followed and asked. Ding. System tip. System rewards can't be returned for replacement, but rewards can be stored in the Idea Pavilion and accessed at any time. Idea Pavilion? Su Haoming's mind recited this term, and suddenly a translucent virtual screen appeared in front of him. This was the equipment bar that he had summoned out once yesterday, and the yellow-robed battlesuit he was wearing was taken out from it. In other words, Su Haoming instantly understood the purpose, but just in case, he still decided to try removing the yellow robe battle dress from his body first. Deposit the yellow robe battle dress. Su Haoming recited the command silently in his heart. Immediately afterward, Su Haoming suddenly felt as if his body had become a few points heavier, and in that equipment bar, the yellow robe battle clothes were once again lying quietly inside. Su Haoming secretly rejoiced in his heart. It really works. This is too convenient. Ding. System prompt. The mission has begun. Please deliver the takeout to No. 31, Lane 1, Roman New Village within 50 minutes. Handing in the order overtime will lead to mission failure. Please host rationalize your time. Su Haoming remembered the main event and immediately re-equipped his yellow robe battlesuit. His foot stepped on the gas and rushed out at once. Roman New Village is just 2 or 3 kilometers away from the New Jianan district. In order not to flaunt the city, when Su Haoming passed by the New Jianan district, he smoothly remounted the small electric donkey that was parked there, and the windy Bugatti temporarily existed in the Idea Pavilion. Although there was a bit of delay in the middle, but overall it was quite smooth, and Su Haoming soon arrived at the mission destination. Roman New Village is one of the few remaining poor urban villages in Qunan City, and to put it bluntly, it's a slum. Looking around a patchwork of dilapidated low-rise bungalows, which looks out of place compared to the nearby high-rise buildings, and the destination is located in a Lane 31, is also a dilapidated bungalow. Even the doorbell is not. The only inconvenient point of the task assigned by the system was that there was no way to communicate with the customer on the phone, so the helpless Su Haoming had no choice but to shout at the top of his lungs, "Hello, the takeout has arrived. Please come out and take it." "Coming," the house quickly responded. "Why does this voice sound a bit familiar?" Su Haoming muttered silently in his heart, but didn't put it on his mind. At this time he was more looking forward to the mysterious skill he was about to obtain. What exactly would it be? In no time, the old wooden door was pulled open, and Su Haoming hurriedly handed over the takeout bag in his hand. "Please sign for your takeout. CCC. After seeing the person who opened the door, Su Haoming was shocked. No wonder why he felt the voice was so familiar. Isn't this the netizen beauty Zhao Cici that he met yesterday? Zhao Cici was also slightly stunned when she saw that the delivery boy was Su Haoming. Then she called out with a surprised face, "You're Su Haoming. What a coincidence, to run into you even here." Su Haoming smiled and handed the takeout to Zhao Cici, while in his heart, he was also puzzled. How could Zhao Cici be here? Didn't she live in the Century Garden neighborhood? At this time, Su Haoming saw through the gap that there were a few 7 or 8-year-old children in the house who were curiously looking towards him. Single mom? Such a thought flashed through Su Haoming's mind, but on second thought it wasn't right. Zhao Cici was obviously younger than himself, in her early 20s, so how could she be the mother of so many children? Su Haoming's eyes were detected by Zhao Cici, who took the takeout. She looked back at the few children in the room, an awkward and bitter smile on her face. "You've got it wrong. A few of them are the left-behind children I sponsored, taking advantage of the weekend to have time. I came over to see them. It's not what you think." I didn't say anything, but then again, if it wasn't for me to run into this, I really didn't know that you were doing charity. As your fan I'm still not qualified. Su Haoming joked. "It's more like I'm your fan. You play the piano so well. I'm still thinking of asking you for advice," Zhao Cici said with a sweet smile back. Then, she turned her head back to unwrap the takeout bags in her hands and handed the fast food boxes to a few children respectively. This scene inexplicably made Su Haoming's heart beat faster. He touched the delivery box, the breakfast he had bought and hadn't had time to eat yet, took it out and handed it to Zhao Cici. "If you don't mind, I have another one here." Zhao Cici returned to see Su Haoming smiling at himself and carrying a breakfast in his hand. She reached out and was about to pick it up when she suddenly heard a gurgling sound coming from Su Haoming's stomach. Puffing, Zhao Cici retracted her hand and laughed lightly. "You didn't eat anything yourself, right? Keep it for yourself. I just didn't think that there was another kid next door who would come over. Ordered one less. Eat one less meal right as a diet. One person half it. Not eat breakfast, people have no spirit." Saying that, Su Haoming reached into the plastic bag and grabbed out a few xiaolong bao and stuffed them into his mouth, then handed the remaining xiaolong bao to Zhao Cici. Zhao Cici blinked her eyes for a moment, and finally accepted the xiaolong bao. "Thank you. No need to be polite. Compared to what you've made, this is nothing for me." Su Haoming shook his head and said. Zhao Cici was also really hungry, taking out a xiaolong bao and stuffing it into her mouth, ignoring her image while chewing. "I'm just doing what I can. I didn't think I'd catch fire when I started doing live broadcasts, and the money that I earned so easily made me a little bit unsure in my heart, so I wanted to take out a part of it to do something meaningful. By the way, don't tell anyone." After swallowing the bun, Zhao Cici suddenly said, "I don't want to tell anyone about this, for fear of being told that I'm speculating." Su Haoming felt more and more that such Zhao Cici was kind and cute, and for a moment he didn't hold back, so he said in a flirtatious manner, "According to you, This is a little secret that belongs to the two of us? Zhao Cece was slightly stunned. Then with a red face, she continued to lower her head and ate her bun, neither admitting nor denying it. Chapter 15 Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. With the existence of the takeout system, the $3 and $5 commission of a normal takeout was no longer necessary for Su Haoming. Therefore, Su Haoming took the initiative to stay and play with a few children with Zhao Cece. Brother Haoming, you're really great. You can teach me to finish such a difficult homework. A little boy smiled happily at Su Haoming after putting away his homework book. Su Haoming helplessly touched the boy's head. Although he didn't manage to graduate from the university, it would be a shame if he couldn't even know the topics in the 3rd grade of elementary school. Alright, homework is done. You should also go play with the other kids. It's noon. You guys should be hungry, right? Let me go buy you guys some food. Just say what you want to eat. Brother's treat. The other boy who was playing with the blocks next to him looked up and said, Sister Cece has already gone out just now. She said that she would let Brother Haoming take a break, and she'll go buy food to make us something delicious. Hearing this little boy say this, Su Haoming realized that Zhao Cece had disappeared at some point, probably because he was too serious about teaching the child just now and didn't pay attention to it. Hearing that Zhao Cece would cook and show herself, Su Haoming couldn't help but look forward to it. But while he was at it, Su Haoming could also look at what mysterious skills the system rewarded him with. The mission had already been completed early in the morning, only that Su Haoming hadn't had the time to look at the mission rewards. Excuse me, what was the system reward I just received? Su Haoming asked in his heart as he found a short wooden stool and sat aside to watch a few children play with blocks. Ding! System prompt. The reward for the last quest was the skill Heavenly Emperor's Eye. You can check the details in the character attribute panel. The system immediately replied. Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Although it was very middle-aged, it sounded very powerful. Su Haoming hurriedly summoned out the attribute panel in his heart in excitement. There were currently only 2 skills on it. One was the yellow robe that came with the yellow robe battlesuit, and the other was the very domineeringly named Eye of the Heavenly Emperor that he had just obtained. However, Su Haoming's excitement was only temporary. After seeing the description of the so-called Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Su Haoming's heart was immediately disappointed. Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Normal type skill. Can see the target's basic attribute values after use. Can be evolved using evolutionary values. No way, no way. Just this? If it wasn't for the fact that he was cultured enough, Su Haoming couldn't help but curse. Such a domineering name, but such a ribald ability? What's the use of being able to see a basic attribute value? What's the point of calling it the Eye of the Celestial Emperor? Compared to the skills attached to the yellow robe battlesuit, this skill was simply 100,000 miles worse. Su Haoming had the feeling that he had been duped, but he was still undeterred, and hurriedly opened the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor to look towards the several children, expecting that some hidden values would appear. Tong Chen, Force value 2, Wisdom value 6, Agility value 3, Charisma value 3, Wang Liqiang, Force value 3, Wisdom value 5, Agility value 3, Charisma value 4. The attributes of several children were still normal values, but for some reason, Su Haoming felt tears crossing the corners of his eyes. This skill was truly a fighter among hot chickens. Brother Haoming, why don't you seem to be very happy? Do you want me to lend you my toys to play with? The little boy called Wang Liqiang twisted his head over and shook the Legos in his hand. No need. You guys just play. Brother is just a little hungry. Su Haoming forced a smile and waved his hand. Right. Cece's sister went for a long time. Why hasn't she come back yet? Wang Liqiang touched his little stomach and muttered. Hearing Wang Liqiang said so, Su Haoming also worried about it. Xiaonan City's summer is not generally hot, especially these days. The peak can reach 40 degrees, so a weak girl with so much sun, heatstroke how to do. So Su Haoming hurriedly asked, where is the nearest food market here? I'll go and take a look to pick up Sister Cece back. It's at the innermost part of the road across the village. Tongchen said with his hand up like he was answering a teacher's question. It didn't seem to be very far, but no matter what, Su Haoming got up and prepared to go out and take a look. Pushing open the wooden door of the house, Su Haoming immediately felt a wave of heat. After quickly adapting, he immediately mounted the small electric donkey and drove out towards the village entrance. Before he could drive out far, Su Haoming stopped the car. The weather was hot at noon, and there were almost no pedestrians on the street except for the vehicles coming and going. So Su Haoming immediately saw that under a tree not far from the village entrance, Zhao Cece, who was carrying a few plastic bags in her hand, was being dragged towards the village by a red-faced, bare-chested man who grabbed her by the hand. Although Zhao Cece is obviously resisting, but simply not as strong as that big man's strength. At this moment her face is full of despair. Let me go. Please, please, if you continue to do so, I really want to call someone. Nonsense so much. Stay a while old man to serve you comfortably. You do not beg me to say do not want to go. The big man smiled back. What are you doing? quickly let go of her. Su Haoming let out a furious shout, then threw the car down and rushed towards Zhao Sisi, and broke the big man's hand. At this time, Su Haoming saw that Zhao Sisi's white wrist had left deep red marks. Seeing Su Haoming arrive, Zhao Sisi immediately hid behind Su Haoming like a frightened bunny, and said with a trembling voice, He tried to molest me. Wu Guohan was in a good mood. He just drank at his friend's place on his way home and was worried about going home with nothing to do. Coincidentally, he ran into such a beautiful chick. He was naturally nonchalant, and could not be said to go forward to pull that chick, ready to take people home to comfort some, but he didn't want to go far, but suddenly rushed out a person to peel off his hand. But after he took a closer look at Su Haoming's outfit, his expression instantly became disdainful. Take away, I advise you not to mind your own business, otherwise you'll have a good time. What era still dares to forcefully rob a woman in broad daylight? You're not small in guts. Su Haoming protected Zhao Sisi behind him, while secretly opening the eye of the Celestial Emperor to peer up at the big Han's data. Wu Guaihan, Force value 31, Wisdom value 9, Agility value 5, Charisma value 2. I'm dropping a turtle. Su Haoming was startled. This guy's stats were too exaggerated. His agility value and charisma value were far below the norm, while his force value was as much as 3 times that of a normal person. It was even slightly higher than Su Haoming, who had the yellow robe battlesuit. Luckily, he had kept an eye on the data, otherwise he would have been in danger if he had messed around. At this time, Su Haoming finally realized the role of the Heavenly Emperor's eye. Although it was still very chicken-ribbed, it was a chicken rib that could save his life. Young man, I advise you to mind your own business. He's so powerful there. The police can't even take him when they come. A roadside melon seller saw Su Haoming and Wu Guohan confronting each other and hurriedly persuaded him. Witnessing what happened, he also wanted to help Zhao Sisi, but he didn't dare. If he dared to say one more word, he wouldn't be sent to the west by Wu Guohan. You have to know that Wu Guohan, who was born with divine power, has been bullying men and women in the village for more than a day or two. Whenever Wu Guohan wanted to make a move on a passing girl, most of the people who dared to stand up for what was right ended up being carried away by the hospital. And this is a remote place in the vicinity of not much camera. Coupled with the villagers are aware of Wu Guohan's power, so do not dare to come forward to testify. So also let Wu Guohan has been at large, and become a recognized village bully Rong in Shinsuan. Dare to oppose Wu Guohan. This is simply the same as sending death. Chapter 16, I saw the immortals. Although Su Haoming didn't know the inside story, he understood Wu Guohan's power, so he didn't dare to slack off, and whispered at Zhao Sisi behind him. Don't stand behind me. Stay away from me. This guy seems to be very powerful. Getting close to me might hurt you. Zhao Sisi, who had been dragged by Wu Guohan for some distance, knew that this big man was terrifying. Just now she used her whole body strength to struggle, but she was still as powerless as a mud cow into the sea. So at this moment, Zhao Sisi was terrified. Her voice trembled and said, Su Haoming, don't be impulsive, or let's call the police. It's fine, don't look at me like this. I've practiced martial arts. Su Haoming turned his head and hemmed and hawed. Wu Guohan saw that the two even ignored his jokes, and the already drunken man immediately became furious, and after a loud roar, he rushed towards the two. Seeing the situation, Su Haoming immediately pushed Zhao Sisi over to the side, and in his own haste, before he could use his yellow robe battleclothes skill, he ate Wu Guohan's punch hard. Pooh! With a muffled sound, Wu Guohan's fist smashed into Su Haoming's chest, and in that instant Su Haoming almost felt like he was going to suffocate. It was a good thing that with the enhancement of the yellow robe battlesuit, Su Haoming's body strength was also far beyond normal. Otherwise this punch would have probably broken his ribs. How could there be such a monster with so much strength? Little girl, don't think about calling the police. It's useless. It's better to just call an ambulance. Any slower that little brother might not make it. The old man sighed as he walked over to the stunned Zhao Sisi. He had seen several times that no one who had been hit squarely by Wu Guohan's punch could stand up. Saying that, the oldest master looked towards Su Haoming again, and muttered in his heart, how come young people nowadays are all so impulsive? This is a good time to suffer a big loss. However, what the oldest master did not expect was that the moment he turned around, he saw Wu Guohan's huge body had fallen to the ground and did not move. How is this possible? That old man's eyes almost flew out of their sockets. Wu Guohan, who was like a monster in his eyes, was actually put down in a blink of an eye by this scrawny little takeaway boy in one go. Zhao Sisi was even more dumbfounded because she saw very clearly that Su Haoming had directly put Wu Guohan on his feet with just a single kick. Wu Guohan, the bully who had almost caused Zhao Sisi to develop a psychological shadow, was actually killed by Su Haoming in a single blow. Su Haoming was simply more of a monster than Wu Guohan. This guy's skin is thick, and I didn't use all my strength in this kick, so he shouldn't die. Well, it should only break a few ribs. After muttering a sentence in a low voice, Su Haoming, who had just been hit squarely by Wu Guohan's punch, walked over to Zhao Cixi's side as if nothing had happened, and helped Zhao Cixi up. Zhao Cixi didn't say anything as she blinked her eyes frantically, as if she was trying to find a way to see Su Haoming's true colors. What's wrong with you? Got sand in your eyes? Seeing Zhao Cixi's somewhat adorable reaction, Su Haoming couldn't help but ask with a smile, are you a human or a ghost? Zhao Cixi asked nervously after taking a deep breath. Su Haoming shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I've said it all. I've practiced a bit of kung fu, so it's still no problem to deal with this kind of big guy who only uses brute force. He said so, but in reality, what Su Haoming used was also brute force. Su Haoming, who was already close to Wu Guohan in terms of force value, reached a horrifying 56 points in force value with the addition of such a heaven-defying skill as the yellow robe. To say that he was crushing Wu Guohan was not an exaggeration at all. Of course, the ribbed skill eye of the Heavenly Emperor also contributed a lot. Otherwise, how could Su Haoming have thought that there would be someone with such a terrible force value? This also allowed Su Haoming to understand the truth that the world was a big place, and no matter what kind of opponent it was, one should not take it lightly, or else one would end up in a miserable situation. Zhao Cixi's blinking speed slowed down, and her attention came to Su Haoming's chest, the muffled sound of the punch she had just thrown still giving her palpitations. Are you alright? Zhao Cixi asked softly, her hand even more involuntarily touching towards Su Haoming's chest. It's okay, not a big problem, Su Haoming said confidently. It was true that it hurt, but it was only a matter of a moment. It's good that it's fine. Let's go back. Saying that, Zhao Cixi realized that her action was abrupt and hastily withdrew her hand, and then she sneaked a look at Wu Guohan, who was lying unconscious on the ground, fearing that he would suddenly come to his senses and crawl up again. Su Haoming also noticed Zhao Cixi's eyes, and after picking up the dishes that fell on the ground, he held Zhao Cixi's hand and walked away. It was the first time Zhao Cixi was held by a man's hand. Her body stiffened, quickly adapted, and then she let Su Haoming pull her. At the scene, only the old man who was passing by was left standing in place as if he was dumbfounded. I don't know how long it took, but the old man finally came back to his senses, pushing up the tricycle and jogging in the direction of his home, his mouth still shouting excitedly, Wife, I'm so excited. I saw the immortals. The great immortal came down to cure Wu Guohan. See, eat. What are you waiting for? But then again, aren't you pretty good at this? Why are you still ordering takeout? Su Haoming called out as he ate his meal. After starting the meal, Zhao Cixi was looking at herself blankly, causing Su Haoming to be a little embarrassed. No, it's nothing, just occasionally being lazy and ordering a takeaway. I usually do it myself at home. Zhao Cixi hurriedly lowered her head to pick up her rice, and replied in a small voice. That's also true. Occasionally being lazy is also quite good, Su Haoming whispered, and this was also something he said to himself. He, who ran around the city delivering food every day, hadn't known how long it had been since he had been as idle as he was today. Looking at Su Haoming for so long, the more Zhao Cixi thought about it, the stranger she felt, and finally couldn't help but ask, Su Haoming, can I ask you something? 24 years old, single and unmarried. Any other questions? Su Haoming blurted out. Not asking you this, I want to ask, are you really a delivery boy? Both know piano and also martial arts. And look, so little handsome, I think you can totally be a big star if you debut, Zhao Cixi said with a red face, slightly against her will. As a matter of fact, Su Haoming, who possessed more than twice as much charisma compared to normal people, wasn't just a little handsome. Don't have that condition, nor that interest. Su Haoming lowered his head and said indifferently, he still had his sister to take care of. Where would he find the time to do that? Moreover, one's enemies didn't know in which dark corner they were spying on them. How could one blatantly step into the spotlight? Seeing that Su Haoming indeed looked uninterested, Zhao Cixi couldn't help but mutter in a small voice out of her mouth. That's quite a pity. Sister Cixi, don't talk nonsense. It's not a pity. Brother Haoming is so handsome. In the future, I want to be a delivery boy when I grow up, and be as handsome as Brother Haoming. Tongchen knocked on the bowl and protested in a milky voice. Silly boy, delivery is not such a simple thing. You may not even be able to find a wife. Su Haoming patted Tongchen's head and said with a bitter smile, why can't I find a wife? Tongchen cocked his head and asked in disbelief, because people look down on deliverymen. Su Haoming said mockingly, this was not a joke, but the truth. Zhao Cixi, who was buried in her meal, frowned at this, then retorted, what's wrong with delivering takeaways, not stealing or robbing, relying on your own efforts to earn money to give back convenience to others? Why should you look down on it? Su Haoming's smile became more bitter for a few minutes, and his voice appeared to be despondent. My ex-girlfriend looked down on me, and ran away with the old boss who drove a BMW. That's because she didn't grow eyes. If I have a boyfriend as good as you, I can't even wait for my baby. How could I? The words came here. Zhao Cixi suddenly stuck. and the original white face became red all of a sudden. I'm full, you guys eat slowly. Saying this, Zhao Cece picked up the bowl and twisted her head to run away. Su Haoming blinked his eyes in uncertainty, unable to grasp the point. He muttered in his heart, are all girls' meals so small? Chapter 17A Ruckus. Following his sister's relay, Su Haoming arrived at the group's head office as promised to prepare for the board meeting. On the way to the headquarters, Su Haoming coincidentally received another system mission. Fortunately, the destination of the quest was not far from the company, so Su Haoming was not late for the company after completing the quest. Sorry, I seem to be late. Pushing open the door of the conference room, Su Haoming scratched his head and said in embarrassment. Scanning around the conference room, people had already filled it up long ago. With so many pairs of eyes looking at him, Su Haoming was a bit embarrassed. It's fine, mister. You is the main character of today. It's normal for him to appear last. A middle-aged man around 50 years old stood up and smiled at Su Haoming. I'm the company's vice president Kong Dingzhong. I'll ask Mr. Su for more guidance in the future. Seeing the vice president stand up to relieve the situation, the rest of the shareholders casually gave Su Haoming a leg up, saying one after another, Vice President Kong is right. If Mr. Su came early, it would have made us embarrassed instead. Yes, after all, it's Mr. Yu's welcome party. Coming last is very reasonable. Seeing that the shareholders were so polite, Su Haoming was relieved. Suddenly obtaining an inheritance, he was always worried about being ostracized by the others. Although Su Haoming was confident that he wasn't afraid of being ostracized, but it was better to do more than less, and it was quite good for everyone to be at peace. Alright, since the main man has already come, let's get ready to start the meeting. At this time, Chu Menya, who was sitting at the center of the conference table, suddenly opened her mouth and said, at this time, dressed in formal attire. Her expression was solemn, completely lacking the appearance of a little girl next door when she was seen 2 times before, and the aura of a strong woman was full. Su Haoming found the seat with his name on it and sat down, but he suddenly realized that there was another seat beside him that was empty. Chu Manya, however, started the meeting as if she didn't see it. The content of the meeting was also very simple. Firstly, the board members and the group's senior management made self-introductions to Su Haoming, and then Chu Manya began to introduce the group's current development as well as its future strategic planning to Su Haoming. As it was a matter of self-interest, Su Haoming didn't dare to be negligent and listened carefully. However, halfway through the meeting, the door of the conference room was suddenly kicked open. Su Haoming subconsciously looked towards the door and saw a young man in a suit walk into the conference room. Then, the young man walked to Su Haoming's side and sat down with a haughty expression, his feet resting unceremoniously on the conference table. The people in the conference room couldn't help but frown, but no one complained about anything. Long time no see, Menya little baby, have you missed me? That young man half squinted his eyes, looked at Chu Menya with a bad smile on his face and said, I don't like this kind of joke. Also, if you don't want to come to the meeting, no one is forcing you to come. If you want to come, then please don't disturb the order of our meeting. Chu Manya spoke with a cold face, and a disgust was even more evident between her pretty brows. The young man, as if he didn't see Chu Manya's disgust in general, and hurriedly laughed and said, don't be so desperate, Manya little baby, I'm only coming over here for your sake, or else with a bull asterisk 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 third shareholder. He's also worthy of letting me come? These words inevitably made Su Haoming frown. It would be fine if he talked about it behind his back, but for this person to say so in front of him was obviously not giving himself face, and he didn't put himself in his eyes at all. Without waiting for Su Haoming to speak, the young man suddenly turned his head to look at him, the expression on his face looking disdainful. You're that kid who got lucky and picked up old Su's inheritance, right? I'm Jiang Jinan, vice chairman, Su Haoming. Su Haoming held back the displeasure in his heart, forced out a smile, and then took the initiative to extend his hand out of politeness. However, he didn't want to, but instead of shaking his own hand, the other party turned around and looked towards Chu Manya again after saying these words. Manya little baby, do you have time tonight? Have a meal together? How many times have you rejected me? It's time to nod your head once? Jiang Jinan, now is the meeting time. You don't pull some nonsense here. Believe it or not, I will notify the security to drag you out immediately. Chu Manya finally shouted angrily as she couldn't stand it anymore. The meeting that was originally going very smoothly immediately started to turn sour after this guy appeared. How could Chu Manya not be angry? Jiang Jinan's face was quite thick, completely unconcerned about Chu Manya's pouting face, and began to let out a lewd laugh. You mean, when the meeting is over, let's open up a room in private and talk slowly? Su Haoming couldn't help it, although he repeatedly reminded himself that it's better to be a bit more formal just coming to the company. But Jiang Jinnan's behavior made him unable to restrain himself, and he spoke with dissatisfaction. Vice Director Jiang, I think you're almost done. If you don't welcome me, I don't have to come to the meeting. You're interrupting the meeting like this. Do you know how much time you've wasted on us? It's not like I'm here to see you. Didn't I say so already? If it wasn't for the fact that I miss my little manga baby, do you think that just by virtue of you deserve to have me come here in person? Jiang Jinnan sneered back and said, for this kind of thug who made a fortune. Jiang Jinnan, who came from a worldly family, was very disdainful, and he even felt that Su Haoming was not qualified to sit with him at all. At this moment, Chu Manya's face was reddened by Jiang Jinnan's anger. She immediately slapped the table and stood up and said loudly, don't open your mouth and close your mouth and call me a little baby. I don't have any relationship with you. If you don't want to take part in the meeting, immediately get the hell out of here. Sister Meng, prepare to call security. Yes, Meng Ziwei behind Chu Manya immediately agreed, saying that she immediately took out her cell phone, looking like she was ready to make a call. Seeing that the other party was going to come for real, Jiang Jinnan bristled and helplessly spread his hands and said, fine, count me as afraid of you. You guys continue with the meeting. I'm not going to talk, okay? Saying that, Jiang Jinnan even put down his feet that were placed on the conference table. However, although Jiang Jinnan's fuss was not yet over, although he was not talking, but the meeting had just continued, he immediately touched the pack of cigarettes out of his pocket again and lit it up. Have you had enough? Specializing in messing up, right? This time, not waiting for Chu Manya to speak, Su Haoming could not help it. He was stupid enough to understand what Jiang Jinnan meant. This guy clearly did not want to let this welcome meeting open properly. Jiang Jinnan glanced at Su Haoming, unhurriedly smoked a cigarette, and then sneered and laughed. Messing up? What mess? Are you qualified to ask me to mess up? You don't look at what you are. You are just a rich man who stepped on dog and inherited some money. See what you can do. What are you if I'm a thug? Su Haoming gritted his teeth and said angrily, me? I'm not a big shot. At best, I'm just the second youngest master of the Zheng family in Qunan. Jiang Jinnan smiled smugly. Chapter 18, Taking the Lead. The Qunan Zheng family? Although Su Haoming wasn't a local of Qunan City, he had heard of the Zheng family's name. Tang Xiao, Gu, Wang, Lu and Jiang, the 6 major families in Qunan City. The businesses of these 6 families almost cover nearly 30% of the market in the huge Qunan City, which is already a rather exaggerated number. No wonder it was so arrogant to look down on itself. It really was still something. But so what? I think there is how great it, in the end, is not stepping on luck cast a good tire, is not relying on your father to reward food? What are you without your father? Su Haoming sneered and returned Jiang Jinnan's words. Say that again if you're ing capable? Jiang Jinnan's face instantly changed. In his opinion, Su Haoming was just a beggar who had inherited a large sum of money, and this kind of beggar actually dared to taunt himself? It was simply looking for death. Although Su Haoming was self-conscious of his good breeding, but if he really wanted to play a little tongue-in-cheek, he wasn't weak either. It turns out that Jiang Xiao is still deaf. No wonder he couldn't understand what Mr. Chu said so many times just now. Mr. Chu, don't bother with him. Caring for the disabled is our responsibility. Puff. Chu Manya, who originally had a taut face, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Someone started it, and the crowd in the conference room also let out laughter. The crowd had been displeased with this arrogant and domineering second-generation ancestor for a long time, but he was the second largest shareholder, and there was a family behind him, so they only dared to be angry and dared not say anything. Now that someone disliked him so much, the crowd felt pain in their hearts. The laughter was especially harsh in Jiang Jinnan's ears, and his temper came up all of a sudden. Surname Su. Don't think that just because you have a bit of shares in your hand that you're bull coins. Say as if you have a lot of as if. As far as I know, your hands of the shares is less than 15. Look at you dragged like that. Do not know also thought that our group as your family opened it. Su Haoming saw Jiang Jinnan's furious appearance, and once again sneered back. This data was just introduced by Chu Manya. She herself holds 51% of the shares. The second largest shareholder Jiang Jinnan holds 14% of the shares. 10% of the shares of Su Haoming, and he is not much difference. These words once again caused a burst of laughter. The fact is also true. In fact, Jiang Jinnan shareholding is not too much, but on weekdays he is dragged with the 250,000 like now this disrupts the order of the meeting, molesting the chairman of the things he has not once or twice. Make it seem as if the whole group is his. You. Jiang Jinnan pointed at Su Haoming for a moment so angry that he couldn't speak. Since he was a pampered child, how has he ever been ridiculed by someone like this? At that moment, Jiang Jinnan thought more and more angry, raised his sleeve as a look to hit Su Haoming. How could Jiang Jinnan, who had already been emptied by alcohol, be Su Haoming's opponent? His punching speed was like slow motion in Su Haoming's eyes, and he dodged it with a random movement. Everyone, as you can see, this is the first thing he did to hit someone. I was only acting in self-defense. Saying that, Su Haoming kicked Jiang Jinnan in the stomach, sending him 2 to 3 meters away with a single kick. A gasp ensued in the conference room. Su Haoming smiled triumphantly and sneaked a glance towards Chu Manya, but he found that the face of Chu Manya, who was supposed to be happy, did not look good. At this time, Meng Ziwei behind Chu Manya spoke. I hope you two can calm down. We are not enemies, but companions in the same company. Don't hurt our peace because of some trivial matters. Hearing this, Su Haoming calmed down a little, and then also understood why Chu Manya's face became so ugly. It was also true that if the two major shareholders made such a mess, if it was spread out, it would do more harm than good to the group's development, and he had indeed been a bit impulsive. It was only Su Haoming who was able to calm down. Jiang Jinan covered his stomach for a while before he climbed up, his face grimacing horribly. Ever since he was a child, other people didn't even dare to speak loudly to themselves. This guy called Su Haoming not only humiliated himself, he even dared to make a move on himself. This was nothing short of a disgrace to Jiang Jinan. Companion? I poo. He's also worthy. Mr. Jiang, calm down. If there's anything to say slowly, let's sit down and talk slowly. Why do we have to make everyone get off the stage? Vice President Kong Ding-jiang saw that the situation was not right and also stood out to advise. I have nothing to say to that surname Su. In a word, today this place has him and not me. You guys look after yourselves. Either let him pack up and get out, or I'll withdraw my investment. Jiang Jinan roared. Su Haoming instantly frowned. This guy is not finished yet. Chu Manya's embroidered eyebrows also knitted together, and she took a deep breath before saying, Jiang Jinan, I hope you can consider clearly instead of playing small-minded in these. Consider my ass about it. I'll put my words right here. Either you guys find a way to make him get out or I'll leave. There's no third option. Jiang Jinan said without thinking. Jiang Jinan, who had looked down on Su Haoming, now looked at him again and was even more angry. A small tycoon. What right do you have to be so pretentious in front of yourself? This made Chu Manya momentarily difficult, silent and unable to say anything. Su Haoming is very speechless. This Jiang Jinan, how with a child like, obviously he is no one in sight, repeatedly provoked himself in the first, and now say but they cannot beat themselves, even played this kind of rascal to come? At this time, Chu Manya behind the Meng Ziwei suddenly spoke. Chu total, you remind. Fundamental relevant provisions. Shareholders in the capital into the shares is not allowed to withdraw their capital withdrawal unless. This side of the words have not finished. Jiang Jinan will interject. Cannot divestment, I cannot change away? I will put my words here. If you don't get Su Haoming out of the group today, I will transfer all the shares in my hand at a low price. What do you think? Are you crazy? Chu Manya stared at Jiang Jinan with wide eyes, surprised. So what if I'm crazy? I can do whatever I want with the shares in my hands. Jiang Jinan was satisfied with Chu Manya's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Chu Manya lowered her head and couldn't say anything, although she had long looked at Jiang Jinan with displeasure. If she could make Jiang Jinan get lost, of course she would be very happy to do so. However, if this was the way to make Jiang Jinan leave, it was something she did not want to see, because Chu Manya understood that if Jiang Jinan really did this, then it would have a serious impact on the group. But to give in just like that was also impossible. Once there was a first time for this kind of thing, there would be a second, third, or even countless times. Moreover, Su Haoming is not a small staff member of the group who can be dismissed for any reason. The third largest shareholder of the group. How could he be expelled at the drop of a hat? Chapter 19 Coercion. Su Haoming looked at the astonished Chu Manya with a sullen face. He could see that Chu Manya had panicked. Indeed, Jiang Jinan's threat seemed to be in a funny way, but in reality, it was sinister. The second largest shareholder in the group suddenly threw out its equity at a low price. Once such a thing was rumored, it would inevitably cause the group to be questioned by outsiders. Was there something wrong within the group? With the ensuing suppression from competing companies, it was basically inevitable that the group would suffer losses. This can be described as a tactic that kills 1,000 enemies and loses 800 at the same time. At the same time, Su Haoming clearly understood that Jiang Jinan didn't care about the 800 he lost. Chu Manya probably only had the 1,000, but Jiang Jinan had much more than 800. This matter was caused by himself. He had to think of a way. It's fine for me to lose some money on my own, even if I give away all my equity for free. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for our Jiang family. But once the group loses, has Mr. Chu considered the consequences? Seeing Chu Manya's face become more and more ugly, Jiang Jinan's smile became more and more complacent. Chu Manya's brows knitted tightly without speaking. Such a situation was something she had not expected at all. Chu Manya was very clear that she had only taken over the group for a short while, and once the group suffered a loss, even if it couldn't affect her position as the chairman of the board of directors, it would still be a huge blow to her image as the new president. This was a situation that her current self absolutely could not accept. General Manager Chu has considered this for so long, she should be able to consider the outcome, right? Seeing Chu Manya's delay in speaking, Jiang Jinan waited with some impatience and immediately yelled, Chu Manya still lowered her head and didn't say anything. The pros and cons of it made the first time out of the society she was quite headstrong and didn't know how to deal with it. Chu Manya, this performance is Jiang Jinan most want to see. The more difficult it was for her to make a choice meant that this matter was more important to her. The smile on Jiang Jinan's face also became more and more impish. A few months ago, when he first saw Chu Manya, who had taken over the group, Jiang Jinan had always coveted her beauty. Borrowing his innate advantage of coming from a big family, Jiang Jinan had played with many women, but this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl. Therefore, Jiang Jinan secretly swore in his heart at that time, must get Chu Manya. Unable to do so, in the face of Jiang Jinan's proud skills of flirting with girls, Chu Manya repeatedly turned a blind eye. What you can't get is always in commotion. Because of this, Jiang Jinan even more want to get this woman. Now, he himself was blessed because of Su Haoming, that son of a, and seized Chu Manya's soft underbelly. Looking at Chu Manya's long and slender legs wrapped under the black stockings of the overskirt, as well as the perfect face that could be described as a ghostly work of art, Jiang Jinan could only feel his belly burning, and images of himself ravaging this great beauty had even begun to appear in his mind. Seeing that you're so hesitant, maybe my request isn't harsh enough for you to make up your mind. Let's do it this way. I'll add one more demand. Not only do you have to drive that surname Su out of the group, you also have to accompany me to the Victoria Hotel for dinner tonight. If you don't make a decision, my demands will only increase. So think about it. Jiang Jinan smiled lewdly. His eyes at this time had already unobtrusively revealed the desire for Chu Manya, as if Chu Manya in front of him had only been a helpless lamb, while he himself was a hungry wolf. Jiang Jinan, you don't go too far. Chu Manya swelled red face and whispered in shame. Victoria Hotel is the famous couple hotel in Xiaonan City. After dining there, the hotel will provide free rooms for accommodation. Chu Manya can't hear Jiang Jinan's words outside the meaning? Emboldened, Jiang Jinan grinned. I am so excessive. What can you do to me? The big deal is that you just refuse. Anyway, this loss is not painful for our Jiang family. I just don't know if Mr. Chu can accept the consequences on his own. Kong Dingjiang, the vice president at the side, couldn't stand it anymore and said in a low voice, Jiang Jinan, you're bullying a little girl like this. It wouldn't be good for your Jiang family if this were to spread out, would it? Jiang Jinan was slightly stunned. The panic that flashed through his eyes in this instant, however, made Su Haoming's eyes light up. It looked like there was a way out. What's wrong with having? It's not like I'm holding a knife clamped to her neck and forcing her. I'm just in and making reasonable use of my power. Right. That's it, Jiang Jinan said while nodding his head. Whether or not he had convinced others was unknown. Anyway, Jiang Jinan had convinced himself. Ha! You have a knack for strong words, but don't forget that you're not the only shareholder in our group. Kong Dingjiang stood up with a cold snort. Jiang Jinan could see that Kong Dingjiang was trying to stand up for Chu Manya, and his heart screamed that it was not good. Such an old fox who had traversed the business world. He was afraid that he could not fight him. What do you mean? Jiang Jinan asked in a trembling voice. Kong Dingjiang immediately said in a firm voice. I also own shares in the group and am also a member of the board of directors. Now Jiang Jinan, who is one of the shareholders, is attempting to threaten the chairman with the shares in his hands, seriously disrupting the order of the group and violating the board's regulations. I propose to abolish Jiang Jinan's qualification as a shareholder. Jiang Jinan was in a cold sweat. There was indeed such a clause in the board of directors regulations. As long as a shareholder violated the board of directors regulations, the board members would be able to make that shareholder withdraw from the group by voting to sell the equity in their hands to others at the original price. It was surprising that one had forgotten that there was such a thing. Any of you dare to agree? Don't forget that I'm a member of the Jiang family. If you guys dare to fire me, you'll have to be careful when you walk at night in the future. Jiang Jinan wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, excited and yelling loudly. Chu Manya, the beautiful president, was close at hand. How could he just let the opportunity slip away? If we just give in, won't we all be at your mercy in the future? Everyone, please raise your hands immediately to vote. Kong Dingjiang shouted loudly. However, what Kong Dingjiang didn't expect was that the people in the conference room looked at each other in dismay, and the occasional person who raised their hand was quickly put down. Such an outcome was out of Kong Dingjiang's expectation. Were these people really just going to succumb to the lustful power of the Jiang family? Please think clearly. Once this kind of thing occurs for the first time, Jiang Jinan will definitely have a next time. The originally confident Kong Dingjiang got anxious and shouted once again. Mr. Kong is sorry, we are all just ordinary citizens. We can't fight the Jiang family. So, yes, Mr. Kong, although I also know that this is not good for Mr. Chu, but we just want to make money. We can't offend the second youngest master of the Jiang family. Please, can you understand me? You guys? Kong Dingjiang was so angry that he couldn't speak for a moment. Jiang Jinan, who thought he was going to lose, also did not expect that it would actually end up like this. At once he let out a reckless and rampant laughter. Ha ha ha, seeing no con ding Jiang, just with you guys, what can you take to fight with my Jiang family? It was not easy to see a glimmer of hope Chu Manya red eyes. Could it be that she really want to be committed to Jiang Jinan, this playboy? She was unwilling to do so, but she absolutely could not let the group straddle her hands. Just when Chu Menya was at her most helpless, Su Haoming, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth. Hey, surnamed Jiang, how much to sell the equity in your hand? Chapter 20 actually come true. Behind him, Su Haoming's inexplicable words made Jiang Jinan's laughter stop and twisted his head to look back, only to see that this time Su Haoming was looking at himself with a smile on his face. What do you mean? Jiang Jinan asked in a low voice with a sullen face. As soon as he thought about it, he knew that Su Haoming must have come up with some idea, and thus was very cautious. Didn't I just say it straight out? I want to buy the equity in your hand. Su Haoming replied with a smile. Just buy you? Jiang Jinan pulled out his ears with his hand, and after confirming that there was no problem with his ears, his laughter was even more rampant than before. In the face of that rather ear-piercing laughter, Su Haoming's expression remained unchanged, and he still said with a bashful smile, didn't you say that you want to sell off your equity at a low price? I happen to have a bit of spare money in my hands, so you don't have to go through the trouble of going outside to find your next home. The smile on Jiang Jinnan's face gradually disappeared and was replaced with contempt. Do you know how much of the entire group's equity I have in hand? Su Haoming nodded back. 14%, isn't it? Since you know that, you should understand even more. This 14% stake is worth at least $150 million. With you wanting to buy it? Jiang Jinnan's eyes were as if he was looking at a little cutie. General. Also, as the group's major shareholders, Jiang Jinnan on Su Chaoyan's assets probably still have some understanding. He has publicly donated a part of the assets. Leaving him this nephew's legacy can have a 2 to 3 million is a broken day. This amount of money want to acquire the equity in his hands? Not a little cute. What is it? You said you wanted to sell it off at a low price, but it turned out to be just a bluff to scare people. Su Haoming said with a deflated mouth, pretending to be unhappy, and this very simple provocation immediately had Jiang Jinnan hooked. Who the hell is bluffing? Fine. Since you want it, take $50 million out now, and I'll transfer my stake to you right away. Jiang Jinnan said angrily. $50 million to buy a stake worth close to $150 million. Cutie. Both were willing. Jiang Jinnan didn't feel that Su Haoming was a little cutie, but he was equally confident that Su Haoming simply didn't have that much money on hand. Can it be cheaper? Su Haoming said with a difficult expression. Seeing Su Haoming's expression, Jiang Jinnan's smile was even more disdainful. Still want to go cheap? Is this not a fracture price for me? If you can't get the money, go to the side and shut your mouth. Don't look at yourself. Do you really think you're a rich man with $20 million in your hand? My yearly pocket money is more than the money in your hand. Su Haoming's face was cloudy, and after a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and said, if I take out the money now, will you transfer the stake to me right away? Su Haoming, are you crazy? Where did you get so much money? Chu Manya hurriedly said. The handover of Su Chaoyang's inheritance was single-handedly completed by her secretary, and she naturally understood exactly how much money Su Haoming had in his hands right now. And this seemingly rather attractive price was something Su Haoming could not afford at all. Why don't you lend me some first? I'll find a way to pay you back later. Su Haoming winked at Chu Menya and smiled. Without waiting for Chu Menya to speak, Jiang Jinnan immediately said, I want you to take out the money right now. I can't sell it to you for any amount of money you offer out of this conference room. Then transfer the money. Send your account number over. I don't know when such a large amount of money can be transferred successfully. I'll have to get a checkbook later. Su Haoming muttered in a low voice, while taking out his cell phone. Jiang Jinnan then froze, and after returning to his senses he couldn't help but frown. Are you for real? Are the words coming from you? So many people have witnessed it. You don't want to back out, do you? Su Haoming spread his hands and said, impossible. How could Su Chaoyang leave you so much money? $50 million. Listen clearly, it's $50 million. Jiang Jinnan started to panic a bit. Could it be that he heard those news were false? Send over the account number. That secretary Meng, can you go to the legal department now to draft the equity transfer contract? It's urgent. Su Haoming turned his head to Meng Ziwei and asked. Meng Ziwei was also quite surprised. When Su Chaoyan left Su Haoming's funds, or she personally went to the bank to handle the transfer. She is also quite clear about Su Haoming's family background. Could it be that he is still hiding a hand? That's impossible. Su Haoming is a delivery man. How could he have tens of millions of dollars in savings? Meng Ziwei hesitated and didn't know how to answer. But Su Haoming had already walked towards her. When Meng Ziwei saw the balance on Su Haoming's cell phone bank, the always subdued her was instantly dumbfounded, because Su Haoming's account did indeed have a deposit of $50 million. I'll go deal with it right away. With that, Meng Ziwei turned around and walked out of the conference room. Impossible. How could you possibly have so much money? When Jiang Zhennan saw Meng Ziwei's reaction, he secretly screamed in his heart that something bad had happened. He ran towards Su Haoming without saying a word, and grabbed the cell phone in his hand. And when he saw the balance of Su Haoming's bank account, his whole body was dumbfounded. It was $50 million. No more and no less. Send your bank card number. You're not backtracking, are you? Su Haoming took back the cell phone, then looked at Jiang Zhennan's shocked appearance, followed by a cold smile. Jiang Zhennan stammered, unable to say something. Originally he thought that Su Haoming did not have any money, so he casually said a number. But who would have thought that this nephew of Su Chaoyang, just such a takeaway guy, would actually have so much money? Could it be that he was really going to transfer the equity in his hand to him? How is that possible? Isn't that just giving money to Su Haoming for nothing? It looks like Mr. Jiang is trying to back out. If this gets out, I wonder how many more people will do business with your Jiang family in the future. Su Haoming said as he walked over to Chu Menya and picked up the recorder that Meng Ziwei had just placed on the table. He had noticed this thing that was used to take minutes of the meeting early on, and it was because of it that Su Haoming could be so calm. After a little bit of manipulation, what Jiang Zhennan had just said came out from the recorder. Jiang Zhennan's face instantly turned pale. For a family like theirs, credibility was the most important thing, and once they lost their trust, their losses would be more than that. Mr. Jiang, why don't you say anything? If you can't give up, just forget it. We'll take it as a fart, and this matter will be over. Su Haoming said with another smile. Count on you to be ruthless. Jiang Zhennan gritted his teeth and said. At this time, his eyes were already red, and he who had Chu Manya on his mind actually didn't consider these points. Then goodbye and don't see me off. Sell on sell. Grandpa, I don't like this small amount of money from you, Jiang Zhennan said again. These words caused Su Haoming to freeze when he heard them. His intention was not to really want to acquire Jiang Zhennan's shareholding, but rather, he wanted to resolve the matter of Jiang Zhennan's threat to Chu Manya just now through this matter. As long as Jiang Zhennan repented, then the so-called low-price sale of equity things he certainly does not dare to mention again. His threat to Chu Manya is also gone. But what Su Haoming never expected was that Jiang Zhennan actually really wanted to transfer the equity to himself. Chapter 21, the second largest shareholder. When he signed the equity transfer contract, Su Haoming's hands were shaking. Although his account had now become bare again, he instantly owned 24% of the group's equity, leaping to become the second largest shareholder with an unshakable position. This happiness came too suddenly. Jiang Zhennan signed the contract with a dark face and left without a word. Looking at Jiang Zhennan's departing back, Su Haoming inexplicably wanted to laugh. Some people are really strange. Obviously a little bit of softness is no big deal, but they have to be so stubborn. This is good. Letting himself earn nearly $100 million for nothing. This money was simply thrown on the ground for himself to pick up. It was too good to be true. The meeting ended in a hurry because of the episode brought by Jiang Zhennan, and all the shareholders had something on their hands, so they left one after another. Su Haoming hummed a little song out of the conference room, did not walk out 2 steps. Beside came a voice, congratulations, Mr. Su, with such a low price to Jiang Zhennan's hands to acquire the equity, in one fell swoop to become our group's second largest shareholder, is really congratulatory. Su Haoming turned his head and saw Kong Dingzhang, the group's vice president, walking towards himself with a smile on his face. It's alright, my intention was just to help the chairman out. I didn't expect him to be so headstrong to send me money, so I had to accept it reluctantly. Su Haoming smiled back. For this vice president, his first impression was still good, because he was the only one besides himself who dared to stand up against Jiang Zhennan. It was a pity that the result wasn't as satisfactory as it should have been. No matter what, I still have to thank you for removing a hidden danger from our group. That Jiang Zhennan was relying on his background to run roughshod over the group. With the existence of such an individual, it's only a matter of time before our group declines. Kong Dingzhang said with a long sigh. Su Haoming nodded and was about to speak when he heard the cell phone in Kong Dingzhang's pocket suddenly ring. Kong Dingzhang glanced at the phone and then said, however, I still want to remind Mr. Su that Jiang Zhennan won't be willing to stop after suffering a loss at your hands, so please be more careful. I still have work to deal with on my hands. Let's have a good drink some other day. Okay, I'll treat you some other day. Su Haoming nodded in agreement. Then, Kong Dingzhang picked up the phone and turned to leave. Su Haoming, you wait. Just after the conversation with Kong Dingzhang ended, not waiting for Su Haoming to take a step, another familiar voice came from behind him. A few seconds later, Chu Menya ran to Su Haoming. You should have time tonight, right? Su Haoming probably guessed Chu Menya's intentions, but still asked, is there anything else? Thank you for just now. A smile appeared on Chu Menya's face after a long time. Su Haoming hurriedly shrugged it off and modestly said, it's just a small token. Now as long as Secretary Meng's recorder is still there, we don't need to worry about Jiang Jinnan spreading rumors and slanders outside. Well, I know that you should be free tonight, right? Saying that, Chu Mengya's pretty face was slightly colored with a touch of red. This kind of words were never inquired by others. It was the first time that she herself asked like this. Sure enough, it was like this. Su Haoming didn't want to refuse, but just thinking of his sister in the hospital, he still hesitated. You still want me to treat you to dinner? But I still have to go take care of Yusin. Right now your sister is in the advanced ward. There are specialized nurses to take care of her. If it's not possible, I'll let Sister Meng take care of her again. That's always fine, right? Chu Mengya beamed and said unhappily. This guy actually wanted to reject himself. Su Haoming cupped his chin and pondered for a while. Yes, but it has to be your treat. I'm the benefactor who just helped you. Look at you stingy like that. I please it. Chu Moya agreed painfully, but in her heart, she couldn't help but spit out. This Su Haoming is too straight. Where is the reasoning behind letting a girl treat a girl to dinner? In a Western restaurant near the group's head office, Su Haoming blinked nervously as he looked around at the customers coming and going. Although his yellow robe battlesuit was now stowed away in the Idea Pavilion, at this time, he was dressed in civilian clothes, yet he was still different from the other customers wearing formal clothes. If I had known that I was coming to a Western restaurant, I would have changed my clothes, Su Haoming said awkwardly. Many people would always glance over intentionally or unintentionally when passing by their table, causing Su Haoming to be very embarrassed. It's just a meal. Where do you get off being so particular? Saying this, Chu Mengya cut off a piece of steak and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing it in small bites. Su Haoming smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. This little nymph said so on her lips, but isn't she deliberately paying attention to her image when she eats? Right, Su Haoming? I'm a bit curious. Where exactly did you get your money? I've heard Sister Meng say that the money your uncle left you was only $20 million. Is it hard for you to have delivered $30 million from a takeaway? After swallowing the meat in her mouth, Chu Mengya asked curiously. This was also the main reason why she invited Su Haoming for dinner. This man was just too mysterious. It really makes you right, Su Haoming immediately said. Chu Mengya was instantly unhappy. What's the joke? Delivering takeaways to earn $30 million? A single commission is only $3 to $5. You have to deliver for hundreds of years? Su Haoming smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. As a matter of fact, he really earned this money by delivering takeaways, and he received the order before going to the company for a meeting, and he was almost late because of this task. Of course, Su Haoming would not say these words, and even more so, Chu Mengya did not believe it. Seeing that Su Haoming was slow to speak, Chu Mengya sighed. Her voice suddenly became much colder. Forget it if you don't say it. After all, our friendship is not that deep. Do you know about the Chu Hai-Su family? Su Haoming suddenly asked. I've heard of it. It said that it suddenly broke up half a year ago, and almost all of the Su family died. And so on. What do you mean? Chu Moya reacted with hindsight. I'm the son of the Su family's head, and that $30 million is the last of our family's savings, Su Haoming said with a bitter smile. Although this last sentence was false, it was the only reasonable explanation Su Haoming could give. If you're rich, why do you want to deliver, and let your sister stay in that kind of ward? Chu Moya was still skeptical. We fled to Kunin to take refuge, not daring to be too flashy. I still don't know exactly who victimized our Su family. Su Haoming unconsciously clenched his fists, because this was indeed true as well. Chu Moya nodded. The indifference on her face gradually faded. Such an explanation was something she could barely accept, so that Su Chaoyang would give part of his inheritance to Su Haoming to inherit. It seemed much more reasonable. What about you? I'm also curious. You're only in your early 20s when you're serving as the chairman of the group. There should be a story behind it as well, right? Su Haoming also took the opportunity to ask the question he wanted to ask. The knife and fork in Chu Mengya's hand suddenly stopped. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, I'm not a local. My family is in Fengqiu City. Oh, what? The Fengqiu Chu family. Su Haoming was also shocked as an afterthought. Fengqiu City was different from Qiunan and Qiuhai, being the capital of Qiuyuan province. Chapter 22, The Girl Who Makes One's Heart Ache. Su Haoming's reaction was not out of Chu Mengya's expectation, because not only did she come from the provincial capital of Fengqiu, but the Chu family was also considered a big family with a big name in Fengqiu, and the so-called 6 big families of Kunin City did not have the qualifications to give their Chu family a lift in their shoes. However, after knowing Chu Monya's background, Su Haoming was even more strange. Chu Monya saw Su Haoming's doubts. The fork in her hand twirled in the spaghetti on the dinner plate, but her eyes were downcast. Isn't it strange why I was so hesitant just now when I was threatened by Jiang Jinan? Su Haoming nodded silently. Then listen to me tell a story. Chu Mengya suddenly put down her fork and slowly told her experience after letting out a long sigh. About 4 months ago, Chu Monya's grandfather, Chu Tianxiong, was in ill health and was about to die soon. However, not many members of the family thought of ways to renew the old man's life, but instead began to fight in an attempt to compete for the inheritance. Chu Tianxiong knew the truth that the decline of a family often began with internal strife, because he gathered all the members of the family and announced that his eldest granddaughter, Chu Mangya, would become the next head of the Chu family. This decision had not even occurred to Chu Moya herself. Even if her father had passed away long ago, the family's heir shouldn't fall on her own head, but rather on the heads of her own several uncles. Instead, Chu Tianxiong had decided to do just that. Such a decision naturally caused other members of the family to be dissatisfied. Even if the position of the family head was not his own, it should not fall on the head of the 22-year-old Chu Mangya. However, no one could change the family head's decision, and no one dared to disobey Chu Tianxiong's words. For this reason, the other members of the family united and pressed Chu Mangya, demanding that she must pass the family trial before they would recognize her position. The content of this so-called family trial was to have Chu Mangya come to Qunan City to take over the present-day Hungry Group Takeout Group, and to complete the doubling of the market capitalization within 3 years, or else she would not have the ability to take charge of the entire family. And if Chu Mangya refused, she would lose her qualifications to become the head of the family, and would even be used as a bargaining chip by other members of the family for marriage with other families as a result, in order to not allow herself to become a bargaining chip tool in the hands of others. Even though Chu Moya did not have the will to become the head of the family, she had to accept this trial to come to Qunan City. After listening to the experience Chu Mangya recounted, Su Haoming suddenly realized, no wonder you're scornful, together with your Chu family. In addition to this group, what connections and resources are all not given to you? Well, even if I really got my way by Jiang Jinan, not only would they not help me, instead they might celebrate for it. It was really close just now. If it wasn't for you thinking of a way, I might really have to surrender my innocence, Chu Moya said with a bitter smile. Even if I wasn't there was no need to let that guy have his way, right? The big deal is that if you refuse, even if you have a loss, it's not too big. Once we let him have his way, he'll only gain an inch. Chu Moya, however, shook her head and said, no, I've only just taken up my position not long ago. I definitely can't let the group suffer any losses. Just like you said, as a president at my age, the people in the group casually treat me with respect on the surface, but behind my back, most of them are not convinced. Once there is a loss, my prestige that I don't have much of will even more be gone. If it really becomes this kind of situation, undoubtedly as to my future pronounced the death sentence. Chu Moya's words were not unreasonable. Having time to be young was not necessarily a good thing. Then wouldn't it be better for you to explicitly say that you don't want to take over any family head position? Or take over and transfer it to someone else? Su Haoming proposed again. That's what I said at the time, but where would they stop? I'm a thorn in their side. Either I nail them to death or they throw me in the trash. Chu Mangya let out another long sigh. Su Haoming fell into silence. Although she wanted to comfort Chu Mangya with something, she didn't know where to start. But Su Haoming also sympathized with this girl. Obviously most of her family members were still alive, but it would be better to die. Obviously still at the age of youth, but she had to put on a mask of indifference to face such a society. Even Su Haoming had a few heartaches. His own sister still had herself to rely on, but Chu Mangya had nothing. If I can, I'll find a way to help you. Although Su Haoming had a serious face, Chu Mangya was inexplicably amused. Don't be silly, aren't you also struggling to protect yourself? If you really want to say it, we're probably considered to be in the same boat. Find a way to take care of yourself and your sister. After all, your sister's illness isn't easy to cure. Speaking of this, Chu Mangya suddenly remembered another thing. Not waiting for Su Haoming to speak, she continued, right, you are now the second largest shareholder of our group. You still don't want to send takeaways, right? It's hard and tiring, but you still have to be distracted to take care of your sister. I can arrange a job for you. A casual position should be no problem. What do you want to do, say? Chu Mangya originally thought that Su Haoming would be happy when he heard this, but he didn't want Su Haoming to shake his head very decisively immediately after hearing this. No need to trouble you. I still want to deliver takeaways. Are you being silly? I'll arrange a casual job for you. You'll get money for sitting in the office and blowing air conditioning every day, and you'll be able to have more energy to take care of your sister. Puzzlement was written all over Chu Mangya's face. She really didn't understand Su Haoming's thinking. In the past, of course Su Haoming would gladly accept such an arrangement. However, now that he possessed a heaven-defying takeout system, a random single task was the amount of money that an ordinary person could not earn in a lifetime. So he still sat in a hammer office. So, Su Haoming choked back. You're the one who's stupid. I'm a shareholder of the company, and I'm supposed to get dividends even if I don't do anything. Then there's no need for you to continue delivering takeaways. Chu Mangya was so overwhelmed by Su Haoming's thinking that he couldn't help but cry and laugh. He didn't have any problems with his brain. Why was he so obsessed with delivering takeaways? I'm used to being free, and I feel uncomfortable sitting in the office. And I don't want to be too high profile, otherwise I might attract the attention of my enemies. Su Haoming hurriedly thought of another reason and said. This explanation was able to make Chu Monya accept it, but she still felt strange. Then you don't have to deliver takeout. Our group's hallowed vice chairman, actually riding a small donkey to deliver takeout outside. This thing can't be said without making others laugh their asses off. Su Haoming, however, remained unconcerned. What's so funny? The delivery people are richer than them. Can they laugh? This time Chu Monya didn't say anything. Su Haoming's logic genius made her unable to refute. Chapter 23 Touching It Won't Kill You. So you invited me to dinner just to ask me these questions? Su Haoming in the passenger seat glanced over at Chu Monya, who was driving, in a depressed manner. Originally, he was still slightly looking forward to other stories in the back. Isn't it a normal routine for a hero to save a beauty and then the beauty to take the initiative to give her body to him? As a result, after finishing the meal, Chu Monya was going to send himself home without waiting for him to open his mouth. I go back to deal with the documents. Tomorrow there are 2 general meetings and 3 small meetings waiting for me. Do you think I'm as idle as you? Chu Monya's small mouth slightly skimmed as she complained. Su Haoming laughed awkwardly, but did not take it to heart. Mainly, I still want to thank you for helping me twice. And secondly, I want to get to know you a little bit. After all, you've just arrived and you're sitting on so many stakes in the group, so I have to be more cautious. Chu Monya continued. Exempt. This girl was not polite to herself, and said that she didn't trust herself in front of her face? Chu Monya immediately realized that she said a little too much. Small face slightly red hurriedly explained, but now I can tell you the truth, that I still recognize you. What can I do if I don't recognize it? The equity can all be legally obtained by me. Or are you planning to go to Victoria Hotel with me once? Su Haoming imitated Jiang Jinnan's lewd smile and said. Instead of getting angry, Chu Monya smiled flirtatiously. If you're willing to give me all the shares, it's not impossible. It would be my honor to have my innocence worth close to 300 million. Su Haoming immediately wimped out. I'm just saying. Just kidding. You can't take it seriously. No need. Su Haoming said. Chu Monya also no, because this guy seems to have no interest in himself. At least she has never seen Su Haoming look at himself with other men's eyes like that. Rarely. Thinking of this, Chu Monya's heart is still inexplicably unhappy. Is he not pretty enough, or does he have a problem with his orientation? Would there really be someone who was not interested in himself at all? Humph. Lest a joke with me like this. Beware of me pulling out your teeth. Chu Monya pouted her lips and spat in a small voice. Su Haoming let out a sarcastic laugh, then recovered his proper color. His voice was also much more serious, but then again, seeing you in the company and in private is like two people. Obviously in private your personality is quite lively. Why do you have to act cold in the company? Chu Monya couldn't help but sigh and said mockingly, you question my status as the chairman of the board of directors, but how could those under me not? If they are still playful, who would still be willing to listen to me? Indeed, it was a bit reasonable. A 22-year-old girl did not have much social experience. If she didn't put on a mask to appear stronger, how could she convince the public? That's true, but I think it's good for you to smile once in a while. Don't let the pressure change your heart. Su Haoming pretended to be deep and said, who doesn't know this kind of reasoning? To be honest, you really look quite good when you smile. Saying that, Su Haoming couldn't help but reach out and pinch Chu Monya's face. Just after a light pinch, Su Haoming immediately regretted it. This was a habit he had when communicating with his sister, and somehow used it himself. Pa! Chu Monya slammed on the brakes, then slapped Su Haoming's hand away. Just now, she was still secretly upset because Su Haoming didn't show interest in herself, but she didn't expect that this guy actually hit it so deeply. It was just that Chu Monya was not annoyed much, but more of a shyness. Borrowing the street lamps, Su Haoming clearly saw Chu Monya's stunningly beautiful face colored with a touch of redness. Who allowed you to pinch my face indiscriminately? Want to see you smile a little bit? Well, touch a little bit and will not die. Vainly. Su Haoming's voice was much smaller. He also did not know just how he was. Inexplicably reached out. Laugh your ghost, quickly get off. Chu Monya feigned anger and snapped. Don't you It's expensive to take a taxi back at this point. Su Haoming hurriedly said in an aggravated manner. Take a taxi you ghost Long Way Village. Don't you live here? Chu Monya said in a good-natured and amused manner. Arrived? Only then did Su Haoming react. Looking back, he indeed stopped right at the village entrance of the urban village he lived in. Then it's fine. I'll see you tomorrow. By the way, your face is quite comfortable to touch. After saying that, without waiting for Chu Monya to get mad, Su Haoming immediately quickly got out of the car and fled as if drilling into the village. Walking on the way home, the pink and smooth touch of Chu Monya's face just now left Su Haoming wanting more. Just at this time, the cell phone in Su Haoming's pocket suddenly rang. his heart thump a nervous up. He did not just touch her face well, to be so excited to find himself to ask for punishment? The helpless Su Haoming hard-headedly saw the information displayed on the cell phone. He long breathed out. Not Chu Mingya want to find their own trouble, but from Zhao Cici's WeChat. This is still a few days ago Zhao Cici took the initiative to add his own, but the two have never communicated. This first communication or people take the initiative to find their own. Su Haoming hurriedly opened WeChat and clicked on the message sent by Zhao Cici, only to see that it said, "I'm on the air. I learned a new tune today, you hurry up and come listen. I can't afford to brush gifts." Su Haoming giggled and replied. The anchor personally gave his fans a reminder to start broadcasting. There probably weren't many people in this world who had such a good benefit as himself, right? Zhao Cici over there quickly replied. No need. I never ask for gifts from others. By the way, what's your ID? I'll put you on housekeeping, right? Although he wasn't quite sure what exactly room management was for, Su Haoming didn't hesitate much and reported his account number. The houses in the urban village were lined with houses, and the cell phone signal wasn't very good. So in order to be able to catch up with Zhao Cici's live broadcast, Su Haoming hurriedly put his cell phone away, and accelerated his footsteps towards his rented house to rush back. Tonight seems to be different from the past. Originally every night there were tenants who invited guests to drink and opened the door of their rooms to make a lot of noise. But tonight the whole building is very quiet. Even the usual tenants who like to open the stereo and play earthy DJs. Today there is also a rare onset of no noise making. This is to let Su Haoming happy leisure. Those few people have been complained a few times. Has not been convergence, now finally is a conscience. Thinking like this in his heart, Su Haoming unknowingly walked to the door of his house. Just as Su Haoming pulled out his key and was about to open the door, his eyes suddenly blurred, and immediately afterward, a bar of data appeared in front of him. Wang Defa, Force value 11, Wisdom value 7, Agility value 8, Charisma value 6, Lin Hao, Force value 12, Wisdom value 9, Agility value 7, Charisma value 8, Pan Guoqing, Force value 11, Wisdom value 10, Agility value 9, Charisma value 9, up and down. Su Haoming saw a total of 8 whole people's data suddenly displayed in front of his eyes, a situation that Su Haoming hadn't even encountered before. Obviously, he hadn't intentionally checked, so why would the information of other people suddenly be displayed? Su Haoming's heart was puzzled, so he followed the location of the information, and then he was surprised to find that none of the locations shown in the data were in his own house. Su Haoming immediately reacted to the fact that someone in the house was waiting for him to return. Chapter 24, The Annunciation or the Morning. Recalling the look of Jiang Jinnan's gloomy face glaring fiercely at himself before he left during the day, Su Haoming smiled bitterly and still opened the door to his room. Originally, Su Haoming thought how Jiang Jinnan could be so kind as to simply transfer his shares to himself at a low price. He has already made a good calculation in his heart. Pushed the door to open the light. As expected, 6 people have been more than 20 square meters of rental house stuffed full. These people are holding machetes and steel rods in their hands, and as soon as they saw Su Haoming, they immediately surrounded him. One of them near the door also directly closed the door of the room without saying a word. You all want to come, how not to say a little in advance. I have nothing prepared. Not good to entertain you all. How about this? I'm going to buy some small dishes back now. Barbecue should be able to put? Su Haoming let out a dry laugh, ready to turn around and open the door, but a steel rod had already been pressed against the door handle. Someone paid for your life. He also asked us to bring you a message. Some people are not something you can mess with. Pay attention in your next life. One of the big men droned in a low voice. Oh, so it's not a guest. That's fine. Save me some money. Su Haoming's face lost its smile. Old Wang, don't dawdle. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Hurry up and do him. Jiang Shao said he has a sister. After cleaning him up we can go and taste him. Another person yelled out recklessly. Su Haoming's eyes immediately flickered with killing intent upon hearing this. Originally he had wanted to tease these people for fun, but now there was no need. Seek death. Su Haoming let out a low roar and suddenly reached out and grabbed the steel stick that was against the door handle. Then with a backhanded kick, he sent the stick wielder flying and crashing into the wall. The remaining 5 people froze for a moment. They didn't expect Su Haoming to actually dare to resist. But so what? He was only one person, and the 5 quickly reacted, lifting up the weapons in their hands and smashing them towards Su Haoming. In the originally small rental house, the party with more people had the advantage, because there was almost no way to dodge. As long as Su Haoming was hit by a random knife or a stick, he would be completely ruined. Unfortunately, imagination and reality are often not the same. Only to see Su Haoming not panicking. After dodging a knife and a stick with a sidestep, the steel stick in his hand blocked 3 more weapons. At the same time, Su Haoming didn't forget to attack, and when it was too late, the moment he blocked the enemy's attack, he directly launched an attack as well. having nearly 3 times the strength of an ordinary person. He had no intention of showing mercy in his rage, and with a kick, he sent another one flying against the wall and fainted. Not only his strength, Su Haoming's speed was more than twice as high as that of an ordinary person, and the remaining 4 didn't even have a chance to react, as Su Haoming knocked them all down to the ground in almost one hit. In a 1-on-6 battle, Su Haoming had already won in the blink of an eye. Where's Jiang Jinnan? Su Haoming stepped on a gangster that he deliberately suffered from not kicking unconscious, his voice as cold as a knife. Big brother, don't kill me, don't kill me, I know wrong Originally also dangling a cigarette, arrogantly unimaginable small gangster snot and tearfully miserable screaming. Just now, Jiang Jinnan had sworn to assure that this person was just a takeout guy who had gotten lucky, and was nothing but a little bit of money, but now it seemed that this person's strength was simply not below the old man's. I'll ask you one last time, where is Jiang Jinnan? Su Haoming's voice grew colder and colder. The steel rod he held in his hand was stuck at the gangster's throat. As long as he was willing, he could run through the gangster's throat at any time. He is waiting for us to go back to report the good news. In the Night City 888 box. Before the words were finished, Su Haoming directly kicked him into unconsciousness. Then now I'll go over and report his death. In the 888th box of the Nocturnal City KTV, the 2 box princesses that Jiang Jinnan had his arms around were singing in a strange manner. At this moment, Jiang Jinnan was in a good mood, as if what happened during the day today had not happened. The end of a song like a ghost crying. Sitting opposite Jiang Jinnan, a gentleman wearing gold glasses immediately got up and picked up a bottle of beer and handed it to Jiang Jinnan. If he let Jiang Jinnan sing any longer, his own eardrums would probably burst. Brother Longwan, are your men any good? They've been gone for almost 2 hours and still haven't returned? Jiang Jinnan took a sip of beer and asked nonchalantly while he was still drunk. Should be back soon too. Isn't it what you said is a delivery guy? I sent my men a security squad, still afraid that I can't handle him? Liang Langwen said unhappily. Originally he didn't want to send so many people at all, but seeing as it was Jiang Jinnan's sake, he was only a little bit more attentive. I didn't expect that this kid was actually still unsatisfied? That's right, it's just a dead takeout guy. What am I worrying about? But it's quite a pity. I didn't think of it just now in my anger. I should have let those people of yours bring him over for me to dispose of personally. Jiang Jinnan thought of this as an afterthought, and was so angry that he slapped the thigh of the box princess beside him. I say, you're the second youngest master of the Jiang family. Why are you having trouble with a takeout delivery guy? He gave you a takeout timeout? Liang Langwen asked it this time. He also didn't know why Jiang Jinnan suddenly looked for himself to help him deal with a delivery boy. What exactly was his intention? Jiang Jinnan blew through his beer in one gulp, and then briefly talked about what happened during the day today. In the end, Jiang Jinnan was so angry that his teeth itched. If it wasn't for that stupid takeout guy, he would have been in bed with Chu Mengya right now, having an in-depth conversation. Liang Langwen came to a sudden realization after hearing this. I said, how could someone dare to mess with our Jiang family's second youngest? The feeling is that it's a thug who suddenly has a bit of money and doesn't know the sky and the earth. But aren't you losing out by just selling him the equity you're holding? Don't mention it. At that time in the heat of anger, where to think so much? But it doesn't matter. When your men get rid of him, I'll just spend more money to buy all the shares in his hand. The big deal is just to be scolded by the old man at home for a couple more times. Jiang Jinnan said without thinking. It's good that young Jiang is happy. Liang Langwen smiled a little, in his heart more or less a little envious. Such a family's son's life is comfortable. They do not have that life. Can only flatter him. Jiang Jinnan smiled proudly, picked up the microphone and ready to continue his wailing. Just at this time, the door of the box was pushed open. Liang Langwen, who had his back to the door of the box, thought that it was his own men who had returned, and turned back while scolding. What are you guys doing? Taking so long to deal with a small matter? Do you know that our Mr. Jiang has already waited impatiently? However, as soon as Liang Langwen's words fell, his eyebrows frowned, because there was only one person who walked into the box. Chapter 25, Looking for Death. Seeing that the visitor was only one person, and his appearance was unfamiliar, Liang Langwen was wondering if this person had gone to the wrong box. However, before he could open his mouth to ask, Jiang Jinnan behind him was the first to speak. Brother Longwen's men are quite sensible, and still know to bring someone here for me to dispose of. He is Su Haoming? Liang Langwen asked, and his brows suddenly tightened. He had clearly instructed his men to kill him directly and then dispose of him cleanly. It was impossible for them not to listen to his words. Furthermore, this Su Haoming didn't look injured at all, so it couldn't be that his own men didn't find him. Then how did he get here? Liang Langwen immediately guessed a possibility, and with an ominous premonition in his heart, he quickly took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Su Haoming didn't even look at Liang Langwen. He walked to Jiang Jinnan without a word on his facial expression. His voice was dull and icy. Irrelevant people go out. I won't say it a second time. Jiang Jinnan didn't find anything wrong. He saw Su Haoming pretending up in front of him, immediately cursed in anger, ******** you Su Haoming. You're still pretending up when you've arrived at Laozi's turf. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down for Laozi? Pa! Su Haoming's reply was a simple slap. The two box princesses who had followed Jiang Jinnan with the same contemptuous eyes immediately screamed and ran out of the box without saying a word. Jiang Jinnan, on the other hand, covered his face in surprise and looked at Su Haoming. Are you crazy? Where are those men of yours? Brother Long One, how did you bring someone in who didn't come in himself, and got me slapped? Jiang Jinnan hurriedly called out towards Liang Langwen, and he also got up wanting to distance himself from Su Haoming. Young Jiang, the situation seems to be a bit wrong. A few of my men can't be contacted. Young Jiang? Liang Langwen raised his head to take a look and saw that Su Haoming was grabbing Jiang Jinnan's face with one hand and lifting him up. Jiang Jinnan struggled and couldn't make a sound. His mouth could only mumble and scream, and his arms and legs were flailing around. For a moment, he felt like he was already dead. Liang Langwen secretly screamed in his heart. If Jiang Jinnan had anything happened in his own venue, he would have to suffer as well. Who gave you the guts to do this to young Jiang? Release him quickly. Liang Langwen shouted as he pulled out an imitation gun from his waist and pressed it against the back of Su Haoming's head. Even though it was an imitation gun, one shot from this distance would surely open Su Haoming's head. Su Haoming's eyes slanted for a moment, and his hand on Jiang Jinnan's face immediately loosened. Jiang Jinnan fell on the sofa and panted heavily. Then when he saw Liang Langwen pointing a gun at Su Haoming's head, his eyes flashed with a violent light. Brother Longwen, what are you still waiting for? Quickly shoot him with one shot. But Liang Langwen hesitated in his heart. This is a VIP box. The people who come here to spend money are either rich or noble. If you do the person here, in case the boss knows that will not be able to avoid a criticism. Just in the moment of Liang Langwen's hesitation, Su Haoming moved, so fast that Liang Langwen didn't react at all and was kicked out by him. Su Haoming also did not turned around and snatched the gun in the hands of Liang Langwen, who had fallen to the ground, and then walked towards Jiang Jinnan. What are you going to do? Jiang Jinnan's face turned pale with fear, trying to back away but realizing that he had no way to retreat. Su Haoming didn't answer. He grabbed Jiang Jinnan's neck. Instantly Jiang Jinnan felt suffocated, so he instinctively opened his mouth. Then, Su Haoming shoved the muzzle of his gun into his mouth. How had Jiang Jinnan ever suffered such a thing? Instantly tears and snot flowed out together. He couldn't stop waving his hands, but even if he wanted to beg for mercy, he couldn't say anything. Moving me is fine. Trying to move my sister. Looking for death. Su Haoming's face suddenly gave a hideous smile, and his finger on the trigger followed and began to bend. Death often came without warning, catching people off guard. Jiang Jinnan rolled his eyes and almost fainted, not to mention struggling. Just in the nick of time, a voice suddenly came from behind Su Haoming. Wait a minute, Mr. Su, you can't kill him yet. After regaining consciousness, Liang Langwen couldn't think of anything else and immediately shouted. Su Haoming's hand paused slightly, his voice still icy. What about the reason? You just said that you can't touch your sister, right? I'm sure you know the power of the Jiang family in Qunan City. If you do away with Jiang Xiao here, do you think the Jiang family will let you go? You're a good fighter, I admit, but what about your sister? Are you sure you can stay by your sister's side at all times? Liang Langwen's several questions caused Su Haoming to fall into silence. The truth was indeed true. He was simply not strong enough to fight against the Jiang family right now, and if he really killed Jiang Jinnan, the consequences would inevitably involve his sister. The good thing was that he still had his senses, and listened into this man's words. Seeing that Su Haoming didn't say anything, Liang Langwen secretly rejoiced in his heart that he had made the right bet. This person called Su Haoming cared very much about his sister. Things might still have a chance to turn around. Hello Mr. Su, my name is Liang Langwen. I'm the department manager of Chengfeng Security Company. This is my business card. Liang Langwen walked to Su Haoming's side, handing Su Haoming his business card while introducing himself. As for grabbing the gun and saving Jiang Jinnan, he didn't have the slightest thought about it. Su Haoming didn't take the business card, and said with a puzzled expression, What do you want? Young Jiang is now my client. I have to protect his safety. Liang Langwen replied. Su Haoming then sneered. Do you think you can protect him now? Instantly, Liang Langwen saw Su Haoming's finger bending and pulling the trigger again. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly said, Let's talk about a deal. As long as you release Jiang Xiao, I assure you that our company will definitely not retaliate against you by any means. Jiang Jinnan made a sound from his mouth, and put his hands together in a pleading gesture. What do I trust you with? Su Haoming asked hesitantly. He didn't want to be nosy if he could. Look, I'm not even resisting now. Isn't that sincere enough? The most important thing in our line of work is honesty. You keep my business card. If anything goes wrong at that time, You can always come and take my dog's life. Liang Langwen took out another gold-encrusted private business card and stuffed it into Su Haoming's pocket, saying with conviction, "Good, I'll believe you once. Better not pull any tricks on me." Saying that, Su Haoming took out the seized imitation gun, and with a force in his hand, the gun was instantly crushed to pieces by him. "And you too, don't force me to make a move. Even if I can't fight the Jiang family, it's not that hard to pull someone to the mat." Su Haoming glared fiercely at Jiang Zhennan and snapped, "I know I'm wrong. I won't dare anymore. Thank you, Mr. Su, for sparing my life." Jiang Zhennan trembled and begged for mercy, almost on the verge of kneeling down for Su Haoming. "Remember your words." After saying that, Su Haoming turned around and stomped the wine table in front of him into two halves again before leaving the box without looking back. Chapter 26, Strange Changes Rise Again. After determining that Su Haoming had left and wouldn't be coming back, Jiang Zhennan sat on his butt on the ground panting heavily. Just now was the first time in his life that he was that close to death. Yet after he slowed down, he stood up only to slap Liang Langwen, who had saved his life. "What the are you doing? I almost let him get killed, do you know that? Didn't you say that your men were professional? Where are they, people? Why did that son of a come to me intact?" Liang Langwen's glasses were slapped away by Jiang Zhennan. He covered his face and didn't get angry. Instead he said in a low voice, "Young Jiang, calm down and listen to me. The people I sent can't be contacted. I guess they've all been disposed of by him." Jiang Zhennan heard this and became angry again. "Are your men all losers? You can't handle just one person? Growing up eating?" Liang Langwen frowned, his fists quietly clenched. "Just now that person is far from being as simple as imagined. Those of my men are armed with guys, but he was unharmed just now. There's also this gun and that wine table made of toughened glass. If I had done a little bit of resistance just now, maybe Jiang Shao would have ended up in the same place as them." Downfall. Jiang Zhennan's face changed. His hand trembled as he fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. "Liang Langwen, do you have any other ways to deal with him? Is it really for me to put up with him ting on my head? There are still some of us here who might have a bit of a solution. But does Jiang Shao really intend to continue? I can see that he really wanted to kill you just now." Liang Langwen whispered, "If I don't get my revenge, how can I still mix in Kunin in the future? So what if he's just one person? Even if he's a bull coin? Sooner or later, I can get him killed." Jiang Zhennan gritted his teeth and said, how could he swallow the humiliation he had just received? "But, cowardly and fearful thing, hurry up and get out of here. Don't think I can't find anyone without you. Really take yourself seriously still. Okay, I roll. Wish Jiang Shao good luck." Liang Langwen laughed coldly. He risked his life to save this kind of person? Count yourself as blind. After saying that, Liang Langwen followed and left the box without looking back. "Die far away. Don't let me see you trash again." Jiang Zhennan roared at Liang Hanwen's back. When he returned to the rented house again, the time had already reached Lingchen, and the raucous city village was quiet at this time. Su Haoming also calmed down. Recalling what just happened, he was in a cold sweat. Fortunately, there is that glasses man's reminder, or else he really hands Jiang Zhennan to do the words. The consequences are really unimaginable. It's a pity that that guy wasn't a good person either. Otherwise he could have called a friend or something. Su Haoming's heart thought so. Opening the door downstairs, the people Su Haoming had just thrown down from the third floor were already nowhere to be found. Probably sent to the hospital. As for the dead or alive, they have nothing to do with themselves. They just threw them down from the upper floors, which is already considered merciful. Even if he was called to the police station for tea, Su Haoming was emboldened. After all, it was this group of people who illegally broke into their own homes, but he was just in self-defense. Only when he thought of his home being messed up by those few people, Su Haoming still had a big headache. Fortunately, the pressure on his finances was already very low, so he could stay up a little late and be fine. Thinking so, Su Haoming walked back to the door of his house. However, this time, Su Haoming couldn't help but frown. He had clearly brought the door with him when he left the house, but this time, the door of the room was hidden, and there was a bright light coming out from it. Someone broke in again? Su Haoming vigilantly pushed the door of his room open, and not surprisingly, a man in a suit was sitting on his bed looking at his cell phone. "Why are you people so restless?" Su Haoming said helplessly, only this time coming dressed quite formally. "Cannot see the appearance of a gangster. You guys? Besides me there are other people who have come? That's not right. I should be the first one to grab this list." The man muttered suspiciously, and as he spoke he pulled out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Su Haoming. Boom! The loud gunshot was like a thunderclap in the quiet night. Su Haoming's eyes widened, his nerves all tensed up. If he hadn't reacted when the man pulled out his gun, he would have died. This person's style of acting was very different from the group just now. They weren't the same group. "Who are you?" Su Haoming asked, staring at the man's finger in the trigger. "The person who killed you," the man said with a smile. Su Haoming realized in his heart that something wasn't right. Compared to the group just now, this man was clearly more professional, so he asked again, "Who sent you? It looks like you want to die to understand, so I'll tell you. No news about your employer can't be revealed, but I can tell you, your Su family is basically our Night Lord's people cleaned up. You this leaky fish people had intended to let you go. Who knows you actually so flamboyant, but also dare to take the initiative to send a video on the internet, afraid that people do not know where you are?" The man said with a playful smile. At the same time he turned his cell phone towards Su Haoming. The video being played on it made Su Haoming's heart thump. Wasn't this the video of himself playing the piano at Zhao Cici's place a few days ago? I didn't transmit this. Who cares about you so much? Anyway, this video of yours has received a lot of online airplay, so the employer thinks you're provoking him, so he sent me to deal with you. The man took his cell phone back into his pocket and said with a look of helplessness. Su Haoming's heart sank. He had been worried that something like this would happen. And that day, for the sake of the $100 million worth of shares, Su Haoming took a chance and agreed to Zhao Cici's request. He thought that it was just a live webcast, and would not set off any storms. How could Su Haoming have thought that he would somehow become a netizen? This may be a good thing for other people, but in Su Haoming's case, it is enough to attract the trouble of death. The current self is the one who has suffered. Seeing Su Haoming's long silence, the killer looked at the time on his watch, then stood up and walked towards Su Haoming. "Okay, I think you don't want to resist. The more you struggle, the more difficult it is. Just stand still and let me give you a pain in the ass. What if I say no?" Su Haoming raised his eyes to look at the man with a winning face and asked rhetorically, "Then I'll slowly torture you to death." The killer's expression suddenly became hideous. However, his words had only just fallen when he suddenly felt as if his hand had been clamped down by something. In the next second, an agonizing scream tore through the night sky. Chapter 27, Crisis in Every Direction. The opponent wasn't an ordinary punk, but a killer, so Su Haoming didn't have any intention of showing any mercy, summoning his yellow robe battlesuit to immediately turn on his skills. Therefore Su Haoming's counterattack was not only extremely fast, the force was also quite tremendous, and surprisingly, he directly broke the bones of this killer's hand at once. But the killer was a killer after all. Although his hand was broken in the first time, he didn't panic much. A sharp spike suddenly stuck out from the leather shoes under his feet and kicked towards Su Haoming's neck. With the yellow robe, Su Haoming was close to 6 times the strength and speed of an ordinary person. So even though the killer's speed was already not slow, it was not worth mentioning in Su Haoming's eyes. Crack! There was another crunching sound, and the killer was seen covering his foot and rolling on the ground. Su Haoming snatched the gun in the killer's hand and pressed it against his head, roaring angrily, "Who sent you? Tell us. You Don. Quickly take the gun away. I'll tell you or not." That killer saw that the situation is not right, immediately panicked. "Do you think you still have the qualifications to bargain with me?" Su Haoming asked with a cold smile, his finger following suit and pressing on the trigger. I say, don't you kill me." The killer immediately collapsed and shouted, "Cut the crap and speak quickly." Su Haoming immediately roared, "It's actually, do you think I'll tell you?" Saying that, the killer's panic look disappeared all of a sudden. His still movable hand pulled out his cell phone and smashed it towards Su Haoming all of a sudden. Su Haoming hastily dodged, and when the killer saw his chance, he immediately pulled out a ping-pong ball-looking black pill from his pocket and smashed it on the ground. Instantly, a pungent smoke made Su Haoming unable to open his eyes. He immediately leaned against the wall holding the gun tightly in his hand. Now he could only wait for the opportunity to counterattack. Only when the smoke gradually dispersed, Su Haoming realized that there was no trace of the killer in the room. Ran away? This was a result Su Haoming hadn't expected. He had thought that the killer had taken the opportunity to attack himself, but this is also a reasonable thing. After all, his one hand and one foot have already been abolished by himself. He is a killer, not a dead soldier. There is no need to risk losing his life to kill himself. Su Haoming sat on the ground for a while, but his spirit did not dare to have the slightest slack. His back was even more cold sweat. That killer should be a novice, if he didn't have so much nonsense. In the moment he opened the door, he directly shot, or just now when he fled to drop a grenade or other anti-personnel weapons. It is impossible for him to sit on the ground in one piece now. He was too careless, and it was a bit of a fluke that he survived. Su Haoming, however, did not feel happy. At this time, he was still more panicked. The enemy has already discovered that he is in Qunan, and has even sent people to kill him, but he does not even know who the enemy is. Thinking back to the family's tragedy that day, a deep sense of fear welled up from Su Haoming's heart. He himself had survived this time all by a fluke. What if that assassin had noticed his sister? Nope. Today, because of the dinner with Chu Manhwa, he didn't go to see his sister, and even didn't contact his sister. In case that killer had gone to find his sister before coming to find himself, Su Haoming didn't dare to imagine further. and quickly took out his cell phone to dial his sister's cell phone. After nearly a minute of dialing tone, the phone finally rang, and it was only when he heard his sister's voice that Su Haoming was temporarily relieved. "What's wrong, brother? Did something happen when you called in the middle of the night?" The younger sister on the other end of the phone had a hazy, sleepy voice. "No, nothing. Brother couldn't sleep and wanted to hear your voice." Su Haoming tried to make his voice seem no different from usual, and replied with a faint smile. Su Yusin also indeed did not hear anything wrong, and followed with a hefty smile. "I also miss my brother, but Sister Meng said that my brother is very busy right now, so he wasn't able to come and see me. I can understand all that. My brother doesn't need to feel guilty." Seeing that his sister seemed to think that she couldn't sleep because she didn't go to see her today and felt guilty, Su Haoming couldn't help but laugh bitterly, but still followed Su Yusin's words and picked up. "Well, when brother is done being busy, he will definitely stay with you properly. Say goodbye. Oh, then brother quickly rest. I'm so sleepy." Saying that, Su Yusin also yawned. Seeing that his sister was still at peace with each other, Su Haoming sighed in relief, so he wasn't going to continue disturbing his sister's rest. "Good night, have a good dream." "Aha, good night brother." Su Yusin on the other side of the phone returned sweetly. Hanging up the phone, Su Haoming's mood calmed down quite a bit, only that the sense of crisis still increased instead of decreasing. His enemies already knew that he was in the city, and furthermore, there would be a next time for this killer to fail. Even if he let him go without a return, there would still be a next killer to come. The situation of himself and his sister can be described as a crisis. At any time and any place, killers will appear. What should they do in this situation? It was at this time that Su Haoming realized that apart from himself, there seemed to be no one else who could help him. That's not true. He still had helpers. Su Haoming suddenly remembered the system in his body. Maybe it could think of a solution for himself. "System, do you have any methods or tasks that can help me protect my sister?" Su Haoming immediately inquired silently in his heart. However, the system's reply caused Su Haoming's heart to fall to the bottom. Ding! System prompt. The system is currently being upgraded. Temporarily inaccessible. Please try again later. What the hell? Why is it still upgrading? Su Haoming's heart was anxious and he couldn't help but open his mouth to curse. Ding! System prompt. Because the host has completed all the novice tasks, it triggers the system to upgrade. After the upgrade, the takeaway tasks will be more difficult, while the rewards obtained will also be more generous. The system's voice replied as cold and melodious as ever. What kind of bull ***** reward upgrade? The current Su Haoming didn't care at all. All he cared about was his sister's safety. But my sister is in danger now. Ding! System prompt. The system is currently being upgraded. It was the same reply again. Su Haoming was anxious but could do nothing about it. After all, it was just a system and not a person. Not to mention that it wouldn't necessarily have a way to help itself. Even if it had a way to help itself. But how long would it take for it to upgrade? An hour? A day or a month? Su Haoming felt that his already heavy shoulders were even more nearly crushed. Thinking of the killer that lurked in the darkness and could appear at any moment, Su Haoming's heart couldn't help but panic. Su Haoming, who couldn't sleep for a long time, couldn't let go of his heart after all. After he exhaled, he got out of bed, changed his clothes, and immediately rushed over towards the city's third hospital. Chapter 28. You have to be responsible for me. Brother, didn't you say you're busy? You've been with me for 3 days now. Is something wrong? After finishing the last bite of her meal, Su Yusin cocked her little head and looked at her brother suspiciously. Ever since his brother suddenly rushed to the hospital in the middle of the night 3 days ago, he hadn't left for 3 days. This was something that had never happened in the previous 6 months. It's not that busy now. Before, my brother had been running orders and delivering takeaways. He didn't have much time to accompany you. Now we don't have to think about money, so my brother wants to spend more time with you. Su Haoming smiled as he packed up the lunchbox for his sister and put it aside, then pinched his sister's little face as usual. At the same time, Su Haoming's heart also muttered, did that killer really run away just like that? For 3 days in a row, he hadn't seen him again, and even apart from the doctors and nurses who came to make rounds every day and were already familiar with his face, Su Haoming hadn't seen anyone else. Brother's words Su Yusin loved to hear, but she is equally heartbroken. Brother, I also want a brother more with me, but you also need to pay attention to rest. This ward and not like the previous there. Here is only a bed. Brother, every day lying on the edge of the bed to sleep will be uncomfortable. It's fine. Brother doesn't pick a bed. It's the same wherever you sleep. Su Haoming laughed. In fact, he hadn't closed his eyes at all in these 3 days over. No, you have to go back to sleep tonight, or I'm going to get angry. Saying this, Su Yusin pouted her pale thin lips, and her pretty willow leaf eyebrows knitted up slightly. Su Haoming knew his sister's temper. He had watched her grow up from a young age and had never seen her angry. It was just that these 3 days over, The extremely mentally strained him was also indeed very tired, so he had no choice but to comply with his sister's wishes. Good, then tonight brother will go back to sleep. Uxin, don't be angry, ha. Su Haoming reached out and pinched his sister's face again, dotingly saying. Once Su Yusin heard this, a smile reappeared on her face. That's more like it. Staying with his sister for a while longer. Seeing his sister yawn, Su Haoming was also flooded with sleepiness, but just in case, he still found the doctor and nurse on duty. Please pay more attention. Never let outsiders into my sister's hospital room, Su Haoming said as he fished out a few large red bills from his pocket to stuff into the doctor's hand. The doctors and nurses on duty knew that the patient in that bed was personally instructed by the vice president to take good care of, so how would they dare to accept the money? So they all waved their hands and refused. Taking care of the patient is our share of responsibility. How can we charge money? Mr. Su is so outgoing. Yes, we are not Fong Rupiang's kind of people, and I despise Fong Rupiang's kind of people the most. That nurse picked up the conversation. The arrogant head nurse who had previously threatened the siblings had become infamous in just a few days, becoming a disgrace to the medical community in Kunin City. Numerous hospitals used this as a negative example and began to strictly investigate similar situations, and really caught quite a few scum who used their power for personal gain. So Su Haoming invariably did a good thing. Then it's hard on you guys. I'll treat you to dinner some other day, Su Haoming said as he added after helplessly taking the money back. No hard work, no hard work. But there is a sentence that although it's hard to hear, I still want to say it to Mr. Su. The smile on that doctor's face suddenly faded quite a bit, and he was even a bit nervous. Su Haoming was silent for a moment. He vaguely guessed what the other party wanted to say. In the end he sighed or said, "Is it my sister's condition?" The doctor also sighed and followed. As a matter of fact, the patient's current condition is getting worse and worse. Although our hospital has had clinical experience, it can only stall the condition, unable to cure it. I know. In fact, now the body function has regressed to the degree of 8 or 9-year-old children, and then after a while, they need to use to the respiratory machine. The diet can only be liquid food, although it is very difficult to listen to, but I personally suggest that the long pain is better than the short pain. Rather than a waste of money, it would be better to. Don't say it. I don't lack this money, and I will definitely try my best to cure my sister. You guys are responsible for taking care of her just fine. Su Haoming's voice turned cold, and after he finished speaking, he left without looking back. The doctor looked at Su Haoming's departing back and sighed uncontrollably. What a bitter pair of siblings. Let's hope that God will bless and a miracle will happen. Returning to the rented house. This time there were finally no uninvited guests waiting for him. Ignoring the messiness of the room, Su Haoming collapsed and went to sleep. He almost didn't even blink his eyes during these 3 days over, fearing that his sister would have some kind of accident. At this moment, his energy had already reached its limit. Moreover, this was currently the only way Su Haoming could escape his sister's condition. After a very comfortable sleep, when Su Haoming woke up, the sky outside was already bright. Taking a glance at the time, it was already more than 10 o'clock. Su Haoming hurriedly climbed up from the bed, and after a little bit of washing, he was ready to go out and rush to the hospital again. Knock knock knock. Su Haoming had only just prepared to change into his clothes when the door to his room was suddenly knocked on. It's here again? Su Haoming immediately focused his mind and hid the gun that the assassin had left behind that day behind his back, slowly approaching towards the room door step by step. Who? Su Haoming asked vigilantly. Me. What came from outside the door was a clear and ethereal female voice, but this voice was not memorized in Su Haoming's mind. In doubt, Su Haoming still pushed the door of the room open. Then, the girl standing outside the room made Su Haoming's breath catch slightly. About 18 years old, very cute baby face, although it was a Chinese appearance. The girl's eyes were azure-colored, as if they were two rare crystals, very beautiful. Coupled with the Lolita clothing the girl was wearing, her entire person seemed as if she was an exquisite and incomparable doll, so perfect that people did not dare to approach. However, who exactly was this girl? Su Haoming's impression had absolutely no memories of this girl. I don't seem to recognize you. You've mistaken the door, haven't you? Su Haoming came back to his senses and asked suspiciously. You don't know me, but I know you. You're Su Haoming, right? Born in Qiuhai City. The family you were in was wiped out 7 months ago due to a fire, and the police still haven't found the cause of the accident. By the way, you also have a younger sister named Su Yusin, but suffered from a strange disease, and is now receiving treatment at the Third People's Hospital in Kunin City. But the situation is not optimistic. And also, you have just gotten your uncle's leftover property, and are the third largest shareholder of the Hungry Group. As this long list of information burst out, Su Haoming's heart thumped and tensed. Although his past was not difficult to find out, but there shouldn't be anyone who would specialize in investigating this. After all, he himself was just an ordinary takeaway clerk just a few days ago. Who the hell are you? Su Haoming realized that things weren't right. The gun hidden behind him was tightly gripped. Once the other party had bad intentions, he wouldn't be merciful even if they were good looking. I'm Yao Anan. You're responsible for me. Chapter 29, Genius Beauty. Responsible. Su Haoming froze for a moment. Then his mind frantically recalled what bad things he had done. But how could he not recall what bad things he had done and which girl he had failed? Did you recognize the wrong person? I've only ever had one ex-girlfriend. Besides, I've never even seen you. Su Haoming said nervously. Although once he was also a rich second generation, Su Haoming dared to swear that he absolutely did not play with any girl's feelings. Even his ex-girlfriend Zhao Shi was also recognized online. What ex or not ex-girlfriend? That's none of my business. I want you to be responsible for my money. Hurry up and give it back to me. Saying that, Yao Anan pulled up Su Haoming's hand and shook it. This made Su Haoming even more confused. He did borrow a lot of money from others because of his sister's illness, but the debtor was not a woman, or such a beautiful little girl. He could not possibly have no impression. Seeing Su Haoming still looking confused, Yao Anan seemed to have thought of something, biting her lips and then asked, "Did you receive a remittance totaling $30 million a few days ago? How do you know?" Without finishing his sentence, Su Haoming instantly understood something. As expected, just like the bonuses from the first mission rewards, the mission bonuses given by the system were bound to have a realistic source. Physical rewards, on the other hand, could be created completely out of thin air, like the yellow-robed battlesuit and the Bugatti Veyron that were now lying in the Idea Pavilion. Are you saying that money is yours? With his mouth asking this, Su Haoming's heart more or less believed Yao Anan's words, because this money he hadn't mentioned to anyone. Even Shu Manya was also a reason he blindly found to excuse himself. No one knew how much money he actually had at all. Yao Anan saw that Su Haoming admitted it, and immediately nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Right. That's the prize money I got from participating in the competition. So hurry up and give it back to me. What kind of competition can have as much as $30 million in prize money? It can't be some kind of black money, right? No, that's a hacking competition. You wouldn't understand even if I said it. Anyway, the money must be clean. You return it to me quickly. Yao Anan could see that Su Haoming didn't seem too eager to return the money, and got a little anxious. Seeing Yao Anan anxious, but Su Haoming was happy. He knew that there must be something fishy in it as soon as he guessed. Since the money is clean, wouldn't it be fine for you to directly find a bank to cancel the transfer? That won't do. Although the money is clean, but I'm not yet 18 years old. The bank card number is the one I secretly used my virtual ID to do. Haoming brother, you do me a favor and quickly return the money to me. Yao Anan said pitifully. Seeing Yao Anan's pitiful appearance, Su Haoming's heart softened, but he still felt strange. Could it be that the takeout system had forcibly transferred the money over? In order to figure out the reason, Su Haoming decided that he still had to ask. I'm thinking that it's still not right. Why did you transfer your money to my account? Speaking of this, Yao Anan instantly reddened her pretty face and said awkwardly, I lost the wrong card number when I received the bonus. I waited for 2 days and didn't see the money come, and then I found out that I remitted to the wrong account after a check. There is this kind of operation? You have to know that is $30 million. One has to double check the account when transferring $3,000. This is too confusing, isn't it? Seeing Su Haoming's delay in speaking, Yao Anan's small mouth deflated again. She let go of Su Haoming's hand and muttered in a small voice, if it wasn't for the fact that when I wanted to transfer the money back, I realized that you've already transferred the money elsewhere, I wouldn't have bothered to come and look for you. Although the voice was small, Su Haoming heard it clearly, and he immediately grinned. It's not impossible if you want me to return your money, but I'm in a bit of trouble right now. I don't know if you can help me. If I help you will pay me back, right? Yao Anan looked at Su Haoming with an expectant face. Su Haoming said with a straight face, that was originally your money. It's only natural to return it to you, but now someone has paid a killer organization to buy my life. I can die anytime now. If I die, won't you not get your money back? Yao Anan probably guessed it. You mean you want me to help you get rid of that killer organization? Su Haoming didn't want to involve innocent outsiders, so he shook his head and said, no need to be so troublesome. I'm just wondering, since you're able to investigate my information, can you help me a little bit in investigating that assassin organization called Night Lords? I'll just take care of it myself. Night Lords? Why does it sound like the organization you deliver to? Yao Anan smashed her mouth and muttered suspiciously. It's not Night Snack, it's Night Lords. Birdwood the Lord. Su Haoming explained with an awkward smile. He had looked up some information about the Night Lords on the internet, but those information were only words without much use, only vaguely revealing that such an assassin organization did exist in this world. After Su Haoming reminded her, Yao Anan also remembered. Oh, it's that Night Lords. I've heard of it. You alone can't deal with it. Not to mention one of you. Even 1,000 of you can't deal with it. The corner of Su Haoming's mouth twitched. This was too direct, right? But this was of some use to Su Haoming. You mean you know about this organization? Technically it's considered a top 10 mercenary organization worldwide. I guess. I know their website. Saying that, Yao Anan nonchalantly walked into the house and turned on Su Haoming's second-hand computer that he had shelled out a few $100s for. After booting up the computer, Yao Anan quickly opened a web page with a black background, and began to frantically strike the keyboard. After only a few moments, Yao Anan spoke. Found it. There is indeed your name, but the bounty is only 100,000 Chinese coins. Usually the experts in people's organizations have little interest in this kind of amount of task. Basically it's all small shrimps who take this kind of task. 100,000? The corner of Su Haoming's mouth twitched again. So his life is so worthless? Thinking about it carefully, it was true that he had already lost his family and had nothing left to lose. And he only had this cheap life left, which was not worth anything at all. Help me see if there is my sister's? I'm more worried about this. Su Haoming said in a hurry. There's only yours. Maybe the employer doesn't know that your sister is still alive and isn't interested in investigating more. Yao Anan continued her operation, and said again while doing so. That's good. Su Haoming breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as his sister was safe, he didn't care about anything else. The website I'm hacking in. This mission I helped you forcefully cancel it. Without the bounty people won't waste time on you. You don't have to talk. I know you want to know who the employer is, but it's not shown here, and it won't be shown. It's all like that in this line of work. Yao Anan guessed Su Haoming's thoughts without even looking back. Su Haoming seems to be in a dream world. He can't sleep for a few days, but let this girl solve the problem in a few minutes? Chapter 30, a slight discount. So simple and it's over? Su Haoming asked, still in disbelief. Yao Anan shut down her computer and turned around to smile smugly at Su Haoming. That's a must. I'm the super invincible genius beauty girl hacker Yao Anan. But in the end it's still your mission level that's too low. If it was S or a class it wouldn't be so easy. After all, many people will be watching. Su Haoming was still puzzled. This girl was clearly just the same age as his sister. How did she know these things? How do you know so much? Or else how do you think my money is? Halfway through her words, Yao Anan realized something was wrong and hastily covered her mouth. So all those matches you said just now were all lies? Su Haoming grinned. It's not all. Brother Haoming. I've done all the favors you wanted me to do for you. Quickly give me back my money, please. Yao Anan grabbed Su Haoming's arm again and shook it. Her deflated and aggrieved look was quite cute. I also really want to, but the money I've already spent. You don't get excited first. You also know that people are only willing to pay $100,000 for my life. It's useless even if you kill me. The more he said, the more Su Haoming felt weak. And, Yao Anan's pretty eyes began to rise in mist after hearing Su Haoming's words. How can you be like this? At the expense of me saving your life, how can you be so bad? Yao Anan let go of Su Haoming's hand and said while wiping her tears. Su Haoming couldn't stand girls crying the most, especially a little girl who was about the same age as his own sister. This sob made his heart ache. But Su Haoming is also very helpless. He simply did not expect that the task bonuses so come. This is not a pit this? How about this? You also know that I am a takeaway. So well, I send you takeaway every day. According to a single commission of $5 to calculate, I give you to send 6 million times a day once. I just send 16,000,039 years. We will be clear. Originally, Su Haoming wanted to make a joke to tease Yao Anan so that she would stop crying. But he didn't expect Yao Anan to cry even harder after hearing this. But I can't wait that long. I want the money now, Yao Anan said while wiping her tears and sobbing. Okay, not to tease you, but I really can't come up with the money you want right now. I've already used the money to buy the group's equity. I really can't do it if I want to liquidate it at a moment's notice. Why don't you tell me what you're going to use the money for, and I'll think of something for you? You'd better think of a way to return the money to me. Yao Anan saw that Su Haoming's tone was not so frivolous, and her crying gradually stopped. Then you have to wait. I've only just gotten my hands on the equity. It's very troublesome to transfer it out. Not only do I have to find someone to take over, but I also have to go and open all kinds of certificates. You might have to wait for 10 days and half a month, but don't worry, I'll live here and won't run away. And since you're so powerful, I can't run away, can I? While saying that, Su Haoming took out his cell phone from his pocket, ready to call Meng Ziwei equals to ask her to help sell a part of his equity. The heartache was still a little bit, but Su Haoming was actually not at a loss, because Meng Ziwei's $30 million had brought her more than $100 million. Even if the $30 million worth of equity was sold, Su Haoran would still be able to secure his position as the second largest shareholder. However, before Su Haoming's call was even made, his hand was suddenly grabbed by Yao Anan. What's wrong? I've said I'll pay you back. Now I'll contact someone to help sell the shares. So don't be in a hurry, okay? Su Haoming was afraid that Yao Anan would cry again, and hurriedly explained. Yao Anan blinked her beautiful blue eyes. Her voice was a bit choked, but her emotions had smoothed out a lot. But I can't wait that long. I just thought about it. The main problem is still me. It's my own carelessness that's delaying your time. Why don't we each take a step back? If you can do me a favor. I don't want this money. Su Haoming's cell phone almost fell on the ground. A favor and you get $30 million? This girl also doesn't treat money as money too much. Are you sure you're not joking? Su Haoming couldn't believe his ears and hurriedly asked once more to confirm. Yao Anan's little head bobbed up and down a bit. Aren't you unable to get the money now? Dad's birthday is next week. I can't wait that long. Now Su Haoming understood. Birthday? You mean you're planning to take this money to buy your dad a birthday present? Yeah, so I need the money now. Can you really help me get a birthday present for my daddy? Yao Anan asked, looking at Su Haoming with an expectant face. A birthday gift worth $30 million. This is too extravagant, right? Su Haoming secretly felt pain for Yao Anan's father in his heart. However, once he thought of getting this gift, Su Haoming felt very headstrong. I have a small suggestion. The older generation doesn't have an easy life, so they are all very frugal. Your heart to give a gift is good, but if you really want to give such an expensive gift, it's possible that not only will your father not be happy but will also be heartbroken. So I suggest you think about it. Don't be so wasteful. A little discount. Just buy a $3,000, how do you think? Su Haoming said stiffly, half jokingly. As long as your gift can satisfy my daddy, $3 is fine. Yao Anan's words surprised Su Haoming. He had thought that Yao Anan would strictly refuse, but he didn't think that she would actually agree so dryly. It looked like her father was not a simple person. In this way, Su Haoming's heart is difficult. This looks like a dull and general harmless little girl. It will not really be digging a pit waiting for their own drilling into it? Really cannot. Their own bottom of the Bugatti Veyron may have to be taken out to sell. The problem is that the car out of thin air cannot be sold is still an unknown quantity. Just when Su Haoming was hesitating whether to find a way to return the money to her or to promise to do her a favor, a familiar voice that he hadn't seen for a few days suddenly echoed in Su Haoming's mind. Ding! System prompt. System upgrade has been completed. Ding! System prompt. New mission has been accepted. The mission has been accepted? No, you wait. I don't even know what the content is. How can I possibly accept the mission? Su Haoming protested loudly in his head. However, the system's beeps didn't stop there. Ding! System prompt. The content of the task is to deliver the birthday gift to the client Yao Anan's father on behalf of his client, and the reward for the task is unknown. Ding! System prompt. This task type is a special task. The task mandatory host must complete. Task failure system will recover all previous system rewards. Is delivering a birthday gift considered a delivery? Or is it a mandatory mission? Aren't you trying to trick me? Su Haoming could not cry. The system is clearly messing things up. The reward is what it sends to himself, but it turns out to be someone else's money, and he has to let himself wipe his own ass. What kind of thing is this? Yao Anan, who was on the side, saw that Su Haoming stood still for half a day without saying anything, and was suddenly puzzled in her heart. So she reached out and waved her hand in front of Su Haoming's face. What's wrong with you? Are you afraid that the gift you sent is not good and I'll ask you for money? No, I will definitely help you with this favor. Returning to his senses, Su Haoming said with a smile and shook his head. It was said that he was smiling, but in Yao Anan's opinion, this smile of Su Haoming's was even uglier than crying. Chapter 31, The Cunin Triumvirate. Things had come to a head, and even if Su Haoming was reluctant, this task had to be accomplished. After sitting down and smoking a cigarette, Su Haoming accepted this pitiful fact. It's a deal. You have to be responsible for me, or else I'll be very scary when I get angry. Yao Anan sat to Su Haoming's side, slightly puffed up her pink cheeks and stared at Su Haoming, saying, such a threat looked adorable in Su Haoming's eyes. Moreover, Su Haoming felt a sense of frustration in his heart. If it wasn't for the strange disease, his own sister would have been as lively as Yao Anan. Don't say that kind of words that can easily make people misunderstand. Besides, would a big man like me be afraid of a little girl like you getting angry? Su Haoming grinned, like an old scoundrel who refused to pay back his money. Su Haoming is not a person who likes to joke around, but when he sees the lovely Yao Anan, he can't help but want to tease her. Yao Anan seemed to be unable to tell if Su Haoming was joking or not. Once she heard Su Haoming say this, she instantly became anxious again. My father is Yao Jingyuan. Aren't you afraid of it? Isn't it just Yao Jingyuan? What's so good about what you said? Yao Jingyuan. Su Haoming suddenly reacted, and suddenly cold sweat flowed behind him. Even if Su Haoming wasn't a local of Cunin City, Yao Jingyuan's thunderous name was one he had heard of long ago, but that was one of Cunin City's so-called three giants. Unlike the six major families in Xiaonan City, Yao Jingyuan did not have any deep family background, and started from nothing. relying on his personal ability to develop. Even compared to the 6 major families in shonen industry is not much better. It can be said that even if the Su family did not fall into ruin, it is not Yao Jingyuan's opponent. This luck of his own is really no one, casually sticking to a relationship with an individual. All of them are like monsters. Pressure immediately pressed on Su Haoming's body. Knowing that Yao Jingyuan was a ruthless character who climbed to the upper class of Qunan City by himself without relying on his family background. Once he failed to complete this mission and let him know that he had pitted his precious daughter against him, he was afraid that his situation would be no better than being targeted by a killer. Or rather, Su Haoming would rather have a few more assassins chasing after him than messing with Yao Jingyuan. However, on second thought, if this mission went well, he might have a backer. Although Jiang Jinnan had begged for forgiveness and swore that he wouldn't dare to mess with him again, he knew that Jiang Jinnan wouldn't give up easily. Once he and Yao Jingyuan became acquainted, then Jiang Jinnan would not need to be so afraid of retaliation in the future. Noticing Su Haoming's face was uncertain, Yao Ainan's cute little face immediately revealed a smug look. How is it? You're scared, so don't really make me angry, or else I'll let my daddy clean you up properly. Being scornful was one thing, but Su Haoming was not the kind of person who could tolerate threats. If the person in front of him was not Yao Ainan, Su Haoming would never be interested in compromising. But seeing Yao Ainan's cute and complacent appearance, Su Haoming really had no way to be serious, so it's the Yao family's big miss. You said it earlier, I'll help you with this favor. I'll help even if you don't let me. That's more like it. Yao Ainan laughed playfully. But then again, what gift did you originally want to give your dad? Su Haoming's expression straightened up. Joking around for a while was almost enough. Even if Yao Ainan didn't allow herself to intervene in this matter, she who was kidnapped by the system had to take care of it. It's a jade Buddha. My daddy, his favorite thing is jade. I see that he has been paying attention to the news of a jade Buddha recently. He should want it very much, so I want to earn some money myself to buy it for him. The price is probably just around $30 million. Yao Ainan tapped her chin with her index finger and pondered for a while before giving her answer. Su Haoming slapped his forehead. Sure enough, he still couldn't get around the $30 million. Maybe your daddy has other things he wants. Think again. Something slightly cheaper. Something normal. Su Haoming still said undeterred. No matter what. A birthday gift costing $30 million. It still hurt him to think about it. After all, a few days ago, he himself was still a deliveryman who would worry about $3,000. Is $30 million expensive? Yao Ainan asked suspiciously with a crooked head. Isn't it expensive? Su Haoming was speechless. This little girl looked like she was spoiled, and didn't consider money as money at all. But if she thought about it, her family's assets were in the tens of billions of dollars. This $30 million might be about the same as $3 in her own pocket to her. But I don't think it's much. Originally I would have had it if I saved a little by myself. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm in a hurry to buy a gift for daddy right now, I wouldn't even bother to ask you for this money. Yao Ainan muttered in a small voice. Still really not treating money as money. Su Haoming was still complacent because he was now worth hundreds of millions of dollars, not realizing that in the eyes of the truly rich, this was not money at all. It's true that the goods will be thrown away. People will die. Su Haoming didn't want to discuss this with Yao Ainan anymore, and the blow he received would obviously be more serious. Forget about it. Anyway, I can't get out so much money for the time being. Let's change a cheaper one. Then I don't care. Anyway, you can make my daddy happy. Yao Ainan pouted her lips and hummed. Such capriciousness was considered a concession to Su Haoming, and Su Haoming was also very sensible, and hurriedly changed his words and asked, we should explore this issue with your dad's other interests. Think carefully about whether your dad has any other interests. I'm not sure. The light of Yao Ainan's blue eyes dimmed considerably. Su Haoming saw Yao Ainan's gloominess, so his voice lightened quite a bit. How could it be? Why don't you think about it again? It's impossible for people to have only one hobby, right? Yao Ainan's little head shook like a rattle, her two ponytails almost hitting Su Haoming's face. I really don't know, because daddy and I rarely stay together, and daddy he's rarely at home. I only found out that when he's at home he likes to play with Jade, but I'm not too sure about the rest. Su Haoming nodded his head as it turned out to be the case. A vague idea in his head but not finalized because he did not know Yao Jingyuan. For a moment Su Haoming had no clue how to give a stranger his favorite birthday gift. It was really difficult for Su Haoming. Some people say that no one hates money, but he doesn't lack money at all. After thinking about it, Su Haoming still thinks that he should start from Yao Jingyuan's interest. But even Yao Ainan didn't know her father's other interests, which was the biggest problem. Finally Su Haoming gave up thinking and said with a sigh, if I really can't, I'd better think of a way to gather money to buy that jade Buddha you mentioned first. Saying that, Su Haoming's heart had no bottom. Right now he even had trouble getting out $3,000. How easy was it to talk about $30 million? Chapter 32 Meeting Yao Jingyuan for the first time. Yao Anin had thought that Su Haoming had some good ideas, but she didn't expect to compromise in the end. But this is not a surprise, and Yao Anin also firmly feel that the Jade Buddha is the best gift. At this time, the cell phone in Yao Anin's pocket rang. She glanced at the phone and said, "I told you that the Jade Buddha is the best. It's settled. I snuck out. Now I have to go home first. You remember to buy the Jade Buddha quickly. Don't let others get there first. Bye." After saying that, Yao Anin bounced out the door. Without waiting for Su Haoming to get up and bring the door with him, Yao Anin's head was exposed from the doorframe again. Can you send me back? I suddenly remembered that when I came over in a cab just now, that driver uncle looked at me strangely, and I'm scared. Su Haoming laughed bitterly. It would be strange not to be stared at when he was dressed so strangely. Who let you go out dressed like this? Little donkey, you don't mind, right? Don't mind. I haven't sat on one yet. Yao Anin's eyes flashed with anticipation as she agreed. With no other choice, Su Haoming could only move. Yao Anin, who had never sat on a small electric donkey before, was just like Lu entering the Grandview Garden, sitting on the back seat and making cute exclamations every now and then, which made Su Haoming feel funny in his heart. In about half an hour's time, Su Haoming's small electric donkey drove into a villa area in the city center. According to Yao Anin's directions, her home was here. This villa area called Shangshur Mansion was the premier rich area in Qunan City, and even the most ordinary townhouse would cost tens of millions of dollars if one wanted to take it down. Alright, this is it. Stop. After taking a ride on the small electric donkey she had never sat on before, Yao Anin was in a much better mood. The smile on her face was bright and quite cute. Su Haoming stopped to follow Yao Anin's line of sight and exclaimed slightly in his heart. Yao Anin's home is not an ordinary townhouse, but a separate and rather large compound. Roughly seen but covers an area of several thousand square meters. The price of such a house in the city center was astronomical. In order not to blow his own mind, Su Haoming held back his curiosity and didn't ask Yao Anin how much this house actually cost. I'll go back first if there's nothing else. I'll think of a way for the money. Can I still find you next time I want to take a ride? Yao Anin turned around and asked reluctantly. This kind of contraption like an electric car was still a novelty in her opinion. Su Haoming didn't refuse, nodding his head and saying, "If you don't mind. Of course. Say yes, oh. Say yes. Go back quickly." Su Haoming nodded again. What a strange girl. Looking at Yao Anin's bouncing departing back, Su Haoming helplessly muttered in a small voice. Just as Su Haoming turned around and was about to leave, a Lincoln commercial sedan suddenly stopped beside him blocking his way. At the same time, the door of the sedan immediately opened. A handsome middle-aged man with center-parted hair got down from the car and walked straight towards Su Haoming. Su Haoming was puzzled in his heart, but after taking a closer look at the middle-aged man, his heart jumped, because this man's eyebrows were so similar to Yao Anin. It couldn't be such a coincidence that he met Yao Anin's father just after he sent her back, right? Hello, my name is Yao Jingyuan. Thank you for sending my daughter back. The middle-aged man took the initiative to extend his hand to Su Haoming and smiled. Su Haoming froze for a moment and then hurriedly reached out to shake Yao Jingyuan's hand, sweat unconsciously bubbling down from his forehead. That Mr. Yao, listen to my explanation. In fact, I am with your daughter. Yao Jingyuan laughed and waved his hand. You don't need to explain. I haven't seen my daughter so happy in a long time. This is still the first time she let someone send her back. To be exact, it should be the first time I saw this girl go out on her own to find friends to play. I don't know how you guys know each other, but I'm still very thankful to you. Only that Anin is still small now. I hope you can grasp the scale. Saying that, Yao Jingyuan, who originally had a straight face, suddenly gave Su Haoming a look that all men understand. Su Haoming said in his heart that it was not good, and hurriedly tried to explain. No, you may have misunderstood. I am actually Yao Jingyuan. However, did not give Su Haoming the opportunity to finish his sentence, and then snatched the words. You don't have to worry about so much. I'm a person who can see the open door to door that said of me here does not exist. Well, I still have something to do to go out a trip. Back to talk. Young man refueling. I look forward to you, said Yao Jingyuan touch out of the pocket cell phone, while following the phone while turning back to the car. Looking at the departing Lincoln, Su Haoming's head was confused. Is this really his father? Only the vision that Su Haoming had in his heart earlier seemed to be able to be finalized. Is there really no way out? Su Haoming still reluctantly asked Meng Ziwei, who didn't even raise her head in front of the desk. After leaving the Shangshur residence villa area, Su Haoming rushed to the group building without stopping. Right now, the best way to accomplish his mission was still what Yao Anin said, to be able to gather $30 million to buy Yao Jingyuan's desired Jade Buddha. However, when Su Haoming asked Meng Ziwei about the equity transfer, Meng Ziwei's answer did not exceed Su Haoming's expectations. Meng Ziwei put down the signing pen in her hand and looked up at Su Haoming helplessly. This is our country's relevant regulations. The transfer of equity within 1 month belongs to the protection period, and can't be transferred again. Although I also very much want to help you, but this is really no way. But then again, you just got the equity not long ago. Why are you in a hurry to sell it? Is it your sister's illness that has a clue? Meng Ziwei asked again suspiciously. Su Haoming blinked. Will you help me transfer part of the equity if I tell you? Meng Ziwei, however, still refused categorically. I can't, it's just my personal curiosity. Su Haoming's face instantly shrugged down. Then this is a secret that can't be told. I'm bothering you. See you later. After saying that, Su Haoming didn't bother to look at Meng Ziwei's expression as he turned around and hurriedly left the president's office. Walking out of the group building, Su Haoming was anxious in his heart. The time remaining for himself wasn't much, but now he could almost be said to be penniless. To gather $30 million within a few days, this was almost an impossible task for Su Haoming. Ding! System prompt. The system has detected that the host has remaining evolutionary value. Is it to be used? The takeout system that had just pitted Su Haoming suddenly issued a beep in Su Haoming's mind at this time. This sound instantly made Su Haoming feel as if he had been enlightened. Evolutionary value. Maybe this was the way to complete the mission on his own. Chapter 33, Evolved Heavenly Emperor's Eye. With several quest rewards in succession, Su Haoming's mind had been focused on the quest reward items. The evolution value, on the other hand, had been ignored by him. The reason was simple. In the current Su Haoming's opinion, the evolutionary value was not very useful, because he had once suffered a loss on the Yellow Robe battlesuit. After spending evolution points to evolve the Yellow Robe battlesuit, Su Haoming didn't even feel the effect of the evolution until now. Thus, Su Haoming forgot about it. Right now, the system's sudden prompt reminded Su Haoming of the existence of this thing, so perhaps this was an opportunity for himself. Of course, Su Haoming wouldn't suffer another loss on the Yellow Robe battlesuit, and his attention came to that skill that he had always regarded as a chicken rib eye of the Celestial Emperor. This skill could also be evolved. Then help me evolve the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Su Haoming said silently in his heart. Ding! System prompt. The current evolution value is 83 points. You can evolve the skill eye of the Celestial Emperor. Are you sure about the evolution? Okay. Ding! System prompt. Heavenly Emperor's eye has evolved successfully unlocking a new ability. Su Haoming hastily called out the panel to find the skill introduction of Eye of the Heavenly Emperor and clicked in. Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Normal type skill. Rank 2 out of 6. After using it, it can see the basic attribute values of the target, can see through the essence of objects, and can be evolved using evolutionary values. The Heavenly Emperor's Eye after the upgrade had an additional ability. But from the description, Su Haoming didn't quite understand what it meant. Originally, he had thought that it would have effects like perspective, in which case he could still go to some underground game halls and try his luck or something like that. What does this new ability mean? Su Haoming couldn't help but ask in his head. Ding! System prompt. After using the Eye of the Celestial Emperor, you can see the essence of objects. Aren't you ing crap? Su Haoming was speechless. It's true that he still relies on himself. This system is just too unreliable. So Su Haoming secretly activated the effect of Heavenly Emperor's Eye in his heart, and scanned around. Armani 17 years summer limited edition customized models. Putian made fakes. Fanshace 20 years ordinary model. Original made in Italy. A piece of data floated in front of Su Haoming's eyes, which made Su Haoming suddenly realize that this so-called seeing the essence of the object, together with the existence of a similar banknote inspection machine. Although there were some discrepancies with Su Haoming's imagination, the effect wasn't bad, at least for the current Su Haoming. It was obviously very helpful, as it immediately made him think of a way to earn money. Of course, just to be on the safe side, Su Haoming decided that it would be better to temporarily study whether this ability was as he had imagined it to be or not. After a night of research, Su Haoming finally understood the true role of this ability. It wasn't as simple as just identifying authenticity. The second effect of this Heavenly Emperor's Eye actually worked by allowing Su Haoming to see information about the items he wanted to see. For example, all the data such as production raw materials, production time, and so on, he could see. In other words, the authenticity and actual value of the item would be invisible in Su Haoming's eyes. The only regret was that this ability was only useful for objects, and had no effect on living things. Even so, Su Haoming was quite satisfied. After all, this was only the second level of Heavenly Emperor's Eye. There were still 4 levels behind it. How powerful the effect would be, Su Haoming could hardly imagine. As of right now, this second effect's ability was also useful enough for Su Haoming to use. Su Haoming thus also thought of a way to earn money gambling on stones. This was a bridge Su Haoming had often seen in novels, where the protagonist could utilize special pupil techniques to see through the good and bad of the raw materials of jade. thus turning from an unheard-of poor boy into a multi-millionaire overnight by gambling on stones. This ability of his own could also do this. After thinking of a way to make money, Su Haoming was next faced with another problem. He didn't know where there was a jade market in Kunan City. Of course, this was a problem for Su Haoming, but it should be a piece of cake for Yao Anan. After all, her father preferred this, so she should more or less know about it. Do you know where in Xiaonan there is a jade market that can gamble on stones? Dialing the phone number Yao Anan left for himself yesterday, Su Haoming immediately got right to the point and asked, "You don't want to rely on this to make money, do you? This can be difficult, but if you can't get it, you'll lose all your money. The equity in my hand really can't be sold right now. I really don't have any money left, so I can only rely on this to take my chances." Su Haoming replied truthfully, "Alright then, come over and pick me up. I'll take you there." Yao Anan immediately agreed. Although Yao Anan didn't have any hopes for Su Haoming's stone gambling, but being able to take a ride on a small electric donkey again was something she was looking forward to. So after sending breakfast to his sister, Su Haoming immediately rushed to Shangshi Haotai to find Yao Anan. Under Yao Anan's guidance, Su Haoming soon arrived at the so-called Taba Street in Kunan City, Chaohui Cultural Games Walking Street. "I've been here with Daddy once before, and I remember there was a store that was in the stone gambling business, but are you sure you really want to play with this? I heard Daddy say that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, and it's rare for anyone to make money." Just after getting off the bus, Yao Anan still asked uneasily, "I understand the reasoning. The problem is that this is the only way I can make money now. At least it's more reliable than buying lottery tickets, right?" Su Haoming touched the only $2,000 of cash he had left in his pocket and said helplessly. This was all he had left at the moment. Yao Anan also had no choice. After all, quests like those with high bounties were few and far between, and it took time to complete them, causing her, who originally wouldn't worry about money, to be in such a predicament. What a coincidence. Actually met you here." Without waiting for Yao Anan to catch Su Haoming's words, a man's voice came from behind her. Yao Anan turned around at the sound and saw a young man wearing a flowery shirt and sunglasses walking towards him. "Who are you? I don't recognize you." Yao Anan subconsciously shrank behind Su Haoming and said with a displeased face, "I Xiao Hao Yu, your Hao Yu brother and then how could you forget me?" The young man said with feigned sadness. While speaking, the young man noticed Su Haoming who was in front of Yao Anan, and he also saw the small electric donkey parked beside Su Haoming that was still sitting on the takeout box. Xiao Hao Yu, who took off his sunglasses, had some displeasure in his eyes. How can you hang out with a delivery boy? If this were to let uncle know, he wouldn't be furious? Delivery man, be smart and get away from Anan. Is Anan worthy of someone like you? Said Xiao Hao Yu, fished out a $50 bill from his pocket and threw it on the ground. Be sensible and take the money and get lost. Without waiting for Su Haoming to open his mouth to dislike him, Yao Anan immediately snapped angrily at the sight. "Nuts! I don't know you well. It's none of your business who I stay with. What do you care?" Saying that, Yao Anan took the initiative to hug Su Haoming's arm, pulling Su Haoming into the jade store in front of him. Xiao Haoyu's face suddenly a burst of red, a burst of white. His face gloomy also followed into the jade store. He has always been thinking of the little beauty with a takeaway ran away. Where can this get? Chapter 34, The outgoing masters are not successful. Walking into the jade store, Su Haoming found the store unusually lively, just like a food market. Is the business of gambling on stones actually so hot? After taking a few more steps, Yao Anan let go of Su Haoming's hand, her face lightly covered with a layer of blush with shyness. Apart from her own daddy, it was the first time she wrapped her arms around a man like this. This should be the largest jade exchange market in the entire Xiaonan. I checked before I left home. Recently this store purchased a batch of very good quality raw jade stones. It's also said to be the highest quality batch in recent years. That's why there are so many people here. Yao Anan pretended to calmly explain to Su Haoming. Gotta. Su Haoming was inexplicably exuberant in his heart. It just so happened that he was trying to make money and came across such a good thing. When he was delivering takeaways before, Su Haoming liked to read some novels to wait for orders, and saw that the protagonists in the books often made tens of millions of dollars with a small amount of money on such occasions, so he could try it himself this time. So Su Haoming followed Yao Anan and found the place where the raw jade stones were placed. There were piles of stones on the ground, and the area was also divided into clearly marked prices, as little as a few $100s a kilogram, and as much as tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of a kilogram. How come it's so expensive? Shouldn't it be a few $100s to pick a piece at random? Su Haoming subconsciously touched the thousands of dollars in cash in his pocket. His voice trembled and all of a sudden lost its bottom. The cheapest, although written a few $100s a kilogram, but a random piece of stone that is not several pounds? The money in their own pockets may not even be able to get a mouthful of soup. That kind of situation will basically only be on the side of the mind. Here are all selected. the probability of being able to get out of the yellow was greater. In fact, I don't know much about this. It's all from listening to Daddy and his friends chatting. I'm not too sure. Yao Anan scratched her head in embarrassment and said, although she also wanted to pretend to know what she was doing, but in reality she really didn't know anything. There's nothing wrong with what Anan said. And what are you doing drilling into a place like this when you don't know anything? Su Haoming suddenly heard the voice of the man he had just encountered outside the store. Turning back to look, this man had shamelessly followed him. Su Haoming couldn't help but frown. Does our coming here have anything to do with you? Are you annoyed? Why are you following us? Yao Anan seemed to have a strong opinion about Xiao Haoyu and turned her head to yell impatiently. And then you misunderstood. In fact, I was going to come here too. Isn't Uncle Yao's birthday next week? Uncle Yao's fondness for jade is a well-known thing. So I wanted to come over to take a look and ask for some treasures to give Uncle Yao as a birthday gift. I didn't deliberately follow you guys in. Xiao Haoyu had a faint smile on his face as he explained towards Yao Anan. And what does that have to do with me? Don't talk to me? I hate you. Yao Anan relentlessly said with another angry cry. That was all a misunderstanding before. That woman has nothing to do with me. Xiao Haoyu still wants to explain with an aggrieved look on his face. I don't have any relationship with you in the first place. Why do you tell me about your relationship with other women? I hate this kind of guy like you who has one thing on the surface and one thing behind the back. Don't talk to me anymore or I'll really get angry. Saying that, Yao Anan turned around and wanted to pull Su Haoming away. However, as soon as she turned around, Yao Anan realized that Su Haoming had already lined up next to the cutter holding a rock. This stinky guy actually left himself behind. Yao Anan was so angry that she stomped her foot and hurriedly ran towards Su Haoming. Coming to Su Haoming's side, Yao Anan puffed up her pink cheeks in exasperation and complained unhappily. How can you be like this? People are bullying me and you don't help me. Ha? Aren't you guys friends chatting? Su Haoming was astonished. He knew at a glance that the two definitely knew each other, so he was relieved to leave Yao Anan behind and ran to pick the stone himself. The piece of raw stone that Su Haoming was running with at this moment was the best quality piece he could buy, and through the second effect of Heavenly Emperor's eyes, he was very confident that there was definitely a big deal inside, so he was in a good mood at the moment. Who is friends with him? The person I hate the most is him, bar none. Yao Anan didn't forget to glance back as she spoke, fearing that Xiao Haoyu would follow her over again. These words immediately aroused Su Haoming's interest. Why? Is there a story between you and him? Yao Anan pouted her lips and replied with an exasperated voice. At first, my father almost listened to his rhetoric and asked me to get engaged to him, but I had never even met him and refused at that time. After that, he had to come to my house every now and then to pester me, and I was annoyed at the sight of him. There's still such a thing? Su Haoming suddenly realized that it was indeed not without reason that Yao Anan hated him so much. Of course there is, and that guy is still a pervert. After that, while he was thinking of ways to pester me, he also went out to get a room with another woman, and as a result, he was caught by the pornography squad, and he even shamelessly came to my house to explain to my daddy that he had nothing to do with that woman, but I casually checked his rooming record. With that woman alone he had more than 100 rooms. I feel disgusted to see him pretending to be innocent, Yao Anan hatefully said through clenched teeth. She had always hated this kind of hypocrite the most. Su Haoming could see that Yao Anan really hated Xiao Haoyu, otherwise she wouldn't have carried it out and said so much. Originally, Su Haoming still wanted to say some words to comfort Yao Anan, but in just a moment, the two people who were in front of Su Haoming had already left, and when he saw that he was in the queue, Su Haoming hurriedly put his words aside and walked towards the cutting master with the stone in his hands. Handing the raw stone in his hand to the cutting master, Su Haoming then directly pointed out the place to be cut with his hand. Master, please help me cut from here to here, and this side from here to here. The master who operated the cutting machine felt puzzled. Don't you usually peel the skin first? Where is there a direct cut? He's just a delivery guy coming over to fool around. What can he know? Xiao Haoyu's voice came from behind him, only to see that he was empty-handed, but there were two big men holding a big stone about a meter high following behind him. Su Haoming glanced at Xiao Haoyu, then turned back and said, I spent money. How to cut? Listen to my good. Okay, in case everything breaks down. Don't say I didn't warn you. The cutting master had no choice but to set the original stone after, according to Su Haoming pointed to the place cut down. However, what the cutting master didn't expect was that after cutting it according to Su Haoming's words, what he got in the end was a piece of bright material that was almost complete. Hey, you kids' luck can be randomly pointing at a place but also cut a whole piece. The cutting master couldn't help but exclaim. It was a blind guess. Su Haoming's words were modest, but his face was full of smiles. Wouldn't he be making a fortune now? However, the next words of the cutting master were like a pot of cold water poured on his head. Unfortunately, it's just an ordinary glutinous seed, only $8,000 or $9,000. Only $8,000 or $9,000 for such a large piece of material? Su Haoming almost dropped his jaw in shock. No way. This is the most common type of jade, $8 or $9,000 to buy and then get into the jade carving. Out of the top is only 2 or 3 million. Cannot earn a few money. That master is also very regrettable. It is rare to see a piece of such a complete bright material, but unfortunately the quality is slightly worse. What an unseen country bumpkin. How much more do you want to earn with that several $1,000s of trash you bought? At this time Xiao Haoyu walked to Su Haoming's side and said disdainfully. You. Xiao Haoyu immediately patted Su Haoming's shoulder, while sneering and laughing. Don't get excited. I come to let you have a long time to see. I have this piece of ice seed raw stone, casually out of a yellow, then you this whole piece of material is worth money. Chapter 35, A Long View. Have you heard? Xiao Xiao bought that ice seed raw stone. Really? You mean the best one in this batch? More than $6 million. That's not nonsense. Xiao young man, this money is just a small amount of money for others. Quickly go and see the fun. I don't know if it is Xiao Haoyu's intention. The news that he bought the most expensive piece of ice jadeite raw stone from this batch of raw stone was soon known by the people in the whole jade market, and attracted a large number of onlookers. Looking at Xiao Haoyu's smug look, Su Haoming was more or less upset in his heart as he returned to Yao Ainan's side and asked in a low voice, "What is this ice seed raw stone?" Yao Ainan also had an unhappy look on her face. She originally didn't want to stay for fear that Xiao Haoyu would mistakenly think that she was interested in him, but a woman's curiosity still made her want to see if this guy would make a profit or a loss. It's the jade species that is second only to the glass species in jadeite jade. Such a big piece. If it really opens up into a good color, it may earn a lot of money. That's all I know. As for the rest I don't really understand. It's my daddy's interest, not mine. Yao Ainan replied vaguely with a half-knowledge. Nonetheless, Su Haoming still roughly understood the meaning. This big stone might be quite valuable. I should have known that I would have borrowed some money to buy it. Su Haoyu muttered regretfully. Yao Ainan, however, disagreed with Su Haoming's opinion. She pinched her delicate little chin and analyzed in a small voice. It's best not to. This piece of wool is so big. It's reasonable to say that if there's really something good, people would have bought it long ago when they dug it out. So how could they let this side in? My father's land said that generally stones that are not sold from the origin of the original stone will not be of particularly good quality. I think he has lost money in 9 out of 10 cases. That's hard to say. Su Haoming sighed and muttered. Other people weren't clear about it, but he understood the value of this jade seed original stone. Between the two conversations, that side has lifted the raw stone on the cutting machine. Wearing sunglasses, Xiao Haoyu smiled smugly. With his years of experience and the jade disc out of the experience, this wool there is definitely a big goods. As expected, the first cut peeling, a layer of foggy crystals appeared in front of the crowd. Xiao Haoyu smiled more broadly. He can make a fortune this time. Thinking as he did, Xiao Haoyu pretended to look towards Yao Ainan and Su Haoming without thinking, only to find that the two of them were intimately exchanging words, and at the sight of this scene, his face instantly shrugged down. For him the bad news is far more than that. This knife down, although there is fog, but only accounted for that nearly a meter of the surface of 1/3. Underneath the emerald contained. I am afraid that compared to this is even less. In this way, if only so little big raw stone, although not to blood money, to lose I'm afraid it is also quite a lot. Xiao Young, looks like the luck is not very good. So big material, this has so fixed point things, are not enough for you to return to the There are people who look at the situation not suspected to be too big, said with a smile. This ridicule-like words let the mood is not good. Xiao Haoyu face more ugly. He immediately rushed to control the cutting machine. That master roared, cut another head. I still do not believe it. People boss sent word. That cutting master also dare not be slow. Order people together with the stone to change the side. However, a knife down. Good guy this side even the shadow of the fog did not see. This result makes Xiao Haoyu's forehead cold sweat. Voice has a few trembling. Along the fog that piece of cut down. This will certainly be a piece of material. I cannot possibly see the wrong. Most of the people present for the results of the latter know very well. That cutting masters see more than this kind of scene. Also do not say anything more. According to Xiao Haoyu's request to continue to cut. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. In the end, the original hundreds of pounds of wool in addition to some of the obvious color is not good. Will not ship the waste. In Xiao Haoyu's request to cut clean. This hundreds of pounds of wool. The final cut of the bright material. Only 5 or 6 pounds of the look. And this piece of material there are obvious cracks in the locks. In fact, can give the price. Can is also more than 100,000 of the look. Sounds like a lot. But to know that this is Xiao Haoyu spent more than 6 million to buy down the raw stone, which has been a loss to the grandmother's home to go. Although the Xiao family is also one of the 6 major families in Qiunan, the family does not lack of this money, but the frustration of this gambling failure to make Xiao Haoyu difficult to accept. Not to mention, now there is Yao Ainan watching from the sidelines. Originally, Xiao Haiyu was still thinking of making a splash in front of Yaonan, to salvage his reputation that had crumbled, but now it had become a joke for people to see. So this is Xiao Xiao's ability to read people. It's quite accurate. I'm a country bumpkin who's seen a lot today. Su Haoming took this opportunity to immediately speak out and mocked. Although he didn't open any good goods, at least this piece is a whole jade. No matter what, it's not a loss. At that time, when Xiao Haiyu laughed at himself, it was called a rampant. How could he not return it now? Xiao Haiyu took off the Mo Ming, viciously smashed on the ground, and then glared at Su Haoming. But he didn't dare to say anything. After all, he did lose woefully this time gambling on stones, and he couldn't pull his face down when he was out putting this kind of thing against the wind. Yaonan also laughed in a rare moment, and also laughed happily. Originally depressed in her heart, this was considered to be an outburst of bad breath. Seeing that Xiao Haiyu did not dislike himself, Su Haoming was a bit surprised, because then his own words that he had prepared to use to satirize him could not be used. Only Su Haoming was still puzzled in his heart, so he walked towards the waste materials that were discarded by Xiao Haiyu. He quickly found the clue, picked up a piece of waste material that was only bigger than the palm of his hand and shook it at Xiao Haiyu. Xiao Xiao, this material of yours is also ruined now. Can you sell it to me cheaper? The rest of the scattered scraps, even if there is still something inside, it won't be big enough to go anywhere. That kind of small jade simply isn't worth any money. So Xiao Haiyu simply isn't interested. But when he heard Su Haoming say this, he turned his head and said with a sneer, "You're really a stupid beeper who hasn't seen the world and hasn't seen money. Even if there are goods in that kind of waste, it is not worth money at all. Since you have not seen the money, the little master, I'll take pity on you to give you that material. Take it back to play slowly." For Xiao Haiyu, this disguised humiliation. Su Haoming did not think but also light smile, then thanked Xiao Les. "Master, can you open the skin for me?" Saying that, Su Haoming handed the waste material in his hand to that cutting master, and also gestured the position to be cut on it. "You're cutting it so thin. Isn't it the same as not cutting it? Anyone with eyes can see that such a thin layer won't have material," the cutting master said helplessly, because the position Su Haoming pointed to was only 2 or 3 centimeters. Even without cutting it, he could probably tell if there was anything inside or not. "Don't you care? Just think of it as cutting for fun," Su Haoming said with a mysterious smile. Having no choice, the cutter had to follow the position Su Haoming pointed out and activate the cutter to slice down. At that instant, the entire audience gasped. A whole side of emerald green blush was lit up in front of them. Chapter 36, I'm a little embarrassed. This result was not out of Su Haoming's expectations, so he appeared much calmer compared to the shock of the others. "Then cut from here to here," Su Haoming said again, pointing to the other side. That cutting master realized that the young man in front of him wasn't simple, and he didn't dare to slack off and follow Su Haoming's instructions to make another cut, and the result made him suck in a breath of cool air. Another side of flat and pure emerald green. It wasn't even the slightest bit different from what Su Haoming had pointed out, and the skin that had been cut down was barely stained with a tiny bit of emerald green. The rest of the 2 sides do not need to cut. Slightly rub the mouth as a complete piece of ice-grade jadeite, and this piece of ice jadeite only. Then Xiao Haiyu hand that piece of small. Xiao Haiyu whole person is looking dumbfounded. He is not far away, very clearly see that piece of jadeite, although compared to their own hands this piece to be slightly smaller, but there is no any crack locks. Color is more than their own hands on the piece to more than 1 point. What a beautiful emerald. I now understand why daddy likes it so much. Yao Anan ran to Su Haoming's side, reaching out to touch the jade seed raw stone that had already undergone a cooling process. The feel of it was soft and smooth and delicate, although it had just been a little bit hot because of the cutting, but now it already had an ice-cool feeling when touched. This should be worth quite a lot of money, right? Su Haoming scratched his head and giggled. He actually understood the value of this piece of jade, because this was the ability of the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. He could see any information about the item, even including the price. "Little brother, can I have a look?" A middle-aged man with a big belly emerged from the crowd, his eyes blazing as he looked at the ice seed jade in Yao Anan's hands, his body trembling slightly. "Anan, show him." Su Haoming patted Yao Anan's small head and said, "Don't touch my head, it won't grow tall." Yao Anan muttered in dissatisfaction, then handed the jade in his hand to the middle-aged man. "This entire piece of jade doesn't have any crack locks. Superb. This color is emerald green and pure, not mixed with any impurities. Superb. This hand feel is delicate and smooth. It's even the best of the best, even better than some glass types," the middle-aged man commented while playing with it. "Yes, it's been years since I've seen a jadeite with such a good color. What kind of trash are these in my hands? It's also the first time I've seen such a perfect raw stone. If it's given to a master carver to be properly polished, TSK, the price will go sky high. So hurry up and enjoy it while you can. I don't know how long it will take to see jade of such good quality in the future." The crowd of onlookers spoke to each other, all showing envy. This mate's just lost more than 6 million. Xiao Haoyu face is even more black. How could he think? He casually gave Su Haoming a piece of waste. There will be such a superb goods. At this time, Xiao Haoyu again look at their hands this piece of material. Xiao Haoyu hate itchy teeth, so he could not help but turn around and said angrily, again good so what? How much is a palm-sized piece of material worth? The middle-aged man who was still playing with the jade material saw Xiao Haoyu so say, busy waving his hand and said, Xiao Yung this is not right, and the jade is not big, that is not also worth a lot of money. This piece of material is not as good as the He Sure Bic, but the quality is absolutely excellent. Little brother, I'm willing to offer $3 million to buy this piece of jade. I wonder if you'll be able to part with it. Su Haoming's eyes a golden light flashed. He secretly opened the eye of the heavenly emperor. Need to get the price information of this piece of wool. He was immediately able to see. Ice-type jadeite wool, worth $3.5 million. This middle-aged man is also an old fox. Want to rely on his own, not quite understand jade. Just help yourself to say a few good words can get benefits from yourself here? That's not going to happen. Su Haoming is trying to say some words of refusal. Suddenly there is a tall and thin man in the crowd stood out. Old who, you're not being generous. This piece of material is worth $3.5 million. To say the least. Little brother. $3.5 million. You sell me. I immediately give you money. This price is about right. Su Haoming was happy in his heart. Not waiting for him to open his mouth, he suddenly realized that the information of the jade in front of him had changed. Ice-type jadeite wool, worth $3,800,000. Zheng Huaizhong, you old boy. This don't rob with me, right? This way. Little brother, my name is Hu Fan. Just now I offer indeed low point is my fault. I requote you a price. $3,800,000. Let's make friends. What do you think? Old Hu turned to Su Haoming and asked pitifully. $4 million. Someone in the crowd came out to join in the fun again. $4,500,000. Old Hu gritted his teeth and quoted another price. Zhang Huaizhong immediately quoted again without thinking. $4,300,000. $4.5 million. Old Zhang, you also understand. This piece of wool at this price really do not make any money. I really like. You do not argue with me. Some other day I invite you to dinner into it? Hu Fan finally took out his bottom line. Zhang Huaizhong understand the value of jade. Hu Fan, this offer is almost to the end. Rare to see Hu Fan soft, he will no longer fight. Okay, this is what you say. Some other day please, I eat. Only $4.5 million. Yao Anan muttered with a little disappointment. That's still far from her $30 million. It can't be helped. Little girl, although this piece of jade is considered a superb piece of jade, it's helplessly still a bit too small in size. If it could be a dozen or so pounds, it would be a tens of millions of dollars. Hu Fan laughed helplessly. He also couldn't wait for a jade of this quality to be a bit bigger. Be content, Anan. Originally this was a meeting gift from young Master Xiao, and I'm a bit embarrassed to have given more than $4 million right off the bat. Su Haoming said loudly without avoiding it. At the same time, he was even happier in his heart. How come these great young masters like to send money to themselves so much? There was a Jiang Jinan who gave himself more than 100 million worth of shares, and now there was Xiao Haoyu, who didn't even want to pay for his own capital, and gave himself $4.5 million for no reason at all. Xiao Haoyu heard, was still quite handsome, face all of a sudden angry, almost twisted. This delivery of cheap still sell up good behavior? Yao Anan then smiled sweetly after hearing this, then hugged Su Haoming's arm and said in a loud voice, it's not that brother Haoming is great. It's not like some people who act like they know what they're doing, but end up hitting themselves in the face. Seeing Yao Anan actually being so intimate with this takeout delivery guy, Xiao Haoyu almost fainted with anger. Good you takeaway guy, we'll see. Xiao Haoyu roared angrily and slammed the jade in his hand, which was worth more than $100,000, directly onto the ground, then pushed through the crowd and left angrily without looking back. Chapter 37, Bug-like ability. The price Hu Fan offered Su Haoming had no reason to refuse. Besides, this was supposed to be a heavenly fortune, and the price of $4.5 million was already quite satisfactory to Su Haoming. Money received. Thanks brother Hu. After confirming that the transfer had arrived, Su Haoming put away his phone and said with a smile, there's no such thing as thank you. To each his own. I haven't encountered jade of such good quality in a long time. Hu Fan hugged the jade. His face was also very excited. At this time, Yao Anan, who was beside Su Haoming, couldn't help but curiously ask Su Haoming, how did you see that there is something inside that stone, brother Haoming? So many veterans present didn't realize it. Would you believe me if I said I have perspective eyes? Su Haoming said half jokingly, although it wasn't really perspective. His own eyes were millions of times more powerful than perspective, able to see through all the information of an object. Such an ability was worthy of being called the Eye of the Celestial Emperor. Su Haoming began to look forward to what rewards he would get after this mission was completed. Yao Anan's little head tilted to the side, scoffing at Su Haoming's statement. Are you lying to children? Don't believe it. It's just blind luck. This question is a bit sensitive for Su Haoming. If he really wants to look deeper into it, there is no way for him to tell the truth. So he doesn't intend to let Yao Anan continue to ask this question. So he hurriedly pulls up Yao Anan's hand and walks towards the other side. Big brother, who I'm going to wander around again. Su Haoming turned around and greeted Hu Fan. Come back to me again if you come across anything good. I promise to give you a price that is absolutely conscientious. Hu Fan didn't care too much and casually made a polite remark. However, Hu Fan did not expect less than an hour's time. His side is still in contact with the master, ready to polish the hands of this piece of superb ice jadeite. Su Haoming came to the door again. Yao Anan was like Su Haoming's little follower, always following behind Su Haoming, although she didn't say anything, but from her appearance it seemed to be quite excited. Could it be that this kid has picked up the treasure again? Hu Fan was suspicious in his heart. It was true that with the bug-like ability of the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Su Haoming only spent less than an hour to buy all the higher-valued rough stones in the field. Of course, in order to prevent Yao Anan from getting suspicious again, Su Haoming also picked up some more worthless scraps, pretending to be rich and powerful to fight against the sea of people. In fact, although those will lost some, but compared to the earned, it is not worth mentioning. Hu Fan, led by Su Haoming, looked over the wool that Su Haoming had bought, and his mouth grew wide. Nearly 70% of the shipment rate, and most of the quality is very good. Simply incredible. To know, a lot of veterans are often because of small problems but overturned. Because the stone in the things there is no way to see, can be like Su Haoming. Such efficiency, that can be called a master. This kid seems to know nothing. The jargon cannot say out 2 sentences. Just now Su Haoming said he has perspective eye jokes. Hu Fan began to believe some. Brother Hu, why don't you say anything? Is the quality of all these jades I've opened not good? Su Haoming was aware of the value of this batch of jade, but right now he had to play dumb. And by the way, he also wanted to see if Hu Fan was that honest as a person or not. Know that thing? You, this kid, what hand luck? How do you feel this time people into this batch of wool? Good things I'll let you touch? Hu Fan came back to his senses and said with a snicker. Su Haoming scratched his head and pretended to be embarrassed to look like, that is not. Our people play the rest. I just casually buy a bit of luck. Maybe the quality of this batch of material is indeed relatively high. This is also a half-truth. In fact, there are a lot of good quality and value of jade, but unfortunately Su Haoming has not had the time to go out. Let others to the first. After all, most of the people present are a little something in the stomach. How can not be good goods or let themselves to pocket? Hu Fan haha laugh. Eyes more or less a little envious, but most of the people that are also luck, which with you like vegetables. A pull-up is a large bundle. I am beginning to doubt whether you really have perspective eyes. The beautiful eyes of Yao Anan, who was acting as Su Haoming's little follower on the side, flickered for a moment, but did not say anything. Brother Hu, don't tease. If I really have a penetrating eye I would have been a gambling saint long ago. Why would I need to come here to try my luck? Su Haoming also knew that Hu Fan was joking. He himself followed Hu Fan's words back. Okay, not kidding, but I have to say that your luck is really good. Although these are not as good as the previous piece of ice seed, but the quality is not bad. Besides, you have a lot of this, and now you are also a friend. I'll give you a packaged price of 503. Su Haoming naturally knows the value of this batch of jade, but it is not good to jump to conclusions, because just now the sudden change in the situation he is in the eyes, and now that there was no one to fight with Hu Fan, Su Haoming couldn't afford to make a big offer. So he said, I know your bottom line is 550, but forget about it and consider it a friend, said. Su Haoming looked around the jade store. At this time the crowd has begun to retreat. The rest are indeed some eye-catching crooked jujube. Su Haoming will also have no interest to stay. Time is not early. I still have something to do. I'll leave first. The account number is still the same as just now. Who, big brother, trouble you? Have time to come out and have a drink together again? No problem. I'll wire the money over later. You can rest assured that my old Hu is doing something, Hu Fan said with a smile. When Su Haoming left, Hu Fan's expression slightly changed. He had already realized that this young man was not simple. With no experience he had earned away almost 10 million of his own money almost empty-handed. The most frightening thing was that he even knew what the bottom price was in his own mind. Maybe we can make friends. Maybe he is the rising supernova of the gambling market. Hu Fan thought a little too much. Su Haoming for whatever form of gambling are not interested. This time to come but just desperate under a try. After leaving the jade store, Su Haoming was in a good mood, and after discounting the cost of buying the stone, he earned nearly $7 million in just one day's time, which is a big step away from the $30 million goal Yao Anan had given himself. Brother Haoming, you're great. You earned so much money in just one day. In that case, we'll be able to save up enough for another few days for $30 million. Yao Anan said excitedly as she pulled Su Haoming's arm. However, these words were like a pot of cold water poured on Su Haoming's head. and a rather tricky problem was placed in front of him. Chapter 38, Introduce me to someone sometime. At first glance, Yao and An's words were indeed reasonable. Su Haoming only needed to come back for a few more days, and he might be able to come up with $30 million. However, was that really possible? Leaving aside the fact that this time there was an element of luck involved, without the warmth of Xiao Haoyu's doorstep, there was no way Su Haoming could have earned that much money. But let's just say that the jade aspect was a serious problem. On the way here, Yao Anan told Su Haoming that this is the best batch of wool in recent years. In other words, the nearly $7 million Su Haoming earned today is already the peak. When will the jade store get new material after this? And will the quality of the jade be as good as it is now? This was all quite a big question. Su Haoming simply didn't have the time to procrastinate any longer, and Yao Jingyuan's birthday was not far away. So Su Haoming wasn't so naive as to look forward to such an unknown. If there will be no more opportunities to earn money in a short period of time, what should he do? Yao Anan also noticed the change in Su Haoming's face. Her smile gradually faded. Brother Haoming, what's wrong with you? No, nothing, it's getting late, let's go have a meal. Su Haoming didn't explicitly say what the problem was. He didn't want to see a disappointed expression appear on Yao Anan's face. Yeah, oh, if you don't say it, I've forgotten that I'm hungry. Yao Anan lowered her head and rubbed her flat belly, muttering in a small voice, is it even possible to forget that you're hungry? Su Haoming didn't know how he should answer for a moment. Although Yao Anan no longer wore the eye-catching Lolita outfit like yesterday, she was still able to attract a lot of people's attention because of her cuteness value. Su Haoming himself also suffered. Countless envious and jealous eyes fell on him, making him not dare to look around. Yao Anan, however, as if she didn't notice the eyes of the onlookers in general, while eating the cassoulet and rice that Su Haoming ordered for her, said excitedly, it's the first time I've ever eaten outside. What's this called? Cassoulet rice. Haven't you ever eaten it before? Su Haoming said with slight surprise. Although the Yao family was indeed a giant, it wouldn't even eat normal people's meals, right? In the past, he himself had also been a young master, and didn't he still eat this kind of thing? This casual question but made Yao Anan's eyes dim a few points. She shook her head and was reticent for a few moments before she said, Daddy doesn't let me eat outside. Eat anything. Your dad really raised you like a princess. Ha? Su Haoming said with a bitter smile. Yao Anan shook her head and whispered, no, when I was little I had a brother who looked a lot like you, and was also very good looking. There's actually someone as handsome as me? Introduce me to him some other day? Su Haoming narcissistically waved his bangs with his hand. It's all been said about my childhood. My older brother died when I was a child because he ate a meal outside and it turned out that the meal was poisoned by Daddy's enemies. So ever since I was little, Daddy hasn't allowed me to eat outside. Su Haoming then reacted to why Yao Anan's mood suddenly dropped just now. He quickly apologized. Sorry, said something I shouldn't have said. It's fine, it's been years. Yao Anan shook her head and smiled anew. Su Haoming could see how forced the smile was, and his heart didn't feel too good. No wonder Yao Anan was so intimate with herself. So it turned out that she was treating herself as her brother. But how could he not overlap her with his own sister? The difference of course was that Yao Anan's brother was gone and her own sister was still fighting for her life. I should have sent you back. I told you it's fine. I don't even know what you're taking me to eat. And Daddy's enemies are even less likely to know. But then again, have you ever thought of one thing? Brother Haoming, the business of gambling on stones seems to be no longer going on. The raw stones in that jade store have been pretty much bought up. Yao Anan could see Su Haoming's self-reproach and hurriedly changed the topic. I know. In fact, I'm also troubled by this matter. Su Haoming sighed. He originally thought that Yao Anan hadn't realized it, but now it seems like it was just self-deception. Everyone isn't a cutie. Then why don't I go back and check if there are any other jade markets in Kunan later? Yao Anan smashed her eyes and proposed. When Su Haoming heard this, his eyes lit up. This approach might work. Thus, in the next few days, Su Haoming, led by Yao Anan, almost swept the jade market in Kunan City clean. Unfortunately, jade materials like the previous batch were almost never seen. After a few days of hard work, Su Haoming had saved up more than $10 million. It did seem like a lot, but compared to the target of $30 million, the gap was still too big. Su Haoming also tried to other aspects, such as pulling out some antiques to pick up a leak or something, or buy some lottery tickets and so on. The result is very unsatisfactory. The stalls are basically high imitation of the heirloom. As for the lottery, Su Haoming bought a few after giving up. He can see only the value of the lottery ticket itself. To buy one by one, even if he sells all of his own shares, are not sure to buy the winning ticket. With only 2 days left before Yao Jingyuan's birthday, Su Haoming felt more and more hopeful. But even so, he didn't want to give up. Miracles are to be created, not imagined. So he still went to look for Yao Anan as usual, hoping for a miracle to happen. After waiting outside the villa for quite a while, Su Haoming finally expects Yao Anan to come out. It's just that today's Yaoanan had a heavy face and didn't seem to have much interest. What's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Su Haoming kicked off the tram's bracket and walked over to Yaoanan. No, brother Haoming, thank you for thinking of ways to earn money for me these days. If it wasn't for me being confused and entering my account number wrongly, I wouldn't have wasted so much of your time. Yaoanan shook her head and said in a low voice. Su Haoming realized something, but didn't show it. Instead he smiled and said, what kind of words are you talking about? The problem is still with me. If it wasn't for me spending all my money, I wouldn't have let you run with me for so many days. Let's not talk too much about nonsense. We don't have much time left. Where are we going today? Don't bother. That jade Buddha was already bought yesterday. Thank you for your efforts in the past few days. Keep those money you earned for yourself. After saying that, Yaoanan turned her head and prepared to return to the villa. Sure enough, Su Haoming sighed. He had worried before, even if he earned money, but people's goods would not necessarily wait for him. Now it's good. The money himself didn't earn. The jade Buddha was also bought away. Yaoanan's plan to prepare a birthday gift for his father was considered to be a complete dud. And then wait, Su Haoming suddenly called out to Yaoanan. I'm not short of money. There's no need to share it with me. Yaoanan turned back and said, I don't mean that. Can you smile at me? Something happy? Yaoanan didn't understand what kind of medicine Su Haoming was selling in his gourd. She didn't have the heart to smile either. But I can't be happy. Actually, I still have a backup plan. Don't worry. I guarantee your father will be satisfied. Su Haoming said in a hurry. Yaoanan was overjoyed at his words. Really? Don't you lie to me. Don't worry. This takeaway will guarantee customer satisfaction. Su Haoming said confidently. This idea of throwing his life away had always been in Su Haoming's mind, and right now he could only do so. This was his last chance. Chapter 39 Birthday Banquet. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. As one of the 3 giants in Qunan City comparable to the 6 great families, Yao Jingyuan's birthday could be considered quite grand. Su Haoming had prepared his gifts early and arrived at the Yao family's villa. At this time, the outside of the villa was already filled with all kinds of luxury cars, as if it was like an exhibition of famous cars. This scene made Su Haoming's heart itch. His Bugatti Veyron was afraid of being too flashy, so it had been stored in the Idea Pavilion. Now that the car was taken out, it should be reasonable to park it here. But after carefully thinking about it, Su Haoming still didn't do it. After all, it wasn't necessary. Anything wants to come to our Yao family to touch the car? Throw it out. Just after walking to the villa's front door, Su Haoming heard a rude roar, followed by an oily-headed youngster being thrown out by a few big men in full view of everyone. At the same time, a dark-skinned man walked out with a few uniformed security guards, pointing at the young man and shouting, "You guys watch people carefully. The people who are coming to celebrate the master's birthday today are either rich or noble. No matter what, they are all famous people in Shonan. This kind of person who has never seen before and doesn't even have an invitation. It looks like he wants to fish in troubled waters to flatter the powerful and noble. Absolutely can't let this kind of person come in to disrupt the master's birthday banquet. Do you hear me?" "Yes." The several security guards immediately responded loudly. "No way? So strict?" Su Haoming touched his face. He was also a small person with little background. They definitely hadn't seen him either. If he couldn't even enter the door, wouldn't the mission be a direct failure? But he couldn't just leave like that. Su Haoming gritted his teeth and walked towards the front door of the Yao family villa with the gift box in his hand. Luckily, the security guards, although they had just sworn an oath, didn't seem to take it to heart, and only glanced at themselves without the intention of stopping them. Fortunately, his first hurdle was considered to have passed. Su Haoming's heart secretly celebrated. However, just as Su Haoming's foot had just stepped into the gate, a vaguely heard voice suddenly came from behind him. "You few security guards, what to eat? You guys let that delivery guy in too?" Su Haoming's body stiffened and turned around to see. Wasn't this the same Xiao Haoyu that he ran into in the jade store a few days ago? It's really not a case of enemies not getting together. Xiao Haoyu was also holding a gift box of comparable weight in his hand, a grim smile on his face. His takeaway electric car is parked right next to him. "Did you guys really not see it, or are you pretending not to see it?" One of the security guards glanced at Su Haoming, then turned to Xiao Haoyu ready to explain. "Xiao Young, you do not know. This is actually..." Xiao Haoyu didn't care so much and immediately interrupted the security guard's words and yelled, "Don't be sophomoric. Why don't you throw him out? If he goes in and makes trouble, you guys won't be expelled." "But, stop ing around. Do you still want to hang out in Shonan?" Xiao Haoyu interrupted again. Several security guards looked at each other with difficulty for a moment, and still did not make any response. Just when Xiao Haoyu couldn't help himself and was ready to continue to make trouble, the black-skinned man who had just entered the courtyard walked out again. "What's with all the noise? What happened?" As soon as Xiao Haoyu saw that big man, he immediately made a small report. "Uncle Long, you came just in time. Look at this group of your men. Uncle Yao's birthday banquet actually let a delivery man so strut into it. Delivery boy? Where? Xiaolong sniffed and looked around, then saw Su Haoming who was right beside him. Afraid that there would be a vicious battle, Su Haoming secretly used the eye of the Celestial Emperor to check the information of this black-skinned big man, and was immediately startled. Xiaolong, Force value 28, Wisdom value 12, Agility value 15, Charisma value 14. Oh who? This big man was the person with the highest attribute value besides himself that Su Haoming had seen so far. If he really wanted to start a conflict, he could win if he had the yellow robe ability, but disrupting Yao Jingyuan's birthday banquet was not what he wanted. Just as Su Haoming was worried, Xiaolong, who had been staring at him, suddenly laughed. You're Su Haoming, right? Master has mentioned you, saying that you are a friend of our Missy, an honored guest of our Yao family, so you don't need to worry, just go straight in. Ha! Su Haoming froze for a moment before reacting. So Yao Anan had already greeted him beforehand, and he knew what he looked like? Then one is still worried about a hammer. I thought you were going to throw me out. Su Haoming patted his chest and said with palpitations, how could that be? Master ordered that you are our Yao family's honored guest, not to mention today, you are welcome to our Yao family anytime you come on weekdays. Xiaolong laughed and said and patted Su Haoming's shoulder. Then I'll go in first? Go ahead. Master is sitting in the hall. Xiaolong replied. Xiao Haoyu behind Su Haoming, however, hated his teeth, and his ears were even red with embarrassment. He couldn't figure out how this delivery man had climbed the big tree of the Yao family. These Su Haoming naturally do not know. He did not even look at Xiao Haoyu a glance. Straight into the villa. The scale of this villa is much larger than Su Haoming imagined. Just a hospitality hall alone is at least 300 to 400 square meters. Inside standing dozens of people but does not seem crowded. Just after entering the villa, Su Haoming saw Yao Jingyuan and Yao Anan sitting on the sofa, chatting with the guests and receiving gifts. Looking at the gifts of the other guests, all of which were worth a lot of money, Su Haoming's heart was a bit weak, and his hand unconsciously pinched the gift box in his hand. Originally, he was still a little confident, but now his heart was not very bottomless, because even for those expensive gifts, Yao Jingyuan's face was a polite smile, and he didn't look very interested. This even a little bit shabby gift of his own. I don't know whether it can poke Yao Jingyuan's point or not. Just as Su Haoming was about to go forward to greet and deliver the gift, Xiao Haoyu's voice behind him hurriedly came again. Happy birthday Uncle Yao, I'm a little late for the traffic jam. Yao Anan, who was already slack-jawed, turned even more ugly after hearing Xiao Haoyu's voice. Yao Jingyuan glanced at his daughter, then replied to Xiao Haoyu, it's fine, it's good that I came, it's good that I came. Between words, Xiao Haoyu has already come to Yao Jingyuan's front. He has a smile on his face. While opening the gift box, he also said, I know that Uncle Yao likes to play with jade, and I happened to see a good jade Buddha 2 days ago, so I bought it and gifted it to Uncle Yao. Jade Buddha? Yao Anan immediately frowned and looked towards the gift box in Xiao Haoyu's hand. Immediately her face changed dramatically. Isn't this exactly the jade Buddha that she has always wanted to buy for daddy? Surprisingly, she let this asshole buy it. Yao Jingyuan was also slightly stunned when he saw this jade Buddha. Then he laughed and said, not bad, not bad. Thanks for taking the trouble, Xian nephew. Receiving Yao Jingyuan's praise, Xiao Haoyu's heart was greatly pained. His lips moved and he was about to say something, when suddenly he heard Su Haoming's voice coming from behind him. It's rare that on Mr. Yao's birthday, the Xiao family's eldest young man came specifically to deliver a fake. The Xiao family really has a face. Chapter 40 The Best Gift. Regarding the jade Buddha that Yao Anan had mentioned, Su Haoming had seen the picture. Therefore, when Xiao Haoyu brought out the jade Buddha, he also recognized it, only that he was unconvinced in his heart and subconsciously used the eye of the Heavenly Emperor to check the information about the Jade Buddha. 3 Qing Heavenly Father Jade Buddha Statue. Fake. Made from sea goods processed through acid washing. Worth $6,800. Taking a fake that was less than $7,000 and also pretending to be a $30 million superb jade statue. This Xiao Haoyu's face was really thick. Originally complacent Xiao Haoyu suddenly heard Su Haoming's words. His face immediately turned from joy to anger. He immediately turned back and pointed at Su Haoming angrily roared. You're just a delivery hick. What can you know? I think you're clearly jealous of me and came here to cause trouble. Only then did Yao Anan notice Su Haoming's arrival and the gift box in his hand, and her pretty azure-colored eyes instantly lit up. Yao Jingyuan also smiled faintly before saying, it looks like Xiao Su is also a bit of a researcher in jade? Not very knowledgeable. I just feel that this jade Buddha is very fake. Saying that, Su Haoming walked over to Xiao Haoyu's side and reached out his hand to touch the jade Buddha, but was pushed away by Xiao Haoyu. Who allowed you to touch it? Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? Not even giving it a touch. You're too stingy, aren't you? Su Haoming helplessly shrugged his shoulders and muttered. Immediately after that, he turned to Yao Jingyuan and began his analysis. Mr. Yao, you should be able to tell. There is nothing wrong with this jade Buddha, but it can't stand up to a closer look. As long as you look at it a little more carefully, you can clearly find that its color is not right. The color is too scattered. Xiao Haoyu was instantly anxious, and hurriedly called out, Uncle Yao, I think he is clearly here to cause trouble. Quickly call security to kick him out, lest it affects the other guests. No rush, I want to hear Xiao Su continue. Yao Jingyuan waved his hand and said. Su Haoming scratched his head a little embarrassed. How would he know about this? It was all seen by the ability of the eye of the heavenly emperor, but there was no evidence to say so, so Su Haoming could only harden his head and make up nonsense. In fact, I really do not know very well, but from the position I just stood over, the luster of this jade Buddha is also problematic, giving the impression that the texture is very rough, coupled with the fact that Xiao Xiao did not allow me to touch it, which made my suspicions have increased by a few points. I'm just afraid that you'll break the jade Buddha, Xiao Haoyu explained in a panic. However, the panic in his eyes could not be hidden at all, not to mention Yao Jingyuan, even Yao Anan could see it. It's always okay for me to touch it, right? You're giving it to my daddy anyway. Saying that, Yao Anan jumped off the sofa and reached out to touch the jade Buddha. At once her brows frowned slightly. No, this one feels weird. It's not even as good as the piece of icy jadeite I touched a few days ago. That piece of jadeite feels delicate and warm. This one doesn't have a smooth feel to it at all. That kind of feel Yao Anan still remember very clearly. Touch very comfortable. And that is still only ice seed jadeite. His own daddy's favorite glass seed feel cannot be so bad. Xiao Haoyu's face suddenly changed greatly. If Su Haoming touched it, then he could argue, but now the person who touched it was Yao Anan. He wanted to argue but he had no words. Sweat immediately soaked Xiao Haoyu's back. He is not want to give Yao Jingyuan sen genuine. 30 million for him is not a small amount, but not to take out. The problem is, when he inquired about Yao Jingyuan very much like this jade Buddha, want to buy the genuine one to Yao Jingyuan, but was told that it has been sold. In desperation, Xiao Haoyu had no choice but to have the fake made. Originally, he thought that now there are many people, Yao Jingyuan will not look into it. This kind of jade Buddha is mostly just a collection. It should be able to get away with it, but he didn't want to. This Su Haoming don't know where to come out, and even publicly debunked him. At this time in the living room gathered Xiao and many dignitaries. In front of their face out of this kind of scandal, not only is their own shame, and even the face of the entire Xiao family have to follow along with the loss. Just when this Xiao Haoyu could not wait to find a crack to drill in, Yao Jingyuan suddenly stood up and said, in fact, I don't care about the authenticity of this jade Buddha. Yao's birthday to be able to get the attention of all of you to come to participate. Yao has been very honored. As the saying goes, gifts are light and love is important. It's enough that Xiao Xiao can have this heart. Uncle Yao is really sorry. I know that you like this jade Buddha. I also want to buy it to send to you, but there is no way that it has already been preempted. Xiao Haoyu awkwardly explained. Yao Jingyuan waved his hand with a faint smile. No matter, I, Yao Mao, have accepted Xiao Zhao's kindness. By the way Xiao Su, I heard my family in and said, she prepared a gift for me. Let you send me over. What is it can open to let me see? This, in front of so many people. Do you really want to see it? Su Haoming awkwardly glanced around. Many celebrities from all walks of life that he had seen on the TV news were all looking towards him at this moment. Yao Jingyuan stared at the gift box in Su Haoming's hand, his eyes somewhat expectant. And then sent me a gift. What can't people see? Open it. Actually, technically, it's a gift from Anan and I together. The helpless Su Haoming said while opening the gift box. Then I'm even more interested. Oh, a painting? As he spoke, Yao Jingyuan saw what was in the gift box and immediately felt surprised in his heart. I don't know which stall I pulled out the fake from, but it doesn't matter. The other Uncle Yao said. The thought is fine. Xiao Haoyu, who was on the side, originally didn't dare to speak on account of his shortcomings, but when he saw that the scroll of the painting in Su Haoming's hand was brand new, he couldn't help but sneer in a conspiratorial manner. It's not bought. It's painted by myself. Su Haoming smiled awkwardly while unrolling the scroll. Yao Anan heard Su Haoming say this. Her heart was so angry. How could she not expect that Su Haoming's gift was a painting that he drew himself? This guy was too stingy, right? Just after seeing the content of the painting, Yao Anan was also dumbfounded. The content of the painting is no other than himself, and in the background, it is exactly what he looked like when he smiled at him at the entrance of the villa 2 days ago. No wonder he suddenly wanted himself to smile, so it was because of this. But will daddy really like it? Yao Anan apprehensively turned her head to look at Yao Jingyuan. She suddenly realized that the smile on her father's face was extraordinarily bright. Thank you Xiao Su, I like it very much. I think this should be the best gift I received today. Yao Jingyuan held up the scroll, staring at his daughter in the painting with unblinking eyes. The voice from his mouth even trembled a little with excitement. At the same time, in Su Haoming's mind, the system's prompt suddenly came out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing this special takeout mission. Chapter 41 First Kiss. Seeing such an excited Yao Jingyuan, not only outsiders, even Yao Anan herself was surprised. Before this, there had been quite a few people who had sent precious jade to Daddy, but Daddy's reaction was far from being as excited as it was now. To know, although Su Haoming's painting level is not bad, drawing himself perfectly, but Su Haoming is just an unheard of nobody, not a master of painting. His own daddy's favorite was this painting of himself by Su Haoming? Daddy, do you really like this painting? Yao Anan asked incredulously. In her eyes, this was a very poor gift. Like it, very much. Yao Jingyuan nodded his head and agreed repeatedly, and a smile grew on his face. Seeing Yao and An's puzzled look, Su Haoming grinned, and immediately began to explain. Actually, it's not this painting that Mr. Yao likes, it's just your smile. Me? Yao Anan pointed at herself with a half-understanding, her puzzled little eyes staring at Su Haoming in anticipation of his next words. You haven't smiled at Mr. Yao for a long time, have you? Su Haoming asked rhetorically. He could still remember the first time he met Yao Jingyuan that day, when he had acted excitedly, and his words had made Su Haoming keep an eye out for him, saying that it had been a long time since he had seen Yao Anan so happy. Yao Anan nodded, her small mouth slightly deflated but did not answer Su Haoming's words. Housekeeper Xiao, come over here for a moment, help me put this painting away, turn around and reframe it to hang in my study. Yao Jingyuan carefully rolled up the painting and called out to Xiaolong, who was still busy entertaining the guests. Yes. After Xiaolong heard Yao Jingyuan's voice, he agreed without hesitation and came to Yao Jingyuan's front, holding the scroll and leaving. Before leaving, Xiaolong also smiled at Su Haoming in a friendly manner. Although he had been entertaining the guests, he was aware of what had happened over here. Su Haoming also nodded politely at Xiaolong and waited until he left before he continued. Mr. Yao is worth tens of billions of dollars and has seen all kinds of expensive gadgets, so I think that instead of sending those expensive luxuries, it would be better to send him something he really needs. Yes, girl, you are 18 years old and still stay in your room all day long unwilling to come out. You don't even have a single friend. Being able to see you make friends is already a very precious gift to me. Yao Jingyuan laughed happily. Daddy, Yao Anan softly called out, but with her head down her eyes dodged, not daring to meet Yao Jingyuan's eyes. Yao Jingyuan's eyes slightly flashed a trace of disappointment, which was detected by Su Haoming, but Su Haoming treated it as if he didn't see it, and continued, in my opinion, the best gift a child can give to his parents is not any expensive gift. What they want more is companionship. Of course, this is just my guess. That's why I want to try and see if this gift is to Mr. Yao's liking. You have indeed captured my mind. Yao Jingyuan nodded his head and said, his eyes full of praise, this gift from Su Haoming had indeed given him quite a big surprise. Because of those previous events, the relationship between his own daughter and himself had become very stiff, and he really hadn't seen a smile appear on his daughter's face for a long time. Being able to frame this scene for himself, Yao Jingyuan was satisfied from the bottom of his heart. But I think Mr. Yao should have a more desired gift. This gift I think should be better given to Mr. Yao by Anan herself. Su Haoming continued. Yao Anan was puzzled by this, tilting her head in an uncertain manner. She asked, what is it? Anan, you are the self-proclaimed genius beauty girl. I don't think you wouldn't know this answer, right? Looking at Yao Anan, who was playing dumb, Su Haoming said with a smile on his face. Yao Anan's heart jumped. She understood the meaning of Su Haoming's words after a little taste, but she didn't dare too much. However, when Yao Anan raised her head to look at her father's expectant eyes, she still summoned up the courage to walk up to her father, reached out and hugged him, and smiled sweetly at him. Daddy, happy birthday! Yao Jingyuan's body stiffened for a moment, then trembled slightly as he hugged his daughter back and said in a trembling voice, thank you, Anan, I love this gift as well. Su Haoming on the side smiled and spoke the truth for Yao Jingyuan. Mr. Yao, don't be embarrassed. This should be talking about a favorite gift, right? It's always better to really see your daughter's smile than to see it on a painting, isn't it? Just talking. Su Haoming's face smile all of a sudden gradually fade down, because he saw the two people in the eyes of the meaning of the existence of a different. Yao Jingyuan's eyes had a look of guilt and self-reproach in them. Yao Anan, on the other hand, was apprehensive and restrained. It looked like there was still a gap between father and daughter. However, since the system prompted that his mission had been completed, then it also proved that his guess was still correct in 9 cases out of 10, only that there were still some reasons he didn't know about. Due to the many guests in the villa, it was not good for the father and daughter to keep hugging each other. Soon Yao Anan let go of her father. Then Yao Anan took a few steps to Su Haoming's front. At this moment her small face was slightly red. Quite cute. Thank you, brother Haoming. This gift you are going to give to daddy is better than what I thought. No need to be polite. Originally, before Su Haoming finished his words, he suddenly swallowed, because Yao Anan suddenly hitched his shoulders and stood on her tiptoes to kiss Su Haoming on his face. This is my first kiss, although it was just a slight bit. At this moment, Yao Anan's face had already reddened to the roots of her ears. Without giving Su Haoming a chance to speak, Yao Anan turned around as if she was fleeing and ran upstairs. Su Haoming touched his face, not reacting for a long time. This scene was seen by Yao Jingyuan, and instead of getting angry, he laughed out loud. At the same time, his gaze towards Su Haoming was filled with praise. Xiao Haoyu, who witnessed the whole thing from the side, had his lungs exploding with anger, his hands clenched into fists, and his eyes were almost ready to spew out anger. This damned takeaway guy, letting his own Xiao family lose face was just enough, but now he even robbed the woman he had his eyes on in front of him. If it wasn't for the fact that those present were all the powerful and noble people of Qunan City, Xiao Haoyu would have wanted to go up and fight Su Haoming to the death right then and there. But he, who had already disgraced the Xiao family once, eventually held back. I'll let you off this time. We'll play slowly later. Xiao Haoyu gritted his teeth and glared at Su Haoming, turning around and leaving the villa without a single greeting. And in the crowd, a person who had watched the whole thing watched Xiao Haoyu's departing back and grinned. Chapter 42 Dialogue with Yao Jingyuan. It had to be said that the Yao family's villa was really too big to be exaggerated, and the banquet hall on the second floor wasn't much smaller than a hotel's banquet hall, accommodating hundreds of people in it, and still didn't have the feeling of being crowded, although his task was completed. But in the face of this banquet hall's large table of delicacies, Su Haoming could not move his pace. Hungry Group Takeaway Group, although called group, but in fact is not big, and Su Haoming is only a shareholder. No actual position, is basically no one knows. This also allows Su Haoming to enjoy the leisure. No one in their own talk to eat something is also quite comfortable. After having a full meal, Su Haoming was contentedly ready to leave with a toothpick in his mouth. What was the mysterious reward that the system had given him this time? Su Haoming hadn't even had time to look at it yet, so now he could go back and study it properly. Thinking so, Su Haoming had only just walked out of the villa when a tall figure behind him chased after him. Wait, Mr. Su. Hearing this voice, Su Haoming stopped in his tracks and threw the toothpick into the trash can on the side. Is there something I can do for you, Butler Xiao? Su Haoming asked with a smile. Although this man was big and thick, he was surprisingly polite to himself, so Su Haoming was naturally polite as well. Xiao Long returned the smile and said, Master said he wants to meet you alone and asked me to bring you there. I wonder if you're free. Mr. Yao is looking for me? Su Haoming muttered doubtfully, then nodded and followed Xiao Long to Yao Jingyuan's study. On the way, Xiao Long suddenly remembered something, and suddenly stopped his steps to turn his head to look at Su Haoming with a serious expression. Right, Mr. Su, to remind you, just now I found out that Xiao Haoyu seems to have hostile intentions towards you. You must be careful. I know. That look on his face was as if he hated to eat me. Of course I could tell. I used to come out from the Xiao family. I know very well what kind of goods that family has, so I still hope you can be more careful. This is my business card. If you encounter any difficulties you can find me to help you. As long as I can help you I will try to help you. Saying that, Xiao Long pulled out a small plain card and handed it to Su Haoming. It looks like you don't like the Xiao family too much. Su Haoming took the card and looked at it before stuffing it into his pocket. Xiao Long smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let's not talk about the past. Anyway, you must be careful, and if I can't handle it I'll find a way to get Master to step in. Then little brother will thank big brother Xiao in advance. It's fine. Master's study is right in front. He said he wants to see you alone, so go over there by yourself. I still have to go and entertain the guests, said Xiao Long, pointed to the study in front and turned around and left. Looking back at the departing Xiao Long, a hint of interest arose in Su Haoming's heart. Knocking on the door of the study, Yao Jingyuan's voice soon came out from inside. Come in. What does Mr. Yao want with me? Su Haoming pushed the door in, and the result was a stunned look, because as soon as he entered, he saw Yao Jingyuan sitting on the desk, playing with a jade Buddha in his hand, and from afar, the quality of that jade Buddha was completely impossible to be the fake that Xiao Haoyu had sent. 3 Qing Heavenly Father Jade Buddha statue, made from top-quality glass seed jadeite, carefully carved and crafted by Master Hanuel, valued at $36 million. Mr. Yao, what are you? The information received from the eye of the Celestial Emperor surprised Su Haoming, but it seemed to make sense. So how could Yao Jingyuan, who loved jade, let go of his favorite jade Buddha and not buy it? Yao Jingyuan glanced at Su Haoming and put the jade Buddha down after a faint smile. Surprised, right? The jade Buddha that you and tried so hard to get was actually bought by me. These words, however, made Su Haoming even more surprised. He looked at Yao Jingyuan blankly, unable to speak for a long time. And N is my only precious daughter. How could I possibly let her casually wander around with people she doesn't know? I actually know all of your whereabouts over this week. Yao Jingyuan walked to Su Haoming's front, then patted Su Haoming's shoulder. I also know that Anan wanted to buy this jade Buddha and give it to me, but it's just not realistic to let you earn more than $30 million in a week. So I'll just buy the jade Buddha first, and I won't make things difficult for you. So Mr. Yao is also thinking about me. I'm really flattered, Su Haoming said with a sarcastic smile. Yao Jingyuan waved his hand and turned back to sit on the desk again. It can be said to be or not. Leaving that aside for now, the gift you sent me surprised me, but it was indeed a very pleasant surprise. In short, I like it very much. So in order to express my gratitude, I can fulfill a wish of yours, as long as it's within my power. Whatever you wish for is fine. For example, it's not impossible for me to want your Yao group? Su Haoming asked with a wink. Yao Jingyuan was slightly taken aback before saying, "This, I have to think about it." Seeing Yao Jingyuan's expression like this for the first time, Su Haoming felt that it was somewhat interesting, but he still quickly put on a straight face and said, "Just kidding, Mr. Yao, don't take it seriously. If you can really fulfill my wish, I hope you can properly fulfill your responsibility as a father and spend more time with Anan. It's that simple?" This made Yao Jingyuan even more surprised. This was very different from the answer he had envisioned. Su Haoming immediately sneered at his words. "Simple? I don't think it's simple. It may be a bit hard to say, but you're really a failure as a father. If it wasn't for Anan's innocence and goodness, she may have already fallen into a state of degradation by now." Yao Jingyuan was silent for a while, shook his head with a bitter smile. "Some things are really out of my control. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't." Su Haoming shook his head. He didn't think so. "As long as you want to, no one can stop you. You don't understand. Actually, my main purpose of looking for you this time, besides thanking you, also want you to help me." Yao Jingyuan smiled bitterly. Su Haoming, however, didn't rush to agree. He pinched his chin and recalled the scene just now when the Yao family's father and daughter embraced. He still opened his mouth and said, "In fact, I also have something that I don't quite understand. You tell me first, and I'll think about whether or not I can help you. You can ask whatever question you want, as long as I know it." Yao Jingyuan dryly agreed, and then told me that she used to have a brother. "Can you tell me about the past? I want to know why your father-daughter relationship has turned into what it is today." Hearing Su Haoming ask this, Yao Jingyuan's hand on the jade Buddha paused for a moment. He was silent for a long time, then turned around and fished out a pack of cigarettes from under the drawer of his desk. Su Haoming noticed, Yao Jingyuan's hand trembled terribly when he lit the cigarette, and it looked like this incident didn't affect him very much either. "Since you're curious, I'll tell you about it." Yao Jingyuan took a deep breath of his cigarette before he finally said slowly, Chapter 43 2 Stories. My wife's name is Beyonce. I met her when I was studying abroad. We are very much in love. She defied her family for me and followed me back to China, and founded Yao's group with me, Yao Jingyuan said while smoking a cigarette. In the space of a short sentence, a cigarette was already finished. But after Beyonce gave birth to Anan, she passed away due to hemorrhaging from a difficult labor. Speaking here, Yao Jingyuan fumbled and took out another cigarette. "I'm sorry for bringing up your sadness." Su Haoming walked over to the edge of the desk and sat down as well, saying apologetically. Yao Jingyuan shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's all in the past. After that, I turned my thoughts of my wife into strength and started burying my head in work to try and make money. Anan, on the other hand, was left in the care of my son Yao Anyang, who was only 10 years old at the time." Saying this, Yao Jingyuan picked up a photo frame on his desk. Su Haoming followed Yao Jingyuan's line of sight and looked over, only to see that in that frame, a boy with eyebrows quite similar to his own, holding a basketball in his hands and smiling at the camera. It turned out that it really did look a bit like himself. Su Haoming was a bit surprised in his heart. At that time he thought Yao Anan was joking, but he didn't want it to turn out to be true. However, God's will is not in the right place. Just when Anan was 10 years old, and Yang once went out for dinner with his friends and was poisoned by my enemies. He was not resuscitated, and at the young age of 20 he also followed his mother. It's a good thing that at that time, my business had already taken off, and Anan still had subordinates to take care of. Saying that, Yao Jingyuan glanced at Su Haoming. Seeing Su Haoming's desire to speak, he sighed and said, "I also know that this is not good, but I can't do anything about it." Then 6 years ago, the head of the Shao family paid a visit and offered to let me betroth Anan and his son. I hoped that Anan would have a good home in the future, and I also thought that the Shao family was a big family, so I agreed to it in a moment of confusion. Hearing this, Su Haoming finally couldn't hold back, immediately slapped the table and then angrily roared, "Marrying off your daughter casually? Have you considered Anan's feelings in doing so?" Su Haoming's reaction did not surprise Yao Jingyuan. His face also paled a few points, his eyes full of guilt and remorse. I later calmed down and also felt that it was not right. Coupled with Xiao Haoyu had some not so good peach color news, so in the end the doll's marriage did not work out. This is probably the only thing that I did not do wrong. But after these two things, Anan also does not go to school, and even their own room is rarely out. The two of us get along with time became less and less. I know that that child must hate me very much, so I'm really satisfied that she was able to hug me and smile at me this time. After saying this paragraph, Yao Jingyuan touched his cigarette case, and in a few minutes' time, he had already finished half a pack of cigarettes. Su Haoming calmed himself as much as he could. These days he was with Yao Anan, and from time to time he heard Yao Anan talk about some past events, but he didn't see Yao Anan look resentful. Instead, she looked like she was afraid. Therefore, after listening to Yao Jingyuan finish talking about the two things that had affected Yao Anan, he vaguely guessed in his heart the real reason why the Yao family's father-daughter divide had not yet been removed. Since Mr. Yao's story has been told, I also have a story here. I wonder if Mr. Yao would be interested in hearing it? Of course, the story is made up by me, so Mr. Yao can listen to it as a joke. Su Haoming suddenly spoke. Without giving Yao Jingyuan a chance to speak, Su Haoming immediately said, there was that one girl, when she was born, her mother passed away due to a difficult labor. Her father resented her so much for this that he barely even participated in her childhood, leaving her in the care of her brother, who was also at a young age. Yao Jingyuan froze for a moment, the last cigarette he had just lit in his hand falling to the ground. Instead, Su Haoming's gaze looked at the painting that had been hung up in the distance, the one he had drawn for Yao Anan. When the girl was 10 years old, her older brother died due to the revenge of her father's enemies. Shortly after that, her father took it upon himself to get her engaged to a certain family without listening to her. This reinforced the girl's belief that her father hated her, and felt that she was a kryptonite to her family and wanted to get rid of her. Su Haoming didn't let Yao Jingyuan finish his sentence and continued. So ever since then, she didn't like to go out of her room, fearing that her father would drive her away, and even when she appeared in front of her father, she didn't smile at him because he had a scowl on his face every single day, making her afraid to smile. She didn't hate it, she was just afraid that she would lose the only family she had. She also wanted very much to make her father change his mind about himself, whereafter she stumbled upon a jade Buddha that her father was very fond of. She thought of every possible way to try to give it to her father as a gift for his 50th birthday. She hoped that this would make him happy and change his mind about himself. Su Haoming couldn't help but let out a sigh at the end of his words. Although this was all judged from just a few words from Yao Anan's mouth, he believed that it was already similar to Yao Anan's thoughts. That's pretty much the story. I'm not very good at telling stories, but I hope Mr. Yao can understand. This girl is. Su Haoming paused again, because when he twisted his head around, he noticed that Yao Jingyuan's eyes were reddening, and tears were silently flowing out of his eyes. Also, he definitely understood. Anan really loves you, but she's also scared. You're the only family she has, and she's afraid she'll lose you again. Maybe you don't know. Just now when you hugged her, I saw very clearly. In fact, her eyes were full of nervousness. She may be afraid that she didn't do a good job and made you angry. Stop it. Yao Jingyuan let out a roar, then raised his hand and slapped himself in the face a few times. Seeing this, Su Haoming hurriedly pulled Yao Jingyuan's hand and advised, Mr. Yao, don't be agitated. It's actually not difficult to solve the misunderstanding between you two, as long as you find a chance to confess to each other. The same thing, two different versions. The root cause is still not communicated well. Su Haoming didn't quite understand. Since Yao Jingyuan loved his daughter so much, why couldn't he talk to her properly? Yao Jingyuan shook off Su Haoming's hand. Since his wife and son passed away, he had not shed any tears, and he thought he would not shed any more tears. But now his tears cannot be suppressed at all. Guilt and remorse flooded his heart. It turns out that what he thought was really just what he thought. He simply does not know his daughter's heart. He was simply the most failed father in the world. Su Haoming originally wanted to persuade Yao Jingyuan again, but finally gave up. Perhaps it would be better to let him vent a little. Chapter 44, Unrefusable Cooperation. After waiting for about a few minutes, Yao Jingyuan's emotions gradually calmed down, and after wiping his eyes with a handkerchief, Yao Jingyuan smiled awkwardly at Su Haoming. Sorry to make you laugh. Su Haoming waved his hand in disbelief. It's not funny. At least you made me believe that you love your daughter as well. Find some time for the two of you to have a good chat. I believe that even if it's not what I guessed, your relationship will be much better than it is now. You young man, you don't know much for your age. Yao Jingyuan nodded farther, then sighed. Those details about his daughter were actually relayed to himself after letting an outsider see through them. It was really a shame to say that. Su Haoming bitterly smiled and shook his head, not wanting to talk more about this topic, so he immediately changed his tone. The story is finished. Now Mr. Yao can tell me what favor he wants me to do for you. Yao Jingyuan immediately thought of the main event, and immediately his expression became quite serious. Actually, you said that you want me to accompany and more. I also want to, but I really can't help it. Now Yao's group is getting bigger and bigger. Tens of thousands of people under my command are eating with me. I really can't find too much time. Even today's birthday banquet has delayed me a lot of things. Tomorrow morning I have to catch a plane to go to Beijing again. Hearing about Yao Jingyuan's hardship, Su Haoming couldn't help but think of his own father, who was once just like Yao Jingyuan. Perhaps it was also because of this that he was so empathetic to Yao Anan. But don't worry, in the future, I will find a way to share some of the matters at hand, and try to find more time to accompany my daughter. Yao Jingyuan continued. So what favor does Mr. Yao intend for me to do for you? Su Haoming had already guessed the answer in his heart, but he still couldn't help but ask. I hope that when I'm not around, you can occasionally find some time to accompany Anan. The subordinates in the house are all formal in front of her, and technically, you're her first friend. As expected, it was the same as what he thought, and although Yao Jingyuan said that, Su Haoming always felt that Yao Jingyuan's eyes were not quite right when he looked at himself. How was it similar to a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law? He must be overthinking it. I don't necessarily have this time. Mr. Yao must also be clear. I am a delivery man, all day long east and west. So, the next word Su Haoming didn't say. His reply was subtle, but Yao Jingyuan must have been able to hear it. Yao Jingyuan, after hearing Su Haoming's excuses, his face suddenly sank, his voice containing a sense of displeasure. Do you know how many gentlemen outside are interested in our family Anan? I gave you the opportunity to get close to Anan, and you're reluctant in turn? It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that I do have something on my mind. Su Haoming smiled awkwardly. How could he not hear Yao Jingyuan's implication? But it wasn't good for him to voice out his own concerns. It was true that if he could get involved with the daughter of such a huge corporation, he would be able to enjoy glory and wealth for the rest of his life. However, Su Haoming understood that his current self was simply not worthy. What Su Haoming was worried about wasn't so much the issue of being a good match. It was just that with the help of the takeaway system, his life was just getting better now. His sister was still seriously ill in the hospital, and he had enemies outside. Just thinking about how to protect his sister was enough to make Su Haoming anxious. He really didn't have the heart to think about anything else. However, if Su Haoming didn't voice out his concerns, Yao Jingyuan wouldn't give up. He snorted coldly, then said, I've already investigated your matter. What kind of delivery? You are now the second largest shareholder of Chio Nan's #1 takeaway group. This has all been discovered by Mr. Yao. I'm a bit embarrassed. In fact, our group is not big at all. It's just a merger of a few small companies, and my little shares are even less than a fraction of Mr. Yao's fortune. Su Haoming scratched his head awkwardly and said, Yao Jingyuan, however, had a plan, and immediately threw out a heavy bomb. I also know about your past, and your sister's current situation. Do you want to save your sister? Hearing Yao Jingyuan mention his sister, Su Haoming's expression instantly became serious for a few moments. Can Mr. Yao help? Helping is not something I can talk about. I haven't even heard of your sister's illness before, but as long as you're willing to promise me that you'll occasionally spare some time to take care of my daughter for me, in return I'll find a way to find a doctor who can cure this disease for you. What do you think? Su Haoming's heart was beating frantically. With Yao Jingyuan's strength, it wouldn't be that difficult to help himself find a doctor to treat his sister's condition, and he himself didn't actually need to pay anything. Such a deal was simply 100 benefits and no harm to himself. Right away, Su Haoming admitted that he was indeed moved. However, Su Haoming didn't agree immediately. He pretended to hesitate and then said, There's no way I can refuse such a reward, but I still have one more request. Upon hearing Su Haoming's relief, Yao Jingyuan was immediately energized, and without saying a word, he waved his hand and said, Say it, as long as I can do it. Su Haoming was naturally not polite, and immediately replied, As you know, Anan is being watched by a lot of people, and just now that Xiaohaoyu is not the first time that he and I have clashed, and this is considered to be a knot. So I'm worried that in the future I'll also provoke some powerful and noble children. I myself am not afraid of retaliation, but I'm worried about my sister. Small matter, I will immediately send someone to secretly protect your sister. Yao Jingyuan agreed without a second thought. A smile reappeared on Su Haoming's face, and he took the initiative to extend his hand to Yao Jingyuan. Happy cooperation. Xiaohaoyu drove furiously on the Ring City Expressway with a gloomy face for an unknown period of time. Only the sound of the engine roaring could stabilize his irritable mood. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts about Su Haoming. The more he thought about the smug face of that country bumpkin who came out of some rural village, the more Xiaohaoyu's teeth clenched. Right at this moment, Xiaohaoyu's cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID was an unfamiliar number. Who? Me, Jiang Jinan. The person on the other end of the phone immediately returned. Hearing this name, Xiaohaoyu's face became even more gloomy. So it's the Jiang family's second youngest master. I wonder what you're looking for me for in your busy schedule. Xiaohaoyu asked through gritted teeth. Jiang Jinan on the other end of the phone didn't seem to hear Xiaohaoyu's emotions in general, and said with a smile, "There are some things I want to talk to you about. You should have the time now, right? I have nothing to chat with you." With that, Xiao Haoyu was ready to hang up the phone. However, Zhang Jinnan's next words stopped him in his tracks. What if this matter is about Su Haoming? Chapter 45, Turning a war into a war of jade. In the box of the Night City nightclub, Xiao Haoyu had just pushed open the door of the box and saw Zhang Jinnan wailing in it. A few box princesses who wore very little, however, acted like they were intoxicated and clapped their hands to the rhythm on the side. "You called me here just to let me listen to you boasting and wailing here?" Xiao Haoyu asked coldly. Seeing Xiao Haoyu walk into the box, Zhang Jinnan immediately put down the microphone and pulled out a wad of bills from the wallet in his pocket and threw it on the table. "You few go out. I have something to talk about with Xiao Xiaoyu." Several box princesses were also very sensible. Immediately picked up the money and turned around to leave. Before leaving, one of them also turned back and smiled sweetly at Zhang Jinnan and said, "Zhang Xiao will remember to come to us next time as well." "Got it. You guys go out first and come back later." Zhang Jinnan waved his hand and urged. Xiao Haoyu coldly sat on his butt on the sofa, crossing his legs while asking, "You called me here. What exactly is the matter? I watched everything that happened at the Yao family villa just now, so you specifically called me over to laugh at me?" Xiao Haoyu was instantly even more upset. Originally, the relationship between the Zhang family and the Xiao family was not good, and the two of them were considered arch-rivals. There was even a time when the two fought because of a small model. Therefore Xiao Haoyu's heart's aversion towards Zhang Jinan was actually not low. "Don't misunderstand Xiao Xiao. I don't have a hint of that. Come, I will toast you first, to bid farewell to our past unpleasantness." Saying that, Zhang Jinan picked up a glass of wine on the table and drank it all in one go. Xiao Haoyu, who was in the middle of his anger, was too lazy to be polite with Zhang Jinan, and after another cold snort, he said in a deep voice, "Cut the crap. What exactly are you looking for me to do? Didn't I say? Because of Su Haoming ah. Xiao Xiao should have heard about it. A week ago I dumped my entire stake in Hungry Group Takeout Group." Zhang Jinan said with a sarcastic smile. Xiao Haoyu has also heard of this. He was joking with his friends that Zhang Jinnan's brain was out of order, and he ended up losing more than $100 million in a flurry of brain-dead operations. Now after hearing Zhang Jinnan mention this, coupled with him saying that this matter was related to Su Haoming, Xiao Haoyu instantly guessed it. "You mean, your loss is related to Su Haoming?" "More than related. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have lost any money at all. And even now, that beautiful president of Hungry Troop has already been gotten by me," Zhang Jinan said furiously. Money was a small matter to him. Not getting Chu Mangya was the biggest problem. "This can't be right. Isn't that guy just a delivery guy?" Xiao Haoyu said doubtfully. Regarding Su Haoming, Xiao Haoyu originally had no interest at all, and this kind of miscellaneous fish was not qualified to arouse his interest, so he knew very little about Su Haoming. Zhang Jinan walked over to Xiao Haoyu's side and took out his cigarette case and threw one to Xiao Haoyu as well. It can be said that way, but not exactly. "How?" Xiao Haoyu, who received the cigarette, lit it and then took a puff before asking in confusion. That kid was indeed a delivery boy originally, but he also has an uncle who used to be the third shareholder of Hungry Troop. A while ago he got some kind of disease as a result of which the person died, and his inheritance was transferred to fall into Su Haoming's hands. "This guy is so lucky?" Xiao Haoyu cupped his chin and couldn't help but sigh. He recalled back to that day in the jade store. That guy actually picked up a treasure in that kind of waste. Other than that, Su Haoming's luck was indeed outrageously good. In short, I just let him get away with it, and that's why I lost that 100 million or so. We both have the same enemy now, so let's forget about our previous grudges and turn our differences into peace. Let's waste that kid first. With the strength of your Jiang family, even if he is the second shareholder of a small group, is it not as simple as crushing an ant to kill him? You still need to cooperate with me. I'm afraid you don't want to frame me, right? Xiao Haoyu muttered skeptically. Speaking of this, Zhang Jinan is also very helpless. The main thing is that the kid is quite capable of fighting. I know that the security company's people let him fight afraid and refused to take my order. The family raised a few old guys and refused to take action for this kind of small matter. It just so happens that today I went to attend Yao Jingyuan's birthday banquet and saw you that yard. I think we can work together to abolish him. He's very powerful? Xiao Haoyu was slightly surprised, because Su Haoming didn't look strong and really couldn't tell the depth of his kung fu. At that time, the security company sent 6 people to squat him. As a result, all 6 are still lying in the hospital now. If you don't believe me, you can go and try, Zhang Jinan said with a palpitating heart. At that time, Su Haoming had indeed frightened him, so much so that he didn't have any thoughts of revenge these days. However, after seeing Su Haoming and Xiao Haoyu's affair in the Yao family, Zhang Jinan instantly ignited the fire of hope. Because as Xiao Haoyu's nemesis, Zhang Jinan knew very well that Xiao Haoyu knew a rather powerful character, and as long as he made a move, he would be able to do quite a good job on Su Haoming. Seeing Jiang Jinnan's startled look, Xiao Haoyu couldn't help but sneer. That's just that your men are all trash. I don't believe that he can have 3 heads and 6 arms, and beat 10 of them. Jiang Jinnan rarely retorted, and also tentatively inquired. I heard that you know a very powerful person. Why don't I pay for it and you pay for it? Let's find him to waste Su Haoming? You mean that village bully Wu Guahan? This was the only possibility Xiao Haoyu could think of. Jiang Jinnan immediately nodded his head uncontrollably in excitement. Right, it's him. I've heard that he's quite powerful. Even the cops don't dare to touch him easily. Right now, the few old men that the family had raised could not be invited, and the only ruthless character that Jiang Jinnan could think of was Wu Guahan, who was under Xiao Haoyu's command. After all, he had once suffered at the hands of Wu Guahan. As long as Wu Guahan is willing to make a move, Su Haoming is definitely ruined, and Jiang Jinnan is willing to spend as much money as he can for this. The matter of letting his family lose more than $100 million for no reason was simply a disgrace to his old saying. Not to find Su Haoming revenge, Jiang Jinnan really cannot swallow this breath. This is not impossible, but to invite people is not an easy thing. That guy's temper is violent. Money is not necessarily useful. Xiao Haoyu cupped his chin and mused. That's why I'm specifically looking for you to help As long as I can abolish this bastard Su Haoming, and take out this bad breath for me, our previous grudges will be over, and when I see you in the future, I can still call you my big brother. Xiao Haoyu didn't expect Jiang Jinnan's grudge against Su Haoming to be so heavy that he was even willing to take the initiative to show kindness to himself, and Xiao Haoyu had no reason to refuse. Originally his heart was calculating how to get rid of Su Haoming. Even if there was no Jiang Jinnan, he would not let Su Haoming have a good day, and this former nemesis is also willing to submit to their own. Is simply 2 birds with 1 stone. But although Xiao Haoyu was happy in his heart, he didn't do much to show it, yet he also said with a proud face pretending to be deep, then I'll try my best to try it. Chapter 46 Returning to Heaven. Yao Anan never showed up again after giving Su Haoming a kiss on the cheek, so Su Haoming didn't greet her. After coming out from Yao's house and then arriving, Su Haoming went to the hospital as usual to visit his sister for a while before returning home. After returning home and finally finding no one around, Su Haoming's face raised an obscene smile. This was finally the time to do that thing that he had been holding back for so long. System, I want to claim my mission reward, Su Haoming called out loudly in his mind. Earlier, when there were many people and something was going on, Su Haoming didn't even know what the reward for this mission was for himself. Now that no one was disturbing him, so Su Haoming immediately couldn't wait because this feeling was as exciting as a lottery. Ding! System prompt. The reward will be claimed automatically after the mission is completed. That pleasant yet icy voice sounded in Su Haoming's mind. Su Haoming then went on to ask, then what is the reward for this mission? Such a troublesome quest that wasted more than a week of my time shouldn't be ordinary, right? Ding! System prompt. The reward for this quest is the mystic skill Kaiten. Please ask the host to check the content of the reward on their own. Mysterious skill Kaiten. Another skill, and with the word heaven. Is this system competing with heaven? Casually spitting in his heart, Su Haoming still excitedly opened the attribute panel that only he himself could see, and quickly found a description of this new skill. Back to heaven. Martial arts type skill. After using it, it will gather all the power in one place to cause devastating burst damage. Cooldown time depends on the host's physical quality. Current cooldown duration is 30 days. Can be upgraded using evolution value. Cooling time of 30 days? What is this? Su Haoming was speechless again. A skill that was obtained with great difficulty, but as a result, it could only be used once in 30 days. Isn't this even more ribald than the first level Heavenly Emperor's Eye? However, seeing the devastating burst of damage depicted on the panel, Su Haoming still didn't dare to underestimate it. He now understood that none of the rewards given by the system were trash. This should be the system's bottom card. At this same time, Su Haoming suddenly remembered a question he had been struggling with, and while he hadn't forgotten it now, he hurriedly asked, System, are you guiding me to do something? Why do I always feel that all these quests I've received are very coincidental? This was a question that Su Haoming had always wondered about, especially with regards to these 2 missions of Yao Anan. At first Su Haoming felt like he was being pitched by the system, but as it turned out, these missions had more or less coincidental components embedded in them. Ding! System prompt. All system missions are randomly generated. That cold system voice immediately denied Su Haoming's thoughts. But, furthermore, the mission events are all independent events, and are not connected in any way. The system continued. Hearing the system say this, Su Haoming thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it was indeed the case. Each event seemed to be independent, not to mention that there was indeed no connection between the characters involved in the mission events. Su Haoming's heart always felt that there was something not quite right. Exactly where is not right it. Su Haoming feels very close, but again so close to be able to grope that one point. Just at this time, The vibration from his pocket immediately interrupted his thoughts. Su Haoming came back to his senses and immediately picked up his cell phone. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be an internet phone call made by Zhao Cece, and he didn't dare to be slow, quickly connecting the call. Hey Cece, what's the matter with finding me? You can still answer the phone? You haven't contacted me for how many days now? I thought something had happened to you. Zhao Cece on the other side of the phone was finally relieved to hear Su Haoming's voice safe and sound. If something really happened to me, I would have cooled off by now. How could I answer your calls again? Su Haoming said with a bitter smile. Ever since the last time he was attacked by that mercenary organization called Night Lords, he then bumped into Yao Anan. Counting it all up, it seemed like it had been almost 10 days since he had contacted Zhao Cece, but Su Haoming thought about it carefully and felt that there was something not quite right. He and she were just ordinary friends, and it would be a problem to be in contact with her every day, wouldn't it? How can you curse yourself like this? Zhao Cece said with dissatisfaction. Su Haoming embarrassed smile. For some reason the heart is a little weak, honestly speaking. I do not have anything, mainly recently a little busy. The phone do not have time to see. You do not have anything, I will hang up first. When Zhao Cece heard this, she immediately called out to Su Haoming. Wait a minute, you don't want to chat with me that much? At the same time, Zhao Cece's heart was also very aggrieved. She was so proactive in caring for him, but his reaction to this was also too cold. Right? How could that be? Su Haoming hurriedly explained. Not really, it's mainly because I didn't react to your call. I didn't know what to say for a while. There's a lot to say. For example, what do you think of my new song from last week? It was well received in the live room, but I still want to hear your insight. Zhao Cece asked expectantly. In her opinion, her new tune still had some flaws, but she couldn't find them on her own, so she wanted Su Haoming, a piano expert, to give her some advice. This question immediately put Su Haoming in a difficult position, because that day he didn't even have the time to listen to it, and then he encountered a big pile of, but he didn't dare to talk to Zhao Cece about these things, for fear that she would worry blindly again. Well, it's actually not bad, I kinda like it. A bit overwhelmed, Su Haoming stammered and replied. Zhao Cece instantly heard the end. The tone instantly became unhappy. You would not be did not listen to it? Well, I'll be honest, there was something temporary that day, so I didn't have time to listen. Su Haoming struggled a bit in his heart, but still chose to tell the truth. Paper can't wrap fire. There was no need to lie to Zhao Cece himself. Ha! Zhao Cece sniffed a cold laugh and directly hung up the phone. Su Haoming froze for a moment, secretly screaming in his heart that something wasn't right, and hurriedly called back. Luckily, Zhao Cece quickly picked up, and there was also a voice that didn't sound good. What's the matter? I'm sorry, this is my fault, but I do have a reason. Don't be angry, okay? Su Haoming hurriedly coaxed. Zhao Cece was good at coaxing. Saying an apology immediately eliminated half of her anger. Please treat me to dinner tomorrow, otherwise I won't forgive you. Okay, I'll listen to you. Don't be angry. I'll go look for you tomorrow, so it's okay, right? Make a deal. If you stand me up I'll never care about you again. After saying that, Zhao Cece hung up the phone. Putting down the phone, Su Haoming smashed his mouth for a while before reacting. What's wrong? Why did he act like he was coaxing his girlfriend just now? Chapter 47, you have to keep a close eye on people. Although Su Haoming's heart always felt strange, since he had already promised Zhao Cece, he naturally wouldn't break his promise. The next day, after going to the company for the weekly board meeting, Su Haoming immediately arrived at Zhao Cece's doorstep without saying a word. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Delivery man, your takeout has arrived. Su Haoming subconsciously responded. Immediately afterward, Su Haoming covered his mouth, the habit he had developed over the past half-year making him subconsciously call out. It wasn't long before the door to the room opened, and Zhao Cece walked out from the house in a plain white small oceanic dress, and although she tried her best to act as if her expression was icy, the faint smile at the corners of her mouth still betrayed her. Coming so late, want to starve me to death? Zhao Cece said with a pout. Su Haoming little looked dumbfounded for a moment, quickly came back to his senses and said with a heated smile, the meeting went. I didn't eat anything either. Let's go out quickly. Saying that, Su Haoming grabbed Zhao Cece's hand and turned around. Zhao Cece's heart inexplicably jumped, but she didn't shake off Su Haoming's hand, letting him pull it, but her mouth was dissatisfied and muttered, can you find a better excuse? Do you delivery people still need to have meetings? There is still a weekly meeting. Su Haoming gave a harumph and didn't explain too much. Saying too much would instead make Zhao Cece, who was still angry, feel like he was lying to her. Yao Anan is not some girl who is unreasonably aggressive to get an inch. She knows that it's not easy for Su Haoming to deliver the takeaway. The restaurant he chose is just a general restaurant. 3 dishes and 1 soup is just more than $100. I say, are you really not considering a different job? While eating, Zhao Sisi suddenly raised her head and asked Su Haoming. She could see that Su Haoming looked a bit tired, and she, who was still angry, instantly softened. Actually, if you're willing, I can introduce you to my economic company. With your appearance and talent, earning $1 million a year is definitely not a problem. Don't bother, I still don't really like to show my face. Su Haoming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Last time, when he happened to be on camera, he let his enemy find out and sent someone to deal with him. If not for the fact that the guy seemed to be a novice and was talking nonsense to himself for half a day, how could he still be sitting here properly now? If it wasn't for the fact that the guy looked like a novice and was talking nonsense to himself, how could he still be sitting here? Seeing Su Haoming refuse so dryly, Zhao Sisi was a bit anxious. Even if you don't want to do this, I can still help you find a better job. I'm not looking down on the delivery guy, I just don't want you to bury your talent. These words let Su Haoming heart touched. He is also sort of see out. Zhao Sisi pressure is not how angry. Just wanna find a reason to ask yourself out to say this thing. Just touched to be touched. This goodwill Su Haoming can only heart to receive. You also too much to think of me. Which I have what talent? Piano as a child. The family forced to learn. Kung Fu is also quite lame, can deal with some small hooligans. Other skills are not. Don't say that. I've been learning piano for more than 10 years, and I think that although I can't compare to those piano masters, it's still good. But after seeing your performance I realized that I'm a frog at the bottom of the well. I heard from my friend that the city's Palace of Culture is now recruiting piano teachers. I think you should go and try. Seeing that Zhao Sisi is still not dead, Su Haoming has no choice but to show his cards with a shrug of his shoulders. Well, I'll be honest, I'm actually the second shareholder of Hungry Group Takeout. I take dividends every month just much higher than the average person's salary. You don't have to worry about me. You just blow it you. You're the second shareholder, I'm also the group's female president. Who's the group shareholder who rides a small donkey around? Zhao Sisi blankly glanced at Su Haoming, thinking he was joking and didn't take it to heart. But since Su Haoming just wasn't willing, Zhao Sisi didn't force herself, only she still wasn't dead set on it, and finally added, it's fine if you're not willing, but if you come back to me, hurry up and contact me. There aren't many opportunities like this. I'll go back and think about it. Su Haoming perfunctorily agreed, while in his heart, he was touched. He hadn't been cared about so much for a long time. Soon, the two of them had eaten almost as much. Su Haoming remembered his sister in the hospital, and it just so happened that this restaurant's roast goose had a good flavor. So when they were paying the bill, they ordered more roast goose and prepared to send it over to his sister. When Zhao Sisi saw Su Haoming order another dish, she felt uncomfortable for no reason. Didn't you just get full? Why are you still ordering a dish to take back to your girlfriend? Didn't I tell you earlier? My ex-girlfriend disliked me for being a takeout guy and ran away with the big boss long ago. I'm sending this to the hospital for my sister. Hearing Su Haoming's explanation, Zhao Sisi's heart instantly felt a lot more comfortable, and at the same time, she was also a bit surprised. So you have a sister? Yeah, my sister is the only family I have left. Su Haoming nodded his head forlornly and said. Zhao Sisi's face changed slightly, and her voice quietly became a bit smaller. Oh, then can you bring me along to take a look? It's still early anyway. Why does it feel like you're acting like a girlfriend suspecting her boyfriend of cheating on her? Su Haoming said half jokingly. He always felt that Zhao Sisi was very enthusiastic about herself, and this kind of enthusiasm instead made him feel flattered and feel less adaptable. Bah, you're so full of yourself. How many days have we known each other? I'm not that kind of casual girl. Besides, I care about my friend's sister. Can't I? The words were said this way, but Zhao Sisi suddenly felt her ears burning. As soon as he heard Zhao Sisi's flat denial, Su Haoming immediately looked disappointed. That's quite a pity. I thought I could buck the trend. Zhao Sisi didn't reply anymore, turned around and walked out of the store. Only at the moment she turned around, Su Haoming vaguely saw that her face seemed to be red. The friendship between women Su Haoming said he couldn't understand. Su Yusen and Zhao Sisi just met and didn't chat for a few sentences, but they were no longer alienated, and happily sat and laughed. And the two people talked about some very nutrient-poor things. Su Haoming wanted to interject in the middle, but simply could not find a breakthrough. So Su Haoming could only sit on the side and play with his cell phone like an invisible person. I'm going to go make it easier. Let's talk when we come back. Zhao Sisi got up after awkwardly saying that the carrot and mustard soup just now did taste good, and she drank a bit too much herself. Go go go. Su Yusen agreed with a smile. After waiting for Zhao Sisi to enter the restroom, Su Yusen's gaze suddenly turned to her brother, her eyes thick with laughter. Brother, you can this sister-in-law looks much more reliable than that Zhao Shi before. That Zhao Shi is a gold-digging woman at first glance. I never had the heart to say it before. Now that you guys broke up I can kind of say it. Or this sister-in-law is good. The face looks comfortable. You have to keep a close eye on people. His sister's words made Su Haoming, who was playing with his cell phone on the side, startled, and he immediately got up and sat down beside his sister, reaching out to scrape her cute little nose. What nonsense! Who told you she's your sister-in-law? We just met not long ago, just ordinary friends. Really? Su Yusin stared at Su Haoming with a questioning smile. I'm a puppy for lying to you, but I think you two are quite compatible. Brother, why don't you try harder? Su Haoming glared at his sister with a fake fierce look and said angrily, if you talk any more nonsense, be careful, I'll spank you. However, his sister's words still made Su Haoming's heart produce a flutter. How about trying a little bit harder on your own? Chapter 48, Fluttering. A calm day. Neither receiving a mission nor having any unexpected situations waiting for them, Su Haoming was happy to be idle and followed his sister for a day. Not only Su Haoming, but Zhao Cece, who originally just wanted to come over to take a look and leave, also stayed until dark because of Su Haoming's lovely sister. Around 8 o'clock or so, Su Yusin began to yawn and her eyes began to squint. Brother, I'm a bit sleepy. Why don't you guys go back and rest as well? Sleeping so early today? Su Haoming looked at the clock on the wall. It was just 8 o'clock, and the sky outside was just getting dark. I don't know. Maybe I talked too much and got a little sleepy. Saying this, Su Yusin yawned again, thinking about the illness on his sister. Su Haoming didn't suspect too much, so he rushed to Zhao Cece and said, I'll send you back. My sister needs to rest. Zhao Cece originally wanted to chat with Su Yusin for a while longer, but seeing that he had said so, she could only give up for the time being and followed Su Haoming away. However, it was only when he was about to close the door that Su Haoming reacted. His own sister wasn't sleepy at all, but she was just creating an opportunity for herself, because when the door was about to close, Su Haoming saw his sister smiling at herself and making a cheering gesture, not like she was sleepy at all. This little ninny. Su Haoming sighed and didn't break it up, and after taking the door with him, he went downstairs with Zhao Cece. In the elevator, Zhao Cece, who had been silent for a while, suddenly turned her head to look at Su Haoming. Her eyes complex. Su Haoming, can you tell me what kind of disease your sister has? A very complicated disease. You probably haven't even heard of it. Su Haoming replied with a bitter smile. It's very serious, right? It also has to stay in the intensive care ward. Zhao Cece's eyes had a few more points of guilt in them. She had previously suspected that Su Haoming was deliberately avoiding herself, but after seeing Su Yusin in the intensive care unit she understood. Su Haoming was running around daily to raise money for his sister's life renewal. You could say so. It's quite serious, Su Haoming said with a sigh. The elevator reached the first floor as they spoke, and after walking out of the hospitalization department, the air became a few degrees hotter. Su Haoming raised his head to look at the black sky. He knew the reason why his sister looked out the window from time to time, not to yearn for the world outside the hospital, but in the hope that the darkness would come later, in the hope that death would come later. In a trance, Su Haoming vaguely guessed his sister's mind. She wanted him to find a girlfriend again, and was only worried that he would have no one to accompany him after she left. At this time, a white jade hand suddenly shook in front of Su Haoming's eyes, while Zhao Cece's voice rang in his ears. What's wrong with you? You didn't squeak even after asking you for half a day. No, nothing. Thought of something. What did you just ask me? Su Haoming strengthened his spirit and looked sideways towards Zhao Cece. I asked you Yusin what kind of disease she has in the end. I still have a bit of savings on hand that might be able to help you guys. If you think it's wrong, just consider it as me borrowing it from you. Zhao Cece repeated what Su Haoming hadn't heard earlier. If only money was useful. Su Haoming shook his head with a bitter smile and said, no need. Yusin's disease is called Amavaya syndrome, a kind of terminal disease that is rare worldwide and has no cure. Zhao Cece's face instantly became as pale as wax. She couldn't imagine that the girl she had just been talking and laughing with was suffering from a terminal disease. Is there really no way? Or are you worried about money? I still have more than $300,000 in my savings. If not, I can still find a way to borrow some. Zhao Cece still asked unwillingly. It was hard for her to accept such bad news. It's really not a matter of money. Thank you for being so attentive. I appreciate your kindness. Saying that, Su Haoming immediately changed the topic and walked towards the parking lot. While walking he also said, let's not talk about this, let me send you home. If you don't start broadcasting live, the people in the broadcast room will riot. At this time, Zhao Cece suddenly jogged in front of Su Haoming, blocking his way. Without waiting for Su Haoming to react, Zhao Cece held Su Haoming's hand, stared at Su Haoming's eyes, and said seriously, Haoming, don't give up hope. As long as a person is alive, there will be a way. We should believe that Yusin will be able to get through this difficult time. See what you're saying, Uxin is my sister. I definitely won't give up. Well, I will also accompany you to find a way to cure Yusin's illness. Zhao Cece nodded and said, thank you. Su Haoming's body stiffened slightly for a moment before he reacted. This was the first time Su Haoming had heard someone say such words to him like this. His own ex-girlfriend? Zhao Shi had even advised him to give up his sister back then. At this time, a slight wind blew over, and Zhao Cici's hair fluttered slightly, but it couldn't cover her bright eyes. Su Haoming looked into Zhao Cici's eyes, and his breathing suddenly became a few points sharper. Zhao Cici also seemed to feel something, her eyes slowly closing. Just as the two people's faces were getting closer and closer, suddenly an incongruous voice ruined the ambiguous atmos. Fear. I say Su Haoming, you've had a pretty good little life. First Chu Menya, then Yao Anan, and now you've hooked up with such a little beauty. Why don't you go to heaven? Hearing this voice, Su Haoming's face instantly turned cold. Squinting his eyes, he saw that not far away from the parking lot, there was a group of people walking towards him. The two people in the lead Su Haoming recognized. Jiang Jinan and Xiao Haoyu. Damn, how come the chicks you found are all prettier than one another? Jiang Jinan said as he stared at the flustered Zhao Cici with a delicious smile. It looks like you guys have been waiting for me for a long time. Su Haoming took Zhao Cici's hand and dragged her behind him, at the same time sizing up the few people behind the two dandy young masters. Jiang Jinan shrugged his shoulders, then laughed with a smug expression. You said not to let me touch your sister, but you didn't say that you wouldn't let me touch you. Ha! I've long investigated your habits and casually let me squat you down, so you'll stay here and not leave today. The panicked Zhao Cici didn't know what was going on, but still trembled as she took out her cell phone. Don't you guys mess around, otherwise I'll call the police. Then go ahead and report it. I want to see if the police come faster or we waste Su Haoming faster. Xiao Haoyu said with a cold smile. Cici, you go first. This matter has nothing to do with you. Su Haoming whispered at Zhao Cici behind him. The several fighters behind the two playboy young masters had an average battle strength value of close to 20, and each of them held a weapon in their hands. I'm afraid this will be a vicious battle. Chapter 49, the so-called undercard. Su Haoming wasn't sure if he could win or not, and was very nervous in his heart. The people he faced last time were no less than this time, but that time, the other party was obviously careless, and he was still alone and unscrupulous. Now that there was still a Zhao Cici behind him, Su Haoming couldn't be that focused. What time is it all? Do you think any of you can run away? Xiao Haoyu proudly admired the tense expression on Su Haoming's face, while arrogantly saying again, you guys don't go too far. I said it's fine to retaliate against me, but you definitely can't touch the people around me. Su Haoming said in a cold voice. Xiao Haoyu smiled arrogantly. What does what you said have anything to do with me? The rules are set by the strong, and since you don't have the ability to change them, you should obediently abide by them. The problem is that I do. Su Haoming sneered, knowing in his heart that he couldn't leave now. Since that was the case, then it would be better to strike first himself and catch him off guard. When it was too late, as soon as Su Haoming's words fell, he rushed out like an arrow off the string. The other party had a large number of men, so Su Haoming didn't hesitate for a second, and showed no mercy with every punch and kick. By the time Xiao Haoyu and Jiang Jinan reacted, Su Haoming had already taken hold of both of their shoulders, and the fighters they had brought with them from their families were already lying on the ground and wailing. What had happened? The two froze, but in the blink of an eye, Su Haoming had already put down everyone on his side. You two are quite good at finding a place. It just so happens that it's right in the hospital. Even the effort of calling an ambulance was saved. Su Haoming's breathing remained steady, but the words he uttered made the two men's hearts jump. In fact, Su Haoming's heart was also surprised. Originally he would have thought that it would be a vicious battle, but he didn't expect that he would have directly secured that group of minions when he exerted his full force. This difference in force value of around 10 points was simply a chasm, enough to allow himself to complete the crushing, without even needing to use the skills of the yellow robe war clothes. It was only until now that Su Haoming finally had a bit of a bottom to his true fighting strength, and at the same time, it also doubled his confidence. What Su Haoming didn't expect was that Jiang Jinan and Xiao Haoyu didn't seem to be panicking. Xiao Haoyu even slapped away Su Haoming's hand with an emboldened look on his face, and he also felt Su Haoming's body trembling due to the consumption of a lot of physical strength. Your kid's strength is still okay. No wonder Jiang Jinan suffered a defeat in your hands before. But don't think that this is even the end of the matter. Is it possible that you think that we don't have any bottom card? Su Haoming's heart tightened when he heard this. They actually remembered? Is it possible that these few minions were just used to kill their stamina? As soon as this thought came together, he saw a big man was walking towards this side behind Zhao Cici. Cici, be careful of the side behind you. Run! Su Haoming was anxious in his heart and immediately pushed aside the two dudes and rushed towards Zhao Cici. Zhao Cici subconsciously turned back at the words, and in an instant, her face brushed pale. The later-riding big man's eyes immediately flashed with greed when he saw Zhao Cici. Zhao Cici took 2 steps back and fell to the ground in a flash. Wasn't this person the same Wu Guahan who had almost molested herself last time? Last time I was lucky and let you escape. This time let's see how you can still go. Wu Guahan smiled lewdly as he approached Zhao Cici. What was the purpose of coming over this time had already been put all behind him. Right at this moment, Suddenly a silhouette blocked in front of Zhao Sisi. Su Haoming raised his eyes to look at Wu Guohan's eyes. Killing intent had already appeared. For Su Haoming's appearance, Wu Guohan was slightly surprised at first, but in the face of this person who had once defeated him, he didn't have the slightest intention to panic, and turned towards Xiao Haoyu at the back and called out, Xiao you paid to hire me to come here, just so that I can waste this kid? It's him, move sharply, Xiao Haoyu said proudly, knowing that this Wu Guohan is famous for being able to fight. It took himself a lot of effort to hire him, and he also had someone consume some of Su Haoming's stamina before. It would be impossible for Wu Guohan to lose this battle. You bastard, actually let me run into you again. This Jiu Nan is really small. Last time I took advantage of my drinking to not be too conscious to shade me. Do you think you have a second chance? Wu Guohan said with a grim grin. Recalling that defeat, Wu Guohan's heart was inexplicably angry. Even if he had lost, he had never lost so much. Being kicked unconscious by such a small and weak young man was simply a disgrace. Today, this shame can be considered to be cleaned up. Oh, does this guy think that he was lucky to win last time because he was drunk? Su Haoming also laughed, disdainfully. Just now, when he resolved the minions brought by those two dudes, he had already realized how strong he really was. At the same time, Su Haoming was also glad that he hadn't immediately used the yellow robe skill just now, or else it really wouldn't have been easy to win. But now that his bottom card was still there was no way he would lose. When Wu Guohan saw that Su Haoming had no fear, his heart was instead enraged. This kid actually looked down on himself? He is also worthy. Thinking so, Wu Guohan's unrelenting punch immediately struck out, aiming for Su Haoming's temple. He moved to kill. Yellow robe, Su Haoming immediately recited in his heart, and at the same time opened his skills, instantly doubling his full attributes. Whether it was strength or speed, it was already close to 6 times that of an ordinary person, and he wasn't the least bit afraid of Wu Guohan's fist. Therefore, the seemingly vicious strike from Wu Guohan was easily received by Su Haoming with a raised hand. Still testing me? Show me some strength and let me see what makes you dare to scream, Su Haoming said as he stared at the surprised Wu Guohan. Although Wu Guohan didn't use any moves, but this punch was already exhausted. But he didn't want to be caught so easily by Su Haoming in front of him. Not only that, Wu Guohan also felt as if his hand was clamped by iron pincers, and could not move at all. You let go of me. Su Haoming immediately let go of Wu Guohan's hand, but because the skill could only be maintained for a minute, he couldn't stall with Wu Guohan. Therefore, the moment he let go of Wu Guohan, he immediately raised his foot and kicked towards Wu Guohan's chest. This 200-plus-pound man was thus directly kicked 5 or 6 meters away by Su Haoming, falling to the ground and fainting on the spot. The two dudes who were originally still complacent and ready to watch Su Haoming being abused were stunned by this scene. In their opinion, Wu Guohan, who was so powerful and hard to please, was actually kicked by Su Haoming in a second. Chapter 50, it should be an appetizer. Su Haoming shook his foot, which went down and made his own feet a bit numb. However, looking at Wu Guohan, who had already rolled his eyes, Su Haoming was still relieved, and at the same time, he felt a bit sorry in his heart. This guy is so unforgiving. Originally he was going to try to see how effective that new skill called Return to Heaven is, but it turned out that this guy doesn't need to use Return to Heaven at all. Turning his head, Su Haoming looked at Jiang Zhenan and Xiao Haoyu, whose mouths were wide open, with a smile on his face. This should be an appetizer, right? Your bottom cards can be revealed. He was eager to hear what else these two could call it now. Xiao Haoyu was still too stunned to speak, but the sweaty Jiang Zhenan had already reacted at this point, and immediately smiled fawningly and walked over towards Su Haoming. What's that? Brother Haoming, you might not believe me when I say it, but actually, what about us this time? We deliberately lured Wu Guohan over. Oh, Su Haoming responded with a feigned surprise. For Jiang Zhenan's words, he was eager to listen to see how he would garden next. Actually, we've also just inquired about this Wu Guohan's attempt to molest Brother Haoming's girlfriend last time, and we felt that the lesson Brother Haoming gave him wasn't enough, so we intentionally designed for him to send him to the door again, so that Brother Haoming could teach him a hard lesson once more. Towards the end of these words, Jiang Zhenan's voice was also getting weaker and weaker, and he also understood that his excuse like this was too lame, but right now, he could only say this. I see, then I thank you, haha. This breath did come out quite comfortably. Su Haoming nodded with a sudden realization, and smiled as he patted Jiang Zhenan's shoulder. Jiang Zhenan froze for a moment. This kind of reason Su Haoming really believed in? Originally, he was already prepared to end up like Wu Guohan, but Su Haoming actually believed it just like that. Naturally, Su Haoming wasn't stupid enough to believe anything, not to mention that this kind of excuse was full of loopholes, and a 3-year-old child couldn't be fooled. But at this moment, Su Haoming didn't have a better way to let this matter pass. It wasn't that he didn't want to tear his face off with these two playboys, but the current him simply didn't have the qualifications. They had even investigated their own habits, meaning that they knew exactly which ward his sister was staying in. If he just flipped out with them, it was hard for him to guarantee that these two would not hit on his sister's body. Even if Yao Jingyuan promised himself that he would send someone to protect her, it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to arrange for them to come over so quickly. Therefore, in order to protect his sister's safety, Su Haoming had no choice but to play dumb and let them off the hook for the time being. No need to be polite. We're satisfied that Brother Haoming can appreciate our good intentions, Zhang Jinnan said while smiling, a feeling of life after a robbery lingering in his heart. Which once thought? Su Haoming suddenly changed his face. The hand on Zhang Jinnan's shoulder suddenly made a claw shape. Then Su Haoming leaned into Zhang Jinnan's ear, his voice unusually cold. I can trust you guys for the time being this time, but I don't want to see you guys, or anyone under you, around this hospital in the future, or else what happens to Wu Guohan is what happens to you guys. Got it? Zhang Jinnan's face instantly became stiff again for a few moments. How could he not understand what Su Haoming meant? Where was he being a cutie? Just playing dumb to spare himself? Ming understands. We'll pay attention in the future. Zhang Jinnan swallowed his saliva and shivered. That's good. It's getting late. Hurry back and have a good rest. A harmless smile reappeared on Su Haoming's face. I'll roll right now, Zhang Jinnan said, and hurriedly ran towards Xiao Haoyu who was still frozen behind him, and without any further ado, he immediately pulled Xiao Haoyu along with him and left the hospital's parking lot. When Xiao Haoyu came back to his senses, he realized that he had already been pulled back into the car by Zhang Jinnan. His face instantly turned gloomy, and a cold sweat suddenly broke out afterward. Zhang Jinnan saw Xiao Haoyu finally move, so he threw him a cigarette. Xiao Haoyu, who received the cigarette, picked up the lighter. His hands were shaking. What just happened? As if it was like a dream. To know, Wu Guohan is the family raised a few old people outside. They have seen the strongest people. Once Xiao Haoyu also want to go to great lengths to pull Wu Guohan into their hands to do things for themselves, but Wu Guohan is very dry refused. Even this time, he had spent a lot of effort to invite Wu Guohan out. Such a great power that he had not easily invited out. Yet he couldn't even last a single move in Su Haoming's hands. How could this guy be so powerful? Even Xiao Haoyu's heart was already thankful that he had restrained his impulses yesterday and didn't make a move on Su Haoming. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to tell which hospital he was lying in right now. What should we do now? Let's just forget about it. After smoking 3 cigarettes in a row, Xiao Haoyu gradually calmed down, and at the same time, he also looked towards Zhang Jinnan. Forget it? How can we just forget about it? If we forget about it, how can we still mix in Xiao Nan in the future? We'll be laughed to death when we go out. Zhang Jinnan refused through gritted teeth. Although he didn't want to give up, if even Wu Guohan couldn't handle Su Haoming, it seemed like there was nothing else they could do. Not counting out, then what else can we do? Can you invite out those old guys that your family raised? Xiao Haoyu was upset. Originally he thought Su Haoming was just an ordinary takeout guy, but he didn't want him to be such a difficult bone to chew on. How is it possible to invite them for this kind of thing? It's not like they're mere fighters. Why don't you try the ones from your family? I do have one more chance to be able to invite them, but using them on such a guy, in case the other few rivals know about it, then I'll be in trouble. Xiao Haoyu shook his head resentfully and said. Zhang Jinnan sighed and lit another cigarette. It's not a secret that each of the 6 major families in this Qunan keeps a few experts to keep the house in order, but for Su Haoming such a little unheard of name, it's really a waste to invite out those experts. Just at this time Zhang Jinnan suddenly bright eyes thought of something, immediately patted Xiao Haoyu. You say or we change the way to deal with him, you see how? Xiao Haoyu shivered a bit, quickly refused. What change of way? You don't want to touch his woman? What happened to Wu Guohan you don't forget? His body flew 5 or 6 meters away with a single kick. If you ate that kick, now you can probably carry it directly to the crematorium. What are you thinking about? I'm not going to consider the force for the time being. We can consider places other than this. Zhang Jinnan hurriedly explained. What do you mean? Xiao Haoyu did not react for a moment. Zhang Jinnan had to explain again. He was a delivery dog before, and suddenly got his uncle's inheritance before he turned over. Let's think of a way to bring his company down. Isn't he fond of his sister? When he goes bankrupt, he won't even have the money to pay for his sister's treatment, and will have to watch her die. Isn't this more enjoyable than just scrapping him? Xiao Haoyu, who finally understood, had a smile back on his face. Chapter 51 Offbeat Facts. Seeing Zhang Jinnan and Xiao Haoyu abandon their men like this, Su Haoming finally went soft. He found the hospital's medical staff, and after casually making up a reason for these people to fight with each other, he let the medical staff carry a few people into the hospital before he slipped out again. After looking around, Su Haoming found Zhao Sisi sitting on a bench under a willow tree outside the parking lot. When Su Haoming walked to Zhao Sisi's side, Zhao Sisi immediately raised her head vigilantly, and only after seeing that it was Su Haoming did she slightly lower her heart. It was just that her pale face was still in a state of shock. It's fine, it's all in the past, Su Haoming comforted in a fine voice. Zhao Sisi gently nodded and agreed in a small voice. Aha! Afterward, she stopped talking. For some reason, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Su Haoming realized this and was about to think of a topic to make Zhao Sisi come out of the shadow she had just been in, when Zhao Sisi suddenly opened her mouth and spoke. Su Haoming, can I ask you a question? Don't say 1, 10 will do. Su Haoming agreed cheerfully. Then can you tell me, how did you and them become enemies? And who are the Chu Manya and Yao Anan they're talking about? Su Haoming froze for a moment. That question in front of Zhao Sisi was quite normal. But what the hell is this question in the back? Little Nizi, your focus is a bit off. Su Haoming wanted to say so, but still held back, because he realized that Zhao Sisi's current expression was very serious. Even her eyes just wanted to see through her own mind in general. Since Zhao Sisi was so concerned about this, Su Haoming had no choice but to answer truthfully. I have a grudge against them because of Chu Manya and Yao Anan. In fact, I don't want to, but their lack of heart just stares at me and I have no choice. So who are Chu Manya and Yao Anan? Zhao Sisi's voice suddenly turned a few points colder, and her expression also became grave. This atmosphere made Su Haoming feel strange. How was it as if he was a girlfriend interrogating and investigating whether his boyfriend had cheated on him? It seemed that he and Zhao Sisi hadn't even gotten to that point, right? But although his heart felt strange, Su Haoming also still seriously answered Zhao Sisi's doubts. Chu Manya is the chairman of our group. Before Jiang Zhenan wanted to blackmail Chu Manya, but was stopped by me, so he holds a grudge against me. As for Yao Anan, it's one of my customers when I was delivering takeaways. Xiao Hao you saw me and Yao Anan together, so he also held a grudge against me. Speaking here, Su Haoming realized with hindsight that he was kinda innocent. Obviously he didn't have too deep of a relationship with Chu Manya and Yao Anan, and somehow he gave someone a hate. What kind of thing is this, Chairman? Zhao Sisi suddenly remembered that Su Haoming had said something about him being the second shareholder of the group at noon, and instantly she became suspicious. I seem to remember you saying that you're the second shareholder of the Hungry Group Takeout Group? Yeah, why? Seeing Su Haoming answering so dryly, Zhao Sisi suddenly laughed. And then Yao Anan was still your customer when you delivered takeaways? Yeah, I made it quite clear. Su Haoming's voice weakened a few points, and he noticed that Zhao Sisi's eyes changed. You're still out running takeaways all day in the sun and rain as the second largest shareholder? Zhao Sisi felt her intelligence insulted. Su Haoming's ability to make up lies was too weak, right? Su Haoming frowned as he realized Zhao Sisi's suspicion. It's not like I'm a shareholder and have any actual position. What's wrong with delivering takeaways? Do you think anyone would believe you when you say something like that? I can believe any of your individual identities, group shareholder or not, takeaway worker or not, but I'm not a little cutie. You're a group shareholder running to deliver takeaways. How can I believe such words? Zhao Sisi suddenly stood up and snapped angrily. But the truth is like this. Su Haoming was a bit aggrieved. It sounded outrageous, but it was indeed the truth. I've probably figured out what's going on. You're a shareholder of the group, yet you pretended that you're a deliveryman in order to trick the girl's sympathy. Am I right? Zhao Sisi suddenly said excitedly. She had just sat here thinking for a long time, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt so. Otherwise, based on Su Haoming's unassuming appearance or his piano hand, or even his martial arts, he couldn't be an ordinary takeaway boy in any way. He almost fell into his trap. Su Haoming felt aggrieved in his heart, but didn't have a fit. Zhao Sisi's suspicion wasn't without reason. He patiently continued to maintain a calm state and said, No, Sisi, you calm down and listen to me to explain to you a little bit. Can you? What else do you have to explain? That's it. Let's just pretend that today's incident never happened. I'll just go back by myself, there's no need to see me off. After saying that, Zhao Sisi turned around and was about to leave. Wait, don't follow me, Zhao Sisi suddenly roared. Su Haoming froze for a moment, under the impression that Zhao Sisi is a very gentle girl. In the past, to watch her live broadcast, even if there are people in the live broadcasting room maliciously bringing rhythm to abuse and humiliate her, she has never been angry. Such Zhao Sisi is still the first time he has seen. In the end, Su Haoming didn't go after her. Although Su Haoming was confident that if he explained to Zhao Sisi properly, she might be able to believe him, because judging from Zhao Sisi's behavior today, she definitely had her own place in her heart. Otherwise, why would she be so agitated over this matter? However, Su Haoming hesitated to take a step, because he felt that perhaps there was no need for this. What just happened with Jiang Zhenan and Xiao Haoyu made Su Haoming realize that his current situation didn't allow him to talk about love. Distancing himself from Zhao Sisi like this might not be a bad thing for her or for himself. However, looking at Zhao Sisi's departing back, Su Haoming had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. If he let Zhao Sisi go this time, I'm afraid that he and she would never cross paths again. This was a girl who had no reason to be unmoved, and besides, she cared so much about herself. Is it really a good idea to let her go? Su Haoming's heart hesitated and struggled. Just when Su Haoming couldn't make up his mind, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Su Haoming quickly took out his cell phone and saw that it was Chu Mengya calling. What else is going on so late at night? Su Haoming was puzzled in his heart, but still picked up the phone. Hello? Su Haoming, quickly come to my house to save me. Someone broke in at my house again. Chu Mengya's urgent plea for help came from the other end of the phone. At once the hesitation in Su Haoming's heart was gone. He hung up the phone without saying a word and immediately rode on his own little electric donkey, dabbing away from the hospital. Chapter 52 Dog Bites Dog. The night in Kunin City was quiet and peaceful, and the traffic on the driveway moved in an orderly manner. Suddenly, in the midst of the traffic, a shadow flew through, just like a bolt of lightning, flashing in front of people's eyes. Those with quick eyes could vaguely see the true appearance of the lightning. It wasn't some low-flying UFO, but an electric car? For the first time, Su Haoming twisted the throttle of the remodeled little electric donkey to the bottom. How fast this speed was he didn't know, but after only less than 10 minutes, Su Haoming had arrived outside Chu Mengya's villa. At this time, the door of the villa was half open. A gold cup van was parked horizontally to prevent the door from closing, and the door of Chu Mengya's house was also open. Su Haoming couldn't care less. Even the car didn't stop and immediately dropped the car and rushed into the villa. Bang bang bang. Little you can think clearly. Last time to give you another chance. This door you open or not. If you let a few of your brothers knock people out, we won't be the ones to serve you tonight. Just after entering the villa, Su Haoming heard a lewd voice coming from the second floor. I have already called the police. You guys don't mess around. Chu Mengya's voice came from the room, her voice filled with fear. Then don't blame the brothers for not being polite. You guys break down the door and take the people away. You guys dare. Su Haoming let out a roar and immediately rushed up to the second floor of the villa in 3 steps. Those few people standing outside Chu Mengya's room immediately lost consciousness before they could react. Su Haoming panted heavily, and only after determining that these few people couldn't wake up for the time being did he knock on the door of Chu Mengya's room. Su Haoming, is that you? Chu Mengya in the room asked apprehensively. She had just heard Su Haoming's voice. Close by were a few miserable screams. She now very much hoped that the person standing outside the door was Su Haoming. Who else could it be but me? I've already knocked out these guys. They should be fine for now. Su Haoming sat down on the ground in exhaustion. People rushed to drink. He was rushing to save people. Chu Mengya heard Su Haoming say this and immediately opened the door to the room, and then fell into Su Haoming's arms and cried loudly. Rarely has a good person into the arms. Su Haoming naturally will not refuse. Stroking Chu Mengya's back, after a good meal of comfort, Chu Mengya's crying only gradually weakened. Why don't you call the police? In case I don't have my cell phone with me, how to do? Seeing Chu Mengya's mood calming down, Su Haoming couldn't help but blame. At that time, the situation was urgent. The first thing I thought of was you. You said you would help me. Chu Mengya pouted her small lips and said pitifully. Then it's better to call the police now. Also, I suggest you still change a place to live. It hasn't been long yet. It's the second time this kind of thing has happened. Where can it go on like this? Su Haoming saw this pitiful appearance of Chu Mengya. He couldn't bear to blame. He could only say as he did. Chu Mengya nodded, then said, after calling you I called the police. The police should be almost here. After the last thing originally I also wanted to move away, but the property said that it would be strengthened management. I am usually too busy, moving is very troublesome, so in the end I still stayed. It is best to change a place to live. You, this is estimated to be who was staring at. Saying this, Su Haoming suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Just now, Jiang Jinan and Xiao Haoyu had sought revenge on themselves, and this side, Chu Mengya had also gone out together. If those two people had just succeeded in their revenge, wouldn't they not be able to come now? Then wouldn't Chu Mengya be? Recalling the last incident and Jiang Jinan's attitude, Su Haoming suddenly realized that these two things were definitely not coincidental. Anyway, it's best to move as soon as possible. And be careful lately. That Jiang Jinan holds a grudge against us because of what happened last time. And I was also just blocked by someone he called before I arrived. Su Haoming immediately reminded. Chu Mengya's eyes instantly dimmed, and she was about to say something, when suddenly the sound of a police siren came from outside the house, intending her thoughts. It was a few more fugitive wanted criminals. The same situation as the last time. After making a statement to the police, Su Haoming was almost certain that this matter was Jiang Jinan's revenge. The police also quickly escorted the several unconscious fugitives away, and the subsequent matters needed to be investigated again. You should be safe now. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After slightly helping Chu Mengya check the neighborhood, Su Haoming returned to the villa and said to Chu Mengya, this series of things had made him a little bit headstrong, and the current him wanted to calm down a little. But just as Su Haoming turned around and was about to leave, Chu Menya pulled on his coat. "Don't go. Stay with me. Tonight, okay?" Chu Menya's eyes flashed with anticipation, her white teeth lightly biting her delicate cherry lips, looking at Su Haoming for a while. Then Su Haoming, who came back to his senses, thumped in his heart. Heavens! This kind of good thing had finally come to his turn. In a certain mansion in Qunan City, a middle-aged man with a kind face was sipping tea alone. Suddenly the cell phone on the side of the coffee table rang, and the middle-aged man picked it up and immediately asked, "How is the situation?" It went well. The few people who arranged it hadn't waited long enough for Su Haoming to arrive. The other end of the phone reported truthfully, "Very good. Did it reveal any horse's footsteps?" The middle-aged man took a sip of tea with satisfaction, then laughed. "What are you saying, Mr. Kong? You can rest assured that I've done my job. I also specifically waited until Su Haoming finished handling Jiang Jinnan's side before sending someone over. He won't think that we did it." The caller laughed out loud. "That's best. Right. I just heard Jiang Jinnan and that Xiao Yu discussing about wanting to do something against your group. Do you want me to discourage it? No need. What we want now is to make Chu Moya's reputation stink. The rest will be said after the group falls into my hands." Kong Dingjiang immediately refused. With such two rash guys working for him for nothing, why not? "Alright, I'll hang up first if there's nothing else. Jiang Jinnan is looking for me again. Contact again." After saying that, Kong Dingjiang hung up the phone. Putting down his cell phone, Kong Dingjiang walked over to the windowsill, his originally benevolent smile becoming sinister. The last time the matter was accidentally stopped by Su Haoming, but this time it was something he did on purpose. He wants Su Haoming and Jiang Jinnan to bite the dog, so that after Jiang Jinnan solves the trouble of Su Haoming for himself, he only needs to deal with Chu Manya, a young girl who is not yet experienced in the world. This group has basically fallen into their own hands. Chapter 53. Woe is not a single thing. When Su Haoming opened his eyes, his heart was depressed. Originally, he thought that something delightful would happen when Chu Menya took the initiative to ask herself to stay. How could he have imagined that Chu Menya's motives were pure, simply because she was afraid that someone else would break in afterward, and hoped that she could protect her for a bit? That was all. Su Haoming wanted to refuse at that time, but after seeing Chu Menya's pitiful appearance, he finally agreed to stay with a soft heart. At the same time, Su Haoming is very speechless, said to stay to protect her, according to reason, even if he does not sleep in the same bed with her, at least sleep in the same room as not? As a result, she turned around and arranged a guest room for herself. This is if people climbed in the middle of the night window, they sleep in the next door which can know what happened is not. In short, this night let Su Haoming sleep very depressed. After getting up and going downstairs, Chu Manya was no longer in the villa. Glanced at the time, already more than 10 o'clock. She estimated that she already do not know in which department meeting already. Sighing in his heart that Chu Manya was too desperate, Su Haoming then realized that Chu Manya had prepared a new set of toiletries for herself, and had also left breakfast for herself in the dining room. Looking at the half-burnt omelette in the plate, Su Haoming was very sure that this was made by Chu Manya herself. "Count on you to have some conscience, at least give me some repayment." Su Haoming comforted himself in his heart. After washing up, Su Haoming sat in the dining room and savored the love breakfast on the table. Although the taste was indeed not good, it was still edible. While Su Haoming was cleaning up the dishes, he suddenly realized that there was a file bag lying on the chair opposite his seat. Opening it up, inside was a thick stack of information, and the standard date on it was still from yesterday. Su Haoming couldn't help but sigh. This niece was probably too anxious to go out and left behind the documents to be used in today's meeting. There was no other way. Su Haoming, who had originally planned to do other things, could only pick up the file bag and prepare to go deliver a special takeaway to the chairman of the board. At the same time, Su Haoming's heart was puzzled. Chu Menya left such an important thing at home. Why didn't she call herself to bring it? Could it be that she still knew how to feel sorry for herself and couldn't bear to disturb her rest? Soon, Su Haoming knew the reason. When riding the small electric donkey to the group headquarters building, Su Haoming found that there was a large circle of people downstairs, and Chu Manya was standing at the gate with her embroidered eyebrows knitted tightly without saying a word. Su Haoming hurriedly stopped the car to take a closer look, and saw several people wearing morning clothes were sitting on the ground and crying. Next to these people, there was another person covered by a white cloth. Obviously this should be a person who was out of breath. But did this have anything to do with the group? "Older brother, what's the situation here?" Su Haoming asked to a reporter who was close to him, holding a camera in his hand. "I heard that the takeaway writer didn't run enough orders, and his performance didn't meet the standard to be deducted from his wages, so he ran orders for several days in a row, and in the end, his body couldn't hold out, and he died suddenly at home. The family is now looking for the president of this group to ask for compensation." That reporter explained in a low voice while taking pictures. "There's such a thing?" Su Haoming couldn't help but frown. He was a delivery rider himself and knew the rules in the company. The company's rule was that a takeaway rider needed to run enough for 100 orders in a month in order to get a base salary, and there would also be an additional commission for each order. In Su Haoming's opinion, such conditions are already quite lenient and humane. 100 single that can be called more? A day to run a 3 or 4 single a month casually can reach the standard. 3 or 4 single to how long? At most 2 or 3 hours. If the road or even an hour can be casually completed. Su Haoming in order to give his sister to get together the medical expenses. Once 3 days to run 100 single. Indeed quite tired, but after a good night's sleep will also be almost recovered. But then how tired is not so tired to sudden death so exaggerated it? As a person who has been there before, Su Haoming felt something fishy in his heart. You black-hearted company, give back my husband's life. At this time the woman sitting beside the corpse suddenly cried out loudly. There were also 2 12 or 13-year-old children sitting on the side, wiping their tears while crying and calling for their father. On the side, a gray-haired old woman was even more red-eyed and silently shedding tears. This scene is really heartbreaking to watch. Chu Mengya's expression was cold, her embroidered eyebrows knitted tightly, and her heart was in a panic. This was the first time she had encountered this kind of scene. She sympathized with this family, but according to these people, this person died suddenly at home, and their group had nothing to do with it at all. Putting aside the $3 million compensation that they had asked for, if they admitted that this matter was related to the group, it would have a significant impact on the group's credibility. But now this is not a good thing. Chu Mengya did not know how to solve it. Uncle Kong, can you find a way to mediate with this family? The helpless Chu Mengya sought advice from Kong Dingjiang who was beside her. Kong Dingjiang, who often had a kind smile on his face, was also frowning tightly at this time, and after pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, according to me, they do deserve sympathy, but we can't just let them do whatever they want. And to take the initiative to ask for mediation right now would be a disguised way of admitting that the accident is related to the group, and I don't think it's a good idea. But, Chu Mengya's words hadn't been said yet. Suddenly a white car was seen driving in. Please make way. Please don't obstruct our office. Among the people who came down from the car, the man at the head shouted with his voice. Those few families of the deceased immediately turned back at the sound. Only in that instant, Su Haoming noticed that the woman guarding the corpse had a visibly flustered look in her eyes, which only calmed down after seeing the visitor. Then Su Haoming also followed and looked back, but saw that the people who came were not police, but people from the health department. After pushing through the crowd, the health department staff were slightly surprised to see this scene in front of the gate. What's going on with you guys? Their group oppressed their employees, and my husband was killed by them. You guys have to do something for me. That woman immediately cried out in tears at the situation. Those staff members suddenly realized, but waved their hands and said, this kind of civil dispute you go to the police. We are from the health department. We have received a report that this takeaway group has a large number of riders in the absence of health certificates, a serious threat to the public health and safety. We are now going to vigorously investigate this matter. Once it is true we'll be punished by shutting down the business. Once Chu Mengya heard this, the person continued to faint. This wave has not yet subsided, a wave rises again. And things are also one by one big. Just at this time, a figure familiar to Chu Mengya in the crowd walked out. No, there's definitely something fishy about this. Su Haoming had been observing the changes in the expressions of the deceased's family members, and after determining that there was something wrong with these people, he immediately stood out. Chapter 54, What has it got to do with you? A few people from the health department suddenly saw someone standing out and couldn't help but frown, turning towards Su Haoming. This comrade seems to doubt our identity? This is my work ID. Please take a look. The person in the lead took out his own ID and walked over to Su Haoming and flashed it. Su Haoming, however, did not even look at him, his eyes staring at the corpse that had been covered by a white cloth without moving. Sorry, I'm not talking about you guys. I'm referring to this matter over here. Saying that, Su Haoming pointed at the woman crying in mourning and said, this matter has nothing to do with us. We won't interfere, and please don't get in our way. The man frowned and said unhappily, why don't a few of you wait for me to settle this side of the matter first and still talk about your business? Now that this matter isn't dealt with, we won't be able to cooperate well with the investigation work on your side, right? Su Haoming said with a quick smile. It seems like it is also. Not right. What does this matter have to do with you? It's this business we're investigating, not you. The health team leader reacted with hindsight and immediately said, that's right. What does this matter have to do with you? If you want to watch the fun, just flash to the side. Don't be nosy. The deceased's family also chimed in. Who said it has nothing to do with it? I'm the second shareholder of the group. 30% of this business belongs to me. I'm the boss here. You're saying this has nothing to do with me? Su Haoming wasn't shy about stating his identity either. Seeing this, even though Chu Mengya didn't know what Su Haoming was up to, she still stood out and said for him, That's right, this Mr. Su Haoming is the vice chairman of our group. I didn't say I was any vice chairman, Su Haoming said unhappily. He had repeatedly said that he didn't want to serve, but the board of directors still elected him as the new vice chairman. Of course, when it was said that the board of directors elected him, it was actually Chu Manya herself who did it. As the chairman of the board, she had one vote to pass the election, and as Su Haoming had the most shareholdings in his hands besides her, the other members of the board of directors passed the election in the end, even though they were a bit opinionated. However, I can still intervene in this matter. You guys said that he died suddenly due to overwork, yet the person has been covered up and not allowed to be seen. I have reason to suspect that you guys are blackmailing him. Saying this, Su Haoming squatted down, just to lift the white cloth to see the deceased. What are you doing? Don't move. It's disrespectful to the dead, the woman suddenly shouted. I just raised a query wanting to get confirmation. You guys are saying that it's because of our group that people were killed, so at least let us investigate. No? Otherwise how can we be convinced to do compensation? Su Haoming shrugged his shoulders and stated, what we say is what we say. If you guys don't believe us, we'll sue you, the woman said hurriedly. These words aroused Su Haoming's suspicion even more. He then stood up and pulled out his cell phone. Alright then, I'll call the police to come over and file an investigation. Saying that, Su Haoming pretended to press the dialing button. If his idea was right, this woman would definitely come out to stop herself at this time. As expected, seeing Su Haoming about to make a phone call, the woman's tone weakened all of a sudden. Then let you take a look at it. Mainly not afraid of scaring you guys, the woman muttered in a low voice. The aura she had just had disappeared in an instant. Not let yourself call the police? Sure enough, there was a problem. Su Haoming laughed coldly in his heart, but didn't show it, turning his head to look at the two children who were hugging each other, and said towards the woman again, you take your children to turn around first, don't scare them. The woman wanted to say something else, but still gritted her teeth and walked to the side to turn around with the two children in her arms. As for Su Haoming, he nervously squatted down and lifted the white cloth. This was also the first time he had ever done this kind of thing, and had never thought he would ever do this kind of thing. Hesitant about the hot weather, Su Haoming smelled a strange odor as soon as he lifted the white cloth. A bit disgusting, but not so much that he couldn't accept it. Moreover, Su Haoming also sensed some familiar odors in it. I said, have you made enough of a mess? Also, which one of you is in charge? Hurry up and cooperate with us to investigate the matter of the health license, the person from the health department said with a bit of impatience. Seeing this, Kang Dingjiang hurriedly propped up his smile and made his way over towards the several staff members, repeating Su Haoming's words just now. Comrade, I'm really sorry to delay you a little bit, but if this matter isn't dealt with now, there's no way for us to cooperate with you, is there? Just a moment, it won't take long, said Kang Dingjiang. Also touched out a handful of banknotes to the head of the health team leader in the hand. Do not want to, that health team leader but shrugged off Kang Dingjiang's hand, snapped, what to do? Bribing a public official is punishable by imprisonment. Kang Dingjiang stammered and wanted to explain, but couldn't say anything. Seeing this, that health team leader sighed helplessly. Forget it, we'll just wait a little longer. We'll give you an hour at most. We can't care so much if things aren't taken care of. Then thank you several comrades. Kang Dingjiang smiled with a sigh of relief. On the other side, Su Haoming really couldn't see a reason. After all, his profession wasn't the right one. Although he occasionally read some deduction novels or movies, the difficulty of actually practicing it was still not small. Should we not use the Eye of the Celestial Emperor to try? Su Haoming thought of doing it immediately, but the result was unsatisfactory. The information that the second stage Heavenly Emperor's eye could see didn't include living things. Even living things that had no signs of life still didn't work. He couldn't see anything, and in Su Haoming's mind, he had been pondering, what exactly was this flavor that accompanied the smell of rotting corpses? Can you tell something? Xu Manya gathered her courage and walked over to Su Haoming's side to ask in a low voice. A fragrant wind came, temporarily overpowering the smell of the corpse, only that this scent was not strong and was quickly covered back up again. It looks like this is not the smell of perfume, but the body scent of this niece's body, Su Haoming muttered in his heart. But as soon as he thought of perfume, he suddenly remembered what that flavor was that he had been unable to distinguish. Alcohol. Su Haoming probably understood the cause, but lacked evidence, so he stood up and found a contact to send a string of text. The situation has probably been clarified, so wait a bit and it'll be resolved soon. But I still have one more thing to tell you. Su Haoming smiled faintly as if he was relieved, while putting his phone away in his pocket. The next thing was just to wait for the results of the investigation to come out. And right now, he had another important thing to say to Chu Moya. Before Chu Manya could react, Su Haoming immediately pulled up her delicate arm and walked towards a secluded and unoccupied corner. This scene caused many onlookers to let out gasps of surprise. In this broad daylight, these two people were too direct, weren't they? Chapter 55, The Truth Comes Out. The thing that made a crowd of onlookers and reporters oddly happy didn't happen. Su Haoming didn't take more than a few minutes to talk while pulling Chu Monya over to the side, and the two of them came back. The difference is that Chu Monya's face is no longer panicked, and has returned to the kind of composure and coldness that she used to have in front of others, although she wasn't too sure whether what Su Haoming said was useful or not. To her, who was now like a lost child, she was willing to believe that the path Su Haoming guided for her was correct. Not long after Su Haoming returned to the company's entrance, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Su Haoming picked up the phone and saw that the caller was none other than Yao Anan, who he had sought help from just now. Brother Haoming, you're really something. Looking for me for such a trivial matter. Did you know that you disturbed my sleep? Yao Anan on the other side of the phone complained. How is it? Did you find out the result? Su Haoming didn't have the heart to joke with Yao Anan, and hurriedly inquired. That's for sure. Isn't this kind of small matter a piece of cake for me as a genius beauty queen? Yao Anan said smugly. It could be heard that she was in quite a good mood. It looked like the conversation between herself and Yao Jingyuan that night had some effect. Then send me the results. Better have some evidence. It's urgent. Yao Anan, who was originally ready to joke with Su Haoming, heard that Su Haoming's voice was indeed in a hurry, so she didn't ask any more questions, and after hanging up the phone, she handed over the information she had collected to Su Haoming, and after seeing the results of the investigation, Su Haoming then smiled heartily. Sure enough, it was the same as what he thought. Seeing that Su Haoming suddenly smiled, Chu Menya guessed in her heart that Su Haoming had gotten the results, so she asked Su Haoming in a low voice, how is it? Has it been investigated clearly? The investigation is clear. The deceased, Lu Ziqiang, 39 years old, went to the hospital 3 days ago to find a doctor to prescribe some medication because he was delayed with a cold, and the medication prescribed by the doctor had cephalosporin in it, Su Haoming said while looking at the information sent by Yao Anan in his cell phone. After saying that, Su Haoming raised his head to look at the panicked woman. Although he had no way to get more information about the deceased, he could still see the name of the deceased. Then he immediately asked Yao Anan to help him investigate the deceased's medical history, and finally got this information. My husband did have a cold. But so what? The woman asked shiveringly, her tone already having a clear tension in it. Su Haoming continued. Just now, I took a look at the deceased and smelled a smell of alcohol on his body, because the person is already dead. The blood circulation in the person's body is no longer circulating, and the alcohol in his body hasn't decomposed cleanly, which means that the deceased drank alcohol before he died. As soon as these words came out, Chu Manya also then reacted to Su Haoming's meaning. Are you saying that Lu Ziqiang ate cephalosporin before his death, and then drank a lot of alcohol, so it led to an allergic reaction in his body before he died? I think that's what happened. He probably forgot that he had eaten a cephalosporin, or he was harboring a fluke thinking that he had digested it after eating it. That's why he drank the wine. As for the result, everyone is clear. As the saying goes, a cephalosporin with wine says go. Lu Ziqiang's death was entirely an accidental death of his own negligence. Su Haoming spoke out his own analysis. Impossible. My husband died of overwork because of your group's oppression of employees. Don't try to shirk your responsibility. The woman suddenly shouted in agitation. Actually, this matter can be handled quite well. As a shareholder of the group, I would like to make a suggestion. Let's call the police right now. Let the police take the deceased to do an autopsy, and if the results obtained are different from what I have assumed, our group is willing to take all the responsibility. But if the deceased really died because of an accident, then we have the right to sue you for extortion, Su Haoming said sternly. At the same time, he was very sure in his heart that his guess would not be wrong, because if this man had really died from overwork, there was no way that the deceased's family wouldn't have called the police to deal with the situation, and now that they had run to the group to cause trouble, they were completely here to touch the porcelain. As expected, after hearing Su Haoming say this, the woman's face instantly turned pale. So the truth was indeed as Su Haoming had assumed. Her husband's death was a complete accident. 3 days ago, Lu Ziqiang had gotten some medicine from the doctor because his cold was delayed, and among them was a cephalosporin that should never be used with alcohol. Last night Lu Ziqiang's old classmates to visit him. Lu Ziqiang momentarily happy to forget that he had eaten the cephalosporin thing. In the banquet dispersed soon after he began to appear uncomfortable, and finally did not wait for the family to call an ambulance. Lu Ziqiang has been out of breath. The death of her husband let Tian Shelby grief, and at the same time very panic, because her husband is the only pillar of the family's economy. Without her husband, 2 children at home still in school, as well as his elderly mother with mobility problems, how can they feed themselves? In the end, Tian Shelby had no choice but to think of a way to get some money. She thought that such a large group will be because of reputation reasons, will soon earn their own private compensation to themselves some money, but did not want to people even instantly see the trick, and even have to call the police to sue themselves. Tian Shelby knew that she was at a disadvantage, so she understood that once she was accused, she would probably face a large sum of money. At this moment, her intestines were repenting. Big bosses, I know I'm wrong, don't call the police, I'll take my family away, I'll take them away, you mustn't call the police to arrest us. Tian Shelby all of a sudden kneeling on the ground excitedly shouted, said, more obedient to kowtow appearance. Chu Manya's quick eyes and hands went up and held Tian Shelby, shook her head and said, don't worry, we won't report to the police, but what you are doing is really inappropriate. I hope you can recognize your own mistakes. Won't, absolutely won't. Thanks to the boss not to bother with us. Adong may carry your father home. Saying this, Tian Shelby's tears rustled down, both remorseful and helpless. Chu Manya pursed her lips and looked back at Su Haoming, then saw Su Haoming nodding towards herself, so she gathered her courage again and continued, big sister, don't be in a hurry to leave. Although your husband's death has nothing to do with our group, but he was after all an employee of our group, we will give your family a certain amount of pension, and I am personally willing to fund all the expenses for your 2 children to study in the future. Tian Shelby raised her head and looked at the little girl in front of her in surprise. This act of repaying a grudge with kindness really made her ashamed. Chapter 56, Repaying Grudges with Virtue. Chu Manya looked at Tian Shelby's appearance. Her heart couldn't help but sigh. Then she put her hands on Tian Shelby's shoulders, and said in a serious tone, for your husband's death, we are also sorry, and we also hope that you won't be too sad. Your husband would definitely not want to see you all like this now. You must live well, along with his share. Behind him, Su Haoming heard these words from Chu Manya, a faint smile on his face. All these words were actually taught to her by herself, except for this last sentence, but it was also this last sentimental sentence of Chu Manya's that made Su Haoming quite agreeable. Thank you boss, thank you boss. Tian Shelby finally couldn't help herself and excitedly pushed Chu Manya away, and again continued to kneel on the ground and kowtow towards Chu Manya. Chu Manya's words made Tian Shelby's original already black and white world see color again. It's all been said. Don't be like this, Sister Meng, you come and caress this big sister, and later bring her to receive the pension, and then give an additional burial fee. I still have things to deal with on my side. Chu Manya called out to her secretary Meng Ziwei while supporting Tian Shelby. Meng Ziwei also felt surprised because of Chu Manya's actions, but still nodded dryly and walked over to help Tian Shelby up. Although this side of the matter had come to an end, on the other side, there was still a matter that made Chu Manya's head spin waiting for her to deal with. At this moment, there were still quite a few reporters and onlookers watching her. At first, these people were all holding the mentality of gloating to come over to watch the show, but at this time they were very concerned about another trouble for the group because of Chu Manya's initiative just now. Xia Bo, the health team leader who was waiting on the side, saw that the farce had been cleaned up more or less, and although his heart was also a bit touched, he still had a straight face and was ready to do his job impartially. General Manager Chu, since the matter over there has been dealt with, then the matter on our side can almost begin. Right? I hope you can cooperate with our investigation. Seeing Xia Bo take the initiative to move forward, Chu Manya's heart was a little more apprehensive. She remembered Su Haoming's words just now, and after taking a deep breath, she calmly said, Team Leader Xie, regarding the matter of some of our writers not having health certificates according to the requirements, I admit that there does exist such a problem. The moment these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Not only the onlookers or reporters, even the leaders of the group almost jumped up in a hurry when they heard Chu Manya's words. How can this kind of thing be recognized in public? Moreover, there are still many reporters on the scene. This is not carrying a lantern to the toilet, looking for death? Chu Manya's words made Xiaobo also less surprised. Who would have thought that Chu Manya would admit so dryly? I can understand that you have admitted that your group does have this kind of hygiene hazard, right? Xiaobo glanced at the reporter who was bamming and taking pictures, and asked Chu Manya in a low voice. He was also considered to be a disguised reminder to Chu Manya that it was better to keep this matter quiet. Who knows? Chu Manya nodded her head dryly and said, there is indeed this hidden danger. However, I would like to clarify that our group has always attached great importance to the health of takeaway writers, and the control in this regard has always complied with the regulations of the health department. But there are some takeaway writers who are not licensed or hiding things for some reasons, which I have just learned about, and I am shocked by this. So I am willing to cooperate with the health department's investigation. Did you just know, or did you know that you deliberately didn't say anything? Who knows? There were people in the crowd who looked at the situation and suddenly yelled, we are upright and not afraid of shadows. since we dare to admit such things, it means we are not afraid of investigations. Even if we receive punishment in the end, it's all what we deserve. Our group will definitely not shirk its responsibility because of such things. Chumoya glanced at the man and immediately responded in a cold voice. These words made Xiaobo greatly appreciate what he heard and immediately applauded. Good. I didn't expect General Manager Chu to have such vigor despite her young age. Then our hygiene team will definitely be impartial and will definitely not falsely accuse your group. Xiaobo's words made Chu Mengya breathe a sigh of relief, because this was exactly the same as what Su Haoming had just told himself. Things quickly came to a conclusion. Under the health team's investigation, Hungry Group Takeout Group did have some writers who concealed their health certificates, but because the percentage wasn't that big, the punishment given by the health team in the end didn't come down too hard. A fine of 300,000 yuan and a public warning is much better than the original expectation of requiring the group to suspend business and reorganize. Once the group was ordered to shut down and reorganize, it would be very difficult to reopen. In the highly competitive takeaway industry, even if it can reopen, it will be a half-dead situation. It is even possible that just such a suspension and reorganization can allow competitors to eat up their own users in a short period of time, directly pronouncing the demise of the enterprise. So this kind of punishment is Chu Mengya completely acceptable, and let Chu Mengya feel very surprised is. Originally she thought that this matter will bring to the group on the impact of the wind and did not happen. On the contrary, because she took the initiative to admit her own mistakes and cooperate with the investigation, coupled with her own emergency public relations under the accidental death of its takeaway writer, public opinion has fallen towards the group side, so the group's reputation has risen instead of declining. It was equivalent to giving the group a loud advertisement, which could be described as a blessing in disguise. After learning the outcome of the matter, Chu Mengya pinched a cold sweat while also being very shocked by Su Haoming's performance. This was because both matters were basically handled by Su Haoming himself. That day, he pulled himself to the side and first analyzed the deceased's situation with himself, then told himself what he should say, and what he would say in front of the reporters and the crowd when facing the health department's investigation after this matter was resolved. What he said can almost be said to be merely repeating what Su Haoming told him. This kind of public relations ability let Chu Mengya really feel inferior. Thinking about the fact that Su Haoming was still a takeaway boy before this, Chu Mengya found it unbelievable. Thinking about it, Chu Mengya finally decided to invite Su Haoming for a meal to thank him and ask him for advice on crisis public relations. If there wasn't Su Haoming around this time, these two incidents before and after could have completely brought the group down. Hey, Su Haoming, are you free tonight? Looking for me for something? It's not like you've got some unexpected guests in your house again, is it? Su Haoming, who suddenly received Chu Mengya's phone call, was uncertain and asked in a snarky manner. No, I want to invite you for dinner tonight. I don't know if you're free. Chu Mengya changed her previous momentum and cautiously inquired, because Su Haoming had already rejected himself not once or twice. Just when Chu Mengya was still thinking about how she should convince Su Haoming after he rejected herself, Su Haoming's answer was unexpectedly dry. Invite me for dinner? That's fine. I'll look for you at night. After hanging up the phone, Chu Mengya was a bit confused. Why didn't this guy follow the rules? After coming back to her senses, she suddenly realized that she was becoming more and more interested in Su Haoming, this repetitive and changeable guy. Chapter 57, Handsomeness Can't Be Taken for Food. There was no other reason for Su Haoming to agree to it so dryly. A free meal was good for nothing, but he didn't know what Chu Mengya's side was thinking, because the two previous refusals were really because he didn't have the means to say yes because he had something on his hands. Now that he had nothing to do, why would he refuse a beautiful woman's invitation? So, that night, Su Haoming simply went to the appointment. Chu Mengya ordered dinner at a 4-star hotel that Su Haoming had never been to before. And although it wasn't the most upscale kind, the environment and the dishes were quite satisfactory to Su Haoming. During the meal, the nonchalant Su Haoming soon realized that Chu Mengya was looking at herself in a daze. Why are you always staring at me? I know I'm handsome, but looking at handsome men can't be a meal. Su Haoming slowed down slightly while speaking. Only then did Chu Mengya come back to her senses and spit in a small voice with a red face. Who's looking at you? Narcissist. Honestly, why did you suddenly invite me to dinner? Is there something you're begging me for again? Su Haoming smoothly asked the doubt in his heart. Chu Mengya smiled helplessly and bitterly. So Su Haoming thought that he took him as a tool person? Nothing much. It's just because of what happened in the group 2 days ago that I want to thank you. Just because of this? What's there to thank? I also have shares in the group. In case something goes wrong, I'll have to follow the bankruptcy. I can't just watch, right? Su Haoming laughed in sudden realization. This was something he didn't put much on his mind, as it was also about his own interests. It was only right for him to do something about it. That's also true. I almost forgot about this. Chu Mengya nodded her head and muttered in a small voice. For some reason, Her heart was inexplicably a little disappointed, as if the reason Su Haoming gave was not what she wanted. It feels like you're not quite right. Usually you're even if you're like this in the group. In private you should be a bit more lively. Xu Mengya hurriedly raised her spirits, recovering her previous appearance in front of Su Haoming. Lively ghost, oh? This time the matter scared me enough. In case it's not dealt with properly, now we don't know in that big stall to eat a breakup dinner. Su Haoming nodded his head in satisfaction and did not say anything. Now this is like what Xu Menya should have. So he continued to eat his meal with peace of mind. Xu Menya, however, was still slow to move her chopsticks, and after a few hesitations, she finally opened her mouth and asked Su Haoming, I say, how did you do it? The two things are so different from what you said. I'm a bit skeptical of whether you're human or not. Am I not a human or a ghost? Lu Ziqiang, that thing clear-eyed people know that his wife is nervous. There must be a reason behind this. A little investigation will be able to find out. But how did you investigate that he was sick? Xu Moya was even more puzzled. That's a secret. Can't tell you, Su Haoming said with a mysterious smile. At the same time, he was laughing bitterly in his heart, because he had asked Yao Anan to help investigate Lu Ziqiang's situation, and yesterday he was hardened by Yao Anan's threat to follow her and play computer games for a day. What's even more irritating is that no matter what type of game, he himself has not won Yao Anan even once. It's simply sending the door for Yao Anan to give him abuse. Don't say it even if. Who cares? Xu Menya skimmed her mouth and yelled in dissatisfaction. However, soon Xu Menya opened her mouth again and asked, what about facing the health team investigation? Those words were also what you taught me to say. At that time I didn't even understand why you would let me say that. Isn't it just the plain meaning? The body is not afraid of the shadow slant. We are wrong to admit itself now there is no accident. As long as the attitude is good, willing to apologize and admit fault, people should give us the opportunity to correct. And I'll be honest, we deliveries, some people do not do health licenses. Not strange. Xu Mengya was anxious when she heard this. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Some are lazy and afraid of spending money. There's also a part of the family that's more difficult, afraid that there's really something wrong with their body after going for a checkup, and losing their job at that time would be troublesome. I also reacted to the leaders above me before, but there was a delay in response, and I forgot about it after a while, because if there's really something wrong with your body, you won't be able to work for such a long time, Su Haoming explained while eating his meal. Xu Moya nodded with a grave expression on her face and stopped talking. The writer's concealment of his health could actually still be dealt with. The problem was what Su Haoming had said, that he had reacted to it but couldn't get a response from anyone on this matter. There were assholes in the group. It was precisely because of these assholes that the situation of the writer concealing his health and causing the group to be reported occurred. Seeing Xu Mengya dumbfounded and not speaking or moving her chopsticks, Su Haoming couldn't help but remind him again. This could be Zhang Jinnan's retaliation. Pay more attention to whether or not there are any other handles that he has caught. Because of the health certificate this becomes more sensitive. We these takeaway staff usually do not go to mention. Someone reported which there is definitely something fishy. Xu Mengya nodded back to his senses and said, I also suspect that it is him. Right, can you help me? At least come to the group recently to help out a little bit. This period of time I have encountered too much trouble. I think I'm a little bit unable to cope with it. Su Haoming cupped his chin, and after pondering for a moment, he still nodded. The takeaway system hadn't released any new missions in the last few days, and Su Haoming didn't have much to do while he was idle. Now that Zhang Jinnan was targeting himself to take revenge on the group, he should indeed focus his attention on the group. What do you plan to do next? Knock out the assholes. Xiao Haoyu and Zhang Jinnan both looked at the news report on the TV. Their faces were ironic and they couldn't say anything. Although this report had worked, it was not the result the two wanted. Just a small fine and a warning was still too light for them. Even because of the crisis public relations done by Xu Moya before this, their group's reputation increased instead of decreasing. Where did this come from? There's really no way to have their group seized? Zhang Jinan couldn't hold his tongue and finally spoke up without dying. There's really no way. My third uncle said. People checked out that those takeaway guys have no physical problems. They're just lazy and didn't do a health license. The most punishment they can give is this. Xiao Haoyu sighed helplessly. He couldn't wait for Su Haoming to die more than Zhang Jinan, but there was indeed no way. He also blamed himself for being too hasty. If he had spent more time preparing, and put a few of his men with some illnesses inside the Hungry Regiment, then their Hungry Regiment would definitely be finished. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Then why don't we just use the old method? Zhang Jinan looked at Su Haoming behind Xu Moya on the TV and said with hateful clenched teeth. Wu Guohan even let him kick him into the hospital. Who else do you want to find? Is it hard to really invite out those people at home because of this little bastard? Xiao Haoyu said with a reluctant face. Those old guys were supposed to protect the family. They wouldn't be able to make a random move at all. The only chance he had left to use them, using it up on a little minion like Su Haoming was a waste. If you're not willing, I'll invite myself, Zhang Jinan said with a scowl on his face. After saying that, he suddenly got up and kicked the TV to pieces, as if that TV was Su Haoming. Chapter 58 First Strike for Strength. Good morning Su Dong. It's really hard for you to come so early every day. Su Haoming, who was riding a small donkey and preparing to enter the company's main gate, sniffed and turned his head to look at Zhang Zhini, who was nodding to himself. After casually and vaguely agreeing, Su Haoming continued to drive into the company without much interaction with Zhang Zhengzheng. It wasn't that Su Haoming was looking down on his subordinates based on his status, it was just that he was simply holding a grudge. If it wasn't for the president's secretary, Meng Ziwei, saving the day in time, he might have been kicked out of the company by this guy. Even if Su Haoming knew that the reason why Zhang Justice did what he did was all because of Lin Fujin's instructions, his heart was still a bit dissatisfied with Zhang Justice. He bullied people indiscriminately like that, and didn't apologize to himself until now, as if what happened in the first place hadn't happened. So how could Su Haoming forgive him? Not looking for trouble from him was already considered to be merciful enough. Looking at the back of Su Haoming's departure, Zhang Justice smiled inside. He knew that Su Haoming still held a grudge against himself, but wasn't he unable to do anything about it in the first place? He can sit in the position of security chief. Lin Fujin is more or less a bit of credit. How much he still give Lin Fujin some face is not it. But who would have thought that this give face, the boss are offended on, Zhang Justice is aware of. Now Su Haoming came to the company. The main reason is to investigate and deal with the company's pests. It is like the ancient times of the kind of minister like, just 3 days of work. There have been several large and small leaders where Su Haoming dismissed or persuaded to leave. Now Zhang Justice only hope that Su Haoming do not communicate personal vengeance to find their own trouble on the good. Zhang Justice's angry look was rightly seen by Lin Fujin. Zhang Justice was flustered. But why would Lin Fujin be? These 3 days down, the previous several and their own talk and laugh old oil bar, now already on all have been gone. There are still remaining also do not dare to speak again. In case a word said wrong let Su Haoming caught the handle. Then basically can directly on the same city network to find the next job. Lin Fujin is not like those old man like abuse of power for personal gain. At most, only occasionally negligence of duty. But Lin Fujin is still very panic, because no one knows himself better than himself. On their own this half-baked water management ability, really want to be opened. Then this life do not want to have such a job income again. The reason why Lin Fujin was able to climb to the position of deputy general manager, entirely because he kissed the ass loud enough, but also the group patriarch. That only today. Now this takeaway industry development has become more mature. How do you still have any chance? For this reason, Lin Fujin has not been able to close his eyes for 3 whole days. As soon as he closed his eyes, he saw the scene where Su Haoming came to talk to him. At this time Lin Fujin's intestines are to regret green. They have nothing to do to hook up with other people's horses Now well, not to say that he has and Jiaoxi parted ways, even if still in a peace. He sent Jiaoxi with 8 carries sedan chair in front of Su Haoming. And then to Su Haoming kneeled down and said that this is all a misunderstanding. Su Haoming again stupid cannot be believed As long as Su Haoming began to stare at himself, in public and private, he is to die. At this moment, Lin Fujin was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. At this exact moment, Lin Fujin saw Zhang Zhengyi, who was nodding to Su Haoming, and his heart immediately surged with a plan. Instead of sitting on the sidelines like this, it would be better for him to make the first move and do away with him. Su Haoming. And he could also make use of Zhang Jingzheng to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Other people may not know, but Lin Fujin is very clear about Zhang Jingyi's background. Although he himself is just a tiger-headed rash, but his cousin Zhang Jidong is the emperor of the Shang Security Company, one of the people. In the beginning, he was to make good relations with Zhang Jidong, so he brought Zhang Justice to the company as a security guard. Therefore, Zhang Jingyi still believed in his own words. Plus, with his cousin's background, as long as he was able to provoke a conflict between Zhang Justice and Su Haoming, then he could sit back and watch the tigers fight. This Su Haoming in the group is very bull, but the other Emperor Shang Security Company that is Qiu9 City, one of the top snakes, what can he fight with others? Justice, for the sake of my future, I can't apologize to you. Thinking about that perfect opportunity in his heart, a smile finally appeared on Lin Fujin's face. During the lunch break, Zhang Jingyi was sitting in the security room playing with his cell phone in boredom, when suddenly there was a knock on the door, followed by the door being pushed open without waiting for Zhang Jingyi to say yes. Lin Fujin walked into the security room with a sad face, and before he could say anything, he threw a cigarette to Zhang Justice. Because of offending Su Haoming, Zhang Justice's heart was also a bit dissatisfied with Lin Fujin, but because he was his cousin's friend, he didn't turn his back on him. After receiving the cigarette and lighting it up, Zhang Jingyi carefully inquired, "Brother Lin, why are you looking so sad? It's not possible that you've been targeted by Su Dong, right?" "I wish I was being targeted by him," Saying that, Lin Fujin glanced at Young Justice before letting out a long sigh. This sigh made Young Justice's heart thump as he vaguely saw something. Since you're not being targeted, why are you sighing? Young Justice forced out a smile and inquired, pretending that he didn't see it. Actually, I came over this time. It was Su Haoming who told me to come, he said. Lin Fujin suddenly stopped in the middle of his speech and said with a feigned hesitant look, "What did he say?" Young Justice asked in a hurry. "He said that you have a bad work attitude. Let me come over to persuade you to leave your job. It's also a way to give you face, in case you are fired. It might be a bit difficult to go out and look for a job in the future. I hope you can think about this," Lin Fujin said with a difficult face. Saying that, Lin Fujin threw the cigarette that he had only smoked for 2 mouths on the ground and stamped it out with his foot, then walked to Young Justice's front and said with a bitter face, "Actually, I also know that he can't get along with us because of what happened last time, but I can't help it that he really does have that kind of qualification. Justice, I've taken care of you all these years, right? I also begged Su Haoming for mercy, but he said that I might be next, so old brother can't help you. He just casually found a reason to fire me?" Young Justice asked in a daze. "It's not dismissal, it's counseling to leave, saying that it's to leave you some trouble, or else if you go out and look for another job in the future and see that you've been dismissed, it might be more troublesome," Lin Fujin said with another sigh. Jiang Zhengyi couldn't help himself at once, and all of a sudden, he smashed his cell phone on the ground and dropped it, and at the same time, he started to roar angrily, "I'm going to go myself. Dismissal is dismissal. What pretty words. You're just a security chief, aren't you? What do you want me to do with him? Go back and give him a message that this isn't the end of the matter between me, Young Justice, and him." Lin Fujin helplessly covered his face and nodded, but in his heart, he was happy. This kid really is a random trick to be fooled into giving himself a knife to use. Chapter 59, Fishing for Big Fish with a Long Line. Zhao Cixi was depressed in her heart these days. Although she was still angry that day, she still hoped that Su Haoming could give herself a reasonable explanation. As a result, she actually watched as Su Haoming drove his car past her in a puff of smoke. In other words, he really let himself guess correctly? In that case, at least she hadn't gotten trapped. Just recalling the feeling Su Haoming gave her when she met him a few times, Zhao Cixi found it hard to imagine that he would be a man who toyed with a girl's feelings. But if not, why hasn't he come to find himself yet? How many days had passed in a blink of an eye? And he was really planning on not contacting himself. In the midst of her wild thoughts, Zhao Cixi haphazardly clicked on a local news portal in Qunan City. Zhao Cixi wasn't a girl who liked to read news, so when she came back to her senses, she smoothly intended to close the news website. It was only a news headline on the front page of the website that caught her considerable attention. "Shocking! The city's largest takeout group has actually done something like this?" This piece of news caused Zhao Cixi's first reaction to be Hungry Group Takeout. In fact, compared to the 3 major takeout giants on the internet today, Hungry Group had developed in Qunan City a long time ago, and it was only due to limited funds that they had not been able to expand their scale. As a result, Hungry Group's local market is difficult to shake even the 3 online takeout giants, and is the veritable #1 takeout brand in Qunan City. The takeaways that Zhao Cixi occasionally ordered were all delivered through Hungry Group. Moreover, Su Haoming was also a takeout writer for this takeout group. What could such a company have done? Even if she wasn't too interested in the news, Zhao Cixi still couldn't help but click in. After roughly reading the news to understand the whole incident, Zhao Cixi first changed from disappointment to appreciation. All people make mistakes. The important thing is whether they are willing to correct them and what kind of attitude they have. As of now, Hungry Tuan's corrective attitude is still more satisfactory to her. Therefore, when she saw the vote at the end of the article, Zhao Cixi gave a vote to the willingness to continue to use. Immediately afterward, Zhao Cixi but suddenly froze. It wasn't because of the general netizens' attitude towards Hungry Tuan, but because in the picture of the scene above the voting result, Zhao Cixi vaguely saw Su Haoming's figure. Zhao Cixi's heart was beating wildly, and after taking a closer look at the other pictures in the news, it was true that it wasn't her own illusion, because she saw Su Haoming's silhouette in several of the pictures. Is Su Haoming really the second shareholder of their group? Zhao Cixi's brain was working frantically, and immediately after, she searched for a few more considerable news reports, and in one of them, there was a mention of this young and handsome vice chairman of Hungry Group. Regarding how Su Haoming's identity actually was, Zhao Cixi wasn't even surprised or cared. What she cared about was that Su Haoming had already talked to himself about this matter, but he hadn't taken it seriously, thinking that he was joking. Now that she knew the truth, Zhao Cixi suddenly thought of a question. What if what Su Haoming said was true? He hadn't lied to himself at all, only that he hadn't believed him. Immediately, Zhao Cixi remembered another important thing that she had overlooked. If Su Haoming really only wanted to cheat money and sex to play with his feelings, why had he never taken the initiative to look for himself? and that night she had even taken the initiative to take out money, ready to give his sister medical treatment. Yet he hadn't even considered it and directly rejected herself. To say that letting a long line catch a big fish, this might also be an explanation. But what if everything Su Haoming said was true, and he hadn't believed him? Could it be that because of this, Su Haoming was disappointed in himself, and that was why he didn't want to find himself to explain? Zhao Sisi recalled the few times she had met Su Haoming, the 2 times he had protected herself in a thunderous manner, the time she was willing to take care of the left-behind children with herself, or the elegance she had shown when playing the piano. Could he really be a scumbag? Maybe, maybe not, but if not, how sad should his actions that day have made him? Thinking of this, Zhao Sisi, who already had some good feelings for Su Haoming, became anxious and hurriedly called Su Haoming. After a series of beeps, Su Haoming didn't pick up the phone, and only after a while more did he simply reply, "Hold on, in a meeting, then I'll go over to find you." Zhao Sisi immediately replied. With that, she turned off her computer and went downstairs to take a taxi towards Hungry Troop's headquarters. She didn't know if Su Haoming was really busy or playing some kind of lustful game, but she was certain that she wanted to hear Su Haoming's explanation. This was what she owed him, the explanation she should have had that night. After a half-hour's drive, the cab pulled up at the side of the Hungry Group. Zhao Sisi hurriedly got out of the car and rushed over to the doorman's office. "Hello, I'm here to find your vice chairman Su Haoming. Can you let me in for a moment?" Jiang Jingyi was packing up his things with a sullen face, preparing to leave the group after waiting for someone to come and hand over to him. Suddenly, he heard a voice coming from behind him, and he immediately turned around to look, and saw a rather pretty girl who was looking at him with an anxious face. "Who are you looking for?" John Justice subconsciously wanted to say that he could go in after registering, but then he suddenly remembered that the girl had mentioned Su Haoming. "Hello, you're looking for Su Dong, right?" John Justice immediately squeezed out a smile towards Zhao Sisi. "Right, can I go in for a moment?" Zhao Sisi asked hurriedly. She hadn't been here before and didn't realize that she could go in as long as she registered, so she foolishly still waited for the security guard to approve. "Dong Su is having a meeting outside right now, so he may need you to wait a little bit. Do you have something very urgent to find him?" John Justice said with a feigned inquiry, but in his heart, he was calculating his next plan. "It's urgent, can you tell me where he's having a meeting?" "I'll go look for him right now," Zhao Sisi said honestly, nodding her head. She didn't notice the wrong look in Jiang Jingyi's eyes because he was the security guard here. She didn't have the need to be vigilant. "Oh, if you're in a hurry, I can take you to him. It just so happens that I'm almost off work now, and my house is just down the road from where Su Dong and the others are meeting." Zhao Sisi's eyes lit up at the words and immediately nodded her head repeatedly. "Then I'll trouble you." John Justice's smile became even more intense. "No trouble, but I hope you can help me put in a good word for me in front of Su Dong in the future. I haven't gotten to that kind of relationship with him yet." "Don't talk nonsense." Zhao Sisi's pretty face flushed and she hurriedly explained. Although she said so, but where would Jiang Zhang believe it? He who was already thinking about how to deal with Su Haoming, never thought that this method would actually come to his door automatically. Chapter 60, Waiting for a Hammer to Wait. Finally ending the nearly 5-hour boring meeting, Su Haoming yawned tiredly. Originally, he thought that being a company leader should be very comfortable, but after experiencing it once himself he realized that it was also quite tiring. This kind of tiredness was different from the tiredness of delivering takeaways, a kind of physical tiredness and a kind of mental tiredness. In short, a lot of things in this world were not as simple as imagined. Going to eat together? After Chu Mengyao packed up her papers, she walked over to Su Haoming, who was sitting paralyzed in his chair, and asked in an icy and concise manner. Su Haoming was also used to Chu Monya's icy coldness in her outward behavior and did not take it to heart. Shaking his head, then he said breathlessly, "You go with Secretary Meng. I need to take a rest. Then again, I can't stand it after a few hours of being so slack-jawed. Aren't you tired of being like this every day?" "Getting used to it." Chu Manya faintly spat out 2 words, and without saying anything more to Su Haoming, she turned around and walked out of the conference room. Su Haoming was optimistic by nature, with a smile on his face from time to time, and he couldn't get used to that kind of stern face. After muttering a little in his heart, Su Haoming glanced at the time, not realizing that it was already afternoon. At this time, he suddenly remembered that Zhao Sisi called herself at noon, but she was in the middle of a meeting and didn't have the time to pick up the phone, and more than 2 hours had passed, and if she didn't return the call, Zhao Sisi's temper, which had not been easily stabilized, might rise again. "I have to explain myself this time," Su Haoming thought in his heart. Even if the two of them might not have much chance to develop in the future because of this, Su Haoming still didn't want to lose such a friend. As he thought so, Su Haoming immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed to Zhao Sisi. However, the voice that answered the phone was a man's, and this voice was very impressive to Su Haoming. "It's Vice Chairman Su Haoming Su, right, Justice Jian?" Why is CC's cell phone in your hands? Su Haoming felt that the situation was not quite right. At this moment, the way Jiang Justice spoke was completely different from the way he greeted himself in the morning, inexplicably giving people a sense of a yin and yang that made them very uncomfortable. CC? It's this little girl's name, right? Tonight at 12 o'clock, go to the abandoned factory area in the north of the city and wait for me. If you don't come, what will happen to this little girl called CC? I can't guarantee it. After saying that, Jiang Zhengyi immediately hung up the phone. Su Haoming immediately felt his head buzzing. He immediately rushed out of the conference room without saying a word, and rushed towards the security room at the gate. However, the person in the security room was not Jiang Justice. Where is Jiang Justice? Good day, Deputy Director Su. Captain Jiang, he already applied to leave at noon. The small security guard in that security room replied carefully. Upon hearing this, Su Haoming was shocked. Leaving his job? Why? He said, that you persuaded him to leave his job, ah? The small security guard saw Su Haoming's surprised while appearance, and felt strange in his heart. You guys see a ghost, right? I had a day's meeting. Which time to persuade him to leave? Su Haoming felt puzzled. Could it be that just because he ignored him, he had a brain problem? But why was he holding Zhao Cici's cell phone? I'm not sure about that. Anyway, that's what Captain Jiang told me. And he took a pretty girl with him when he left. And I don't know what he did? Su Haoming's head almost went blank. He immediately took his cell phone and found Zhao Cici's photo and handed it to that little security guard to see. Is it her? Seeing the photo, the small security guard nodded his head and said, it's her. She's quite pretty, like a big star. I remembered her at a glance. Su Haoming's hand gripped the phone all of a sudden, almost crushing it. It was obvious that Jiang Xingzhang must have used some words to lure Zhao Cici away, and told himself to wait until 12 o'clock at night, jokingly waiting for a hammer to wait. It's not even 4 o'clock now. If he really waits until 12 o'clock, he won't be able to give birth to his child. Su Haoming immediately took out his cell phone and found Yao Ainan's contact information, almost roaring for Yao Ainan to track down Zhao Cici's cell phone location. Although Yao Ainan was unsure, but the first time she heard Su Haoming sound so excited, she didn't dare to take advantage of the fire to make any demands, and immediately moved without saying a word. In the past, it was quite troublesome to locate a cell phone. However, most of the software on smartphones now require positioning privileges, so Yao Ainan didn't use a few minutes to immediately query Zhao Cici's cell phone positioning. Su Haoming saw that the location was in the abandoned factory area in the north of the city, and without saying a word, he immediately rode on a small electric donkey and ran wildly. In the abandoned factory area in the north of the city, Jiang Xingzhang was burying his head to prepare the trap he was going to use to deal with Su Haoming at night, when suddenly he heard the sound of an emergency brake, and before he could raise his head to see the visitor, a hand grabbed his neck and pressed him to the ground. When Jiang Zhengyi faced the visitor, he was shocked to realize that the person who had locked his throat was actually Su Haoming, who had already reddened his eyes. How did you know that I'm here? Jiang Justice grabbed Su Haoming's hand and desperately tried to break free, but found that no matter how hard he tried, it didn't help. Where is CC? Su Haoming asked while the strength of his hand increased even more. A few of the ponies who had just been called over by Jiang Justice were still eating, and suddenly after hearing the noise, they all rushed out, and then they saw Jiang Justice already struggling with a red face from suffocation. Who the hell are you? Hurry up and let go of our big brother or I'll kill you. I'd like to see if you get me killed first, or I get him killed first. Su Haoming laughed fiercely and lifted Jiang Zhengyi with one hand. The instant strength made Jiang Zhengyi feel like he was already dead. Seeing this scene, Jiang Zhengyi's horseman lost all his momentum, and hurriedly pleaded loudly, You let go of big brother. Let's have a conversation. For the last time, where is CC? Su Haoming said with a roar. The words had just fallen, when Su Haoming suddenly saw a silhouette rushing out of the plant. Su Haoming, calm down. Don't kill anyone. Zhao Cici saw Su Haoming's angry outburst for himself, and although she was touched, she remained calm as well. Hearing Zhao Cici's voice, Su Haoming's sanity also recovered a bit, and he also saw that Zhao Cici's body was fully clothed, and there were no traces of being bullied except for her anxious face. Su Haoming immediately threw Jiang Xingzheng aside, and then rushed towards Zhao Cici and wrapped his arms around her fragrant shoulders. Cici, are you alright? Did they do anything to you? Seeing Su Haoming so nervous about herself, Zhao Cici's heart was sweet. Then she shook her head. I'm fine. They just watched me and didn't let me escape. Jiang Justice, who finally got his breath back, coughed violently several times before finally saying, although I, Jiang Justice, am not a good person, I'm not a villain either. This is a personal grudge between me and you. I won't involve anyone else in it. I brought her here just to lure you over. Personal grudge? Su Haoming, who had just calmed down, was dumbfounded. What grudge did he have with Jiang Xingzheng? Just because he greeted him and casually responded, he hated himself? Chapter 61, Misunderstanding Lifted. Jiang Zhengyi, who had managed to catch his breath, raised his head and looked at the puzzled Su Haoming, feeling puzzled in his heart, yet quickly concluded that Su Haoming was pretending at this point. Vice Chairman Su really is a nobleman who forgets a lot. What did he just do himself, and he forgot it so quickly? Jiang Jingxing sneered as he looked at Su Haoming coldly. In response, Su Haoming expressed his speechlessness. So what exactly is my grudge against you? You should be clear in your own heart. You were the first to be unkind, so don't blame me for being unrighteous. Su Haoming thought about it and still didn't come up with any results, because he didn't have much contact with Jiang Zhanggang. Isn't it just that you greeted me and I didn't pay attention to you? As for dying like this? Jiang Justice was instantly furious and laughed back. He had already made his words so clear, and he, Su Haoming, was still pretending to be stupid? Who the hell said this? The matter of your personal vendetta is forgotten here? Although Jiang Justice is not a good bird before, but in the company that moment I intend to change the evil. These years down I work hard, not to say that the credit at least have hard work. You say dismissal on dismissal, simply did not take me as a person. Su Haoming was even more confused when he said, who said I was going to fire you? Even if I have this intention I don't have the time. I had a meeting all day today. Today at noon. Mr. Lin came to me and said that you told me to resign on my own to save me the trouble of looking for a job in the future. You're sick, aren't you? Even though Su Haoming's culmination was high, he finally couldn't help but burst out. What deep grudge do I have against you? Why is it okay to fire you? And I really have a grudge against you a long time ago to fire you. Still need to wait until now? Su Haoming said breathlessly. As a matter of fact, Su Haoming, who had been appointed as the vice chairman of the board of directors early on, in addition to the group's top leaders, the general staff could be fired with just a word, and there was no need to wait until now. But, Jiang Zhengyi had wanted to say something, but he froze all of a sudden. Carefully think about it indeed is, although Su Haoming usually greeted themselves do not take care of their own, but also never sorry for their own, there is no need to directly dismiss I think you just let Lin Fujin fool you. Now that I'm investigating him, I guess I let him find out. So I turned around and wanted to use you to deal with me. Saying that, Su Haoming lowered his head and fumbled with the traps Jiang Justice had prepared for himself. Good guy, the traps were all used. How much did he have to hate himself? Su Haoming looked around again. This abandoned factory has already arranged a lot of traps, although there are a lot of flaws, but if the line of sight is not good, I can't help but feel that I will really be hit. Su Haoming's heart can't help but secretly celebrate. Fortunately he did not stupidly wait until the middle of the night. If he really come to the meeting in the middle of the night, then I'm afraid it's a lot of bad luck. Are you sure you didn't lie to me? What good is it for me to lie to you? If I wanted to, you'd be dead by now. Su Haoming sneered. With his current strength, breaking Jiang Justice's neck wasn't difficult at all. Jiang Justice was so scared that he hurriedly touched his neck. The feeling of suffocation he just experienced still made his heart palpitate, and his heart began to believe in Su Haoming. However, once he thought of Lin Fujin utilizing himself, Jiang Jingyi's heart was inexplicably upset. At the expense of trusting him so much, he actually did this to himself. Not only Jiang Justice, Su Haoming was also equally unhappy with Lin Fujin. The original investigation of Lin Fujin has been almost. This person is not a big mistake. Small mistake is not much. Usually although the group does not have much contribution, but also not how to harm the group. Chu Manya also specialize in this and their own discussion. Said Lin Fujin is also considered a veteran. Also not ready to him how. The result is good. This Lin Fujin instead of the initiative to pick a fight, previously robbed their own women. Su Haoming because of the many things have not been and he properly settled accounts, and now he took the initiative to send to the door. Then don't blame yourself for not polite. Thinking of Lin Fujin, and then look at Jiang Zhengyi's red and white face. Su Haoming, who intended to give Jiang Zhengyi some lessons, still softened his heart. He is just being used. He has already made enough enemies now. There is no need to add new trouble. You're also weirdly stupid. You believe whatever he says. Luckily nothing big has happened now. Otherwise I definitely won't be able to spare you. Saying that, Su Haoming glanced at Zhao Sisi by his side. Fortunately Zhao Sisi wasn't done anything. Otherwise he couldn't possibly spare Jiang Justice so easily. Jiang Justice had an embarrassed face and couldn't say anything. He knew his character. Being too righteous led to him believing whatever people said. Otherwise he wouldn't have been reduced to being a security guard watching the gate for others. This thing I will find Lin Fujin to settle the score. Also thanks to Su Dongyu adults do not remember the small man. I apologize to you. It's not me who needs to apologize. It's her. Su Haoming pointed at Zhao Sisi and said, this young lady is really sorry. Zhao Sisi hurriedly waved her hand. Forget it. Nothing happened to anyone. Just pretend purely that it didn't happen. Jiang Zhengyi had tricked himself into coming here, and indeed didn't do anything to himself. so Zhao Sisi didn't plan on caring much about it. Seeing Zhao Sisi say this, Jiang Jingyi was mortified in his heart. He nodded, although he didn't say it out loud. In his heart, he secretly felt that he owed Zhao Sisi a favor. Alright, this is over. Sisi, I'll send you back. Saying that, Su Haoming naturally took Zhao Sisi's hand and turned around. Zhao Sisi's heart set off a burst of shyness, but she didn't break away, letting Su Haoming pull her. I'm sorry for what happened before. I apologize to you for my suspicions. It was only after walking several steps that Zhao Sisi finally made up her mind and said, regarding this matter, Su Haoming didn't count on it. He also wanted to find a chance to explain to Zhao Sisi, but helplessly, he never had the time. It's normal to doubt me. A lot of people say that I have a brain problem. Obviously the major shareholder still has to go for delivery. On the contrary, it's you. Why are you so stupid? Actually so easy to be tricked into this kind of place. Good thing that kid is still generous didn't do anything to you. Otherwise you can't even wait to cry. Speaking at the end, Su Haoming couldn't help but chide. After all, the situation this time was just too dangerous. I'm just anxious to find you to apologize. And he's your company's security guard. It's not like he's someone of unknown origin. Zhao Sisi pouted her lips and whispered in her own defense. Su Haoming wanted to say something else, but suddenly a sense of crisis he had never felt before made him stop in his tracks. Just at the moment Su Haoming stopped his steps, an old man dressed in coarse cloth clothes with a white beard and white hair outside the plant walked into the plant with a clap of his hands. This old man had a smiling face, but the sense of oppression he brought to Su Haoming was unprecedented. Chapter 62 An Unbeatable Opponent. Stand away from me. Su Haoming pushed Zhao Sisi behind him and instructed in a small and serious voice. Zhao Sisi was unsure, but this was the first time she had heard Su Haoming's tone like this, and she instantly realized that Su Haoming wasn't joking, so she still honestly took a few steps back. I watched what happened just now. Little one, your speed and strength are good. No wonder the young master specifically begged me for my hand. The old man had a kind smile on his face, but his tone was filled with disdain and contempt. Young master? Su Haoming immediately thought of the two people Jiang Jinan and Xiao Haoyu. Other than them he shouldn't have messed with anyone else. Thus, Su Haoming immediately opened his heavenly emperor's eye and looked towards the old man. As expected, this old man was indeed related to Jiang Jinan of the two. However, what horrified Su Haoming was that this old man's strength was terrifying. Jiang Hao, force value 73, wisdom value 14, agility value 43, charisma value 10, a whole 73 points of force value. One must know that today's Su Haoming had a force value of 28 points, and was already able to crush unusual people's strength at will. This old man named Jiang Hao was a full 45 points higher than himself. Even if Su Haoming opened the skill Yellow Robe, which could temporarily double his attribute value, there was still a huge gap between him and himself. This was an opponent that he could not possibly defeat at the moment. Su Haoming's heart immediately sank to the bottom of the valley. Here in the middle of nowhere, and with Zhao Sisi in tow, there was no way to get away. What are you looking for me for? Su Haoming tensed his nerves and every muscle in his body, ready to fight at any time. Jiang Hao shrugged his shoulders and laughed helplessly. Young master asked me to take a shot. Not to waste you. Is it hard to not also want me to help you massage? Su Haoming himself didn't have any illusions, but after hearing Jiang Hao's answer, he still broke out in a sweat. Seeing Su Haoming's nervousness, Jiang Hao smiled easily. Don't be nervous. Actually, I don't like to fight and kill. Only because of the young master's hard plea, I reluctantly took action. I see that your skills aren't that bad, and you're young and gentle with a promising future, so I'm going to give you a chance. What chance? 3 moves, Jiang Hao said and stretched out 3 fingers, but then he felt that it was not right, so he stretched out the remaining 2 fingers as well. No. I think you should be able to take 3 moves. How about this? I'll fight you for 5 moves. If you can take my 5 moves, then I'll consider letting you leave, and I'll be able to go back to my young master and have an explanation. Are you sure? Su Haoming asked while playing a small game in his heart. Although he had a force value of 58 points after the yellow robe was turned on, which was close to 6 times the strength of a normal person, the other party had as much as 73 points, which was still stronger than himself by more than a star. If he forcefully opened the skills in his hard fight, not to mention the gap in power, alone the skills of the time limit, even if the two are equal in strength, Su Haoming is not likely to defeat each other in just 1 minute's time, not to mention the fact that the other party's strength was still stronger than his own. This assumption didn't even have the qualifications to stand. Thus, the effect of his own yellow robe could only be used to harden against these 5 moves now. Whether you are willing or not is a matter of your words. Don't say that, old man, I haven't given you a chance. The smile on Jiang Hao's face gradually faded, as if he was somewhat impatient. Then I'll be obliged to, senior. Saying that, Su Haoming clasped his fists to Jiang Hao, and took up a martial arts stance, while Jiang Hao's face remained unchanged. he said indifferently. First move. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Hao transformed into a residual shadow, so fast that even Su Haoming, who had tensed his nerves, almost didn't react. The good thing was that this first move seemed to be just a test, and Su Haoming caught Jiang Hao's whip light before he had time to turn on his skills. Not bad. Next is the second move. Jiang Hao spoke again. This time his speed was unchanged, but his power was increased a bit. A frontal straight kick that made Su Haoming, who had been prepared for it, catch it hard. But this is also almost Su Haoming's limit. Even though he received this move, he could not stand steadily and took several steps back. Young man, don't take it lightly. Next, old man, I'm going to be serious. The third move. Jiang Hao suddenly let out a loud shout, not waiting for Su Haoming to react. A hand knife slashed towards Su Haoming's neck. Su Haoming barely managed to receive this move with all his strength, but his hand bones seemed to be shattered by this force. Su Haoming was sure that this force would have killed or crippled an ordinary person. Su Haoming shook off his hand. Seeing that his hand was still able to move despite the pain and numbness, his heart sighed in relief. At the same time, he was also pleased. Although Jiang Hao's strength of each move is rising, but he has not opened the skills to receive down the last two moves. He has great hope. On the other side, Jiang Hao was a bit unhappy, although he had not used his full strength. But through the previous test, he expected that the third move should be Su Haoming's limit, but he didn't expect that Su Haoming could still barely follow. You have to be careful with the last two moves. Old man, I won't show any more mercy. Jiang Hao let out a furious shout, and his body once again transformed into a residual shadow, while at this time, Su Haoming had already figured out the old man's path. This fourth move, he no longer received it hard, and he dodged it with a sideways turn. The wind of the fist wielded by Jiang Hao swept across Su Haoming's cheek, and even just the wind of the fist had already scratched Su Haoming's face. So close. Su Haoming broke out in a cold sweat. His agility value was about the same as a normal person's speed, while Jiang Hao had 4 times the speed of a normal person. And this time, without opening his skills, it was a bit risky. For the last move, Su Haoming didn't dare to play like this anymore, because he knew that Jiang Hao was going to use his full strength. Good brat. Last move. Seeing that his confident fourth move was dodged by Su Haoming, Jiang Hao was inexplicably angry in his heart, and he no longer had any reservations for this last move. It could be said that this last move was the killing move he had been planning for a long time. As long as Su Haoming was hit by this, he would either die or be crippled. Su Haoming also realized that Jiang Hao's aura had changed, and at the moment when Jiang Hao came towards him, he immediately turned on the skill Yellow Robe, and all of Su Haoming's attributes instantly doubled, but he couldn't dodge it, so he could only take it hard. Pooh! A sound of a fist hitting flesh. Su Haoming's hands protected his chest but to no avail. The power of this punch instantly erupted. Su Haoming's body flew backward more than 2 meters away. Su Haoming immediately stood up again with a carp-driven jerk, and at this moment, a trail of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The pain caused Su Haoming's body to involuntarily tremble, but he heaved a sigh of relief. It was a very reluctant hard catch, but in the end, he had succeeded. 5 moves have passed. Thank you, senior, for being merciful. Who said I intend to spare you? Jiang Hao grimaced. The amiability he had just shown had disappeared without a trace. You. Su Haoming looked at Jiang Hao with wide eyes. He never thought that this old man, who was past his prime, would go back on his words. To have such strength at such a young age, to be able to take my killing moves hard, will definitely be a big hidden danger in the future. You'd better stay here today. Chapter 63, Shocking Heaven Returning Strike. Zhao Sisi hid at the side, heartbrokenly watching Su Haoming take the next 5 moves. Although Zhao Sisi didn't have much research in this area, Jiang Hao's attacks were all still formidable even in the eyes of a layman. However, before Zhao Sisi could jump for joy over Su Haoming's escape, she heard Jiang Hao's backhanded words. Hey, how can you be like this? You promised to let Su Haoming go as long as he could survive 5 moves. Zhao Sisi couldn't help but rage. Jiang Hao glanced at Zhao Sisi and said disdainfully, what I said was just to consider it. I didn't say that I would definitely let him go. If I let him go today, if he holds a grudge and retaliates against my young master in the future, then won't I, Jiang Hao, become a family sinner? Su Haoming immediately realized that he had been fooled by this old man. He simply did not have the intention to let himself go. The previous 3 strokes were indeed a test, but the next 2 strokes he came with the intention to kill. If you do not have the ability, the last 2 strokes have already killed and maimed yourself. He does not need to find any excuses, even if he was lucky to pass. He also has this set of words, and also consumed his own physical strength, to find out his bottom. In short, he was going to die himself either way, only to be quite cautious. What an old fox. Although Su Haoming had had such a suspicion from the beginning, he was helplessly unable to match him even if he turned out his cards, so he could only hold out a glimmer of hope that Jiang Hao was a man of his word. At this time, Such a result was not out of Su Haoming's expectation. One could only say that he had lost the bet. Su Haoming's heart became heavier and heavier, because the next time he was able to use the yellow robe was already 12 hours later, and he now had no ability to fight against Jiang Hao. Facing Jiang Hao, whose force value far exceeded his own by more than 2 times, Su Haoming could do nothing. No. Su Haoming suddenly thought of a skill that he seemed to have at the bottom of his box, back to heaven. But Su Haoming, who had never used it before, didn't know how powerful heavenly return was, and he only had one chance to hit Jiang Hao, who was 4 times as fast as himself, so it was hard for him to hit him. Su Haoming's heart began to regret a bit. Just now he used heavenly return with the yellow robe on. Maybe he could still have a chance, but now that a minute had passed, he was really powerless to return to the heavens. Speaking so beautifully, in the end you didn't want to let me go from the start. Su Haoming sneered, his heart still maintaining his calm, hoping to seek that one and only chance to strike. Jiang Hao laughed at his words, and then said contemptuously, "Spare you? You deserve it? You don't even look at what kind of goods you are, just based on your worthiness to fight with our Jiang family. To be honest, I just came out to take a walk and pinched an ant in the process. I was just teasing the ant before I did it." Who knows that the ant even believed it? By now Jiang Hao had said so. Su Haoming knew that he had no possibility of negotiating with him. He turned back to look at Zhao Sisi, who had a pouting face, sighed and said helplessly, "I'm the only one you're targeting, the others are innocent. Is it okay to let that little girl go before you make your move?" Jiang Hao glanced at Zhao Sisi and waved his hand without caring. "It has nothing to do with me if she leaves or not. My target is only you. Sisi, you go first, I'll contact you later." Su Haoming twisted his head and said bitterly at Zhao Sisi. Saying so, Su Haoming knew that he was in dire straits now. Although Zhao Sisi didn't know why this powerful old man wanted to trouble Su Haoming, how could she not know the current situation? Moreover, Zhao Sisi also knew that she was a burden if she stayed here. But if she hadn't been recklessly and carelessly tricked into coming here, Su Haoming wouldn't have encountered this kind of danger. Therefore, she couldn't leave. "I don't. If it wasn't for me you wouldn't have come here. Today even if I die I will die with you," Zhao Sisi said firmly. This stubbornness made Su Haoming touched but more anxious. His own personal grudge? He didn't want to involve other people in it. "You've watched too many TV dramas, haven't you? Now this situation is not like shooting a TV where someone will come to save the day. You hurry up and leave. Stop making a scene." "I'm the one who didn't make a scene. Big deal. I'll call the police." "Right. I'm warning you not to make a mess. I'm going to call the police now." Saying this, Zhao Sisi pulled out her cell phone in a panic. But where would Jiang Hao be afraid? "Whatever you want. Anyway, before the police come, I can kill all of you here. This is an abandoned factory. Not even a single camera. How can I not be traced?" Saying that, Jiang Hao also glanced at Jiang Justice and his several minions who were at the back and didn't dare to go forward. Jiang Justice sniffed and grew his mouth confused. He didn't do anything. How did he get dragged into it? Everyone else is innocent. "Don't bring them into this," Su Haoming immediately said in a deep voice. Suddenly, Su Haoming seemed to find a crack in Jiang Hao. This old man seems to have never put himself in the ice from the beginning? Then wouldn't he have a chance? "This has nothing to do with me. I just casually said that. But if you really want to force me to be anxious, don't blame the old man for being merciless." Jiang Hao spread his hands and said with an innocent look on his face, "Hey, I mean, why don't you let me resist a little bit? I've taken 5 moves from you. Do you dare to take one from me?" Su Haoming ignored Jiang Hao's pretense of innocence and tentatively used the provocation method to ask. Jiang Hao looked Su Haoming up and down, only to see that Su Haoming was still gasping for air and his body was still shaking. He immediately judged that his own fighter's fist had just caused Su Haoming to be greatly injured. Jiang Hao, who already had a rough understanding of Su Haoming's strength, did not have the slightest fear even when facing Su Haoming in his full strength, and the current state of Su Haoming was even less worth mentioning. "The young man is still too young to use agitation on me, but with your, not to mention one move, what's the harm in me catching 10 or 100 moves from you?" With that, Jiang Hao disdainfully put his hands behind his back and stood still. Seeing the opportunity, Su Haoming immediately rushed up. Although he didn't know how effective Hui Tian was, he could only give it a try. "Back to heaven." Su Haoming silently recited the name of this move, which he regarded as his bottom card. In his heart, as soon as the thought fell, Su Haoming felt that his whole body's strength had been drained, and immediately afterward, this strength converged on his left foot, and he swept his whip leg towards Jiang Hao with a fast and sharp blow. Jiang Hao realized that something was wrong when this kick was approaching him. He rushed to dodge, but it was already too late. The kick heavily hit his body. Boom! In an instant, Jiang Hao's body flew straight out like a cannonball nearly 20 meters away. Several steel pillars that he hit also snapped instantly. Nearly half of the abandoned factory building collapsed in an instant. Chapter 64, Putting Up a C. but collapse of the factory building made the ground shake violently, raising a cloud of dust for a long time before it drifted away. Su Haoming walked step by step towards Jiang Hao, who had been crushed by the debris, only to see that Jiang Hao was already covered in blood and rolling his eyes, completely losing consciousness. Su Haoming could see that Jiang Hao's body had a faint undulation, which made Su Haoming have to admire Jiang Hao's power. At the same time, Su Haoming was quite shocked in his heart. The system introduction said that this was a martial art? What kind of martial arts is this? It's completely a metaphysical fighting technique, and its power has completely exceeded Su Haoming's imagination. However, at the same time as the power was shocking, Su Haoming also felt that the power in his body was completely drained, and at this time, the system in his mind, which hadn't made a sound for a long time, suddenly issued an alarm, startling Su Haoming. Ding! System warning, host data abnormality detected. Ding! System warning, host data abnormality detected. Ding! System warning, host data anomaly detected. 3 alarms in a row caused Su Haoming to hastily check his data. Su Haoming, force value 8, intelligence value 20, agility value 8, charisma value 24. Intelligence and charisma hadn't changed much compared to before, but the loss of force value and agility value was beyond Su Haoming's expectations, and had even dropped to the point where it was lower than the average value of a normal person. Su Haoming instantly panicked. The side effects brought about by this return to heaven were too great. Right? System, what's going on? Why has my force value dropped so badly? Ding! System prompt. After detecting that the host has used the skill Heavenly Return, the side effects of the skill will cause the host's ability value to temporarily drop, and the ability value will recover over time. The host can upgrade the skill back to heaven in order to make the skill side effects lower. After getting the system's explanation, Su Haoming sighed in relief. Just a temporary decrease was completely acceptable. After all, the effect of this move in Su Haoming's opinion was not at all the power that a human being should have. If the other party wasn't an expert, this kick was indeed able to send someone back to the sky. As for what happened after his strength dropped, Su Haoming didn't have the heart to think about it, and currently being able to escape from a disaster was already considered lucky enough for him. Su Haoming sat his butt on the ground and took a long sigh of relief. The feeling of being alive after the robbery made Su Haoming feel that it was good to be alive. Haoming, you're so handsome. Suddenly Su Haoming heard Zhao Sisi shouting excitedly from behind. Turning his head, Zhao Sisi had already run towards him and had hugged him at once. Lifting his head, the two of them stared at each other, and while Su Haoming was embarrassed, he also felt that Zhao Sisi's eyes were frighteningly bright. Su Haoming couldn't stand this kind of sight, and after busily averting his eyes, he said in embarrassment, I'll be proud of myself for praising me like this, but you were really handsome just now. It was like shooting a movie. That bad old man was kicked far away by you with a swoosh. Tell me honestly, are you Superman? If I were Superman, would I still be beaten so badly? Su Haoming smiled bitterly and raised his head to light up the wounds he left behind when he fought hard against Jiang Hao's moves. Then you're Bumpman. You have to save up your energy first and amplify your moves last. Zhao Sisi added. No matter, the bottom of the box moves. After using them, if I can't win, I'll have to wait for death. Su Haoming shook his head with a bitter smile and said. Zhao Sisi at this time realized that Su Haoming's face was unusually pale, and instantly stopped joking. Lowering her head to look at Su Haoming's swollen and obvious arm, she only felt shocked, and even more so, she didn't dare to imagine how much pain Su Haoming had just suffered. Does it hurt? Zhao Sisi's voice was small, reaching out to touch it, but she was worried about causing Su Haoming more pain. Su Haoming opened his mouth and was about to say something when he suddenly heard another burst of noisy footsteps coming. Turning his head to look, he saw Jiang Zhengyi rushing towards himself with his several little brothers. You want to take advantage of your illness to kill yourself? That's not right. Hasn't the misunderstanding been cleared? Or was he just playing dumb? Sisi, be careful. Su Haoming gritted his teeth and stood up, shielding Zhao Sisi behind him. However, he didn't expect that after Jiang Zhengyi rushed to himself, he suddenly knelt down towards himself. Su Dong. No, Master Su, please accept me as your disciple. Jiang Justice shouted excitedly. The scene where Su Haoming had just killed Jiang Hao with a single kick was especially shocking to Jiang Justice. Su Haoming was simply like a god of war. At the same time, he was also very glad that Su Haoming let himself go. Otherwise, if he had received this kick, he would have probably kicked him to pieces. Su Haoming on his own. Where is the water release? Simply put, a piece of the sea. Not right, a piece of the Pacific Ocean. Not only Jiang Justice, the few juniors under him were also excited. Their thoughts were not exactly the same as Jiang Justice, and they were even thankful in their hearts for Su Haoming's kindness of not killing him. This might be a bit improper. Su Haoming was startled by the actions of a few people, and for a moment his brain couldn't turn around. He couldn't think of a reason to refuse, so he casually refused first. But how could he teach this move? Let them comprehend a system possession first? Seeing that Su Haoming was about to reject it, John Justice became anxious and hurriedly said, "There's nothing wrong with it. Don't worry. I, John Justice, swear that after I finish learning, I'm willing to be Master's right-hand man, at Master's beck and call. I don't mean that. What I mean is that this is our family's secret mastery. There is no way to spread it out." Su Haoming hurriedly thought of a reason, so he hastily said with a straight face. Even after Su Haoming said this, Jiang Jingyi still didn't give up. Being able to come across such an expert, how could he let such a good opportunity slip away for nothing? "Then what can you teach me to teach me? I do not seek to use so powerful. Can have half of your level, I am also satisfied. It's too late for you to practice at your age. Not to mention half. It's difficult to be even a quarter as good as me." Su Haoming sighed helplessly, pretending to speak in a serious manner and said, "A quarter of it is also possible. In any case it's better than what I have now. I'm not saying anything else. I'm good at overcoming difficulties." Jiang Jingyi still said with an unforgiving blink, "I'll think about it first and talk about it later." Seeing Jiang Justice's stubbornness, Su Haoming helplessly casually fooled around. With that, he pulled Zhao Cixi's hand and turned to run, fearing that Jiang Zhengzhan would continue to pester himself. However, Su Haoming's polite and perfunctory words sounded serious to Jiang Zhengzhan, and he didn't go after Su Haoming, but instead kowtowed a few more times and placed towards Su Haoming. "Thank you, Master." Su Haoming hadn't gone far when he heard Jiang Justice's words and stumbled and almost fell on the ground. Chapter 65, Bitterness. Gradually getting used to his body's weakness, Su Haoming's face turned a little better. Under Su Haoming's assurances, Zhao Cixi also gave up the idea of letting him go to the hospital. After all, in Zhao Cixi's eyes, Su Haoming was a superman. By the time he sent Zhao Cixi downstairs to her house, it was nearly evening, and since his own body was really inconvenient, Su Haoming wasn't prepared to sit and linger much longer. "I say you shouldn't believe in other people's words in the future. I can't arrive in time every time. And people aren't always like Jiang Justice, who speaks of Jianghu righteousness and doesn't do anything to you." Looking at Zhao Cixi getting out of the car peacefully, Su Haoming once again couldn't help but admonish. Zhao Cixi, who was still looking for excuses to defend herself last time, nodded her head very obediently this time and said, "I know, it's impossible to use the same trick on a Saint Doshu for a second time." Saying that, Zhao Cixi even cutely struck a pose. "You're still a holy warrior?" Su Haoming couldn't help but laugh. "Of course I am. The remaining leftover gladiator." Zhao Cixi put away her pose and blinked her eyes at Su Haoming, her face devoid of joking. "I apologize again for doubting you before. And, thank you for being in such a hurry to save me." Saying that, Zhao Cixi stepped forward and flew a kiss on Su Haoming's face. Immediately afterward, she turned around and walked towards the unit building. Only her steps were very, very slow, as if she was taking a stroll, completely lacking the feeling of falling away due to petulance. Upon seeing Su Haoming so excitedly rushing to save herself, Zhao Cixi finally came to her senses. As a matter of fact, from the first time she saw Su Haoming and watched him play piano music, she already had a special feeling for this man. After that, in the successive times of meeting, no matter which time, Su Haoming had brought his excellence into full play in front of herself. Therefore, even though the number of times they met wasn't much, and even though she didn't have a deep understanding of Su Haoming, Zhao Cixi still wanted to try to know more about him. At the same time, Zhao Cixi's heart was very apprehensive. Girls are ultimately thin-skinned, so this initiative to show goodwill is already the limit of what she can do. She also knew that Su Haoming was not stupid, and he should be able to understand what he meant. Next, as long as Su Haoming called out to himself, everything would be in order. However, Zhao Cixi walked to the door of the unit building at a very slow pace, and there was still no sound behind her. This made Zhao Cixi involuntarily tense up, and when she turned back, she saw the back of Su Haoming, who just happened to be driving a small electric donkey away. This scene made Zhao Cixi's heart go cold, and aggression and unwillingness all of a sudden surged into her heart. No matter how much she said, she was also an anchor with millions of fans online. How many people spent wanting to meet and make friends with her, but she wasn't even interested in hitting on them. Now she was so proactive, but he did not react at all. On what grounds? Just at this time, the phone in Zhao Cixi's pocket suddenly vibrated, and she immediately realized the reason why Su Haoming hadn't left for so long just now. Lowering her head to take a look, as expected, it was a message from Su Haoming. After reading the message from Su Haoming, a smile reappeared on Zhao Cixi's face, very sweet and very beautiful. No matter how stupid Su Haoming was, he was able to feel Zhao Cixi's feelings, and Zhao Cixi had always been regarded as a quality idol by Su Haoming. She was sunny and optimistic, low-key and kind, and had a positive outlook. To have such a person as his partner for the rest of his life, Su Haoming could not have wished for more. However, the current Su Haoming understood that he was not yet qualified to be with Zhao Cixi. The Night Lords, the mercenary organization that was sent by the enemies who exterminated his family last time. Although it had been blocked by Yaoan and that they wouldn't look for trouble, it was inevitable that the enemies who exterminated his family would still hire other organizations to look for trouble. Su Haoming, who was currently being pushed into the position of the group's vice chairman, knew that if he was so high profile, his enemies would surely not take him lightly anymore. This was also the reason why he was reluctant to take up the position of vice chairman. But the current situation of the group forced him to step forward. Not to mention the distant ones, let's just talk about the close ones. The Zhao family Jiang family was considered quite a big force in Qinnan, and even today, the Jiang family had already sent someone to try to take his own life. Although this time he was lucky to escape, but now the ability to even worse than ordinary people's own. How to resist the next two families of retaliation? So many reasons. Let Su Haoming even how much good feelings. For the time being can only ignore Zhao Cixi's show of goodwill, which is a kind of protection for Zhao Cixi. When he heard that Zhang Hao was sent to the hospital, Zhang Jinan was so scared that he rolled from the woman's belly to under the bed. On his way to the hospital, Zhang Jinan slapped his face several times in succession to make sure he wasn't dreaming. It was only after he had persuaded this family's expert to help him get rid of Su Haoming, and originally he had felt that it was a bit of a waste. But he didn't expect that even an expert like Zhang Hao had lost to Su Haoming. Is this guy still a human being or not? When he came to the hospital, he learned from the doctor that Zhang Hao's life was not in danger for the time being and he was still awake, which made Zhang Jinan laugh and cry. Not knowing how to evaluate whether this was good news or bad news, he didn't care so much, and immediately ran to Zhang Hao's hospital room. When he saw that Zhang Hao's body was full of plaster bandages, and his neck was covered with a cervical vertebrae protection sleeve, Zhang Jinan's heart was even cooler. Since he was a child, he had never seen Jiang Hao in such a miserable state. Are you alright, Uncle Hao? The patient has broken more than 30 bones all over his body. Do you think he's alright? The little nurse who was changing Jiang Hao's medicine on the side couldn't help but say. Jiang Hao smiled awkwardly and didn't reply. Zhang Jinan sucked in a breath of cool air, then asked, what about him, Uncle Hao? You're like this. He shouldn't be much better, right? The him in Zhang Jinan's mouth naturally referred to Su Haoming. He couldn't believe that Su Haoming had injured Jiang Hao so badly, and he wasn't hurt at all. Jiang Hao's smile froze all of a sudden, and his face was ugly as he didn't say anything. This allowed Zhang Jinan to know the answer at once, while cold sweat flowed behind his back. Did he pull some underhanded trick? Zhang Jinan asked, still undeterred. No, I was a bit careless. Hearing that it was Jiang Hao's carelessness, Zhang Jinan's heart balanced a little bit, but Jiang Hao's next words made his heart fall to the bottom again. Took one of his moves hard, and then I became what I am now. One move? Don't joke like that, Uncle Hao. Low profile isn't as low as you are. Zhang Jinan's body shook. Jiang Hao was a proud person by nature and never liked to make such jokes. But how could he refuse to believe that Su Haoming had actually seriously injured Jiang Hao to such an extent with a single move? One had to know that Jiang Hao was the third expert in the family. Even those two in front of him simply couldn't defeat him in one move, much less injure him to such an extent. Then just take it as if I'm joking. Jiang Hao smiled sarcastically and closed his eyes. Regarding this matter, he didn't want to mention it again, as it had become the biggest shadow in his life. Jiang Hao was already thanking God in his heart that he was still alive. Zhang Jinan sat down on the ground at once with his feet off the ground. How did he provoke this kind of monster? What should he do next? Chapter 66, having to say something really fragrant. Exhausted, Su Haoming returned home and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, it was already noon the next day, and his body was still very weak, a feeling that made Su Haoming's heart very depressed. Su Haoming, who had always been fearless, felt a hint of panic. It was reasonable to say that Xiao Zhang's two families couldn't have only that one expert. If they sent such a person next, wouldn't he be in trouble? Nowadays, he didn't have that kind of card anymore. What should he do? Just as Su Haoming was sitting on his bed thinking about this problem, a phone call disrupted Su Haoming's thoughts. Once he saw the caller again, Su Haoming's eyes instantly lit up. Right, how did he forget such a big shot? Is old brother Su free today? I've just returned from a business trip. My hands are free for the time being. If it's convenient, come to my place for a cup of tea? The caller was Yao Jingyuan. He came up and said right to the point. Free? Of course I'm free, whenever I'm personally invited by Mr. Yao. I'm free. Su Haoming rarely flattered. He didn't like flattery, but at the moment, he had to bow his head for the time being. When Yao Jingyuan heard this, he was a bit unhappy. Still call Yao general manager. Make it so raw for what? Just call me Uncle Yao. Okay, Uncle Yao. In fact, I happen to have something I want you to help. Hearing Su Haoming change his tone, Yao Jingyuan's tone immediately eased down, and there was a smile again. Then you come over now. Let's talk slowly. After Yao Jingyuan's birthday last time, Su Haoming hadn't seen him since, but he had been to the Yao family's mansion a few times, so the security guard let Su Haoming in as soon as he saw him. Led by housekeeper Xiao Long, Su Haoming once again came to Yao Jingyuan's study. Pushing open the door, Su Haoming saw Yao Jingyuan talking to Yao Anan, who had a happy smile on her face. It could be seen that the relationship between father and daughter was already very good now. After hearing the sound of the door opening, Yao Anan turned her head to see Su Haoming and immediately got up and said, "Haoming brother, you're here. Then I won't bother you and daddy to talk about business. Remember to come and find me to play after you guys finish chatting later." After saying that, Yao Anan slipped out of the study in a flash. "And then why is she in such a hurry to leave?" Su Haoming asked suspiciously, then sat down on Yao Anan's seat just now. The cushion under the seat was slightly warm. It seemed that he had been sitting there for a while as well. "I let her go first. I already understood the general thing from the housekeeper. This kind of adult matter, it's better not to let Anan know," Yao Jingyuan said while cleaning Su Haoming's teacup. Seeing this, Su Haoming felt flattered and hastily stretched out his hand. "Uncle Yao, you're too polite. I'll just do it myself." How big a matter ah. Out of the company back home I'm just an ordinary person. Pouring a tea, what's wrong? Yao Jingyuan laughed. "You are also a senior." Su Haoming scratched his head in embarrassment, and there was no intention to dissuade Yao Jingyuan. "See how you say that? You are still my benefactor. If it wasn't for you, where would Anan and I be able to sit down and chat like we did just now? Now that Anan calls and texts me every day, you don't know how happy I am," Yao Jingyuan said with a smile while pouring tea. Su Haoming nodded and didn't say anything else, picking up the teacup and gently taking a sip before he heard Yao Jingyuan continue talking again. "I've heard all about you and the Jiang family's Xiao family. You came to me this time for this, am I right?" Su Haoming nodded and said with a bitter smile, "Before I said that I don't need you to help me fulfill any wishes. Now I have to say a real good smell. Speaking of which, you messed with that brat from the Xiao family, or because of my family Anan, I'll help you as a matter of reason." Hearing that Yao Jingyuan is willing to help without waiting for his own opening, Su Haoming slightly puts his heart down. Only he still has some concerns. "As far as I know, the Jiang family, Xiao family and your Yao group are in a cooperative relationship. It won't be because of my matter that you guys will make enemies, right? You kid is still young. Remember one sentence. Family matters never prioritize interests." As he spoke, Yao Jingyuan had already dialed out the phone. The opposite end of the phone was Jiang Huaisan, the current head of the Jiang family. "Old Yao is rare, actually taking the initiative to call me. I don't know what guidance I have." Jiang Huaisan quickly picked up the phone and said enthusiastically, "I won't waste time with you. Just one sentence. Su Haoming and I are old friends. We are very good friends. You shouldn't touch him." Yao Jingyuan changed his previous amiability and snapped, Su Haoming." Seeing that the other party seemed to be flustered, Yao Jingyuan was even more displeased. "Don't play dumb with me and say you don't know. There are some things that even if we're in a cooperative relationship, you can't just say it and forget it. Okay, I know what you mean. I'll take care of this matter." After saying that, Jiang Huaisan immediately hung up the phone. "Why does this guy hear your name as if he's seen a ghost?" He hung up before I finished speaking, Yao Jingyuan muttered inexplicably. Su Haoming smiled sarcastically, not knowing what to say. Just now Yao Jingyuan's aura also shocked him, but feel free to rest assured. He's not a little cutie either. Shouldn't give you a hard time. The rest is Xiao Xingwang. Saying that, Yao Jingyuan called the Xiao family head again, and the Xiao family head, Xiao Xingwang's reaction, turned out to be exactly the same as Jiang Huaisan's, promising in one breath that he would take care of this matter, and then gave the phone off the hook. This makes Yao Jingyuan feel puzzled. Could it be that these two old boys are thieves? It seems that some other day have to personally face to face. However, Yao Jingyuan does not know is that at this time Jiang Huaisan and Xiao Xingwang, two people, just sitting together, and the face is also very heavy. "You also received a call from old Yao?" Seeing Xiao Xingwang's ugly face, Jiang Huaisan guessed the reason. Xiao Xingwang silently nodded his head, his hands trembling a little. Regarding the matter of Jiang Hao, the third expert of the Jiang family, being killed by Su Haoming in a single strike, both of them already knew about it. Having asked the first experts of both families, the results they got were that they simply couldn't do it. To know that finding and recruiting such an expert as a doorkeeper sir to help guard the family house was not an easy task. Thus not only Jiang Huaisan, Xiao Xingwang was also apprehensive of encountering Su Haoming's retaliation. It wasn't that they couldn't deal with the trouble, but paying any further losses for it was something they didn't want to see. Therefore, the two of them came together not to conspire to find Su Haoming's trouble, but to discuss whether or not to ask Su Haoming for peace. As luck would have it, Yao Jingyuan's phone call came over at this time. After realizing that Su Haoming was Yao Jingyuan's man, things instantly became more difficult again. Obviously, Yao Jingyuan was displeased because the two were targeting his people, and if they didn't make a show at this time, the result would inevitably be that they would suffer Yao Jingyuan's retaliation. Although Xiao Zhang's two families did not live by looking at Yao Jingyuan's face, if they just turned against Yao Jingyuan, the loss was not something they could accept. These two brats, they had to mess with this kind of person, and now they're asking us to wipe their asses for them. So damn bad luck. Things have already developed to this point. Is it possible that you really want to flip out with old Yao for that so-called face and make the family suffer a huge loss? And then fold a few of the family's gatekeepers? Sir? Jiang Huaisan said helplessly. Bah! How much is face worth? How many clans with good face are still alive? But when I think of how we were forced by these two little brats to the point where we had to go out and beg others to let us go, I feel so frustrated in my heart. Xiao Xingwang cursed helplessly, but this fact forced him to accept it. Yao Jingyuan's words were right. The family's matters were not the business of one person, so although both of them felt suffocated, in the end they had to choose to compromise for the sake of the family's interests. However, what they didn't know was that Yao Jingyuan and Su Haoming didn't even think about that much. They just hoped that the two families wouldn't make things difficult for Su Haoming anymore. Chapter 67, A Pitiful Mission. After coming out of the Yao family, Su Haoming began to mutter secretly in his heart. Although Yao Jingyuan had helped himself this time, he couldn't help himself all the time, and the most reliable person was still himself after all. However, ever since getting the strong Hui Tian, Su Haoming hadn't heard the system enacting a new mission for himself for several days. Could it be that the better the reward, the longer it takes for new quests to be generated? It was the first time that Su Haoming wanted to deliver takeout so urgently. Finally, after waking up the next day, Su Haoming heard the system's beep in his head after a long time. Ding! System prompt. A new takeaway mission has been generated. The reward is 60 points of evolution value. The target location of the mission is Villa 301 in the Marina District. The time limit is 30 minutes. The mission requires the customer to give a favorable review, or else the mission fails. Do you accept the mission? After the excited Su Haoming heard the mission reward, the smile on his face froze for a moment. 60 points of evolutionary value? That's all the reward? What about the promised increase in mission difficulty and more generous rewards after upgrading? This was probably the worst reward Su Haoming had ever seen for a quest so far. Although the evolution value could raise one's attribute points, it was better than actual money. Special rewards, or skills, which one was better than this evolution value? Su Haoming subconsciously wanted to refuse, but in the end, he still held back. As far as the speed of the system-generated quest was concerned, after he refused a quest, he didn't know when he would have to wait for the next refresh. Accept, Su Haoming said without any interest. The location of the mission was located in the Marina District, which was also the district where Chu Mangya lived. Only the two villas were located far apart, and with a time limit of only 30 minutes, Su Haoming didn't even have the time to pass by Chu Mangya's door, almost pinching time to arrive at Villa 301. Su Haoming's heart cannot help but complain. This task seems not difficult. This time is calculated really dead, but where more road traffic jam, or more two red lights, the task may have failed. Such a task actually gives so much evolutionary value, really too shabby. Complaining is complaining, but a mosquito's leg is still meat. Su Haoming hurriedly rang the doorbell. Who is it? Hello, your takeout has arrived. Please come out and sign for it. Su Haoming called out. Coming. The person in the house agreed, and before long opened the door to the room and walked out. Without taking 2 steps, the person suddenly stopped in his tracks. Su Haoming, it's you. Su Haoming raised his head and frowned. Was this system sure it was a randomly generated quest? Why was there this doubt? Or was it because he recognized the person in front of him? When Su Haoming was in high school, he was known as one of the double aces of Chiu High Second Middle School and School. The reason for this was that Su Haoming had excellent grades and outstanding athletic ability, large and small competitions in the city as long as Su Haoming took part in them. The bottom line is that he would get at least one award. The other so-called trump card is the man in front of Su Haoming, Chan Lei. Su Haoming and him are also considered old acquaintances. I didn't expect to actually run into this person in the next city after many years. Is this really just a coincidence? Long time no see. Remember to give me a favorable review. Thank you. Although Su Haoming and Chang Lei were considered old acquaintances, their relationship was very general. After professionally smiling at Chang Lei, Su Haoming turned around and was ready to leave. Seeing Su Haoming turn around to leave, Chang Lei immediately pulled him back. The smile on his face was joyful, but it was not the joy of meeting an old friend, but a kind of pleasure of getting revenge. Although the school teachers and students and Su Haoming together called the two trump cards, but in fact, Chang Lei is only used to set off Su Haoming this red flower green leaves. No matter what he does, he has been pushed down by Su Haoming, and he has never won a single match against Su Haoming in the whole 3 years of high school. This has also become a knot in Chang Lei's heart that can't be untied. Now I see you again. That year's safflower dressed in takeout yellow vest, now outside the villa. the green leaf of that year is wearing a suit, standing in the villa. It's true that the two of them will actually meet in such a place and in such a form. It was simply a revenge for Chang Lei. He himself hadn't appreciated Su Haoming's grey face enough. How could he just let him go? Don't be in such a hurry to leave our old classmate. Come in and sit down first. No need. I still have things to do. Just remember to give me favorable comments. Su Haoming cannot see the meaning of Chang Lei, but he is still polite. Smile did not poke. There can be what so urgent? And old classmates chatting cannot spare the time? If you don't come in, I'm going to give you a bad review of your attitude. As soon as he heard the other party say that he wanted to give himself a bad review, the corner of Su Haoming's mouth slightly twitched. His own lifeblood is really someone else's catch. Don't. Have a good conversation. I'll listen to you, okay? That's more like it. Chang Lei laughed with satisfaction. Immediately afterward, Su Haoming heard the system's completion of the missions beep in his head, and he could be considered relieved. In fact, the two of them didn't have much to talk about, and Su Haoming was basically listening to Chang Lei bragging about his experience of studying in a foreign university. Looking at Chang Lei's colorful and smug look, sometimes also say some disgusting words to disgust people, Su Haoming really can't help but cry and laugh. Just as Su Haoming's ears were getting calloused and he was ready to find a reason to get away, suddenly the door of the room rattled, followed by a woman dressed in a fashionable and beautiful dress came in. Su Haoming, are you Su Haoming? The woman couldn't help but exclaim in shock after seeing Su Haoming. It's me. What a coincidence. Su Haoming nodded awkwardly, but felt speechless in his heart. This woman he also recognized, the interloper Lu Chunyan, who had transferred over during her second year of high school. It was said that her family owned a company and was quite rich. At first, Lu Chunyan also took the initiative to Su Haoming to start the pursuit, and even used the supernatural ability, but unfortunately at that time, the Su family in Qiuhai City also called one of the big families. Su Haoming also has little interest in her, so the two people just ordinary classmate relationship. Lu Chunyan's excitement only lasted for a few seconds, and soon she saw the takeout vest Su Haoming was wearing, and her blazing eyes instantly became much colder. The male god of the year has now fallen to such a deserved fate. Let you not accept me. Lu Chunyan thought with anger and hatred. Then, Lu Chunyan stopped taking care of Su Haoming. Her eyes glanced at her boyfriend Chang Lei, and said unhappily, Chang Lei, why are you still ordering takeout? Didn't I tell you this morning that I have a dinner party later? Wasn't I worried that it would be impolite for me to eat too much at the dinner party if I was hungry? Chang Lei said with a sarcastic smile. Su Haoming also brightened up. He could finally leave. He didn't like to stay with Chang Lei back then. He felt that this person was eccentric. All along he hadn't changed. Now he could finally be relieved. Since the two of you have something to do, then I won't disturb and leave first. We'll catch up some other day. With that, Su Haoming got up and was about to leave. However, Chang Lei saw this and grabbed Su Haoming. Don't go, old classmate. Anyway, the meal is not official. It's a small private gathering. You also go together? Don't worry, it's our treat. I still have to rush to deliver the takeout, Su Haoming said with a bitter face. He didn't want to continue to listen to Chang Lei shading himself. How much can you earn in a day delivering takeaways? I'll pack you a day's salary to give you a vacation. Just say yes or no. Saying that, Chang Lei fished out his wallet from his pocket and took out a stack of bills and slapped it on the table. Su Haoming looked at the stack of banknotes on the table and only felt amused. Okay, why not? Su Haoming immediately picked up the bills and stuffed them into his pocket and agreed. Treating yourself to dinner and giving yourself money? Little cutie. I'm not going. Chapter 68, Too Disgusting. White Hungry Memory. A name that sounded like a street snack bar, but it is the first 5-star hotel in the whole Qunan city. The average person who comes here to eat once can go back and blow off steam for days. Even sitting in an ordinary hall, the people who come and go are not ordinary people. But even if the environment was like this, Su Haoming still regretted charging money to eat. As the saying goes, money is hard to earn and is hard to eat. Su Haoming finally understood what this saying meant at this time, because from the moment he sat down, he had been watching these two people in front of him being mushy. In the face of these two people who were showing love, Su Haoming didn't have any envy, and he could see that these two people had a very deliberate feeling. Chang Lei looked like he was showing off that he had a second-generation rich girlfriend. Lu Chunyan, on the other hand, seemed to be telling Su Haoming that the one who could show love with others should originally be him. Su Haoming could not help but realize what the two of them had in mind when they spent money to invite themselves here. For the sake of money, Su Haoming was too lazy to bother with these two people. Chang Lei see Su Haoming not much reaction. A little unhappy. He spent more than $1,000. Envy and jealousy. Well, let yourself see a kind of appearance, Su Haoming, face it. So, Chang Lei immediately changed the approach, pretending to be embarrassed to ask, I say, Haoming, your home is not in Qiuhai. How did you run Qunan to come? Or delivery? I just came back from abroad not long ago. Not too clear about this. The family was backstabbed. I'm the only one left, Su Haoming said with bleak eyes. Although these two people said that they were his old acquaintances, but truthfully speaking, Su Haoming was not familiar with either of them, and he could not tell whether these two people would be his enemies or not, so it was impossible for him to reveal his sister's matter. In that case, it should be quite hard to pay back your days, right? Chang Lei said as he looked up and down at Su Haoming's clothes. Due to the previous living difficulties, Su Haoming's clothes were mostly bought from night market stalls. $10 a piece couldn't be more. How could Su Haoming not know what Chang Lei meant? He smiled bitterly and shook his head without speaking. If he guessed correctly, as long as the next nod of his head to say bitter, will be greeted by their own mockery ridicule, about to scold their own deserved retribution and so on. If he shook his head and said it wasn't bitter, he would still be mocked. For example, he would be told to stop pretending, and would be introduced to a job or something like that. Of course, the jobs they introduce to you are basically grassroots jobs that are similar to delivery jobs, so they don't mean well and simply want to humiliate you. Su Haoming's thoughts were not that he was paranoid, because at the moment, Chang Lei's heart was indeed Su Haoming's thoughts. He had invited Su Haoming here not for dinner of course, but in order to see Su Haoming envy himself and use it to mock him. However, Su Haoming did not pick up the accent so that he instantly lost direction. How this kid does not follow the set of cards. Seeing Su Haoming's lack of intention to speak, Chang Lei couldn't care less and took the initiative. Haoming, do you have any difficulties? Just tell us directly if you have. We are good friends, aren't we? Nothing. After experiencing life and death, I've now looked down on it. This kind of day is quite good. I'm already content. Su Haoming shook his head and said, although he thought that he was not familiar with Chang Lei, but his character Su Haoming knew too much. If he refused to step into his setup so much, he would definitely be unwilling to do so. And the next step should be the simplest and most direct method of provocation, wanting to enrage himself. Unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Dang, Su family young master, this can make you content? I, Chang Lei, really didn't expect that you, Su Haoming, would actually turn into this kind of waste, at the expense of me treating you as a rival. Look at you now. You deserve this? That's true. Right now I am indeed no match for you like this. Su Haoming nodded his head and said, although this was quite a loser at first glance, Su Haoming knew that Chang Lei must have felt even more disgusted in his heart because he had disrupted his plans. Sure enough, although this was the first time Su Haoming had conceded to himself, but Chang Lei's heart was so angry. What else could he find to humiliate this kid next? Lu Chunyan were no Chang Lei's mind. See his boyfriend suddenly to Su Haoming. She cannot help but cover his mouth and laugh. Chang Lei, you cannot be so detrimental to others. We should thank Su Haoming is. If not because of him, we will not come together. Come. And Su Haoming envisioned the same. The other side really yin and yang Naja people, with Lu Chunyan so a beginning. Chang Lei was also woken up at once, immediately also haha laugh, and then began to say the opposite in a conspiratorial way, also, thanks to you Haoming, if not you at first to Chunyan's pursuit of the deaf ear, I will not have this opportunity in Chunyan in a piece, and I wouldn't have been valued by Chunyan's father, who just returned to China and introduced me to big clients, ready to make me the manager of their company. The corners of Su Haoming's mouth twitched, and he had to admit that he was successfully disgusted by them. Naturally, it wasn't that there was much envy, it was just that the way these two people spoke was truly disgusting. Even Su Haoming's heart began to hesitate to pretend to be envious, so that they would feel better in their hearts, and he could get away with it. Noticing Su Haoming's expression was a bit different, Chang Lei's heart was happy. This guy finally couldn't hide it. Next, he himself will have to attack the heart. Haoming, why don't you say something? To be honest, I really need to thank you. If it wasn't for the opportunity you gave me, I wouldn't be the one delivering food right now. You are really my good brother. Su Haoming couldn't hold it in any longer. Even though he had been looking at the two people as clowns from the beginning, his patience still had a limit after all. Right, Su Haoming? Do you have a girlfriend now? If not, why don't I introduce you to one? Our nanny likes the likes of you. She is at least normal looking. Do you want to consider it? Nowadays, there are so many girls and so little meat, especially in your line of work. If you stay up for a few more years, you may have to be a bachelor for the rest of your life when you get old, Lu Chunyan said with a kindly reminder. At the edge of patience, Su Haoming is ready to open his mouth to say something. Chang Lei's words still let him break the defense. Chunyan, you still think too much of him. On Su Haoming now this cowardly appearance. Even if there is a woman sooner or later will run away with someone else. Say that again? Su Haoming's voice suddenly became cold and piercing. This time Chang Lei finally poked his sore spot. Coward? The woman ran away with someone else? Chang Lei tentatively mentioned two words. His heart became more and more unusually alive. By the looks of it, he seemed to have discovered something unimaginable. Su Haoming finally couldn't help himself and stood up after slapping the table. However, before Su Haoming could make a move towards Chang Lei, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from not far away. Brother Hao Ming. Su Haoming looked up at the sound and saw Yaowen trotting over towards his side. Su Haoming's eyes immediately narrowed. It looked like his savior had arrived. Chapter 69, Heating Up. Yaowen was wandering around the corridor of the hotel in boredom when she suddenly heard a table tapping sound that startled her. After subconsciously looking in that direction, she realized that the person was actually Su Haoming. Yaowen, who was idling around with nothing to do, immediately ran over with a bright light in her eyes. Brother Haoming, why are you here without telling me? Coming to Su Haoming's side, Yaowen immediately hugged Su Haoming's arm intimately and asked, "Didn't you tell me you were here as well?" Su Haoming naturally smiled and pinched Yaowen's cute face, while not forgetting to glance towards Chang Lei and Lu Chunyan, the meaning of which was self-evident. Chang Lei's eyes were looking straight, although his girlfriend Lu Chunyan was already pretty enough in his opinion. But this girl who was so intimate with Su Haoming, it was simply a world of difference. How could there be such a beautiful girl in this world? Especially Yaowen's azure-colored eyes, which were as pretty as jewels. Not only Chang Lei, Lu Chunyan's eyes also changed at once after seeing Yaowen, although she was also unwilling to admit it. But this little girl, whose face was still slightly tender, was really much better looking than herself. Yo ho, can't see you Su Haoming, the original also so hard. You want to bring your girlfriend to see the world long face on straight. We are not bad this one person's money, Lu Chunyan said with a kind of acidity that even she herself didn't realize. Girlfriend? Me? Yaowen pointed at herself. Then in hindsight, her little face blushed, but she didn't make a retort. But Su Haoming was a bit displeased, frowning as he asked, "What do you mean by that? You want us to invite more people for dinner? Just say it directly. Why do you need to pretend to have a chance encounter in this way? It's not like we lack this much money." Chang Lei immediately picked up on Lu Chunyan's words and said. At this time, the tone of the two began to notice a change. If at first they were just being eerily sarcastic about Su Haoming, at this time, both their eyes and their tone of voice had been dressed up as disdain. Obviously, this was the influence brought about by Yaowen, but this still made Su Haoming much more comfortable. At least this way he could still dislike himself. Just now they spoke to him in that eerie manner. Even if he didn't move his hands but just moved his mouth, he was at a disadvantage. This little girl is really her own savior. Yaowen finally came out of her petulance at this time. Then she realized the meaning of the words that the pair of men and women in front of her had just said, and she instantly became unhappy. What do you guys mean? What do you mean by seeing the world? Is it because you think that Brother Haoming and I can't afford to eat here? How can a delivery boy afford to eat here? Think this is a roadside stall? Chang Lei gritted his teeth and said the three words delivery man in a heavy tone, as if he was reminding Yaowen of Su Haoming's identity. What's wrong with delivering takeout? Eating your family's rice? Yaowen was even more unhappy when she heard this. Even if she said she hadn't seen the world, she still had to talk about Su Haoming, seeing that the two sides are going to quarrel. Although Su Haoming is eager to watch the drama, but when he sees that Yaowen is unhappy, he changes his mind all of a sudden. Forget it and don't bother with them, they are my old classmates. Then again, why are you here? Daddy is having a reception up there. I was bored at home so I followed him out. I didn't think it would be just as boring here, Yaowen said with a deflated mouth unhappily. Having a reception here? And Daddy? Can you brag a little bit before making a draft? When Lu Chunyan heard this, she immediately spoke out and sneered. You, Yaowen stood up excitedly, but was covered by Su Haoming's mouth at once. It seems that this time still has to be handled by himself, Su Haoming thought as he was about to get up, when he suddenly saw an old and a young duo walking over this way. Chang Lei and Lu Chunyan immediately lit up when they saw these two people. Uncle Lu, you're here. That's Mr. Yang Rueda Yang, right? Hello, you are the Mr. Chang Lei that General Lu mentioned, right? Seeing Chang Lei standing out so proactively, the man who was around 30 years old politely took the initiative to extend his hand and shake Chang Lei's hand. Immediately afterward, Yang Rueda's gaze went back towards Su Haoming, who was seated in his position. This is, without waiting for Yang Rueda to speak, Lu Chunyan's father, Lu Yongwei, opened his mouth and asked. His brows slightly furrowed as Su Haoming's appearance made him feel dissatisfied. Oh, this is my classmate Su Haoming. People took the initiative to come over to say hello and have a seat. You can't let them leave like that, can you? Chang Lei explained with a smile. When Su Haoming heard this, his face changed slightly. The implication of this sentence was obvious. That is to say that he had taken the initiative to come over to look for him to climb the relationship, but also cannot even drive away. Su Haoming, who originally did not intend to continue sitting, was furious and felt amused as he immediately stood up and said in a cold voice, "Since you all are not welcoming us, we will take our leave first." Seeing that Su Haoming said he was leaving, a smile suddenly appeared on Lu Yongwei's face. Come all the way here. Sit down and have a meal together before you leave? It's not that Lu Yongwei really welcomed Su Haoming, but just brought his own customers over, and drove them away like this. It's not telling them that they are mean and stingy? Lu Yongwei was not stupid. Of course he would not do that. Su Haoming glanced at Lu Yongwei, and squinted at Chang Lei, saw Chang Lei was making eyes at himself. Su Haoming gritted his teeth, or sat down. It is true that he is too easy to be soft. Brother Haoming, why don't we go? Yaoanan was about to get up when she saw Su Haoming sitting down again. She was puzzled in her heart. Obviously these two people were mocking them so much. Why do they still want to stay? Su Haoming smiled bitterly and shook his head. If Anan doesn't like it, then go to Uncle Yao first. I'll go over and say hello to Uncle Yao later. Then it's better to forget about it. Going back is even more boring. There's still Brother Haoming here. Yaoanan wrapped her arms around Su Haoming's hand and muttered in a small voice. My dad has said for you guys to sit down and eat before leaving. You guys are still acting. Are you tired? Lu Chunyan saw the intimate appearance of the two. Her heart couldn't help but sour. Then she said as such. Yaoanan is not naive and cute to everyone. Being said so, Yaoanan immediately got upset. Can you speak properly? Who cares about your treats? Seeing that Yaoanan seemed to be unconvinced by her words, Lu Chunyan then sneered. I just like to talk like this. So what? A delivery boy with a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Seeing your pity, I invited you for a meal. Don't be shameless, believe it or not. I'll call someone to throw you out right now. Then you call. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Yaoanan stood up and choked back. This scene surprised Su Haoming. It was the first time he had seen Yaoanan lose her temper. Chapter 70, Anan is very angry. Yang Rueda, who just came over, is not too clear about what happened, but he still clearly felt that Lu Chunyan and Chang Lei's hostility, just like this quarrel goes on, is not a way. Yang Rueda can only hardened his head and stood out. The two of you calm down. Everyone is a friend. What misunderstanding we can sit down and slowly say. Do not have to get so tense, is not it? I'm not friends with them. Yaoanan pouted her lips and said, because of her experiences growing up, it caused her to be sensitive to other people's gazes. These two people's hostility, it was already too obvious. Anan, listen to my words? Su Haoming found that things were getting messy, although he regretted in his heart, but he couldn't go back on his word when he promised people. Otherwise he would leave any handles for people to catch, and in the future, there would still be more or less some impact on the reputation of the group. Yaoanan looked at Su Haoming aggrieved, deflated mouth nodded and then sat down again. Su Haoming's meaning of course she understood. Simple naivety is not stupid. Many things she even more than Su Haoming understand. See Su Haoming eyes that a touch of helplessness. Yaoanan only had to first endure to listen to the words of Su Haoming. After Yaoanan took the initiative to take a step back, the conflict temporarily froze in place, at least did not burst out. Su Haoming sighed in relief and prepared to muddle through a few mouthfuls of rice as soon as possible, and then take Yaoanan to leave. This kind of small advantage with obvious ulterior motives. In the future, he will definitely not take advantage of it again. The stiff atmosphere on the table made Yang Rueda feel awkward. Looking at both sides of the face is not very good. He is not very dare to tell jokes to adjust the atmosphere, so he only choose to change the topic. First weaken the presence of one side, so that the two sides cannot quarrel together for the time being, can also calm down. Unfortunately, Yang Rueda was not familiar with the young people on both sides, so he finally chose to find Lu Yongwei as the object to change the topic. Right, Lu? Last time you said you were able to introduce me to Mr. Yao. How is it going? Mr. Yao just came back from a business trip. Besides, he has a lot of work to do. How can you just say you can meet him? Lu Yongwei, who was upset by his daughter and her boyfriend, replied immediately without thinking. Just as Lu Yongwei words fall, he suddenly remembered the identity of the other party, and then changed his face. I'm just kidding. To say that it is difficult is also someone else. I Lu Yongwei work, you can rest assured. Known as the 6 families of Qin and Xiao family. Their family head Xiao Xingwang is my partner. Xiao family and Yao family have cooperation. We have this relationship. It's not that difficult to meet Yao Jingyuan. What are you guys looking for my daddy for? Yaoanan suddenly heard the two of them mention the name Yao Jingyuan, and immediately turned her head to look over. Suddenly hearing that little girl who had clashed with his daughter speak, Lu Yongwei couldn't help but stiffen his body. Your daddy? May I ask if you are? I'm Yao Anan. If you guys want to find my daddy, let her apologize to me and brother Haoming, and I can help you guys. Yaoanan pointed at Lu Chunyan and said, Yaoanan? This name made Lu Yongwei start to believe Yao Anan's words a little bit in his heart, because this name was also the name he had heard in the rumors, the name of Yao Jingyuan's daughter. However, before Lu Yongwei had the chance to ask, Lu Chunyan, who heard that he had to apologize, immediately became unhappy, and said angrily with a slap on the table, I think you may have a brain problem. I suggest you go to the hospital. Do you know what Yao Jingyuan is? As soon as he heard Lu Chunyan involved in a personal attack, Su Haoming's face immediately followed the change. Lu Chunyan, I look at our former classmates on the basis of the face that should be given to all of you. You cannot speak properly? Originally, Lu Chunyan thought that she didn't care about Su Haoming anymore, but when she saw how close Su Haoming was to Yao Anan, her heart was still jealous. Therefore, when she saw Su Haoming helping Yao Anan to speak, her heart became even more sour. Is there a problem with what I said? Yao Jingyuan is one of the top tycoons in Xiaonan. Even if he has a daughter, can he let his daughter follow a delivery boy around? You think I'm stupid? Without giving Su Haoming a chance to speak, Yao Anan immediately pulled Su Haoming and pressed into the seat. At the same time, she also launched a difficult again. It's my business what I like. I'm Yao Jingyuan's daughter, Yao Anan, and this White Hungry Key Hotel is my father's property. Didn't you say that you're going to call the security guards to throw us out? You call it now. Let's see whether they throw me or you. Good who's afraid of who? Waiter, waiter. The angry Lu Chunyan was not polite and immediately shouted loudly. Do you still need to be so troublesome? Yao Anan disdainfully glanced at Lu Chunyan, then took out her cell phone. Daddy, I'm now in a group with brother Haoming. Someone is bullying us. Hurry up and bring all the security guards in the hotel over. I'm going to throw them out. It's at table 24 in Zue Xian Hall. After saying that, Yao Anan hung up the phone. You're serious? Su Haoming laughed bitterly, and he only just realized that this Nan's most famous hotel was actually Yao Jingyuan's property? She made me angry. I asked her to apologize to me and things will be over. She not only didn't apologize but also continued to curse. Yao Anan huffed. Su Haoming nodded his head and didn't do anything to retort. Yao Anan's temper was very good. It wasn't easy to make her angry. Just pretend. Just don't cry and blame people for molesting you in the future. Lu Chunyan laughed disdainfully. In her opinion, Yao Anan was just acting. And at this time, the waiter who had been running around finally came to Lu Chunyan's side. Hello miss, may I ask if you want to serve the food now? There's no rush. You call the security guard for me first. There's someone messing up here. I don't have the stomach to eat. Lu Chunyan looked at Yao Anan with a haughty expression and said, please ask which one. I will help you persuade him to leave. The waiter hesitated and said, because as of now, he didn't see anyone messing around. Evicting customers indiscriminately was a big no-no. Just the woman across from me. Lu Chunyan pointed to Yao Anan across the table and said. That waiter twisted his head to look at Yao Anan. Immediately his face changed, followed by a few steps back. I'm really sorry miss. I'm sorry that your request is difficult for me to fulfill. You'd better go and find someone else. After saying that waiter turned his head and ran away. Obviously, he knew Yao Anan. Unfortunately Lu Chunyan didn't seem to realize this, and in her heart, she cursed that waiter for being a wimp, while standing up and looking around for the whereabouts of the other waiters. Just at this time, she suddenly had a flash of light as she saw uniformed security guards walking over this way. But then Lu Chunyan's face changed. These security guards were not one or two, but two whole rows of more than 20. Chapter 71 That can be too sour. This group of security guards obviously wouldn't be here to patrol, and they kept their pace and walked straight towards this side of the table, and quickly surrounded the table where Lu Chunyan was. Miss, what are your orders? One of the people whose uniform was different from the other security guards walked to Yao Anan's side and questioned in a cold voice. That woman across the table. Throw her out. Whoever resists you will follow along. Yao Anan said as she pointed at Lu Chunyan in a godly manner. At that moment not only Lu Chunyan, everyone here except Su Haoming was staring at Yao Anan with wide eyes in disbelief. This little girl who was too pretty for words was really Yao Jingyuan's daughter. Chang Lei looked towards Su Haoming in passing. He who was already jealous because Su Haoming had such a beautiful girlfriend. His heart that was too sour. Why would a delivery boy be able to find such a superb second-generation rich girlfriend? Yao Anan must have been cheated by Su Haoming. Right, this must be the case. Otherwise the current Su Haoming, why can he get into the eyes of others? This side of Chang Lei is thinking nonsense. The other side of the Lu Yongwei baptism is also very anxious at the same time also very lucky. Fortunately, just now they did not talk nonsense, also did not drive people. They do not have to provoke such a big Buddha. However, what makes Lu Yongwei anxious is that although he did not provoke, but his daughter provoked can it be that he really wants to watch his daughter being thrown out? That cannot be. Lu Yongwei made up his mind and immediately took a deep breath and stood up, blocking the security guard who was about to reach out to pull Lu Chunyan. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. MS. Yeah, let's sit down and talk properly. There's no need to make a big deal out of it, isn't there? Saying that, Lu Yongwei squeezed out a forced smile to Yao Anan. I don't intend to make a big deal out of it. We're not the ones who have been humiliating and mocking people. Yao Anan's little head tilted to the side. Unhappily, this is indeed my daughter's problem. I will go back and educate her properly. Your father and I are in a cooperative relationship. I hope that MS. Yao won't make too much of a fuss. It won't be good for either of us. Lu Yongwei said in a threatening manner while speaking. Recently it was not easy to ease the relationship with her father somewhat. Yao Anin did not want to add trouble to her father, so when she heard Lu Yongwei say this, she immediately hesitated. Hao Ming brother, what do you say? How about letting her apologize? This matter is settled. Yao Anin turned her head towards Su Hao Ming for advice. Do what you want to do. This is what your father wants to see the most. Su Hao Ming gave what he thought was the answer. He was also curious as to what choice Yao Anin would actually make. This, on the contrary, made it even more difficult for Yao Anin. She wanted to teach these two dog-eyed guys a good lesson, but she didn't want to make things difficult for her father because of it. She wanted to teach them a lesson, but she didn't want to make things difficult for her father. Just when this Yao Anin was in a difficult situation, suddenly a voice came from not far away. Lu Yongwei, what a coincidence. You are also here? Lu Yongwei was still hesitant in his mind about what he should do in case Yao Anin refused to let things go. Suddenly hearing someone calling him, he took a look with his head and his eyes instantly lit up. Mr. Shao, it's you. It's been a long time, Lu Yongwei said excitedly. Not only was his proud partner Shao Xingwang, he was accompanied by an equally heavyweight figure, Jiang Huaishang, the head of the Jiang family, the Shao family. The Jiang family, which was the second of the 6 major families in Qunan, actually took the initiative to greet him. If it wasn't for the fact that his daughter and her boyfriend were there right now, Lu Yongwei would even want to jump up and down in excitement. Originally, his company is not big. To be able to evening one of the big trees has already benefited him a lot. Now come too. He can be hairy. Long time no see, soon no see. Shao Xingwang politely agreed, and was about to move his eyes away, when he heard Lu Yongwei suddenly call out, Chang Lei introduced to you. This is our Qunan 6 big family Shao family's family head Shao Xingwang. The one next to him is the 6 big family Jiang family's family head Jiang Huaishang. Lu Yongwei jumped ahead and introduced. Hearing Lu Yongwei's introduction, not only Chang Lei, but Su Haoming also curiously cocked his head. I didn't expect that it would be such a coincidence that the two people that Yao Jingyuan had helped to get rid of only yesterday could actually run into each other here today. Although they didn't really want to pay attention to this kind of nameless junior, out of politeness, Shao Xingwang and Jiang Huaishang still politely nodded their heads at Chang Lei and said hello. Chang Lei has also long heard of these characters in Xiaonan, and now his future father-in-law introduced himself to two at once. And then look at Su Haoming that climbed Yao Jingyuan. Chang Lei's heart more or less some balance. Yao Jingyuan and Shao family Zhang's strength is similar to their own side to recognize too. You Su Haoming take what in their own then? Thinking truthfully, the complacent Chang Lei looked over towards Su Haoming and realized that Su Haoming was curiously looking at Shao Xingwang and Jiang Huaishang. I say Su Haoming, can you watch your demeanor? What's the matter with looking at people like that? He's a first-class big shot in Xiaonan. Can you afford to mess with him? Why don't you stop it? Chang Lei kindly reminded. Su Haoming smiled and didn't say anything. Not only did he mess with them, but he also messed with both of them at once. As for Shao Xingwang and Jiang Huaishang, when they heard the name Su Haoming, they immediately looked towards Su Haoming as if they were electrocuted, because the reason why they had appeared here was to find Su Haoming. Originally today, Yao Jingyuan intended to find these two people to talk about Su Haoming's matter, but he didn't want the two people just arrived not long ago, and then he suddenly heard Yao Jingyuan receive a phone call, and Yao Anan on the other end of the phone said that she was with Su Haoming in a piece. Therefore, after asking Yao Jingyuan about Su Haoming's location, the two of them immediately rushed down from the upstairs banquet hall without saying a word. The two of you don't get on his bad side. He's a classmate of this future son-in-law of mine, a delivery boy who doesn't know any better. Seeing the two of them looking towards Su Haoming, Lu Yongwei hurriedly explained. He seemed to have forgotten that there was Yao Anan beside Su Haoming, and Lu Yongwei's face soon froze. Or rather, it was the expressions of everyone in the room that froze, right under the gazes of the crowd. These two big men who made people fear a few points walked towards Su Haoming. However, they didn't get angry. Instead, they humbly half-bowed their backs together, and rushed towards Su Haoming with a compensatory smile on their faces. Mr. Su, our two children's ignorance offended you. Now the two brats have given us each a confinement. I hope that you won't be bothered with those two brats in general. Ah, Su Haoming blinked his eyes, not reacting for a while. What are these two people doing? Chapter 72, Cross-Service Chat. Su Haoming had thought that these two people had come to find themselves, but in his opinion, these two people should be more like putting down harsh words, saying that they would let themselves go for the sake of Yao Jingyuan, or something like that. But these two people even took the initiative to soften to himself? What kind of joke is this? Not to mention other things, just the fact that he had just wasted one of the Jiang family's experts. How could they just let things go? Something wasn't right. There must be a ghost in it. No matter how stupid Su Haoming was, there was no way he would believe the words of these two people. The two family heads personally found me to beg for peace? I, Su Haoming, am just an ordinary person. How can I afford it? Su Haoming said with a smirk. Su Haoming's intention was actually very simple. These two people don't beat around the bush with themselves. Just say what you have directly. There's no need to play this with yourself. But Su Haoming, this action, in Xiao Xingwang and Zhang Huaishang, two people's eyes, is another pattern. Su Haoming did not intend to let this matter pass easily. Xiao Xingwang some can't hold back. They are not really afraid of Su Haoming, just because they don't want to let the family suffer any unnecessary losses. This is to bite the bullet and pull down in Su Haoming peace. Do not want this kid. This is not satisfied, but also want to force themselves to rage. Xiao Xingwang wanted to stop clenching his fists tightly, and was about to have a seizure, but was pulled by Zhang Huaishang's hand. It seems that Mr. Su is thinking that our sincerity to apologize is not enough, right? Said Zhang Huaishang as he shot Xiao Xingwang a look, reminding him that this was Yao Jingyuan's territory now. Xiao Xingwang reacted with a jerk, then shook his head with a bitter smile. He had some grudges with Zhang Huaishang, but now he somehow stood on a united front, and there was still so much tacit understanding. It was really a bit outrageous. Where does Su Haoming know what these two people are thinking? He was dumbfounded. What exactly do these two people want to do? His own words are so obvious. These two people still intend to make themselves believe that they are here to beg for peace? Mr. Jiang, Mr. Xiao, are you guys mistakenly recognizing the wrong person? When Chang Lei saw that these two big shots, who even respected his future father-in-law, were so humble to Su Haoming, the first reaction in his heart was that these two people might have recognized the wrong person. I recognized the wrong person? Is it hard to believe that you thought I was looking for you? Xiao Xingwang's face was only given to Su Haoming. Suddenly hearing Chang Lei questioning himself like this, his face instantly became a few points uglier, and asked back in a cold voice, "It's not that, I mean to say, you shut your mouth. Where is it your turn to question what Mr. Xiao does?" Lu Yongwei immediately turned towards Chang Lei with an angry shout. But Su Haoming glanced at the anxious Chang Lei, and suddenly smiled. Even if these two guys were playing tricks on themselves, but now on the contrary, they gave themselves some cards. He didn't intend to do anything to Chang Lei, but seeing Chang Lei's expression that was as difficult as eating now, his heart was still inexplicably soothed. How do you guys plan to show your sincerity? Su Haoming opened his mouth and asked. He decided to go along with the two men's words to see what kind of trick they were going to pull. In this way, Mr. Su just need to promise to turn the page on what happened with my family. I am willing to take out 100 million to invest in your group in Mr. Su's name. The shares and profits will all belong to Mr. Su, and when Mr. Su wants to divest someday, he can just return the funds to me. Zhang Huaishang smiled and said, the same goes for me, as long as you don't bother with us about this matter again. Xiao Xingwang followed the chips without thinking. Su Haoming frowned. Originally he didn't have much trust in the duo. How could he not believe the words of these two people? Because wouldn't this be the same as giving himself $200 million for nothing? How in the world could there be such a good thing? Even if there was, Su Haoming didn't believe that these two people were the ones to do such a thing. The sincerity of the two of you is indeed sufficient, but regarding the matter of investment capital, it's not that money can be invested. As for the related matters, it's best to ask our chairman. I'm just a vice chairman. I can't privately make a decision on this kind of thing. Su Haoming politely refused, wanting to eat the group's shares in this way, and then grasp the group's life and death, playing himself in the palm of his hand? Su Haoming instantly guessed the purpose of the two people. How could he be on this kind of pawn? Zhang Huaishang heard the meaning of Su Haoming's refusal, but this is already the best conditions he can offer. Originally wanted to make peace with Su Haoming, in order to not let the family have a greater loss. Let Su Haoming a person ate such a big profit. When the family can return to this capital? When will the family be able to get back to the capital? Even though there is some dissatisfaction in his heart, Zhang Huaishang still held back. Only at this time his tone has begun to have some changes. It looks like Mr. Su is still not satisfied with our sincerity like this. I don't know what Mr. Su really wants. Mr. Jiang, you don't want to fall for it. He's a liar here. What vice chairman? He's just a delivery man, playing you guys for a kaiju. Seeing the opportunity, Chang Lei immediately stood out and shouted, and that little sister, I think you must have been tricked by him as well. When I just met him, he was delivering me a takeaway. Chang Lei said again towards Yaonan, this is the best chance to break up these two people. Chang Lei was very excited in his heart. No wonder Su Haoming, a takeaway guy, could hook up with such a beautiful rich girl, so he lied that he was a big boss. However, Chang Lei seemed to have forgotten that Yaonan had just crossed paths with them because of Su Haoming's takeout delivery. Brother Haoming was originally a takeaway delivery. What else could he have lied to me? Yaonan said strangely. I know better than you what kind of person he is. Besides, whether he delivers takeaways or not has nothing to do with what I'm looking for from him. Who allowed you to interject in and talk? Zhang Huaishang, who was already in an unpleasant mood, glanced at Chang Lei, this greasy-headed youngster, who seemed to be eager to express himself. but Jiang Huaishang most dislike. Is this kind of people? Know a little something, have to teach yourself. Treat yourself as nothing to understand the retarded? Sensing the ill will in Jiang Huaishang's eyes, Chang Lei panicked a little, and quickly stammered to explain, no, I'm reminding you, Mr. Jiang, are you in a hurry? He's just a delivery man, yet he says he's some kind of vice chairman. Doesn't this thing sound fishy? He can't deliver takeaways because he's the vice chairman? And I'm confused? Who the hell are you to come and teach me how to do things? Jiang Huaishang laughed back in anger. Chang Lei's back was instantly in a cold sweat. He didn't know exactly what Su Haoming's origin was, but he could see that right now Jiang Huaishang was indeed very dissatisfied with himself. Chapter 73, Crashing into a Gun. Jiang Huaishang's sudden attack made Chang Lei cold sweat straight down. And Lu Yongwei is not the same? He and Xiao Xingwang have cooperation, but and Jiang Huaishang can only be regarded as a casual acquaintance. Not that he is unwilling, just people Jiang Huaishang cannot see him. And Chang Lei is also Lu Yongwei more important young people. Otherwise he could not have funded for Chang Lei to study abroad, and after the completion of his studies, the first time to bring him to see important customers. The current situation makes Lu Yongwei momentarily at a loss for words. However, if he didn't stand up and say something, Chang Lei was afraid that it would be very difficult for him to mix in Qunan City. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yongwei still swallowed his saliva and stood up with a stiff upper lip. Mr. Jiang, this is my future son-in-law. He just came back from abroad. He doesn't know too much. I hope you don't get to know him. Hearing Lu Yongwei stand out to speak for himself, Chang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how to say that their future husband is also their partner, face more or less will still give some, right? However, after Jiang Huaishang glanced at Lu Yongwei, he hummed disdainfully and said, "What are you? Why should I give you face?" Lu Yongwei's expression stiffened for a few moments. He originally thought that Jiang Huaishang would look at Xiao Xingwang's face and not bother about this matter with himself, but he didn't want Jiang Huaishang to really not give himself any face. Under the helplessness, Lu Yongwei's eyes turned to Xiao Xingwang, hoping to get some help from Xiao Xingwang. Mr. Xiao, you see, what do I see? Although Lao Jiang and I are a bit conflicted, but this time our opinions are surprisingly the same. What is this future son-in-law of yours? It's his turn to point the finger when we do something? Xiao Xingwang also said in a cold voice, not giving Lu Yongwei any face at all. Not Mr. Xiao, Chang Lei, he is just being kind. He is afraid that the two of you will be cheated. He wants to remind you not to be easily fooled. Lu Yongwei wiped the sweat that was constantly left on his forehead while hastily explaining, meaning that he can tell that we are being cheated, but we can't see it ourselves? Xiao Xingwang was also exasperated and laughed. It's not that, it's just, you still help him explain? Explain, you would explain, pick you a hello count to your face. You now stir up the nose on the face? Xiao Xingwang with Su Haoming got suffocated. Just these two unlucky eggs themselves hit the muzzle. Then don't blame yourself. Lu Yongwei's face is pale and can't speak out. The sweat on his forehead at the moment is like the rest. Most of his company's business is to cooperate with the Xiao family to get. He has now offended Xiao Xingwang. His company can be even if it's over. Why don't you say anything? Since you value this future son-in-law of yours so much, just cultivate it yourself. But our Xiao family doesn't have the time to accompany you. I'll notify my lawyers group to cancel the cooperation with your company tomorrow. The loss of $10 million doesn't matter to me. Xiao Xingwang looked at Lu Yongwei with cold eyes and said, Mr. Xiao, you have something to say. We don't have any big grudges. Lu Yongwei's face instantly became pale. Also disregard the image. Went forward to pull Xiao Xingwang's clothes to Xiao Xingwang kneeled down. Chang Lei was dumbfounded by this scene. In his eyes this future father-in-law of his was quite a successful big boss, but now he was kneeling down because of a collaborator without hesitation, or because of himself. Chang Lei's heart was aggrieved. He could not understand how to think. What did he do wrong? Because he looked down on Su Haoming? Chang Lei's heart was shocked. Then he looked towards Su Haoming. He found that Su Haoming is now high on melon seeds, watching Xiao Xingwang's side of the drama with interest. Su Haoming also noticed Chang Lei's gaze, and his line of sight slanted to meet Chang Lei's eyes, and he even smiled at him. This smile was just a normal polite smile, but it made Chang Lei look at him in a cold sweat, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Chang Lei finally reacted to the fact that Su Haoming had been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger all along. Previously, he had been enduring his and Lu Chuanyan's cynicism just to paralyze himself and then push himself to the brink. What a ruthless person. Su Haoming blinked his eyes. Originally he just smiled politely at Chang Lei without losing his manners to show that he was innocent in this matter. But he didn't expect Chang Lei's face to keep changing after he and he exchanged glances. Just as Su Haoming was about to ask Chang Lei where he was uncomfortable, Chang Lei suddenly ran to Su Haoming's front and immediately knelt down for Su Haoming without even frowning. Haoming, I know I'm wrong. Don't fix me like this, can you? After saying that, Chang Lei even kowtowed towards Su Haoming. What did you do wrong? When did I fix you? Su Haoming was puzzled. He clearly did not do anything. Clearly is your own to mess with others. This also let himself take the blame? However, Chang Lei seemed like he didn't hear Su Haoming's words and continued to talk to himself. I know it's my fault. I've been prejudiced against you because I can't win you all the time. And seeing that you're down and out right now, so I want to win you once no matter what. No, can you tune into a channel with me and talk properly? What exactly do you want to say? How can I not understand? Su Haoming was speechless. How did this person suddenly talk to himself and start self-examining? You can help me, right? I'm just a delivery boy. How dare I interrupt when people are angry? Su Haoming shrugged his shoulders with a wry smile to show that he couldn't do anything about it, even if he could help. So what? Just now, Chang Lei and Lu Chunyan were sneering at him. Why should he help him? Chang Lei heard that Su Haoming was speaking in anger. His eyes instantly turned red. Lu Yongwei treated himself so well, not only provided himself with the opportunity to study abroad, but also introduced himself to big clients immediately after he returned to China. But he harmed him because of his heart's dissatisfaction with Su Haoming. Su Haoming, I beg you, I'm sorry for you. I was wrong. I shouldn't have sarcastically made fun of you. I won't complain about whatever you do to me. Please don't make things difficult for the Lu family's father and daughter. I'm the one who's wrong. If you don't help me, help them too. Saying that, Chang Lei began to slap himself on the face. 2 slaps at a time made Yaonan feel pain when she heard it. These words were a surprise to Su Haoming. It was rare to see that Chang Lei still had some conscience. His heart was soft after all. Only the matter did have nothing to do with himself. Su Haoming did not think that these 2 big family heads would listen to him. But when he saw Chang Lei's painful crying, Su Haoming still tried to look after a deep sigh. 2 of you, it's just a misunderstanding. You guys just give me a face. Don't bother with them for the time being on this matter. Su Haoming was just casually persuading, not holding out much hope, and was about to tell Chang Lei that he couldn't do anything about it, when he heard Xiao Xingwan laugh. Good, since Mr. Su said so, then I'll let him off the hook for now. Is there any mistake? This is even possible? This result almost made Su Haoming's jaw drop. Then looking at the smiles of Xiao Xingwang and Zhang Huaisheng who had succeeded in their schemes, Su Haoming then realized that these 2 people had planned it out. Chapter 74 Unknown Intentions. The 2 of you deliberately waited for me to come out and help so that you could sell me a favor. Is that right? Su Haoming reacted and secretly laughed bitterly in his heart. It was true that anyone who could sit in the position of family head was not simple. Now can Mr. Su have a good chat with us? Xiao Xingwang did not answer Su Haoming's question. Instead, he changed his question, which was considered as a tacit admission that Su Haoming had spoken. It looks like you guys are here for real. Otherwise you wouldn't have to go to such lengths to get me hooked. Su Haoming sighed and got up, walking to the side of the 2. We shouldn't need to say the latter words in front of so many people, right? Su Haoming asked again. Xiao Xingwang and Zhang Huaisheng froze for a moment, then nodded. After finding an unoccupied corner, the 3 of them lit a cigarette and began to chat. In order to understand what was going on, Su Haoming sidestepped and finally realized the truth. The feelings of these 2 old boys is to think that he and Yao Jingyuan is plotting to prepare revenge them. This result made Su Haoming laugh and cry. He and Yao Jingyuan were also worried about the 2 families joining forces against him. Who would have thought that the other side was also afraid of themselves? So, you guys are genuinely trying to make peace with me? I hope Mr. Su understands that there's no conflict of interest between us. There's no need to go to such great lengths. Zhang Huaisheng nodded and said, I hope you can think clearly. You must know that although we club you but we are not afraid of you. Zhang family Xiao family is also considered a prestigious family in Qunan. If we really want to tear our skin, we can still afford to play. It's just completely unnecessary, isn't it? Xiao Xingwang followed suit. Su Haoming nodded thoughtfully. It was only at this time that he finally understood what these 2 people meant. They weren't really afraid of the power in the hands of themselves and Yao Jingyuan. They just didn't feel the need to cause too much damage because of these conflicts. That's all. Su Haoming suddenly recalled a sentence that Yao Jingyuan had told him yesterday, that the family would always put interests first. As long as it was not a conflict that hurt their interests, they didn't want to have too much loss and tried to minimize the big issues as much as possible. Su Haoming had thought that Yao Jingyuan was just talking casually, but he did not expect that this Xiao family Jiang family immediately made a practice for themselves. In their eyes, it is true that the interests of the family are more important. Once the 2 families were pushed to the eye, the 2 families joined forces. Not only is he Su Haoming, even to kill Yao Jingyuan, it is not impossible. Only Su Haoming from the beginning did not want to be the enemy of these big families' idea. So this choice for Su Haoming is not difficult to do. It can even be said that originally he looked for Yao Jingyuan's help, even if he hoped that he could help himself to say, and these 2 families can be turned into peace. Now that the 2 families took the initiative to find themselves to talk about peace, it was even more of a good thing. Su Haoming's heart is happy. Now he can be considered less big trouble. Only the joy in his heart. Su Haoming did not show it, otherwise that how to fall? Therefore, Su Haoming cupped his chin and pretended to ponder for a while before finally saying, being able to lift the conflict is certainly not a bad thing, but there is one thing that I still want to ask. What is it? Hearing that Su Haoming had loosened up, the two who had managed to breathe a sigh of relief. All of a sudden their hearts lifted up again. Does that investment thing just now still count? Su Haoming asked seriously. $200 million of investment. Do not want to be struck by lightning. After talking to Xiao Xingwang and Zhang Huaishang about cooperation matters, they suddenly said they had something to do and left temporarily. The happy Su Haoming did not care, whistling back to the original position. The chain reaction brought about by the seemingly ribbed task given by the system not only let his current heartache be solved, but also got an investment worth $200 million as a result. It is true that the task issued by the system is bull. Brother Haoming, you're back. My father rushed over, and is giving you anger. Su Haoming suddenly heard Yao An's voice from in front of him. Looking up, without waiting for Su Haoming to see clearly, Yao An pulled Su Haoming's hand and ran over towards the table just now, only to see that Yao Jingyuan, who was chatting with himself yesterday with a kind smile, was now looking at the Lu family's father and daughter in Chang Lei with a frosty face. As for that honored guest Yang Rueda, who was invited by Lu Yongwei, he was standing helplessly watching from the side. Good fellow, it's not easy for this family to escape. And then another big Buddha comes to the door? Su Haoming felt funny, but felt even more deserved. Especially Lu Chunyan. Just now that unbeatable face had now disappeared. At this time she was silently shedding tears. The makeup on her face was already spent. Like a clown. Her head didn't dare to raise it much for fear that others would see it. Repeat for the last time. Don't say I don't give you guys a chance. What consequences you want? You guys can say it yourselves. Yao Jingyuan said coldly. Uncle Yao, you're too ruthless, aren't you? Su Haoming glanced at Yang Rueda who was standing on the side, then pulled Yao An along to Yao Jingyuan's side. It was said that what consequences were given to these three to choose from, but no matter how they chose, there would not be a good end. So Su Haoming thought that this was more torturous than a direct and straightforward retaliation. Mocking my daughter and throwing my daughter out of my hotel. I, Yao Jingyuan, have lived for so many years. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant person. Yao Jingyuan said sternly without even looking at Su Haoming. Brother Haoming, just now they bullied us so much, mocking and trying to kick people out, and you're still helping them out? Yao An pouted unhappily. She could see that Su Haoming had that hint of compassionate look. Anun, there is a truth that I hope you can understand. One doesn't need to care about the views of those weaker than oneself, because they will only make points where they can see them, but not where you can see them. Su Haoming put his hands on Yao An's shoulders and said in a serious tone. Ha! Yao Anan tilted her head, not understanding what Su Haoming meant for a moment. Yang Rueda, who was on the side, heard Su Haoming's words and laughed after a long time. He originally thought that Su Haoming had not resisted all this time. It was a kind of coward's performance. Unbeknownst to him, Su Haoming simply did not put these people in his eyes. Yao Jingyuan heard the meaning of Su Haoming's words at once. You want me to let them go? There's no need to bother with them too much. Su Haoming replied with a smile. Su Haoming's words just now were his personal state of mind, and had nothing to do with Yao Jingyuan. What Yao Jingyuan cared about was that these people had bullied his daughter. It was just that he could see that Su Haoming was very serious about wanting to bail out these three people, and after a moment of hesitation, Yao Jingyuan still chose to believe in Su Haoming's unknown intentions. I can give you face, but remember, you owe me a favor. When Su Haoming heard this, his face was delighted, and he hurriedly clasped his fist to Yao Jingyuan. Then thank you, Uncle Yao, for the favor. Chapter 75, The Real Purpose. The middle of the process left Su Haoming a bit confused, but the good thing was that the result was unexpectedly good. After the security guards surrounding the Lu family's father and daughter and Chang Lei walked away, Chang Lei was even more excited to go up and hug Su Haoming. Haoming, I'm so thankful to you. I was treating you like that before. I'm simply not human, Chang Lei said while choking. If it wasn't for Su Haoming's help, his own future in this life would have been over by today. At this time, Su Haoming, who was physically weak, took a lot of effort to tear Chang Lei's hand away. It's alright, we're all old classmates. Don't do it again, or I really can't help you anymore. Su Haoming reminded with a smile. Guaranteed no more. From today onwards you Su Haoming is my own brother. As long as I, Chang Lei, can help you, I'm sure I'll be obliged. Chang Lei patted his chest and said with conviction. Su Haoming didn't take this seriously at all and just waved his hand with a smile. Yao Jingyuan simply didn't want to stay in this place for much longer, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had heard that his daughter was being bullied, he wouldn't have even rushed down. Now seeing that the matter was just given over, Yao Jingyuan glanced at his watch and cleared his throat before starting to say, since the matter is over, then I, Yao, Won't bother a few of you to dine. Hao Ming, if you're free, go up with me and say hello to the others? Of course there's no problem. Oh right, I seem to have just heard that Mr. Yan over there seems to have something he wants to find Uncle Yao to help. Will Uncle Yao leave a phone number for him? Su Haoming suddenly tapped his head and said, Mr. Yan? Yao Jingyuan hesitated for a moment and looked over towards the man with little presence. Yang Rueda didn't expect Su Haoming to actually help himself. His eyes lit up. Then he couldn't wait to stand up and walk towards Yao Jingyuan. Hello Mr. Yao. My name is Yang Rueda. I've heard of your skills a long time ago. There's a project on my side that I would like to discuss with you. I don't know if it's a good idea to let go or not. You are Yang Rueda? Learning the other party's full name, Yao Jingyuan was a bit surprised, and his original unhappy expression was swept away. Only he then shook hands with Yang Rueda with a regretful face. Some other day. I'm currently entertaining my honored guests up there. I really don't have the time. This is my assistant's business card. When the time comes, you contact my assistant. He will arrange a meeting for us. Saying that, Yao Jingyuan took out a black business card with gold stamping edge from his pocket and handed it to Yang Rueda. Yang Rueda immediately took the business card with excitement, as if he had been given the most precious treasure. He nodded his head at Yao Jingyuan and Su Haoming to thank them. Thank you, Mr. Yao, and thank you so much, little brother. I've been worrying about how I can meet Mr. Yao. You're too polite. I just casually mentioned that. You guys eat and drink well. I'll go up with Uncle Yao first. Saying that, Su Haoming picked up the wine on the table and poured a glass, toasting to a few people before following Yao Jingyuan as well as Yao Anan to leave the hall together. Lu Chuanyan's blazing eyes didn't fade away until after Su Haoming left. Turning her head to look at her boyfriend, she suddenly resented him a little. She had to rely on her father for everything, unlike Su Haoming, one of the top bigwigs in Canali, who spoke to him with a pleasant face. Chang Lei could see Lu Chuanyan's thoughts. Some acidic whispered, don't be a nymphomaniac. People Hao Ming and Mr. Yao's daughter in a piece of people, which will look at you Lu Chunyan blankly glanced at Chang Lei and choked back. Shay, if you were half as powerful as others, we wouldn't be like this today. Chang Lei was dumbfounded. He didn't know how many more years he had to work hard to catch up with Su Haoming. In the elevator, Yao Jingyuan glanced at Su Haoming from time to time, and after several hesitations in his heart, he finally made up his mind and said, Haoming, there's a sentence that you may not like to hear, but I still want to remind you of it. Is it to remind me not to be too soft-hearted? Su Haoming guessed Yao Jingyuan's words. This was not the first time someone had said this to him. It seems that you also know your own faults. Sometimes being soft-hearted instead is not a good thing. Instead it might even harm you. Yao Jingyuan sighed and said, I know. A soft heart also depends on the occasion. I also depend on the occasion to come. That young Rueda, have you heard of him, Uncle Yao? Su Haoming suddenly asked rhetorically. Hearing Su Haoming mention this person, Yao Jingyuan nodded farther and said, business wizards, starting a business from scratch in less than a year to amass tens of millions of dollars. This is the year I can't even hope to catch up. I've always wanted to get acquainted with this person. Unluckily there has been no such opportunity. Said here, Yao Jingyuan heart to interest. You mean, you are intentional? Not really. I don't know what kind of person he is, but I think he's someone we can pull in and collect for ourselves. Su Haoming shook his head and said with a faint smile. In the beginning, Su Haoming did give Chang Lei face to hold back from having an attack, but there was ultimately a limit to one's patience. 3 times the Ming dynasty's dark sarcasm has finally led Su Haoming to the critical point of the outbreak, because his body is now weak. In order to play it safe, Su Haoming first opened the skills, want to spy on Chang Lei's strength, but accidentally let him find an unexpected data. Yang Rueda, force value 10, intelligence value 28, agility value 10, charisma value 13. The other data was normal. But Yang Rueda's intelligence value of up to 28 points was something that even Su Haoming could not hope to achieve. The effect of the yellow robe war clothes only increased the battle strength value and charisma value, and due to the fact that Su Haoming had practiced martial arts with his grandfather since he was a child, the agility value was also higher than normal. Intelligence value, on the other hand, was the one point that Su Haoming was most proud of, without any other special experience to add to it. His intelligence value was innately 20 points. So far, Su Haoming hadn't seen anyone who could match his own, and this man called Yang Rueda possessed a terrifying 28 points of intelligence value, nearly double that of even Su Haoming. Thus, even if he didn't know what kind of path this man was on, Su Haoming still wanted to befriend him, and sympathizing with the weak was a nature that most people had, and Yang Rueda was no exception, because at that time, when Yao Anan and Lu Chunyan had once made the atmosphere very stagnant, he stood out and changed the topic. The things that followed were beyond Su Haoming's expectations, only to give Su Haoming another chance to perform, repaying grudges with virtue. The reason why Su Haoming had come to his aid several times was not because he was soft-hearted, but because he wanted young Rueda to see his nature of repaying grudges with virtue. Since ancient times, those who harbor great righteousness are most likely to win the hearts of the people. This was something Su Haoming knew very well. After laying the groundwork, before leaving, Su Haoming pretended to help young Rueda once more, although he didn't leave his contact information, but Su Haoming believed that he would definitely see him again in the future. At that time, even if young Rueda cannot be drawn into his own staff, so a friend is considered to be 100 benefits and no harm. Chapter 76, Do you really think so? Although Yao Jingyuan didn't listen to Su Haoming explain the detailed reasons, but seeing Su Haoming's bashful look, Yao Jingyuan suddenly understood that Su Haoming's kindness wasn't as simple as just being kind. He knew to use this kindness as a tool to gain some benefits. Thinking about it more carefully, he could have a good personal relationship with Su Haoming. Isn't it also because of his kindness that helped him improve his relationship with his daughter? It seems that sometimes being prone to being soft-hearted and kind isn't such a bad thing, Yao Jingyuan said with an emotional sigh. Doing good even at its worst is better than doing evil at its worst. Su Haoming heard that Yao Jingyuan understood his intention and replied with a smile. You kid, in your early 20s, you have quite a lot of crooked reasoning. Yao Jingyuan laughed. Su Haoming shook his head. I don't think this is crooked reasoning, at least I've always followed through with this idea, and the result is that up until now I haven't lost anything, but instead I've gained a little bit of benefit. Alright, let's leave this topic here. I was just worried that you would miss out on things because of your soft-hearted benevolence. Now it seems that you still have some ideas of your own, then I don't have to worry about you anymore. Yao Jingyuan hastily cut off the topic and said. He didn't want to listen to a scion who was half a year younger than himself talk about life's truths. Besides, he still had business to attend to. Go up there later and be smart. This is the appreciation reception for my previous birthday banquet. The people who are coming are either rich or noble. Take the opportunity to get to know some big shots. It will be beneficial to your group's future development. Yao Jingyuan turned his words around and suddenly said with a straight face, I understand this. No matter what, I can't lose Uncle Yao's face, right? But Uncle Yao is so attached to my matter. I'm a bit embarrassed. If it wasn't for my precious daughter, who would have the time to take care of you so much? Saying that, Yao Jingyuan's line of sight glanced towards Yao Anan, who was pretending to play with her cell phone on the side but was actually eavesdropping. Hearing her father say this, Yao Anan's face instantly turned red. Daddy, what are you babbling about? Ignore you guys. Just at this time, the elevator opened its doors. Yao Anan immediately ran out of the elevator and immediately closed the door. Su Haoming was a bit confused. After he came to his senses, he scratched his head awkwardly, not daring to meet Yao Jingyuan's eyes. Uncle Yao, you might not have misunderstood something. I think Anan just thinks that I look like her older brother, so she is more intimate with me. Look at what you said just now. You have made Anan angry. Yao Jingyuan, however, looked at Su Haoming with a smile on his face. Do you really think that's the case? Su Haoming immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak again, while Su Haoming on the other side was happy. Lin Fujin on this side was so anxious that he couldn't sit still. Originally, he thought that Su Haoming was not capable of being a delivery boy, so he would let Jiang Jingyi, who used to be a gangster, to solve him, but it would be a matter of minutes. But now he still saw Su Haoming walking around in the company without any problems. Not only that, he found that Su Haoming's eyes had begun to look at his own eyes are not right. Was it that Jiang Justice was slow to make a move? Or was it that Jiang Justice couldn't handle Su Haoming? With his understanding of Jiang Justice's violent temper, Lin Fujin was more inclined towards the latter. If this was really the case, then what should Su Haoming do when he approached him? Just when Lin Fujin didn't know what to do, his cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, the caller was none other than Jiang Justice, who he had been waiting for news from. Lin Fujin did not hesitate to pick up the phone and immediately began to make up. Justice, you should almost do it. You do not know Su Haoming, that boy pleased with the way. Every day meeting to take you to do the opposite. Surname Lin's, you almost got it. Really think that Jiang Justice was cheated by you once there will be a second time? As soon as Jiang Justice picked up the phone, he heard Lin Fujin talking nonsense there. He instantly gave a gasp and laughed. Justice, what are you talking nonsense about? How could your brother Lin possibly lie to you? Don't ing still want to fool me? I'm looking for you just to inform you of something. I, Jiang Justice, am not finished with you. You wash your neck and wait. After saying that, Jiang Justice didn't give Lin Fujin a chance to speak again and immediately hung up the phone. A busy tone came from the other end of the phone, and Lin Fujin's hand slowly dropped. Along with it was Lin Fujin's cold sweat. Now, not only was Su Haoming's side of the problem still unresolved, but on the other side, there was an even more ruthless Jiang Jingyi who wanted to clean himself up. Lin Fujin wiped his cold sweat while thinking of a solution, and in the end, in near despair, Lin Fujin finally clenched his teeth and pulled out his cell phone to Jiang Zhengdong. Jiang Justice's cousin, and called him, Brother Dong. It's me, old Lin. Do you remember before you said you owed me a favor? I have a trouble on my hands that I want you to deal with. You mean my cousin's matter, right? Jiang Zhengdong immediately guessed Lin Fujin's thoughts and said slowly and leisurely, yes, you must help me. Help you? Do you know that I am an outsider of the Zheng family? Jiang Zhengdong over there asked with a cold smile. What do you mean by that? Brother Dong, why don't I quite understand? Lin Fujin stammered. Our Imperial Upper Security Company is the industry of the Zheng family. The inner family head explicitly forbids all moves against Su Haoming. You're asking my cousin to move him. Do you want us to die with you? Jiang Zhengdong almost roared out in anger. He had also just learned about this matter. If Su Haoming had a shortcoming, they would also have to follow him to the end. This Lin Fujin was simply trying to trap them both. No, how can this be? I don't know about this. I just your mom. Hi? Still want me to help you? I want to kill you right now. You give me a call again, try. I do not pull your skin off with your last name Lin. After saying this, Jiang Zhengdong immediately hung up the phone. Snapped. The phone slipped out of Lin Fujin's hand and fell on the ground. But he was oblivious to the fact that he stood frozen for a long time before finally sitting on his butt. Sweat was like rain, constantly sliding down from Lin Fujin's head. He panted heavily, but how could he not calm down? Now he can be said to be on the back of the enemy, and both sides of the enemy. None of him can mess up. He was really going to be finished this time. Lin Fujin wiped his eyes while whimpering. This life is over. At this time, the cell phone that fell on the ground suddenly rang. Lin Fujin picked up the cell phone in a state of dismay. After seeing the notes on the phone, his eyes flashed a strange look. What is he looking for me for at this time? Although he was unsure, Lin Fujin still picked up the phone. Hey, what is it that you're looking for me for? Mr. Kong? I can save you once, on the condition that you be one of my dogs. On the other side of the phone, Kong Dingjiang said in a calm tone. Chapter 77, Begging for Forgiveness. The Jiang family Xiao family, a major trouble in his heart, was considered to have come to an end for the time being. While letting Su Haoming breathe a sigh of relief, it also made Su Haoming consider the next trouble. And this trouble is Lin Fujin. Previously, he has been busy to put him aside without processing. This person does not know to stop. Su Haoming did not find trouble. He came to find Su Haoming trouble first. Now Su Haoming's biggest problem solved. The next also have to take Lin Fujin to open the knife. Su Haoming is easy to soften, the heart is good. But this robbed his girlfriend and also want to harm their own people. How could Su Haoming let him go? Only to let Su Haoming depressed, came to the company ready to find Lin Fujin. Lin Fujin's secretary told him, Lin Fujin because the body is not comfortable has asked for sick leave. The two did not come to the company. Isn't this even more of a weakness? Su Haoming secretly sneered in his heart, since otherwise he would come to the company. Wouldn't it be better if he went to his door to look for him? Lin Fujin's home was the place where his dream began. How could Su Haoming forget where it was? It was only when Su Haoming had just stepped out of the company building that Lin Fujin's phone call immediately came. Director Su, I know you're looking for me, right? I'm waiting for you right now at the company's convenient urban beauty cafe. Planning to give me a whole Hongmen banquet? Su Haoming sneered and asked. Of course not. You come over first. Let's sit down and talk face to face. Lin Fujin immediately denied it, sounding a bit sincere. What the hell is this guy up to? Su Haoming was suspicious in his heart, but since he was in the vicinity of the group's building, he couldn't do anything wrong. Therefore, although Su Haoming was skeptical, he still agreed to go to the appointment. During working hours, there weren't many customers in the cafe, and the first thing Su Haoming saw when he entered the cafe was Lin Fujin waving at himself. Director Su, what would you like to drink? Why don't you try the matcha coffee here? The flavor is quite good. Lin Fujin nodded his head enthusiastically and greeted him. Su Haoming, however, didn't give Lin Fujin a good face, and after sitting down, he didn't talk nonsense, and immediately opened the door. What's your purpose? Tell me straight, don't waste my time. I'll settle the score with you after you finish. Hearing Su Haoming so not give himself face, Lin Fujin slightly embarrassed, then smiled and lit up a cigarette. In fact, this thing has been in my heart for a long time. I have been wanting to explain with Su Dong, but have not had the opportunity. When I got involved with Zhao Shi, it was her who took the initiative to find me. Mentioning Zhao Shi, his heart was now unusually on fire. He held back from having a fit. Instead he grinned a cold smile. And then, she told me at that time, how bad it is to be with you. You don't even accompany her much, and the salary that she earned from exhaustion is still given to your sister to pay for her medical bills. She has a problem with me, straight say breakup is not on the line? Why does she claim to love me one day and then show up at your house the next? Su Haoming slammed the table, his eyes instantly red. It wasn't that he wanted to cry, but he was angry. If Zhao Shi had said she couldn't stand to break up with herself in the first place, although Su Haoming couldn't bear to part with her, he would definitely still accept the breakup for Zhao Shi's sake. What he couldn't accept was that Zhao Shi didn't say anything and cheated on him behind his back. This was something that no man could endure. Su Dong, you calm down. This matter, although I am indeed not right, but on second thought, I actually kind of helped you, didn't I? If you continue to socialize, later married, that will not plant a grassland on your head, so you still want me to thank you? Su Haoming was so angry that he laughed straight away. He really took himself as a son of a gun? Not this meaning. I want to say that this is not bad for Su Dong. Now that the gold-digging girl also let me kicked, it is a crime deserved. Let's turn the page on this, cannot? Lin Fujin bitterly begged in a small voice. No. Su Haoming immediately refused without thinking. Snap. As soon as Su Haoming's words fell, Lin Fujin immediately slapped towards his face. And this was just the beginning. Lin Fujin slapped harder and harder until his originally quite handsome face was slapped so much that it swelled up like a steamed bun, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Before he stopped, is this enough? I'll let you not dirty your hands. I'll do it myself. However, Su Haoming still didn't change his face. It's not enough. Lin Fujin froze for a moment and continued to raise his hand towards his face to slap it again. Only just as his hand was raised, it was suddenly grabbed by Su Haoming. Without waiting for Lin Fujin to react, Su Haoming kicked Lin Fujin in the stomach. Fortunately, at this time, Su Haoming's strength was still slightly inferior to that of a normal person, and Lin Fujin merely knelt on the ground and dry-heaved, and did not suffer any major injuries. Sir, are you alright? The waiter heard the commotion on this side and immediately trotted over, hurriedly calling out, No, it's fine, just a little misunderstanding. Lin Fujin covered his stomach and barely climbed up, smiling at the waiter. Seeing that the person in question had said so, the waiter then also had the sense to back away. Dong Su, are you satisfied now? You think this is even? Su Haoming laughed, only his heart remained calm. He always felt something was wrong. How could Lin Fujin give in so completely? Previously, he had even designed to deal with himself first because he was worried that he would find him in trouble. But now he had actually conceded so much? This wasn't his character at all. There was definitely a problem. Su Haoming trusted his intuition. Lin Fujin's current reaction was just too abnormal. Dong Su, just tell me what else you want. I'm only asking you to forgive me. Please don't fire me. Lin Fujin knelt down in front of Su Haoming again at once, and even kowtowed. Su Haoming, I also understand that I'm just a jerk in the group now. I really know that I'm wrong. I'll definitely change my ways, and at that time, if I don't do what I say, you can fire me at will, and I definitely won't have any complaints. Saying that, Lin Fujin kowtowed a few more times towards Su Haoming, directly causing Su Haoming to frown. A soft heart? Su Haoming didn't have such a thought for an instant, but Su Haoming felt that Lin Fujin selling himself misery like this was definitely someone pointing out to him that he could easily be soft-hearted. The Jiang family or the Xiao family? Su Haoming couldn't guess for a moment. He wanted to see what Lin Fujin and the people behind him were up to. After making up his mind, Su Haoming sighed, pretending to be soft-hearted and said, I'll give you one last chance. If you let me find out that your words and actions don't match up, don't blame me for not being polite. Thank you, Su Dong. Lin Fujin shouted at Su Haoming again in excitement. Without even looking at him, Su Haoming got up, turned around and left the cafe. Only after Su Haoming left did Lin Fujin slowly raise his head, the humble compliments on his face no longer there, instead turning into a sinister wry smile. It was just like Kong Dingjiang said, a little bit of misery and admitting mistakes. Su Haoming immediately softened his heart. This first step is considered completed. The next, as long as the plan is followed. In a short time, the group will change ownership. Then Su Haoming is a fart. Today's humiliation. Lin Fujin vowed in his heart to Su Haoming to double the return.